You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 1, You Seem to Crave Power. The door was gently closed, and the candle flame flickered in the breeze seeping in through the window crack, much like the heart of a little boy. Thaw that? The dirt-covered boy anxiously looked at the middle-aged man smiling before him, stutteringly asked, Priest Wu Lu, can you really give me food? Of course, replied Priest Wu Lu with a gentle smile. The Rhine god loves his believers, and as his servant, how could I bear to see you starve or freeze? Thaw that. Leave it to me. Wu Lu slowly approached the little boy, arms wide open as if to embrace him. Leave it to me. Come here, take off your clothes, let me cleanse your filth for the great Rhine god, and make you a follower of my lord, so from now on, you can stay by my lord's side like me, and never have to starve or freeze again. Priest Wu Lu's figure gradually enlarged in the boy's eyes, but did not become friendlier. Instead, it struck fear into him, especially that smile. The little boy instinctively wanted to retreat, but upon entering the room, he had no way out and could only watch Wu Lu stand in front of him, displaying a demonic smile. Wu Lu was quite pleased with the boy's reaction. Although in a daze, he could see his former self, also standing in the boy's position, watching the approaching priest. That memory had tormented him for many years, but it was to end today. For now the roles had been reversed, and he was the master. You want food to keep your family alive, right? Wu Lu said with a smile. The Lord said to receive something, you must give something first. You don't want your family to starve to death, do you? These words instantly breached the boy's last line of defense, and he closed his eyes. Wu Lu also reached out his hand, inching closer to the boy. Then, bang, bang, bang. A series of noises akin to someone knocking on a table abruptly rang out, causing Wu Lu to halt his movements and his smile to tighten. He immediately turned his head, looking for the source of the sound. Soon Wu Lu's gaze fell on the wardrobe. He was certain the knocking had come from inside. Who? Wu Lu demanded harshly. Who's there? No one answered. The sound seemed to have been an illusion. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned eerie, and even the little boy didn't dare to breathe loudly because he, too, had heard the sound. Wu Lu tightly furrowed his brow, reaching for the magic wand on the table. Though he didn't know who was audacious enough to hide in his wardrobe. Him. Wu Lu suddenly thought of something. Could it be? He turned his head abruptly, expressionless, and said to the boy, You go out first. The boy was slightly startled. Huh. I told you to go out first. Wu Lu's earlier worldly desires had disappeared from his face, replaced by ferocity. Get out now and don't talk about tonight's events to anyone or else. You know the consequences. The boy swallowed the saliva caught in his throat, not daring to say more, and hurriedly scampered out of the room. After the boy left, Wu Lu immediately went to the door, confirmed there were no other people outside, then closed the door and returned to the wardrobe. It can't be that. He took several deep breaths before slowly opening the wardrobe. In the center of the wardrobe lay a small box. And as he opened the wardrobe, a crisp bang sounded from the box once more. This bang seemed to strike directly at Wu Lu's heart, nearly stopping his heartbeat. It really was. Wu Lu immediately took out the box and placed it on the table. After taking several deep breaths, he slowly pulled open the small box. Inside the box was a finger. At the sight of the finger, Wu Lu felt his heart skip a beat. Undoubtedly, it was this finger that had made the noise. Wu Lu immediately stood up, hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the room. Clearly, he knew the origin of this finger. It belonged to a very dangerous ancient figure named Visas. What he specifically did, Wu Lu wasn't very clear on, only knowing that all gods were extremely wary of him. They even banded together to kill him, obliterating even his soul. But even though they had obliterated his soul, they could not destroy his body, no matter the method. Eventually, after all gods tried everything, they only managed to shatter his body, transforming it into countless corpse blocks, which they then sealed. Over time, as the gods battled amongst themselves, many corpse blocks also scattered amongst humans. Although after the war the four major Orthodox churches, including the Rhine Divine sect, continued to retrieve Visas's corpse, they couldn't find them all. And legend had it that whoever obtained Visas's corpse would gain the powers Visas had in life. And now a finger appeared before Ulu. This finger was something Ulu had bought from a black market merchant. More accurately, he had swindled it using his identity as a priest. Of course, he hadn't thought it was real before he duped the merchant. It was just that the black market merchant didn't have any valuable goods left, so he took what looked the most valuable. The black market merchant likewise hadn't thought it would be real before giving it to Ulu. But unexpectedly, it was real. How should he handle accidentally buying something genuine? Ulu began to feel restless. He faced two choices. First, to turn in this finger, as the Rhine divine sect of the 4 major Orthodox churches was also collecting Visas' corpse. By turning it in, it would definitely count as a significant achievement. His position would significantly climb, and he might even directly become a bishop. At worst, he could leave this remote place. But that would be it. He didn't possess extraordinary talents and wasn't someone the church would value. Being assigned as a bishop in some other remote area seemed to be the best outcome for him. So what if he chose not to? Ulu stopped in his tracks, then slowly turned his head to look at the finger, lying quietly in the box. What if he kept the finger for himself, for his own use? That would be the power of Visas. Ulu felt as if something inside his heart was about to burst forth, his ambition growing and swelling like bamboo after rain. Over the years, he had tried leaving this place, tried climbing higher to gain more power and authority. But unfortunately, having neither talent nor connections, he had guarded this church for 20 years and was still just a lowly priest, likely to spend another 20 years here. And he closed his eyes and memories of mocking laughter surged. You filthy old fart, thinking of becoming a bishop. The Rhine divine sect doesn't need such a rotten organ, get out. This memory painfully stabbed into Ulu's heart. When Ulu opened his eyes again, he had his answer. And it was the only answer left. If he gave up this chance, Ulu felt he would regret it for a lifetime. After confirming the severed Visas' finger was a middle finger, Ulu covered his mouth with gauze, then positioned the knife at his own middle finger and chopped it off. MMPH. The intense pain nearly made him pass out. But he endured the pain, threw his own severed finger aside, picked up the finger from the box and attached it to his wound. Then the unbelievable happened. The finger from Visas, like an infant searching for a nipple, naturally sucked onto Ulu's wound, followed by another wave of intense pain. This time, Ulu almost couldn't bear it. But the pain came quickly and left quickly too. In just a few short seconds, Ulu could no longer feel any pain. He lowered his head to see his left hand fully healed, the middle finger attached so naturally it seemed like his own. Had it not been for the blood on the table and the other severed finger, Ulu might have doubted whether his act of cutting his finger had been an illusion. I did it. Ulu raised his left hand, his whole body shaking with excitement. I succeeded. I obtained the power of Visas. Then he heard a mocking male voice in his mind. Oh, it seems you really desire my power. Ulu was stunned. Chapter 2. I want to see what you look like when you, this sleeping maggot, wake up. Bai Wei felt somewhat helpless. Being transmigrated was one thing, but to transmigrate into a finger was another. Indeed, Bai Wei had become a finger, the very same one that had spoken with Ulu moments ago. A normal person transmigrated into a finger would be confused for a while, and Bai Wei was no exception. However, he had spent his confusion inside that little box, and now he had figured out the situation. He had transmigrated into a fantasy game called Desecration and become, well, a very special character, namely the Visas that Ulu had previously feared. What made this character special was that in Desecration, he was merely a background character with no storyline whatsoever. His sole purpose was to introduce the concept of corpse blocks. In most RPG games, players typically strengthen themselves through leveling and allocating skill points, along with collecting special items. These items have various names in different games: holy relics, artifacts, spirits, or many other things. In Desecration, they were corpse blocks, belonging to the ancient being Visas. The more formidable Visas was, the more powerful his corpse blocks were, therefore the more motivated players would be to collect them. However, Bai Wei had never imagined he would become the source of that motivation. While looking at the system panel that indicated Visas, body integrity 3%, Bai Wei felt a surge of points he wanted to criticize welling up in his chest. Unfortunately, he couldn't let them out for fear Ulu would hear. You. Upon hearing Bai Wei's voice in his mind, Ulu immediately collapsed to the ground, repeating you 5 times but unable to utter the rest of his sentence. The bravado he had felt when he thought he had obtained Visas' power had vanished, leaving only fear that made him unable to even stand. Who are you? Bai Wei momentarily repressed the urge to criticize and said indifferently, You want my power, yet you don't know who I am. Do you truly not know, or are you pretending not to know? How could he not know? At this moment, Ulu's face was drained of all color except for white. Who was Visas? He was an indescribable being who could even slaughter gods. And now he was in my head. Oh no, not in the head. Ulu then noticed his left middle finger more precisely, the middle finger of Visas, and realized the truth. This was the real culprit. So he hurriedly got up and picked up the knife from the table, about to cut down on the middle finger again. Bai Wei's voice leisurely echoed in his mind again. Oh, are you sure? Ulu hesitated. Why wouldn't I be sure? Do you yearn for my power but fear my existence? Bai Wei asked placidly. You're quite interesting. It seemed Ulu hit a nerve, but he still roared with a feigned toughness. Don't spout nonsense. I'm a priest of the Rhine Church, a clergy of the Orthodox. You are a filthy blasphemer, a malignancy meant to be forever eradicated. You are. Ulu's vocabulary seemed to falter, but he struggled to continue. You are the enemy of all gods and thus my enemy. How can I tolerate your presence in my body? Well, if that's how you feel, do as you please, Bai Wei said. Ulu once again raised the knife. Just make sure you understand the consequences, Bai Wei said with a light chuckle. Not my consequences, but yours. Ulu froze again, and this time his face finally showed an emotion other than fear. Witnessing this, Bai Wei wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he was quite familiar with Ulu's character, a stupid, malevolent, and cowardly fellow with aspirations. An ideal candidate to be manipulated. What do you mean? Ulu demanded. Do I need to spell it out for you? Bai Wei continued in a lazy tone. What do you plan to do after cutting me off? Of course, I'll hand you over to Lord Bishop, Ulu said. Let Lord Bishop seal you completely. Let's not even discuss whether the seal that you've been attempting for so many years has any effect on me. Let's talk about you, Bai Wei said with a smirk. Are you planning to tell your superiors that you tried to graft my finger onto your hand, but gave up when you found out I was still alive? Are you sure that's what you're going to say? Ulu's expression suddenly stiffened. Hoarding Visas' corpse was expressly forbidden by all major churches, and as a member of the clergy, his crime would be even more severe. But if he turned it in willingly, such a merit. And moreover, my soul has already entered your body, Bai Wei said slowly and leisurely. How are you going to explain to your superiors that your soul hasn't been tainted by me? At these words, Ulu's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale once again. But if that's the case, I'll just hide you away. Ulu was still unwilling to show weakness and instead threatened viciously. As long as I throw you in a place where no one can find you, naturally no one will know about tonight's events. Bai Wei made a sound of acknowledgement. Then go ahead and do that. What? I said then just do that. Bai Wei spoke indifferently. There's no need to explicitly state it for my benefit. Ulu's face flushed and then went pale. Obviously, he also knew this was the best choice. Chop off this finger and throw it as far away as possible. Even if someone found it in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. By then, he might already be dead. Thinking this, Ulu raised the knife once again, staring intently at his left middle finger. But for some reason, his right hand seemed out of control, unable to chop down no matter what he tried. Scenes flashed through his mind like a spinning lantern, including the one from decades ago in this very room, when he faced the smiling priest with a face full of horror. Finally, the knife came down fiercely, embedding several centimeters into the table, revealing the force behind the blow. But unlike before, the blade did not touch any blood this time, because it landed a few centimeters away from the finger as well. So the finger remained intact on Ulu's hand. But after striking that blow, Ulu seemed to have used all his strength, collapsing completely, eyes bloodshot, gasping for breath. After a long while, Ulu seemed to have made some difficult decision, propping himself up, while asking in a hushed tone, What do you want? Indeed, just like in the game. Bai Wei silently smiled. What do I want? Well, to be honest, there's not much I want. Ulu was taken aback. Not much you want? You? How can you not want anything? Bai Wei asked with interest. What do you think I want? Don't you want to come back to this world? Oh, resuscitate? Actually, not really. There's nothing left in this world that I need to come back to life for, Bai Wei said. Ulu was somewhat confused. After all, the all-gods divided Visas' body to prevent his soul from returning one day, revived and re-entering this world. Now Visas' soul had returned, yet he claimed he had no thoughts of coming back. What did that mean? He had thought if Bai Wei wanted to be revived, he could exert effort, which would put them in a mutually beneficial cooperation. He could use Bai Wei's power, and Bai Wei would need his help. But now Bai Wei said he had no intention of coming back to life, leaving him feeling at a loss. Looking at the murky yet naively foolish glint in Ulu's eyes, Bai Wei knew his goal was about to be achieved, so he calmly added another comment. However, I am quite interested in you. Upon hearing this, Ulu's dim eyes suddenly regained some brightness. In me. Yes, I have never met anyone quite like you, neither in life nor in death. You are base, foul-smelling, yet harbor ambitions unbefitting of your status, like a maggot in a dung heap. When Bai Wei had begun with, I have never seen anyone like you, Ulu thought Bai Wei was about to praise him, only to hear such words follow, each humiliating term piercing into Ulu's chest like needles, making him tremble uncontrollably. Then Bai Wei's tone shifted. However, you are a maggot that desperately wants to leave the dung heap, continually climbing if given a stick. Heh, previously you had no such stick, but if I gave you one, how far would you climb? Bai Wei's analogy caused Ulu's face to alternately redden and pale, but he understood Bai Wei's implication. You mean? I'm curious to see if someone like you had my power, how far you could go. Bai Wei appeared amused, his words dripping with sarcasm. I've heard that at the end of the world, a colossal maggot's sleep. Its awakening would disgust the entire world. I find that quite interesting, so I want to see, can you become such a maggot? Such profound insults would have exploded on anyone else. But not Ulu. He extracted the most critical content from those disparaging words, that Bai Wei was willing to give him power. Give him that ancient power belonging to Visas. Thinking this, Ulu's body trembled again, not with anger but with excitement. He excitedly prostrated on the ground, knocking his head against the wooden floor, and said with a quivering voice, Please grant me power. Chapter 3. 3 goals are for the small head to control the big head. It was clear that Bai Wei had no interest in actually seeing what kind of stench a giant maggot would produce upon awakening. That was too morbid of a curiosity. But Bai Wei could only say this. After all, with only one finger, there was little he could do now. Without Ulu's body, he could only stand up and ironically flip someone off or become a toy in a social media space. Only by possessing Ulu's body could he accomplish some things, and also use the body to search for other corpse blocks. Only by finding all the corpse blocks could he accomplish a true resurrection and return to the human world in Visas' body. But Bai Wei did not plan to tell Ulu any of this, even feigning disinterest in resurrection, preferring to adopt an attitude of just wanting to toy with the human world. The reason was simple. He did not want to give Ulu the impression that Visas needs me for his resurrection, which might lead to dangerous delusions, such as trying to manipulate him. Those who desire have vulnerabilities, and Bai Wei knew this well. Ulu clearly did not understand. His desires were written on his face, etched in his heart, as obvious as a bare, upturned buttock. After a night's contemplation, Ulu had recovered from last night's excitement of having gained supreme power, especially when he looked down at his left hand, noticing his middle finger, unlike his other fingers, limply hanging as if beyond his control. He realized the nature of the entity within him. Fear and unease then slowly began to spread. Unfortunately, this world did not have fantasy novels. The concept of 2 souls in one body was far too advanced for a native of this Western fantasy land. Do you need me to do anything? Ulu tentatively asked in his mind, uneasy. I've said I don't want to do anything, Bai Wei replied calmly. I'm tired, I need to rest, don't bother me. With that, Bai Wei went still, and that middle finger became even floppier, as if truly asleep. Ulu did not know if Bai Wei really needed sleep, but he dared not verify it, only silently wishing him good night in his mind before going to work. Naturally, Bai Wei was not asleep. He was quietly observing Ulu from the perspective of a finger. Indeed, the only part Bai Wei could control was still this finger. His soul and consciousness also confined to this finger, not fully integrated into Ulu's body as Ulu believed. Just as Ulu could not control this finger, Bai Wei could not control Ulu's body, not even able to shift his perspective to Ulu's head. Being locked in such a limited perspective was truly irritating. Others view the world with their heads, he had to with a small head. Yet this situation was not unchangeable, as long as their souls aligned more closely, becoming more like a single soul. And how could this be achieved? The solution was also simple, allowing Ulu to use Bai Wei's power. By using Bai Wei's power through this body, the two souls within could better harmonize. But the issue was that Bai Wei's soul was that of Visa's, far superior to that of Ulu, an ordinary man. Thus, this harmonization was less about mutual integration and more about unilateral assimilation, Bai Wei assimilating Ulu. The more Ulu used Bai Wei's power, the more his soul would be consumed by Bai Wei, and eventually Ulu's soul would be completely devoured and the body would belong to Bai Wei. But if Ulu realized this and completely refrained from using Bai Wei's power, then Bai Wei would be powerless, given that Bai Wei was still just a small head, finger, and Ulu was the big head. For a small head to control the big head on its own was indeed too difficult unless the big head couldn't resist using the small head. So was this possible? The answer was affirmative. Bai Wei, pretending to sleep, was now using the perspective of the small head to observe Ulu from below while recalling information about him in his mind. Ulu was a minor priest in the Rhine Divine sect, one of the 4 orthodox sects, briefly involved in a plot segment in the game because he once held Visas' finger, so Bai Wei had a bit of understanding about him. He knew that this guy would die because of the crime of possessing treasure. If Bai Wei did nothing, he would pass according to the plot to someone else's hands. And that person would not be so easy to control. Bai Wei might be sealed away, really left with no recourse. Therefore, although Ulu was dumb, bad, and cowardly, he was currently the best card Bai Wei had. He could not let those higher-ranking, more troublesome individuals come for him, turning him into their trophy. Instead, he needed to rely on Ulu to approach them, reclaim the dispersed corpse blocks, and regain power. But still, Bai Wei could not act directly. He couldn't jump out and shout to Ulu, "Come use my power." If he did, even Ulu, as foolish as he was, would realize something was wrong. Chapter 4. The goal is for the small head to control the big head too. So it was necessary for Ulu to take the initiative, for him to come to rely on me, to use my strength. The closer he got, the more Bai Wei could achieve with this body. It sounded somewhat passive, but Bai Wei was well aware that in this world, there were far too many such opportunities. Just like right now, the church where Ulu was located was packed with young boys dressed in simple clothes, their faces yellowed and thin from hunger, lined up and gazing eagerly in Ulu's direction. Due to the current famine, Ulu's church was distributing relief food, a porridge so thin it was hardly distinguishable from plain boiled water. Each person was allowed only one bowl and quantities were limited. One couldn't collect for someone else. For only those most devout to the Rhine god could receive this food, and who counted as the most devout. Naturally, it was those who arrived the earliest. But with the disaster so severe, the weaker disaster victims were already starving and stood no chance against these young, strong boys. Thus, they were deemed not devout enough to the Rhine god and could not receive the food. And such famines would occur every 20 years. Bai Wei recalled this plot from the game as he watched Ulu ladling the watery porridge for these boys. This perspective was somewhat unfortunate. Fortunately, as clergy, Ulu still held a respectful and cautious view toward an existence like Bai Wei's. Bai Wei quietly complained to himself. Then he saw a familiar-looking boy hesitantly approach Ulu. It was the same boy from Ulu's room the previous night. Lord Priest, the boy stammered, about last night. Upon seeing the boy, a flicker of annoyance flashed across Ulu's face. Discussing nighttime matters during the day. The boy, noticing the change in Ulu's expression, instinctively took a step backward, then urged with a pleading tone, "Lord Priest, I have no other choice. My mother and sister really can't hold on any longer. I beg you, please could you?" "Silence," Ulu coldly cut the boy off. "Rules are rules. This food is my Lord's blessing to the most devout believers. Your family did not come here, which shows they're not devout enough." The boy opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but Ulu, visibly impatient, waved his hand for the boy to leave. Ulu felt conflicted. But then an old, kind voice rang out, making Ulu's body jolt as if he were a mouse that had heard the call of a cat. He turned his head with difficulty, and saw a familiar face approaching with a benevolent and charitable smile. Bai Wei also looked in that direction, quickly sketching out information about this person in his mind. Priest Lu Jai, the most senior individual in the church, much older than Ulu and already a priest before Ulu joined the church, even having been Ulu's mentor. But that wasn't the point. The point was, this guy seemed to have a certain closer relationship with Ulu. And the look of seeing a ghost, on Ulu's face only confirmed Bai Wei's memory. Heh, isn't this the opportunity? Priest Lu Jai? Ulu forced out a smile. Why have you come? Lu Jai let out a gentle sigh, his aged face involuntarily showing a trace of compassion. It's the disaster year again. I couldn't bear to just watch. Although I'm old, I can still do some things within my power. Rest assured, Priest Wu Lu, I won't disturb you. I'm just checking if the bishop's grain has arrived yet. If not, I'll give a little push, Even though I'm old, I am still alive after all, and people will still give me that kind of respect. As Lu Jai spoke, he looked at Ulu with a warm smile. Ulu's expression was stiff, and it was with great difficulty that he maintained his smile. 20 years ago, Lu Jai had already been the priest of this church, while Ulu was just a little boy who couldn't get enough to eat. It was also a year of disaster, and Priest Lu Jai stood where Ulu was standing now, and Ulu stood where the little boy stood. He had almost forgotten many things, but as soon as Lu Jai appeared, those memories came flooding back uncontrollably. And Lu Jai, just as he had done 20 years before, approached the little boy and gently caressed his cheek. Ah, what soulful eyes you have! My lord will surely like a child like you. Come, tell me, what troubles have you encountered? The little boy looked at Ulu, then at Lu Jai, and still spoke of his needs. Ah, such a sad piece of news, Lu Jai sighed gently. Such disasters always bring one sad story after another. As he spoke, Lu Jai moved his hand from the boy's head to his shoulder. Although the rules are the rules, Lu Jai leaned down slowly, whispering into the little boy's ear, there are exceptions to be made sometimes. I have some food left, and seeing your filial piety, come find me tonight. I can share some with you. The little boy immediately looked up. The hope that had dimmed in his eyes reignited at this moment. Really, really. Lu Jai smiled. Of course it's true. The little boy's face flushed with excitement. He was eager to ask, but stumbled over his words. Then, where should I go to find you? Don't be in a hurry. Lu Jai stood up, then smiled, looking towards Ulu, his eyes flashing with a different light. At night, go find Priest Wu Lu first. He knows where my room is and will bring you to me. Having said that, Lu Jai patted the little boy's head, indicating him to leave first. Then he walked over to Ulu as if nothing had happened, chuckling. This child really resembles you back in the day, doesn't he? Bai Wei saw that Ulu's body was stiff as stone. Bring him to me tonight, Lu Jai suddenly patted Ulu. At that instant, Ulu's body, which had been rigid, shuddered as if electrified. Lu Jai certainly noticed, and then he left with a big laugh. When Lu Jai departed, Ulu suddenly lifted his head, staring intensely at his retreating figure. All those conversations that he thought he had forgotten surged back into his mind. Just thinking about them, Ulu felt like crushing his teeth. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed in his heart. Damn bastard, why won't you die, why won't you die? In his fury, Ulu had plainly forgotten something, venting his resentment and anger towards Lu Jai in his mind. Sooner or later I'll kill you, Ulu gritted his teeth and said. Then he heard that heart-stopping voice. Oh, is this a wish you're making to me? Ulu froze. He instinctively lowered his head, realizing that his usually limp middle finger was now proudly erect, as if it had suddenly awakened. That finger, void of eyes, seemed to impose a gaze and an irresistible pressure that Ulu could feel. Do you want to kill him? Chapter 5, for you taste even better than Ulu. This was a rather eerie scene. The symbol of sanctity, a church priest, had locked himself in his room in broad daylight, even closing the windows tightly as if he had done something guilty. His behavior was equally strange. At the moment, he was muttering to his own left hand as if under a spell, I didn't think like that, my relationship with Priest Lu Jai is actually quite good. And his left hand, or more precisely, its middle finger, was silently watching him. Although a finger could not have expressions, he could still feel the disdainful mockery coming from it, because it made no effort to disguise it. This bizarre combination was naturally Bai Wei and Ulu. You don't need to be so nervous, Bai Wei interrupted Ulu's endless explanations. I was just speaking off the cuff. What you do is entirely up to you. 5 minutes earlier, Ulu had been distributing porridge outside. But after Bai Wei had asked him whether he wanted to kill Lu Jai, Ulu had reacted like a startled quail, immediately abandoning his work and running to hide in his room. I'm not nervous, Ulu tried to defend himself. Priest Lu Jai is more powerful than I am. I'm just scared that he will discover your presence. Ulu's voice grew fainter as he spoke, clearly realizing how absurd his words sounded. If an old priest on the brink of death could detect the presence of visas, then visas would not deserve his fearsome reputation among all gods. But Bai Wei did not expose Ulu's lie. There was no need, as Ulu's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Even with his newfound power, Ulu was definitely not the sort to turn the tables and overthrow the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck in his prime in a remote little church, still oppressed by an elderly priest whose one foot was practically in the grave, and even feeling afraid to meet him, conceding defeat without a fight. This was also related to personality. Some people faced with experiences like Ulu's might become desperate, but out of the desperation emerges a determination to survive. But Ulu was different. After despair, he would simply sink further and then desperately convince himself that the world was just that way. Life was not just about bitterness. There was also the taste of salty and fishy. To survive, one had to swallow it all. But that would have been it if it were just so, a simple person bowing his head to fate. However, Ulu was different. 20 years ago, he was that little boy toyed with by a priest. 20 years later, he had become the priest who toyed with little boys, venting the miseries he had suffered 100-fold, 1,000-fold on others. His anger towards Lu Jai stemmed from not just his childhood experiences, but also from a sense of it should be my turn now. But why haven't you stepped down and still block my way? So players' opinions of Ulu were quite accurate, stupid, cowardly, and wicked. And with such a person, Bai Wei knew he could not be coerced. The more you pressured him, the more he would fail, ruining what he could have done well. And the best approach to dealing with such a person was obviously. Bai Wei softly clicked his tongue, meaningless. Ulu didn't hear clearly. What did you say? I said meaningless, Bai Wei spoke indifferently. Since when does killing someone need to be so troublesome, especially someone weaker than you? No, I was just... Ulu began to defend himself instinctively, but then paused, realizing something. Wait, what did you just say? Priest Lu Jai is weaker than me. Otherwise, Bai Wei continued, why do you think an old guy about to die would be more capable than you? Because Priest Lu Jai has been clergy for 20 years already, Ulu said without thinking. He has ventured into the supernatural realm much earlier than I have. Heh, in your eyes, is the supernatural realm a place where you just age? And as he spoke, Bai Wei held his head up high. Don't you still have me? Ulu stared dumbly at the upright middle finger, feeling an invisible pressure emanating from it, causing his remaining 4 fingers to tightly cling to his palm, as humble as a mortal prostrating before all gods. In that instant, he suddenly felt like Priest Lu Jai wasn't really much after all. Bai Wei was keenly aware, as he watched Ulu's bewildered gaze gradually turn sinister. This was exactly what Bai Wei intended to do. Instead of forcing Ulu to fight an enemy stronger than him, it was better to simply label that enemy as a weakling. This would trigger Ulu's inherent nature of bullying the weak and overpower his cowardice. I can kill him, Ulu stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. Now I can kill him, I am ready. As Ulu grew more and more excited, it seemed he could no longer suppress the murderous intent inside him and might grab a knife and rush out to kill Lu Jai the next second. But at that moment, the little bit of reason left in his mind surged, making him stop and become hesitant again. But do I really need to kill him? He even felt a bit puzzled, wondering how he suddenly needed to kill Lu Jai. Wasn't this development a bit too abrupt? Bai Wei had anticipated this as well. All Ulu lacked now was a reason to act. Because he's blocking your way, Bai Wei said indifferently. That was all he needed to say. Because Ulu would fill in the rest himself. He's blocking my way? Right, he's blocking my way. Ulu thought to himself, his expression growing more somber. This old man still blocking my way, this greedy old man. Before today, Lu Jai had not shown up for a long time, as he was already of retirement age, and no longer handled the daily affairs of the church. But today he appeared. Because there was a distribution of relief food. If Lu Jai hadn't shown up, that relief food would have been handled by Ulu. But since Lu Jai appeared, it had fallen into his hands as he was the most senior priest of the church. That's my money, Ulu exclaimed excitedly. He took my money. For 20 years that money was his, but after 20 years it should have been mine. In response, Bai Wei didn't react, but just coldly watched Ulu dance around frantically with excitement and anger. After a while, he exhausted himself, standing by the table and panting heavily. Then a hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes again. But if it's just for the money, is it really necessary? Tisk, such an indecisive fellow. It looked like he was one step away. After briefly contemplating, Bai Wei calmly added, "Think about what he is going to do tonight." Chapter 6, 5 Because You Ruined My Life. Lu Jai removed his reading glasses, stretched, and his aging body creaked like old, neglected stairs. "Tusk, I really am getting old," he said mockingly to himself. "I can't even do this little bit of work properly anymore. But this is the last of it." After saying so, he put his glasses back on and flipped through his ragged notebook with the diligence of a workaholic. The amount of relief food this time is about the same as 20 years ago. Tusk, despite the situation being more severe now, those above just don't care about the public sentiment anymore. It seems I still need to submit another request. 200,000 silver coins. These food traders are really dreaming if they think they can take this grain at triple the price. Do they take me for an idiot like Ulu? This is disaster relief food. It's been selling for 10 times the amount 20 years ago, and now they think 3 times will suffice. Tusk, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with them that much. Let's settle for 8 times the price and offload it quickly. Ulu is such an idiot, selling all these refugees to one place as if he's begging to be investigated by the judgment court. Shouldn't he split them into 5 groups? And how could the elderly and weak do hard labor? Would it not be better to just hand them over to those esoteric Buddhism fanatics for their living sacrifices? He really has no brain. Lu Jai grumbled as he worked, like a teacher grading papers deep into the night for failing students. Only after finishing everything did he take off his glasses again and close his notebook. It all comes down to me in the end, really? Lu Jai looked at the closed notebook with a tinge of regret. I wish I could work another few decades. I really don't want to retire. Fortunately, this time is not like before, with no annoying folks to share my money. After collecting this last paycheck, I can finally settle down. Having said that, Lu Jai looked up at the window. When he began his work, it was still evening, but now it was completely dark. Only then did Lu Jai remember there was an even more important task to attend to tonight. That guy Ulu should be arriving soon. Muttering to himself, Lu Jai walked over to the mirror and began to straighten out his priest robe. Then he returned to his office desk and took out the Rhine Covenant from the drawer. He gently brushed the dust from the book, then held it close to his chest, looking once again in the mirror. The Lu Jai in the mirror seemed to be walking the path of a pilgrimage. But he was not on a pilgrimage. It was all for the sense of ritual. Lu Jai was a man with a strong sense of ritual. What he loved most was to wear the priest robe and hold the Rhine Covenant in his hand, committing acts of desecration while solemnly saying, "In the name of my Lord, I purify your body and soul. You cannot refuse." It thrilled him. But after all, he was getting on in years, and such exciting activities had become infrequent. With retirement approaching and the identity of a priest soon to be left behind, it would be even harder to experience such moments in the future. So he decided this would be the last time. Wasn't this, too, a matter of ritual? Being complete, Lu Jai felt he truly deserved the title of holy clergy. Just at that moment, there was a knock at the door. It seemed the child had arrived. Lu Jai adjusted his expression, temporarily suppressing the anticipation, and walked to the door, opening it with a smile. "My dear child, I've been waiting for you." He hadn't finished speaking when he sensed danger, immediately stepping backwards, but it was a touch too late. The person outside charged in and plunged a knife into his abdomen, blood gushing out instantly. "Ulu," Lu Jai recognized the assailant and was both shocked and angry, retreating while shouting, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Ulu sneered. "Of course I am butchering you, you old undying thing." After Ulu stabbed once, he quickly moved to stab a second time. Lu Jai continued retreating into the room, shouting, "Have you lost your mind?" "Lost my mind? I am not mad." Ulu pointed his knife at Lu Jai. "Don't you know what you've done to me?" As he spoke, he pursued again, while Lu Jai dodged, frantically considering his options and incessantly talking to Ulu, trying to buy time. "Is it because of that batch of food? Weren't we supposed to share it?" "Why should we share it? Did you ever share with me 20 years ago? Now I am a priest, all of that should be mine." "It really is about that." Lu Jai cursed inside while pretending to be repentant. "If you wanted it all, why didn't you just tell me? All that money, was it worth going to these lengths? What's our relationship that we should fall out like this?" "Our relationship? Dare you mention it?" Ulu kept on howling angrily. "Think about what you've done to me." "What have I done?" "You made me strip naked and stand on the table reading the Rhine Covenant. And, damn it, you've ruined my life." "Damn it, wasn't that your choice?" You did it willingly for a mouthful of food, for this identity as a priest. Lu Jai roared inside, but he dared not provoke Ulu further and continued to soften his tone. It was my fault. I can apologize to you. Apologize? After what you've done, do apologies matter? Ulu glared furiously. Also, do you think I would believe your apologies? Today you were still saying that little boy tasted even better. I also regret. Lu Jai's instinct was to keep apologizing, but before he could finish, he froze. Which little boy did I mention? When the hell did that happen? Still trying to argue. This is what you were about to do later. Lu Jai. Bai Wei couldn't listen any more at this point. These two old fools bickering was hardly child-friendly, so he coldly reminded them. Quit the nonsense, that old guy is preparing a spell. Preparing a spell. Upon hearing the reminder, Ulu realized that as he dodged, Lu Jai had concealed one hand. This bastard, he really was preparing a spell. He immediately threw his knife at Lu Jai. The blade grazed along Lu Jai's arm, leaving a bloody gash. But it was too late. Lu Jai's expression turned from panic to a wicked smile. You, useless thing. He lifted his hand, and several magic power sigils suddenly appeared in midair. Then several magic chains shot out from the sigils, tightly binding Ulu's body on the spot. The situation had reversed in an instant. You wanted to kill me, Lu Jai roared at Ulu. You think you, a worthless thing, can kill me. Chapter 7. Everyone is very satisfied. Lu Jai was furious, extremely furious. He felt completely blindsided by Ulu's assassination attempt. At this moment, he felt he had been viciously bitten by a dog that he had domesticated for many years, tearing off flesh, skin, and sinew. How dare you? How dare you? Consumed with rage, he ignored the wound on his abdomen and rushed up to Ulu, grabbing his neck and shouting into his ear, You disrespectful beast! Ingrate! Look at me, ingrate! Tell me, how could you dare? At that time, Lu Jai was like a furious old dog, using strength that seemed incongruous with his age-worn hands to clamp tightly around Ulu's neck, as if he intended to choke him to death. Ulu hadn't expected to be counterattacked by Lu Jai so swiftly. He began to regret not using Bai Wei's power immediately when he entered. He had originally contemplated whether he could kill Lu Jai without using Bai Wei's power. After all, Lu Jai was just an old man. No matter how formidable, he was still just an old man. If his actions were fast enough, he could stab Lu Jai to death before he could use his extraordinary power and end the fight. Moreover, Ulu harbored a certain fear towards Bai Wei's power, and had thought not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now he had no choice but to use it. Thus he called out silently in his heart, Save me, Lord Visas. But Bai Wei did not respond, as if he had suddenly disappeared. Seeing that Ulu was silent, Lu Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. Not so brave now? You coward! You were like this 20 years ago, and you are still the same today, like a dog that only knows how to please its master. Where did you get the courage to attack me? Even though Ulu held a deep reverence for Lu Jai, being backed into a corner and insulted like this was more than even the most cowardly person could bear, especially since he had prepared himself mentally to assassinate Lu Jai. At this moment, his adrenaline surged, and he glared fiercely at Lu Jai, growling, From the moment you acted against me, I was ready to take my revenge. It just happens to be today. After all you've done, you still expect to retire peacefully. Hearing Ulu's words, the rage on Lu Jai's face lessened somewhat, replaced by disdain and mockery. Thinking of revenge since that day? Ha, don't paint yourself as some kind of determined avenger who has endured hardships for revenge. Do you think I don't know you well? Is there anything you haven't done that I have done? You and I are the same kind of person. You didn't come to kill me for some noble reason like revenge. It's merely because you couldn't bear to see me share in the relief funds, am I right? Seeing his thoughts exposed, Ulu widened his eyes and subconsciously tried to argue, but saw Lu Jai shake his head. No, even if you really wanted that money, you wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me personally. You don't have the guts. After speaking, Lu Jai slowly stood up, looking down on Ulu. Tell me who sent you, who instigated this. Everything was laid bare. Lu Jai's words made Ulu feel as if he were decades younger, stripped naked and forced to read the Rhine Covenant on the table, his vulnerability starkly exposed before Lu Jai. Speak, Lu Jai growled, grabbing Ulu's neck again. Who sent you? Ulu still didn't dare answer Lu Jai. Because he knew very well, although Lu Jai was terrifying, the entity within him was even more frightening. For some reason, since a while ago, Bai Wei had yet to respond to him, as if he had disappeared. You don't want to talk, do you? You ungrateful cur, Lu Jai roared, when you couldn't afford food, who provided it for you? When you had nowhere to go, who gave you a job and made you a priest? If it weren't for me, you might have starved to death by now or ended up like your family, sold into a brothel or a coal mine. I gave you everything, yet you think not of gratitude, but of murder. It was all supposed to be yours after I retired, but you couldn't even wait that long. Very well, since you're so impatient, go down and reunite with your family. Lu Jai's smile grew more ferocious. A dog that bites its master should have been killed from the start. As he spoke, Lu Jai's right hand sealed again, and the magic chains binding Ulu began to extend, sprouting barbs that easily pierced Ulu's flesh. Clearly, Lu Jai intended to kill Ulu in the manner one would slaughter a beast, by bleeding him out. Because in his eyes, Ulu was nothing more than a beast. Seeing this, Ulu's eyes filled with despair as he struggled to reach out with his inner strength, his final plea echoing, "Lord Visas, save me." And this time he finally received a response. Bai Wei calmly said, "Snap your fingers, use my fingers." Snap his fingers. Ulu was somewhat confused, but there was no time left to ponder. His entire body was bound, only his fingers remained free. So he pressed Bai Wei's finger together with his own thumb, and then snap. A crisp snap of the fingers. It was so ordinary that Lu Jai didn't even react. Just an invisible magic power surge spread from behind Ulu. And at that moment, Lu Jai's magic chains crumbled, and Ulu regained his freedom. Both were stunned. What was going on? Lu Jai stared blankly at Ulu. Everything had happened so quickly that Lu Jai hadn't felt anything when the magic chains had disappeared. It was as if his spell had been directly cancelled by some formidable force. Ulu was equally dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Until Bai Wei said indifferently in his mind, "What?" still waiting for him to cast another spell. Ulu then snapped back to reality. Lu Jai's spell had been cancelled. Now the room only contained a helpless old man, and a strong man with a knife by his side. Lu Jai also realized something, and his eyes gradually widened. This time he finally felt the fear of impending death. "You can't kill me," Lu Jai hurriedly shouted, "Bishop Corey will." He was cut off mid-sentence. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Then Ulu rushed forward, stabbing Lu Jai in the chest over and over. It was only when Lu Jai was utterly devoid of any sign of life that Ulu finally collapsed into the pool of blood, relieved. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time before realizing what had happened. He had killed Lu Jai. He had killed the Lu Jai he had feared for half his life. It was as easy as killing a dog. At that moment, he finally felt that he was powerful. Truly very powerful. So he burst into manic laughter. Ulu was very satisfied. But he didn't notice that his left middle finger stood silently erect, like a person standing straight up, silently watching him. After a long while, the fallen index finger also slowly stood up without Ulu's notice, twisted towards the middle finger in an extremely distorted posture, and then slowly bowed its head as if saluting the middle finger. Bai Wei was also very satisfied. Chapter 8, 7 Visas' Left Eye. Are you planning to lie here until dawn? While Ulu was immersed in the joy of revenge and unable to extricate himself from the bloodshed around him, he heard Bai Wei's mocking voice inside his head. Or do you intend to leave the scene as is for everyone to come and admire your great deed? Only then did Ulu snap back to reality, remembering that he still hadn't dealt with the scene. Although this wasn't his first time committing murder, and he shouldn't be nervous, the person he had killed this time was indeed very special. Lu Jai had been an authentic priest of the Rhine divine sect, and if his superiors found out what he had done, he would be condemned to the gallows. With this thought, the sense of pleasure that had been swirling in Ulu's heart was suddenly washed away, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear as he looked at Lu Jai's corpse again. "No, it's fine," he muttered, as if to reassure himself as well as Bai Wei. "There are only 2 priests in this church, him and me, and he was so old and in such poor health that his sudden death wouldn't raise suspicions." Hearing this, Bai Wei let out another light laugh, as if mocking Ulu's current cowardice. Naturally, Ulu caught the mockery, but he certainly didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction, especially after Bai Wei had demonstrated his abilities. So he quickly got up and began to clean up the scene. During the cleanup, he couldn't help but ask Bai Wei, "The spell you just used was—" "That wasn't a spell," Bai Wei said indifferently. "It was merely a little trick." "Just a little trick." Ulu was even more shocked. He knew that the spell Lu Jai had cast before was his strongest life-saving skill, yet it had been dispelled by a simple snap of Bai Wei's fingers, and Bai Wei still referred to it as a minor technique. This was the power of visas. It was terrifying. What Ulu didn't know was that what had just happened was the strongest action Bai Wei could currently perform. Simply put, it was silence, capable of interrupting all spell chanting and terminating any ongoing spells, but beyond that, it had no offensive power. There was no helping it. Visas indeed possessed many abilities, but after his death, these abilities were divided among the corpse blocks by the all-gods. In the game, players needed to collect these corpse blocks to gain new abilities, and this ability to silence was considered one of the strongest throughout the entire game. After all, its interruption was irrespective of level, capable of disrupting even the chanting of divine arts in the later stages. Therefore, all the abilities of visas were also crowned with the name Rule. However, the use of these rules was not without cost, or rather, only Visas himself could use them without a price. The physical bodies of mortals found it hard to withstand the backlash brought about by these rules. In the game, this was represented by the protagonist losing at least a quarter of their health with every snap of the fingers, which could not be restored during the battle. Therefore, a maximum of 3 snaps was possible within a single fight. The stronger the enemy, the greater the health loss. In battles against the all-gods later in the game, they could lose half or even 3/4 of their health with a single snap, limiting them to a single use in a fight. Now, as the game turned into reality, the cost of silence was naturally more than just draining health, but a price still had to be paid. However, clearly, the price was not for Bai Wei, who had only a single finger to pay. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, Ulu started coughing violently, continuing for half a minute. Damn it! Ulu didn't think there was any issue. He just stared fiercely at the thoroughly dead Lu Jai and cursed. This damned old ghost, even his blood stinks, getting the last word even in death. Bai Wei did not speak at such times, of course. Perhaps truly harboring deep resentment for Lu Jai, Ulu kicked his body hard again before continuing to clean up the room. Ulu was indeed no stranger to killing. He buried Lu Jai's body in a pit outside, cleaned all the blood from the room, and considered the task finished. The whole process took less than an hour, a routine well practiced. Of course, this was also because the location of Lu Jai and Ulu was so remote, like 2 people in a solitary skiff at sea. If one fell into the water, the outside world would never know nor care. At least that's what Ulu had thought, until, while rifling through Lu Jai's possessions, he suddenly found an unfinished letter and began to tremble all over. This guy was already in contact with Bishop Corey. Ulu's voice changed. This is his reply to the bishop. Bai Wei didn't need to look to understand what was going on. He knew the story. Bishop Corey was their immediate superior, and the relief food also came from him. Ulu and Lu Jai had been embezzling by selling the grain, and clearly Bishop Corey was aware since he too was part of the share. 20 years ago, it had been Lu Jai who had made contact with Corey, and now, 20 years later, it should have been Ulu in contact with the bishop. However, Lu Jai had beaten him to the punch, making contact with Corey even earlier and had even received a reply, which he was now readying to send back. In other words, Ulu's imaginary isolated journey, without any connection to the outside world, had suddenly established one. What am I to do? What am I to do? Ulu was suddenly flustered. If Bishop Corey hasn't received Lu Jai's reply then. He stopped mid-sentence as a thought struck him, and he lowered his head to examine the letter more closely. Then he realized that the letter was almost complete, with only the date and signature left to write. An idea struck Ulu right then. If I break it off here and then replicate Lu Jai's handwriting to fill in the date and signature, there shouldn't be any problem, should there? Bishop Corey wouldn't scrutinize it too closely. Would he? After a moment of thought, Ulu still decided to discuss this with Bai Wei. Lord Visas, what do you think? Bai Wei did not respond, as if he had already fallen asleep. Ulu didn't dare to awaken Bai Wei with such a triviality, and after some hesitation, decided to just use the method he'd thought of. If he consulted Bai Wei on everything, he might lose his respect, mightn't he? With that thought, Ulu sat down at the work desk and carefully completed the letter. His handwriting was already quite similar to Lu Jai's. It was just the final touches, and he believed Corey wouldn't notice. After writing it, Ulu carefully packaged the letter, planning to send it off first thing in the morning to avoid any unforeseen complications overnight. At that moment, having dealt with everything, fatigue and sleepiness surged over Ulu like a tide. He pocketed the letter, returned to his room, and without bothering to tidy up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. After Ulu had completely fallen asleep, his left middle finger, to be precise, the one belonging to Visas, moved. Bai Wei looked at Ulu, confirming that he was soundly asleep, before leisurely waking his index finger. As previously mentioned, Ulu using Bai Wei's power would lead to his soul being devoured by Bai Wei. And now, he had already lost an index finger without realizing it. As long as Bai Wei wished, he could take control of this finger at any moment, as he was now. The index finger and middle finger worked together to prop up the whole palm, resembling a standing person. With just 2 fingers, very little could be done, but not nothing. Bai Wei controlled the miniature hand to extract the letter from Ulu's pocket and unsealed it. Then, using the index finger, he dabbed some of Lu Jai's blood from the clothing and stamped it prominently onto the letter, precisely where it read, "Respected Bishop Corey." Afterward, Bai Wei was satisfied and put the letter back, dragging it back into Ulu's pocket. Then he returned nonchalantly to his previous spot, lying down as if nothing had happened. As for the reason behind doing this, because Bai Wei knew exactly who this Bishop Corey was. His full name was Corey Anderson. But that wasn't important. What was important was that he secretly harbored an eye of truth, rumored to see through everything in this world. Yes, that so-called eye of truth, its name in the game was the left eye of Visas. Chapter 9. After 8, you are not allowed to use your left hand to wipe your butt. Cough, 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 cough. Ulu was jolted awake by his own violent coughing. After waking up, he stared blankly at the ceiling, tasting the blood in his nostrils, and for a moment he was somewhat confused. It took the voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar, sounding in his mind like a death knell, for the realization to hit him. Ha! To have killed your own guide and still sleep so soundly, it seems you have more talent than I gave you credit for. That faint mocking voice instantly reminded Ulu of everything that had happened over the last 2 days. He sprang up from the bed, and then looked down at his priest robe covered in bloodstains, breaking into a cold sweat. Bai Wei clicked his tongue. Looks like I overestimated you. No, Lord Visas, Ulu tugged at his collar. I just have. A bit of trouble breathing, that's all. Cough, cough, cough. It's an old problem, nothing to do with my mental state. I'm perfectly calm. I've wanted to kill that old man for a long time now. Ha, you don't need to explain to me. After saying this, Bai Wei fell silent again. This left Ulu feeling uneasy. If before last night his fear of Visas's power stemmed only from ancient legends, having witnessed it firsthand changed everything. That being that existed beyond the rule. Moreover, that snap of the fingers had come from him. Ulu lowered his head, looking at his left hand, and when he recalled last night's power, a strange fervor surged within him. That was my power. As long as Lord Visas is within me, it's my power. With this thought in mind, Ulu was even more hesitant to anger Bai Wei, not wanting to disappoint him or to let this power slip away from him. It seemed he needed to think of a way to further ingratiate himself with Lord Visas. Ulu thought to himself. Speaking of which, why is there still blood on my fingers? Ah, and on my clothes too. Seems like I should have cleaned up last night before sleeping. Now the blood has coagulated and stained the whole bed. I hope Lord Visas doesn't have OCD. Ulu couldn't help but mumble to himself. Then he heard Bai Wei say indifferently, I'm sorry, but I do have OCD, so after you shit, you're not allowed to wipe your ass with your left hand. Ulu shuddered with fright. Yes, Lord Visas. He hadn't expected even that to be overheard. Ulu didn't know what thoughts Bai Wei could hear and what he couldn't, but Ulu dared not to test it. He could only get up to start cleaning. But he quickly remembered that he had something even more important to do. The letter from last night, the one written by Lu Jai to Bishop Corey, needed to be delivered quickly. He took the letter out of his pocket, checked the envelope for any blood, and after finding none, he stowed it back with relief. All of this, naturally, was seen by Bai Wei. If only this fool had been a bit more cautious and checked inside the envelope, he would have noticed the blood on the paper. Yet he chose to be lazy precisely when it mattered most, allowing Bai Wei's plan to succeed. Of course, even if he did find the blood, it would be no matter. The letter was just an extra precaution. Maybe because the letter in his pocket felt too hot to handle, Ulu couldn't settle down and attend to cleaning his room. He simply changed out of the blood-stained priest robe and left immediately. He planned to take the letter to the post office straight away. But just as he stepped out the door, he was blocked by an unexpected person. It was that little boy. Ulu, Priest Ulu, the boy's eyes brimming with bloodshot veins. Priest Lu Jai asked me to come find him last night, didn't he? I've been waiting here all night, but I didn't see him. He had almost forgotten about that. Looking at the boy in front of him, Ulu felt a wave of annoyance. Still holding on to Lu Jai, that old bastard has already been slaughtered by me. Ulu really wanted to tell the little boy directly, but he restrained himself, instead shaking off his hand violently. Get lost. Ulu originally thought the little boy would cling to him as before, but this time he did not. The boy, shaken off, just stood there dumbly, his eyes filled with despair. And it was at this moment that Bai Wei's voice echoed in Ulu's mind. Give him the food. Ulu was startled. What did you say? Am I not clear enough speaking in your head? Bai Wei said. Need me to repeat? Give him the food enough for a family. Although confused, Ulu dared not defy Bai Wei. He instructed the little boy to wait there, immediately went back to fetch the food, and then stuffed it into the little boy's hands. Afterward, with the little boy's puzzled gaze upon him, Ulu said as Bai Wei had instructed, Come back here at this time tomorrow and don't say it was from me. Now scram. The little boy looked incredulous. He pursed his lips, seeming to want to say something, but Ulu had already walked away quickly. Later, Ulu asked Bai Wei cautiously, Do you also like that child? If you do, I can bring the kid to my room tonight, and it won't have to be so much. Hearing Ulu's words, Bai Wei's tone was full of mockery. Heh, is that all you can see with your eyes? I don't understand what you mean. That bit of food is just a bit of money if you keep it, Bai Wei said indifferently. If you give it to him, then you can have his life. A bit of food in exchange for a life. Ulu found Bai Wei's perspective somewhat ambiguous, yet he dared not contradict. After all, it was just a little something. Given away, it was gone. If Bai Wei preferred doing it that way, then let him do it. Best to get the most important thing done first. Ulu quickly made his way to the post office. And at that time, Bai Wei suddenly asked, What's the date today? The date, Ulu thought for a moment. Rhine calendar, March 7th, Lord Visas, is there a problem? Bai Wei didn't respond. Ulu felt it strange, wondering why Bai Wei would suddenly ask about the date. But he didn't dwell on it, assuming Bai Wei had just been asleep for too long and had lost track of the days. So he entered the post office with the letter. He had expected the post office to be nearly empty at this time since the famine had hit hard and the post office couldn't afford many workers. However, to his surprise, upon entering, he found several knights, clad in armor, standing inside. This was... Ulu's pupils slightly narrowed. The Rhine inspection team. Had they been sent down to survey the disaster? Ulu immediately felt uneasy, wanting to retreat, but several pairs of eyes had already landed on him. Leaving now would appear too suspicious. Thus, Ulu feigned calm and approached the postal worker, taking out the letter and saying calmly, I am Priest Wu Lu. Please send this letter to Bishop Corey in Shan City. Before he could finish, a male voice sounded behind him. Oh, a letter for Bishop Corey? Just hand it over to me. Ulu's whole body stiffened. He slowly turned around to see a burly man in armor grinning at him, revealing a set of big yellow teeth. Long time no see, Ulu. Chapter 10, 9 tries hard to make you deafeningly loud. At the moment he saw the man, Ulu felt his entire mind buzzing, but he forced himself to stay calm and showed a surprised expression. Kelsey, what are you doing here? Isn't it because the disaster is more severe than anticipated, so Bishop Corey arranged for me to come down for an inspection? Kelsey walked up to Ulu, complaining. This is only the second stop. After finishing here, I have to visit several other town churches to check whether the relief food has reached the disaster victims' hands. Is that so? Yes, haha, what's with that expression? Are you worried about something? Stop joking. Don't I know what kind of person you and Priest Lu Jai are? Kelsey gave Ulu an ambiguous look. The most devout believer of the Rhine god, the most capable man under Lord Bishop. If even you guys have issues, what would the Rhine divine sect do? Ulu forced a smile in agreement. He was indeed very worried, but not about the distribution of the disaster relief food being exposed, since Kelsey was one of their own. The food had already been skimmed by this guy by 10% by the time it reached them. But the problem was, this guy was too much one of their own. Kelsey's relationship with Lu Jai was much better than with Ulu. And if Kelsey found out that Ulu had already killed Lu Jai, his life would likely be over. So are you sending a letter to Bishop Corey? Kelsey noticed the letter in Ulu's hand again and casually took it over. You could just give it to me and I'll deliver it to Lord Bishop, definitely faster than the post office. Ah, but Lord Bishop's eyes aren't great anymore and reading letters is quite troublesome. Tell me what it's about and I'll pass the message to Lord Bishop for you. I might as well read your letter while I'm at it. It's troublesome to carry around. Saying this, Kelsey was about to open the letter. This isn't my letter, Ulu said somewhat guiltily, hastily adding, it's Priest Lu Jai's letter, I'm just helping him send it. Though he wasn't sure why he felt guilty. Hearing it was Lu Jai's letter, Kelsey stopped tearing the envelope. Priest Lu Jai's letter, huh? Then I won't open it. He then carefully put the letter away. Ulu asked nonchalantly, you just mentioned you're busy, how long can you stay here? He hoped Kelsey wouldn't even stay a day and would just leave quickly. Unfortunately, Kelsey's response was, I should stay at least 2 days. Since I'm here, I should definitely meet Priest Lu Jai. Is he in the church? Possibly. Kelsey raised his eyebrows. Possibly. What does that mean? Where else could he be? Haha, you're not looking at the situation here. Ulu made a, you understand, subtle expression. This famine has left many families unable to feed their children. Some can't even muster the strength to come to the church for relief food. How could Priest Lu Jai stand to see this happen? So he's personally delivering food to those families in need. A very normal thing to say, but Kelsey subtly caught another meaning in Ulu's words, and his expression turned strange. Really? He's got to that age and can still be so conscientious. Ulu shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Ha, Kelsey patted Ulu's shoulder. All right then, you go back first and see if he's there. If he is, tell him I'll come to find him later. Ulu said indifferently, he might come back very late. Then I'll wait for him until then. Kelsey had already turned away and without looking back waved his hand. Anyway, I don't have anywhere to stay tonight, so I'll just bunk with you. Ulu smiled slightly, then I'll prepare the tea for you in advance. Kelsey waved his hand again, and the knights in the post office also left with him. Ulu stood in place, watching them leave. Just watching. After they completely vanished from his sight, Ulu sprang up like a tightly wound spring suddenly released, quickly dashing toward the church. At this moment his body was drenched in cold sweat, and he kept muttering, it's a disaster, a disaster, a disaster. Bai Wei's voice timely echoed in his mind, why are you so nervous? Ulu was slightly taken aback. Kelsey's sudden appearance had terrified him, and he had forgotten that a great god resided within him. So grasping at straws, Ulu shouted in his mind, Lord Visas, that guy knows Lu Jai. If he finds out Lu Jai is dead and that I killed him, he will certainly kill me. Quiet down, your mind is too noisy, said Bai Wei, rather displeased. Ulu immediately shut his inner mouth. Then Bai Wei asked, are you very afraid of him? He and Lu Jai are different. Lu Jai was just a priest, and the extraordinary magic he knew were only a few, Ulu said. Kelsey, he's the Night Master, he's much stronger than Lu Jai, you should be able to feel it too, he. To me, there's no difference, Bai Wei calmly interrupted Ulu. Ulu froze. Yes, no matter how formidable Kelsey might be compared to Visas. No, it's incomparable. Comparing Kelsey and Visas is an insult to Visas. Only the Lord, the Rhine god, could be compared to Lord Visas. Thinking this, Ulu felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He glanced down at his left hand, and the image of him snapping his fingers last night to obliterate Lu Jai flashed through his mind. If it really came to that, then kill him, stated Bai Wei indifferently, finishing the thought in Ulu's mind. I understand. Ulu took a deep breath, a glint of resolve and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Ulu's change was naturally noticed by Bai Wei. Bai Wei was very pleased. Bai Wei knew why Kelsey had come, and it wasn't for the disaster as he claimed, but to seek a forbidden item. That was the middle finger of Visas, which was Bai Wei. In the game, this also marked the start of the main storyline. In the storyline, Ulu was just a minor character, who got a bit of a role only because he acquired the finger of Visas, and was finally disposed of like an extra. But the arrival of Bai Wei would inevitably rewrite Ulu's ending. Bai Wei wouldn't let this guy die noiselessly. He would let him die, with a deafening impact. Chapter 11, a box that fits the fingers perfectly. Is it in here? Yes, Night Master, it's in here. Kelsey lifted his head, gazing at the dark and profound alley before him, and wrinkled his brow at the stench wafting from within. Damn it, these bastards just love skulking around these godforsaken places, Kelsey cursed. And they have to reek to high heaven too, absolutely disgusting. Since you don't like it here, how about we go inside and you stay out? Kelsey really wanted to agree, truly not wishing to be tainted by the stench of the place. But when he remembered who had assigned him this task, he reluctantly shook his head. Forget it, this is something Lord Bishop has entrusted to me, I have to do it myself. Saying this, he pulled out a large red handkerchief from his pocket, covering his nose with it before reluctantly stepping into the alley with a frown. There were quite a few people in the alley, mostly sitting against the wall on the ground. They were thin and haggard, clearly in a state of extreme hunger. When they heard footsteps, some who still had the strength would look up with a glint of hope, while those too weak to even raise their heads lay there. It was unclear if they were alive or dead. This truly is a sin. The disdain in Kelsey's eyes grew even more pronounced, but he still refrained from an outburst, walking up to one who could still look up at him. He squatted down and said in a cold voice, I am Rhine's third Knight Master, acting on my lord's will you must. Motherfucker, can you even hear me? Seeing the man was practically half dead, Kelsey had his subordinate bring a piece of bread to wave in front of him. Instantly, life sparked in the man's eyes. Answer my questions and the bread is yours, Kelsey said coldly. Can you understand? The man nodded repeatedly. Have you encountered a black market merchant here? Black market merchant. Yes, a black market merchant called Yang Xiu, Kelsey stated. You should know what a black market merchant is, right? The type that sells forbidden items, all cloaked in black, very easy to recognize. The man tried hard to remember, then shook his head. Kelsey clicked his tongue, then gestured with his fingers. Then have you seen a box about this long, with some talismans inscribed on it? Well, looking at you, you wouldn't know what a talisman is. Just tell me if you've seen a box this long, okay? The man continued to try to remember, then shook his head again, no. Kelsey felt his patience was nearly at its limit. So the last question. Kelsey slowly bent down, bringing his mouth close to the man's ear, then whispered, have you seen a finger? A finger? Yes, a severed finger, either the middle finger of the left hand or the thumb of the right, said Kelsey. I've described it quite clearly, don't make me repeat myself. Now tell me, have you seen two fingers like that? Think carefully before you answer. The man tried hard to remember. But still under Kelsey's gaze, he shook his head. No, haven't. Then he quickly looked towards the loaf of bread in Kelsey's hand, speaking in a pleading tone. Knight Master, I've answered your questions, the bread, His eyes widened, unable to finish his sentence. Because Kelsey had already snapped his neck. He died without even a chance to shriek, nor did he manage to draw anyone's attention. Kelsey slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disgust. What use are you if you can't answer and still want food? He shook his head, then moved on to the next person. Answer this question, and I'll give you this piece of bread. Have you seen a black market merchant named Yang Xiu around here recently? After questioning several people, none had seen any black market merchant, nor did they know what the box and severed finger were. Just as Kelsey's patience was wearing thin, finally someone hesitantly nodded. I don't know his name, but there was someone selling some very strange things. It might be the black market merchant you're talking about. Kelsey immediately perked up. Oh, where did he go then? I don't know, the man shook his head with a wry smile. He stayed here 2 days, trying to sell things to us, but who has money right now? And it wasn't food he was selling, so no one paid him any mind except. Someone bought something from him. Kelsey immediately asked, who? I don't know who that person was. Seeing Kelsey's anger rising, the man quickly added, but he was different from us, he was very cleanly dressed. Cleanly dressed? At first, Kelsey did not grasp what this meant, but after looking over the huddled famine victims in the alley, it dawned on him. That was someone unaffected by the famine, meaning they were financially well off. Currently, there was a famine, and this area was among the hardest hit. Someone completely unaffected, who even came to purchase from a black market merchant. There wouldn't be many such individuals. Kelsey made a judgment in his mind and then asked, what did he buy? The man was unsure, probably a box. Kelsey's eyes narrowed immediately. A box? What kind of box? I don't know how to describe it, the man was struggling, and I was too far to see clearly. Just tell me, Kelsey said calmly, was it a box that could just fit a finger? The man blinked, then muttered as if he had an epiphany. Yes, that's right, it was indeed a box that could just fit a finger. After a while, Kelsey walked out of the alley, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. His subordinate immediately followed behind. Night Master. That black market merchant named Yang Xiu, Kelsey instructed his subordinate, is likely no longer in this place. He's gone to the next town. But don't let him get away, keep searching, and make sure to find him to understand what exactly he sold. Yes. As for the one who bought the item, our priority now is to find him. Someone with fine economic standing, at least without worry for food and clothing, find him. And of course, most importantly, we need to find that box. Yes, the subordinate asked tentatively. Knight Master, what exactly is in the box that would make Lord Bishop have our entire team come out to search for it? Merely the last remnant remains of a long-past spirit in this world. Kelsey finally cleaned the blood from his hands and tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside, then turned to take one last look at the alley and said indifferently, "We can't let people know what we're searching for, understand?" The subordinate nodded. As Kelsey departed, two knights picked up their swords and headed back into the alley. Chapter 12, 11 There's blood on the bed. After parting ways with Kelsey, Ulu hurried back to the church, back to Lu Jai's room. There was no helping it. The crime scene Ulu had previously cleaned might deceive ordinary people, but fooling a professional like Kelsey wouldn't be so easy. Further disguises were necessary. For instance, burying Lu Jai's body deeper. But Ulu quickly calmed down and dismissed this unreliable idea. After all, no one knew when Kelsey would come over, and if he were caught by Kelsey while digging up a body or shoveling dirt, that would indeed be walking right into a trap. As for other aspects, Ulu returned to Lu Jai's room and looked around, unsure of what else to do. Moving the body, cleaning up the blood was all he could think of, maybe just figuring out how to eradicate the remaining smell in the room. But that wasn't a big issue. Just sprinkling some consecrated water used for exorcism would do. Having the smell of holy water in a priest's room was nothing unusual. But was that enough? Ulu didn't know. He had killed before but never needed such troublesome measures. Could this level of disguise really fool Kelsey? Ulu was truly uncertain, although he had just thought that if he were really discovered by Kelsey, he could use Lord Visas' power to kill Kelsey just like he killed Lu Jai. Yet that was undoubtedly the worst choice. Kelsey and Lu Jai were different, not just in combat strength and position. Kelsey also had an entire squad of Rhine knights around him. Killing Kelsey under the protection of these knights was too difficult. If he failed, he would be wanted by the entire Rhine divine sect, and then, even if Lord Visas had great influence, he only had one finger left, not even a whole hand. So Ulu would absolutely not dare to attack Kelsey like he did Lu Jai. "You're too nervous," Baiwei said lightly as he watched Ulu pacing back and forth in front of Lu Jai's door. "Your behavior right now is telling everyone that you were the one who killed him, when in fact no one knows that he is dead." Ulu was startled. Baiwei's words reminded him. No one knew that Lu Jai was dead, and all his assumptions were built on the premise that Kelsey had discovered Lu Jai's death and started an investigation. But Kelsey didn't know that Lu Jai was dead yet, and under normal circumstances, Kelsey wouldn't immediately suspect that Lu Jai was no longer alive just because he hadn't returned to the church for a day or two. After all, Lu Jai was not a child. He was an adult with peculiar hobbies. Unless Lu Jai never showed up, only then might Kelsey think in that direction. But Kelsey was sent by Bishop Corey to inspect the disaster, and wouldn't stay in the area for too long. Therefore, there was still a good chance Ulu could get away with it. "If you really don't want to be suspected, then just go about your work normally," Baiwei said again. "Stop acting like it's the end of the world." I understand." Ulu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you for your advice, Lord Visas. I'll go work now." Baiwei didn't respond. He reminded Ulu because Kelsey was indeed not easy to deal with, considered an elite enemy in the game, and with Baiwei's current state, it was quite difficult to kill him without taking unnecessary risks. So it was better to keep Ulu safe for now. After receiving Baiwei's advice, Ulu calmed down considerably. After composing himself, he went to the church and began his normal work. It was as if everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. After all, Lu Jai rarely showed his face due to his age. If it weren't for the incident with Kelsey, Ulu was sure no one would have noticed Lu Jai's absence. In time, he planned to naturally announce that Lu Jai had passed away one deep night without arousing any suspicion. But now, Ulu could only hope to muddle through. A few hours later, when the sun had completely set and the night had taken over the sky, Ulu sighed in slight relief. Throughout the entire day, Kelsey hadn't come to the church. Perhaps he had already left the town and moved to the next location. In that case, wouldn't that mean? Well, Ulu, you really are diligent. As Ulu was about to close the church doors, Kelsey's voice rang out like a nightmare. Fortunately, Ulu was mentally prepared and smiled as he turned to the voice. You said you would come over, but I've waited for you all day and you didn't show up. I was just busy with work. Kelsey stepped out of the darkness and gestured, causing the knights following him to silently disperse. Where is Lu Jai? Surely the old man hasn't gone to bed this early. No, Ulu answered expressionlessly. He hasn't come back yet. Kelsey stopped in his tracks, looking somewhat surprised. He hasn't come back. Where did he go? Who knows? Ulu shrugged nonchalantly. He left early in the morning with a few bags of food. As for what he's doing, I didn't dare to ask. At that moment, Ulu's heart was in his throat, fearful that Kelsey might sense something was off. Fortunately, Kelsey didn't think too much of it, but instead flashed a somewhat suspicious smile. That old fellow, at his age and still so childlike. It's out of kindness, Ulu corrected. He can't stand seeing the children starve. Oh, right, kindness. Kelsey waved his hand. All right then, since the old guy isn't here, I'll just settle for you. I'm dead tired after a day's journey. Let's go to your room for some tea. Seeing that Kelsey really wasn't suspicious, Ulu breathed a huge sigh of relief internally, but kept his composure, simply smiling. Of course, no problem. Then he led Kelsey to his own room. During that time, he worried that Kelsey might want to check Lu Jai's room, but fortunately, Kelsey had no such intentions. Once in the room, while pouring tea for Kelsey, Ulu asked, How did your inspection go? What else could it be? Just completing the task. Kelsey lazily slumped onto Ulu's bed. Nothing substantial. The Lord Bishop told me to. Kelsey's voice suddenly halted. In that instant, a strong sense of unease surged in Ulu's heart. It felt like he had forgotten something important. He turned sharply, only to see Kelsey holding his bedsheets, looking curious. Tell me, Ulu, Kelsey spoke softly, why is there so much blood on your bed? Chapter 13, Kill All Who Despise Me. When Ulu saw the blood-stained sheets, his entire body stiffened and his mind went blank. Damn, how could I forget this? Ulu felt an immense regret. He had been busy cleaning Lu Jai's room and forgot about the uncleaned shit in his own room. Bishop visas, Ulu shouted in his mind for Bai Wei. What do I do now? Bai Wei also felt a headache coming on. Damn, he had calculated everything but missed this. He paused for a while before saying, Is there any chance, any possibility at all, that you could tell him it's your own blood? Ulu's mouth fell open, stunned. He never expected that at this critical moment, Bishop Visas would say something like this. Was the bishop showing a sense of humor? But after thinking it over, it did seem like a plausible reason, and Ulu did indeed have this old problem, which Kelsey was aware of. But before he could speak, Kelsey suddenly laughed. It seems you're getting more and more like that old man Lu Jai. Ulu was momentarily startled. What? Kelsey threw the sheets aside, then pulled a handkerchief out of nowhere and began wiping his hands. I've always been curious about where that guy Lu Jai learned it from. He's truly a creator. I was shocked the first time I met him 20 years ago. How should I put it? He seemed to enjoy this feeling of blooming between life and death, but it's a pity it only involved other people's lives and could only happen occasionally when human life was cheap. Saying that, Kelsey sighed, showing a sense of regret. Kelsey's words caused Ulu's eyelids to twitch. He didn't know exactly what Kelsey meant by that kind of game, but he could guess it was grim. 20 years ago, Lu Jai had brought many hungry boys back to the church, including him. And those children would often disappear a few at a time, every night, until gradually, Ulu was the only one left. He had always thought those children were sold by Lu Jai to other places. But now it seemed that was not the case. A chill ran through Ulu's heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. It was not for the children, but because he had nearly become one of them. Over the years, Ulu had thought he was the unluckiest among those children because he stayed by Lu Jai's side. But now it appeared he was the luckiest one, as those children hadn't even managed to stay. No wonder Lu Jai always thought he was Ulu's benefactor, and never expected Ulu would think of killing him. In Lu Jai's view, it was his great mercy that had allowed Ulu to survive and become a priest to inherit his mantle, which was a tremendous favor. and Bai Wei felt uncomfortable hearing all this. The actions of the Rhine priests during the famine years were also recorded in the plot, but it was just text in the game and history here. Why have you stopped talking? Kelsey raised an eyebrow, feeling guilty because I guessed it right. Ulu took a deep breath, trying to maintain his previous expression. Heh, being caught in such matters is indeed somewhat. Hey you're still not as free-spirited as that old man Lu Jai. Kelsey walked over to the table, picked up the tea Ulu had poured for him, and swirled it gently in his hands. But I must remind you, play this game only during famine years because killing a few people won't raise suspicions. But don't do this during normal years. Even Bishop Corey won't be able to protect you if it's discovered. Facing Kelsey's sincere advice, Ulu naturally showed an appreciative expression. Thank you for the reminder, Kelsey. Heh, what's there to thank between us? Kelsey slapped Ulu's shoulder, then drained his cup of tea, portraying the demeanor of close friends sharing heartfelt words. Ulu also let out a small sigh of relief, thinking he had managed to fool Kelsey without raising any suspicions, since Kelsey still considered him a friend then. Suddenly, Kelsey changed the topic. Speaking of which, I'm quite tired after all this time. I want to relax a bit. Help me out, Ulu. Ulu was taken aback. What? I said help me out, Ulu. Kelsey flashed a smile again, but this time it was clearly different. Just like the old days, back then I was younger and you were the same. Ulu's body felt like it had been shocked by electricity. With Kelsey's words laid out like this, how could he not understand Kelsey's implication? But Ulu still pretended to be calm, smiling naturally. Stop joking, Kelsey, we are not the same as before. If you really want, I can. Kneel, Kelsey interrupted softly. Ulu stiffened completely. Stop joking, Kelsey. Kneel, Kelsey repeated in a soft but undeniable tone. Ulu didn't know what expression to wear, standing helplessly in place. Chapter 14, Kill all who despise me too. Don't understand, Ulu, Kelsey sighed softly. I told you to kneel. As he spoke, his hand on Ulu's shoulder suddenly exerted force. The immense strength of the Night Master directly overwhelmed Ulu completely. Ulu struggled to get up but found himself pinned down by that power just like 20 years ago. At that moment, Ulu suddenly realized something. He had thought he was no longer the helpless little boy from 20 years ago. He had grown up and earned a rank, wearing the priest's robe that symbolized status, and those ignorant people had to respectfully address him as Lord Priest. He felt that everything had changed, that the past humiliations and nightmares had long since left him. But now, the powerful pressure on his shoulder told him otherwise. Nothing had changed. He was still that creature that could only kneel, a dog. The piercing humiliation hit him full on, causing Ulu to tremble all over, but he dared not resist, kneeling there as if stunned. Good, that's the feeling, you were just like this 20 years ago. Kelsey observed Ulu's reaction with satisfaction, then moved his hand to the back of Ulu's head. Come on, let me reminisce properly, remember the you from back then. Ulu, like a soulless puppet, was manipulated by Kelsey, drawing closer to him bit by bit. But just then, a knight's voice came from outside the room. Knight Master, we found the black market trader named Yang Xiu. Immediately, Kelsey ceased his actions, a flicker of annoyance passing across his eyes at being interrupted, but he quickly concealed it. Damn it, just at this time. Kelsey pushed Ulu aside and strode out. Keep him under control, I'll be right there. From beginning to end, he did not look at Ulu again, as if Ulu was nothing more than an unnecessary toy. Kelsey had left, and Bai Wei let out a slight sigh of relief. Although this had nothing to do with him, Bai Wei did not want his transmigration journey to turn into some weird episode, which would be disgusting. He had already been thinking about how to stop it. Luckily, the guy had left. After Kelsey left, Ulu lay there on the ground, motionless. Bai Wei did not speak, just watched. After what felt like an eternity, there was a gradual return of color in Ulu's eyes, and then he spoke softly. Lord Visas, are you still there? Bai Wei hummed in response. Please listen to my plea. To help you kill Kelsey. No, not just Kelsey. Ulu's body began to shake again, as if caught in the grip of extreme fear, but those murky eyes shone with anger and madness. Everyone. I want to kill all those who look down on me. Watching Ulu, who had descended into madness, Bai Wei smirked. No problem. As long as you can pay the price. Kelsey stepped out of the church and immediately saw the black market merchant being subdued by two knights. 2 other knights were rummaging through his merchandise, pulling one forbidden item after another from his dark bag. The contents of this bag were mostly banned goods, such as happy powder that could make a person lose their mind, forbidden by all 4 Orthodox churches, and soul-devouring worms that could devour the brain. But these were not the targets of the knights. Under Kelsey's gaze, the knights checked through the entire bag's contents, but in the end they shook their heads at Kelsey. "Report, Knight Master, we didn't find it." Before Kelsey could speak, the black market merchant started shouting, Hey, there's no need, really no need, right? Although I sold a few things that might not be entirely legal, is it necessary to deploy so many people to catch me? Are you mistaken about the person? Or do you want my stuff? I can give you all my merchandise, I understand your rules, there's totally no need to make such a fuss." Kelsey was already irritated because his plans hadn't gone well, and now, watching the black market merchant's sly defense, his already thin patience instantly wore out. He stepped directly in front of the merchant and kicked him in the abdomen. The black market merchant immediately couldn't speak and coughed up a large amount of blood. "Listen, I don't have the time to beat around the bush with a filthy maggot like you. You screwed up my plans and that pisses me off, so if you want to live." Kelsey bent down, grabbed the merchant's face. "Don't play tricks with me. Tell me, where did you sell that item?" Cough. What item?" the black market merchant said. "I don't understand." "You don't understand, huh? Okay, then I'll tell you, but I'll only ask once." Kelsey unsheathed his sword and stabbed it into the ground. "You only have one chance to answer, and if you say you don't know, I'll chop off your head, got it?" At this point, the black market merchant finally understood the seriousness of the matter and nodded repeatedly. "Good, look at my mouth." Kelsey enunciated each word. "What I'm looking for is a box you sold a while ago." A box. "Yes, to be precise." Kelsey narrowed his eyes. "It's what's inside the box, a finger." "A finger?" The merchant's eyes gradually widened. At this moment, he finally understood why the Knights of Rhine were after him. If it was just the box being asked about, he genuinely wouldn't know which box it could be. After all, most merchandise came in boxes. But if it was a finger, in this world there could be only one possibility. Memories surged up, making the black market merchant's face turn even paler. No way that was the real deal. Kelsey wasn't surprised by the merchant's reaction and said with a cold smirk, "It seems you've been incredibly lucky, but you lack the necessary eye power to match it. However, since you've guessed what it is, just tell me straight up, who did you sell it to? It'd be best if you tell the truth because, after all, if you don't, we have 1,000 ways to make you talk." The black market merchant opened his mouth as if he wanted to tell Kelsey. Kelsey waited. But after several seconds, the merchant didn't speak, just stuck in the motion of wanting to say something, his entire face freezing up. Kelsey thought of something, his face dramatically changing as he rushed forward to open the man's clothes and found his body covered in writhing marks, like countless bugs crawling. But upon closer inspection, they weren't bugs but black spells. And these spells were killing him. "Damn it, esoteric Buddhism is cursing him," Kelsey cursed out loud. "The information about that finger has been leaked. They don't want us to know the finger's whereabouts. Bastard, look at me. Tell me who you sold the finger to, I can still save you." In reality, it was already beyond saving. The countdown to death had begun the moment the curse took effect. But Kelsey said it anyway. And the black market merchant did as Kelsey expected. Hearing his words, he clutched at Kelsey's hands like grasping at the last straw and stuttered, Save me. "Tell me, who did you sell it to?" Sold it to?" The black market merchant strained to lift his head, pointing toward the church behind Kelsey, the priest. The words seemed to drain the last of the black market merchant's life force. After he finished speaking, his head tilted, and he passed away completely. Kelsey narrowed his eyes, pushed the merchant's corpse aside, and then slowly turned around to look back at the church. Chapter 13. The dead are more useful than the living. Ulu stood at the door, watching as Kelsey commanded the knights to surround the entire church and walked toward him with a stern face, his aura as if ready to kill. Bai Wei then reminded him faintly in Ulu's mind, "Remember what I just told you. No matter what he asks, you say you don't know." Ulu subtly nodded, while concealing the murderous intent toward Kelsey that flickered in his eyes. Kelsey approached Ulu, his tone devoid of the warmth of old acquaintance, and asked coldly, "Where did Lu Jai go?" "Lu Jai?" Ulu feigned surprise. "Haven't I already said that he—" "When did he leave?" Kelsey cut Ulu off harshly. "I need to know the exact time." "Early in the morning. Ulu seemed nervous. He left at dawn. What was he doing? I think probably. Don't probably me, Kelsey snapped. If you know, say you know. If you don't know, say you don't know. Ulu immediately shook his head. Then I don't know. Even though Kelsey had guessed Ulu would say he didn't know, he was still dissatisfied. At that moment, 2 knights rushed out of Lu Jai's room and reported to Kelsey. Knight Master, Priest Lu Jai is indeed not in his room. Should we search his room? Search my ass? In an extremely foul mood, Kelsey cursed. He left early in the morning. Do you think he would leave anything in his room? Everyone mobilize, search for him throughout the town. Wake everyone up, no matter who, look for his traces. Even if he has escaped, we need to know where he has gone. Yes, the knights obeyed, and immediately set into action. It was only then that Kelsey gave Ulu another glance. He offered no explanation, only saying coldly, You stay here and guard. If you find Lu Jai coming back, notify me immediately. If you can't reach me, find a way to detain him. If you let him escape, you know the consequences. After that, Kelsey left with the knights. Ulu was still somewhat confused. What are they? Can't you guess? Baiwei said indifferently. They are looking for me. Obviously, they found out about you buying my finger from the black market merchant. Ulu froze for a moment, then broke out into a cold sweat. Found out? Then why aren't they looking for me but Lu Jai? Who knows? Perhaps the information they got is incorrect or incomplete. For instance, they might only know a priest bought the finger but not which priest. Baiwei spoke. And this guy called Lu Jai has been missing since today, so naturally, they think it's him who bought the finger and got wind of it and then took off. Haha, of course, there's also the possibility that your friend simply doesn't believe that a guy like you would dare touch something so dangerous, not even bothering to question you. Tisk, sometimes being weak is a form of camouflage, I suppose. Ulu felt both relieved and angry at Baiwei's words. The relief came from having narrowly escaped the greatest crisis by a fluke, but the anger stemmed from exactly what Baiwei mentioned. Kelsey didn't even entertain the possibility that Visas's finger could be in his possession. Silence was the greatest form of contempt. Ulu's resentment towards Kelsey deepened, but he first wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, So by killing Lu Jai, I actually saved my own life. If Lu Jai hadn't died, would I be the one dead now? Actually, no. In the game plot, Kelsey didn't have the complete information either. This violent Knight Master would first go after Lu Jai, and of course, no one would expect Visas's finger to end up with someone as unremarkable as Ulu. A minor plot twist in the plot, Lu Jai indeed went astray that night playing with a boy and did not return home, prompting Kelsey to issue a city-wide manhunt. Whether Ulu killed Lu Jai or not, there would be no change for tonight. Ulu was bound to die, just not this evening. However, Baiwei found it unnecessary to clarify this point to Ulu, even perhaps stoking the fire a bit. Yeah, if you hadn't taken action yesterday, you would be the one dead now, and my part. It would have fallen into the hands of that guy, right? Baiwei said with a light chuckle. I wonder if that guy named Kelsey would be more decisive than you if he got me. Ulu's expression became somewhat unnatural, but he did not argue back, instead asking in a low voice, I'm listening to you now. Please tell me what to do. What to do? Weren't you quite clear on that in the room just now? A glint flashed in Ulu's eyes. You mean? Kill the ones who want to kill you first, and then you won't need to worry. Baiwei said indifferently, but not now. Even if you use my power now, you might not be able to kill that guy. So your top priority is to survive at least through the night. Right now, he's hot-headed and wants to catch Lu Jai immediately, which is why you're being ignored. But if they can't find Lu Jai tonight, they will inevitably come back to search his room. Then Lu Jai's body will no longer be a secret. So if you do nothing, you're just waiting for death. Should I just run, then? Run? Where would you go? Baiwei countered. Do you think you alone could escape the whole Night Order's search? Even if you managed today, could you evade the Rhine Divine Sex pursuit later on? Now Ulu was truly bewildered. So staying here is waiting for death. Running is also waiting for death, and I can't kill Kelsey, so what should I do? By all accounts, it looked like a certain death situation. Think broader, consider why you are safe now. Ulu scratched his head. It's because Kelsey thinks the finger, he thinks you are with Lu Jai. If so, Baiwei took the initiative, channeling power through Ulu's entire left hand, and then pointed toward Lu Jai's room. Why not reinforce that belief? Sometimes the dead can be more useful than the living. Gradually, Ulu understood everything. You mean? Dig up his body, Baiwei said with a slight smile. Then make good use of it. Of course, don't use my body to dig. I don't want to touch a corpse. Chapter 16, 14 Relax. I huff. Ulu, carrying Lu Jai's corpse on his back, walked cautiously through the pitch-black streets. He was extremely nervous, almost stopping to look around every 2 steps for fear of being discovered. Fortunately, there was no one to be found. The street named Dead End was empty, as silent as the corpse Ulu was carrying on his back. "Master Visas," Ulu gasped, cautiously asking by way, "is it really okay for me to carry Lu Jai's corpse out like this? As soon as Kelsey returns to the church, he will immediately notice that I am gone." "Well said," Byway replied indifferently. "You may go back now. Just leave this guy's corpse here. How about letting everyone know at dawn that this guy never got my finger and was murdered instead?" Ulu naturally detected the sarcasm in Byway's voice. His throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. In the end, he just let out a soft sigh. "I understand." And he continued walking forward. Byway couldn't be bothered with Ulu anymore. Through his dual interactions with Ulu in the game and reality, he had come to understand him more deeply and discovered this guy's most distinctive trait. That trait was wishful thinking. No matter how bad the situation got, no matter into what kind of desperate corner he was pushed, as long as he could find a glimmer of hope to scrape by, he would immediately lose the courage to fight on, trying by any means to keep living. Just like before when he was treated that way by Kelsey in the room, he himself was so angry that his eyes turned red, wanting to kill all who looked down on him, as if he was about to transform into a demon to obliterate the world. But as soon as that emotion passed, he would revert to wishful thinking, feeling that it was nothing much, and it was more important to live on. So with this guy, it was essential to push him to a real dead end with no way out. Of course, this had to be done slowly. After all, unless someone was bent on dying, they wouldn't normally run off a cliff. But Ulu did not know Byway's plan. At the moment, he was exhausted, with no extra energy left to think. He wasn't any warrior after all, just an ordinary, greasy, middle-aged priest who liked little boys. It had indeed been a challenge for him to kill someone last night, bury the body, and then dig it out to carry it around tonight. Plus, the mental pressure was significant as well. The only thing keeping him going was pure fear of death and the desire to stay alive. Of course, all of this was within Byway's calculations. He wanted Ulu to stop thinking. Just listen to everything he said. After all, a puppet without the ability to think was a good puppet. If he had really considered Ulu's well-being, he wouldn't have had Ulu bury the corpse last night, and instead have him bring the body here directly. "All right, here will do," Byway suddenly spoke up. Ulu stopped in his tracks and subconsciously raised his head, only to find himself in front of a bar named Joy House. The bar was run down, as if it hadn't been in business for a long time. "Here," Ulu said doubtfully, "seems like there's nobody around." "No kidding," Byway replied irritably. "Would you still go in if there were people, or are you planning to go in, order a drink, and maybe call over a bartender to have some fun with?" Ulu realized he had said something foolish and didn't dare to contradict Byway. Immediately, he carried Lu Jai's corpse inside. Like the facade, the interior of the bar was just as decrepit, with a thick layer of dust indicating it had been a long time since anyone had come. Which was normal, considering the current famine where most people couldn't even afford food, so how could they come here to drink? Following Byway's instructions, Ulu placed the corpse on an empty table, and after he had done so, he let out a heavy sigh. Is this good enough?" Ulu asked. "Of course not," Byway said. "Chop off his fingers." "Fingers?" Ulu was taken aback. "Why?" Sighing, Byway said, "I seriously wonder if you have a brain. Do you still want to leave a complete body here?" It wasn't that Ulu was stupid, but his physical exhaustion had slowed his thinking. With Byway's words, he quickly realized what he meant. "You mean by chopping off his fingers when Kelsey finds the body, he will think the missing finger was Visa. Your finger. So this would prove that your finger was with him from the beginning." I'd like to praise you by saying good pupil. But seeing as you only just figured it out now, I really can't compliment you," Byway said flatly. Facing Byway's ridicule, Ulu was not angry but instead pleased. He realized that it was indeed a good method. It cleared his own suspicions, dealt with Lu Jai's corpse, and muddled the whereabouts of the fingers, a triple benefit. "You truly deserve your reputation, Master Visas." "You have time to suck up, you'd better start moving," Byway said. "You must get back to the church before dawn." I understand." Ulu immediately pulled out a small knife and began to chop off Lu Jai's hand. "Don't get the blood on me." "Oh no." Ulu started chopping off the hand, while Byway watched coldly, calculating the time in his head. He didn't choose to dump Lu Jai's body here at random. If Bai Wei remembered correctly, Ulu was about to run into a troublesome fellow very soon. Sure enough, as Ulu chopped off the middle finger of Lu Jai's left hand, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Ulu instinctively looked up, seeing a figure wrapped in a black robe appear at the door of the bar. They stared at each other, neither seemingly expecting anyone else to be here. Ulu, stunned, instinctively tried to speak, "You." But the other was quicker to react. "A Rhine lackey, so you've already found our base." Before he finished his words, his body moved first. With a whoosh, the figure pulled off his robe, revealing his right hand. And then Ulu realized it wasn't a hand at all but a wolf's head, with a gaping maw. Ulu exclaimed in shock, "Esoteric Buddhism." He reflexively tried to back away, but unfortunately the newcomer was far stronger than he was. The wolf's head bit through Ulu's left shoulder in an instant, blood gushing profusely. Ulu tried to snap his fingers instinctively, but the intense pain numbed his nerves, rendering him unable to snap them at all. At that moment, he felt death bearing down on him. Save me, Lord Visas," Ulu could only shout desperately. Bai Wei's languid voice immediately echoed in his mind. "Oh, indeed a very troublesome guy. You can't handle him. You're likely to die here." "No, I don't want to die, Lord Visas. Please save me." Objective achieved. Bai Wei smiled and said, "Conventional means won't do. If you want to survive, you'll have to give me your body to fight him." Give up his body? Ulu instinctively felt something was wrong, but there was no time to think. The assailant launched another attack, his sharp fangs nearly decapitating Ulu, who barely dodged but still smelled the blood on those fangs, terrifying the non-combatant to the core. "As long as you can save me, whatever it takes," Ulu shouted again, "please take over my body." "Is that so? Then the contract is sealed." Bai Wei said, "Let me do it. Relax your body." "Ray, relax my body." "Yes, you need to relax so I can infuse you with power. If you're tensed up like this, you'll just reject my power." At that moment, Ulu was using all his strength just avoiding the other's attacks. He had no idea how to relax. I don't know how to do that." "No, you do know. You ought to be quite skilled at it, actually." Skilled?" Ulu was confused. "That's right," Bai Wei chuckled lightly. "Relax, then let me in." Chapter 17. 15. I can't even remember how many times I've brushed you without any harm. When Ulu opened his eyes again, the fear and pain-induced distortion on his face had vanished, replaced by excitement. For it was no longer Ulu who controlled this body, but Bai Wei. After traversing for so many days, Bai Wei finally had a body he could control, not just a finger. He could now sense every part of the body and easily mobilize it, a function normal people take for granted, which Bai Wei had been without for quite some time. Even with all his might, these past days he could only manage to stand, straighten up, like a gaunt figure reaching for the sky. But now things were different. He possessed a whole body, albeit temporarily. Yet before he could feel joy for his new body, what arrived on the battlefield was a figure that had leaped high, with a wolf head already spreading its fangs in midair. Bai Wei lifted his head to meet the gaze of the wolf head. He was all too familiar with this scenario, utterly unafraid. When the wolf head lunged for his head, Bai Wei didn't dodge immediately but instead counted silently in his mind. 1, 2. At the moment he was about to count to 3, Bai Wei's body leaned slightly to the left, took a step, and narrowly dodged the wolf head's fangs. With a bang, the wolf head smashed into the floor, sending a big splash of wood chips and dust into the air. Thus Bai Wei, who appeared to be trapped in a desperate situation, escaped in an instant, and now stood leisurely aside, watching his attacker who went from having the upper hand to looking somewhat in disarray. "Biter Roger," Bai Wei drawled. "I shouldn't be mistaken, right?" Biter Roger emerged from the dust, staring at Bai Wei intently. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bai Wei chuckled. "Well, I'm an old acquaintance of yours, but you probably don't recognize me." An old acquaintance? They didn't know each other. The statement sounded strange, but even stranger to Roger was Bai Wei himself. This bar was a secret outpost of esoteric Buddhism, never activated before today. It was only because esoteric Buddhism learned of Visas' finger appearing here that they sent him, Roger, to this place, so his movements were supposed to be absolutely secret. But upon his arrival, he found Bai Wei and saw a corpse lying on a table. He didn't know whose body it was, but seeing it dressed in a priest robe, it must be a lackey of the Rhine divine sect. So who was this guy? Was it he who killed Rhine's priest? Then why throw him here? Was he here specifically, waiting for him? What puzzled Roger even more was that at the beginning, this man seemed like an incompetent coward, easily suppressed by him. If he hadn't wanted to ascertain the man's identity before delivering a fatal blow, the man should have been dead at their first encounter. But now, oh no, accurately speaking, just moments ago, this man dodged his attack effortlessly. Moreover, it was at the very last second, which made Roger slightly uneasy. Because Roger's vertical biter attack was not that easy to dodge. If the opponent dodged too early, his wolf head would track and bite, not letting go until it had secured its grip, which was why he was called Biter Roger. But it was not entirely unavoidable, as you could dodge it by moving at a very close distance to the wolf head. The volume of the wolf head required a certain buffer distance to change its attack direction. However, this was not easy to master, as the shorter the distance, the lower the margin for error, and any slow reaction would result in being caught by the wolf head and unable to escape. Thus, even if one knew this weakness, they wouldn't dare try to dodge lightly, especially since most people didn't know the wolf head would track and would get caught on the first attack. Yet this man dodged it, and he did so with such ease, standing there as if counting silently, as if he knew Roger so well that he could easily grasp the timing of the attack. Combining this with what Bai Wei just said about an old acquaintance, it naturally made Roger nervous. Was it luck or? Roger didn't stand still for too long. Soon he launched the second round of his offense. Whether it was luck or not, he was about to find out. The wolf's head bit down once again from above, like a hungry wolf in the midst of a hunt. And Bai Wei, just like before, evaded at the last moment the wolf's head could bite down. Once again, he dodged the attack, seemingly in peril but actually with ease. This guy, it's no coincidence. Roger immediately confirmed this. This guy either had combat skills superior enough to see through the weakness of his move at a glance, or he was very familiar with him. Roger decided to test his theory once more. All of these calculations happened in the blink of an eye. After biting into the ground again with his attack, Roger didn't retract his hand immediately, but propped himself up with the wolf-transformed right hand on the floor and then kicked out at Bai Wei with his foot. Compared to the right hand that had transformed into a wolf's head, his foot seemed rather harmless. And Bai Wei seemed to think the same, as he did not pay much attention to the kick, focusing all his attention on Roger's right hand instead. Success! A moment of joy flashed in Roger's heart. The next second, the wolf's head on Roger's right hand disappeared, reverting to a normal hand. But the leg he kicked out at Bai Wei suddenly grew ferocious. Roar! His right leg turned into a wolf's head in an instant. With its gaping maw, it seemed inescapable at such close range. Let me bite through your shoulder, and then see who you really are. Roger screamed in his mind. Then he saw Bai Wei nonchalantly kick out a light-footed kick. But this kick landed on Roger's right hand. The very hand that was supporting his entire body, which was no longer transformed into a wolf's head. Naturally, Roger lost his balance, and his entire body fell with a thump, stirring up more dust and wood shavings than before. He had completely taken a nosedive. Bai Wei, however, retreated to a safe position once more, still looking at ease. Soon Roger got up, staring fiercely at Bai Wei. Who exactly are you? Why do you know me so well? I find it difficult to explain this to you, Bai Wei shrugged. But I do indeed know you very well, because I've lost count of how many times this guy has been brushed aside by me without a scratch. Roger. Chapter 18. 16. You think this finger of yours can kill me. Bai Wei wasn't speaking recklessly. Biter Roger in the game was the first mini-boss players had to face, effectively serving as the newbie village boss. Defeating him meant mastering the basic controls of desecration, so overall, he was relatively simple. Among the players there was a saying, "You've beaten Biter Roger. Great, you've mastered this game, now let's see you kill a god." Although Bai Wei wasn't an absolute pro, he was still considered somewhat of a big shot among the players. He could defeat over half of the bosses in desecration without taking damage, and his familiarity with various attack skills was impeccable, naturally preventing him from stumbling on Biter Roger. Of course, the game turning into reality was somewhat different from before. In the game, Biter Roger looked a bit dumb, hence also being called a silly dog. But here, he looked quite terrifying, especially since he could transform parts of his body into wolf heads. After the transformation, he could perceive things that weren't felt in the game, such as bad breath. Indeed, when he was a player, Bai Wei wasn't afraid of Biter Roger, and he still wasn't, for his soul had evolved from an ordinary nerd into the legendary figure visas from Desecration. It seemed like he had forgotten how to fear. Seeing Biter Roger baring his teeth and claws only excited him more. Don't get too cocky. Roger didn't understand what Bai Wei meant by, I don't know how many times I've flawlessly beaten you. But he took it literally, believing Bai Wei meant he couldn't be hurt, and with a roaring bellow, he charged at Bai Wei. This time, a red light flashed in his eyes, and both hands transformed into wolf heads. This was the entrance into the second stage. Bai Wei was slightly surprised, since in the game, bosses needed to have their health halved before entering the second stage, but this time it happened immediately. Bai Wei's previous kick clearly couldn't have dealt such high damage. It was even questionable whether it had caused any damage at all, so Roger entering the second stage immediately could only mean one thing: he was provoked. Of course, there was nothing to fear about the second stage. Biter Roger's main weakness was his speed. Although he could transform his limbs into wolf heads, that's all he could do. They couldn't transform into wolf limbs. This meant that no matter how he maneuvered, he could only move using human legs, and his upper body turning into a wolf head only added weight, making it impossible for him to run. Thus, his most common attack was merely lunging, attempting to lunge again and again. This meant his attack methods were too singular and unchanging, making it easy for someone familiar with him to manipulate him, just like now. After another failed attack, the furiously enraged Roger launched a triple strike at Bai Wei. Bite from the left hand, bite from the right hand, and finally clasping both hands together for a ferocious double bite. This was his strongest move. If even one strike wasn't dodged, it would cause severe injury or even death. Initially, Roger wanted to keep Bai Wei alive to find out just who he was that understood him so well. But now he realized, unless he aimed to kill Bai Wei, he couldn't possibly defeat him. So he lunged at Bai Wei again. The first bite. Crack. Missed. The second bite. Crack. Missed again. But Roger wasn't in a hurry. These bites were just to numb Bai Wei. Seeing the mocking smile on Bai Wei's face, he felt Bai Wei had taken the bait. He slightly leaned forward, preparing to lunge, and in the moment he fiercely kicked his legs, he canceled the transformation of his upper body back to human form. This greatly reduced the weight of his upper body, significantly enhancing his explosive power. Previously, Bai Wei had always maintained a teasing distance with Roger, always dodging by skirting close to Roger's wolf head. Roger didn't know if this was Bai Wei's arrogance, or if it was all he could manage. But it didn't matter, as long as he maintained that distance. Because Roger was going to make him pay. After reducing his upper body weight, Roger's lunging distance significantly increased. Almost instantly, he appeared right in front of Bai Wei, then reached out both hands, about to envelop Bai Wei in his arms. At this distance, there was no way Bai Wei could escape. Roger revealed a fierce smile, and both hands transformed into wolf heads. With two wolves circling, where could you possibly run? Roger felt as if he already saw half of Bai Wei's body being ravaged by his two wolf heads. But at that moment, he saw Bai Wei casually raise his left hand. Then he flipped him the middle finger. Roger was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? Was this guy mocking me? But soon he realized something was wrong. Bai Wei's middle finger wasn't just raised, it was pointed straight at him. And it targeted his throat like a dagger. Roger's cold sweat broke out instantly. This guy had actually seen through the greatest weakness of my move. The strongest part of Roger was the areas transformed into wolf heads, and naturally, the most vulnerable areas were those not transformed, like the throat. Luckily for Roger, all Bai Wei had raised was a finger, not a dagger. Otherwise, Roger might have been finished right there. It was just a finger after all, no way it could kill him directly. And if he missed this chance, he might never be able to defeat Bai Wei again. So Roger didn't stop. Instead, he intensified his attack. Bring it on. Given the distance between them, it should have been Bai Wei's middle finger that hit his throat first, so he would be injured first. But it didn't matter. To trade a severe injury of his own for Bai Wei's life was worth it. Furthermore, it was only a finger. Perhaps it wouldn't even hurt him, since his neck, though not fortified, was still harder than that of an ordinary person. What, you think you can kill me with that finger? So Roger made his decision. Yet at the last moment, he still had some doubts. Why a finger? Then, with a pukai sound, Roger's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the unscathed Bai Wei standing before him, smiling at him. His attack hadn't worked because, for some reason, he had untransformed his hands from their wolf forms. Why had they untransformed? Roger couldn't understand. Then he felt a sharp pain, and when he looked down, he saw that middle finger had pierced through his throat. He blinked, trying to say something, but he couldn't speak. Blood flowed backward, and he fell to the ground. He never understood. How could he have been killed by a finger? Chapter 19:17, your question. I actually poked him to death. Bai Wei was slightly surprised as he pulled his middle finger out of the throat of the already dead biter Roger. In the game, players with wild imaginations had discussed whether the best weapon in the world could be the various corpse parts of Visas, since Visas' body was indestructible, even by the gods, who could only manage to cut it into pieces. Theoretically, the corpse parts of Visas were the hardest things in the world, so why not use them directly as weapons? They could even be immune to all divine attribute attacks, so there would be no need to collect any more weapons. Just poke around with a finger, and the job was done. This setting might have been an oversight by the game designers, or perhaps they didn't want their carefully designed weapon system to go to waste. Either way, the game did not allow players to attack directly using Visas' corpse blocks. However, it did leave room for discussion among the players, like, Mother Clucker, my +10 spear can't even pierce skin. I feel like someone's fingernail might do a better job. But now, Bai Wei had turned the players' initial discussions into reality. First of all, just the hardness of this finger met the standards, or else how could Biter Roger have impaled himself to death on it? Based solely on hardness, it indeed lived up to the setting that even the gods couldn't destroy it. But did this mean that he could rely solely on this finger to fight from now on? Honestly, it was doubtful, because while it had hardness, it lacked length. Even if he tried standing it upright over and over, it was just a few centimeters long, even shorter than close-range daggers, which made it too forced to use in combat. If Biter Roger hadn't cooperated, it was hard to imagine anyone getting killed by this thing. But if the finger didn't work, what about other body parts? Bai Wei recalled other parts discussed by the players. A more reasonable option was the rib, which met the standards in length and hardness, and was convenient to carry, to be pulled out from the body when needed. The only problem was that it was troublesome to put back after being removed, and using a bone as a weapon was somewhat unsightly, not to mention it didn't contribute positively to Visas' badass image. Bai Wei quickly shook his head, dismissing this bizarre idea from his mind. After all, he was Visas now, genuinely finding it unacceptable to put himself in the shoes of a soldier. Master Visas, isn't it over yet? At that moment, Bai Wei heard Ulu's voice. Ulu was different from Bai Wei. After losing control of his body, he couldn't sense the outside world like Bai Wei could and was left in a state where he could neither see nor touch. He could only communicate with Bai Wei telepathically, which made Ulu very afraid. If it weren't for his greater fear of facing Biter Roger, he probably would have ended this state immediately. Bai Wei could sense that if Ulu wanted, he could reclaim his body at any time. After all, it was still his body. This made Bai Wei feel somewhat regretful, not because he liked this body. It had way too many issues to be even useful in the game, probably not even matching up to the weakest NPC. But having a complete body was much better than just a finger. Although he could keep relying on Ulu being unable to sense the outer world and delay a bit longer, Bai Wei felt it unnecessary. It was better to just return the body quickly to ease Ulu's mind. As the saying goes, to borrow and return makes borrowing again easier. So Bai Wei opened his hands, wanting to experience having a complete body one last time, to really feel this body. And then he felt that after the intense battle this body was, how should he say it? As if something was about to burst out. Shit! Bai Wei cursed under his breath and quickly switched back their bodies. The next second, Ulu took control of the body again and immediately fell to his knees, breathing heavily, clearly not yet recovered from his state of fear. After nearly a minute, Ulu finally lifted his head, looking at the corpse in front of him, and his expression changed instantly. Is this? It seems to be someone from a secret religion, Bai Wei said indifferently, who can transform parts of their body into a beast. Hearing Bai Wei's description, Ulu's eyes gradually widened and his voice changed. One of the 4 great secret religions, the Wildfire Holy Sect. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. Bai Wei pretended not to know about this secret religion. Did it rise after I died? Although I don't know the year you fell, that should be the case. Clearly, this secret religion made Ulu very fearful. It arose 50 years ago, the youngest of the secret religions, and its rise was also built on the defeat of the previous four, specifically the Beast Walk religion. It's an extremely radical sect. But why would they come here? This shouldn't be their area of activity. Is it hard to guess? Bai Wei said. The reason your fellow practitioner came here is the same reason he came. Ulu was momentarily stunned. Then he looked down at his left hand. Yes, what else could it be? It was all for the power of visas. Even after so many years of my death, there are still so many people chasing after my power, which is quite interesting. Ulu didn't find it amusing at all. In fact, he was beginning to regret buying that finger. Now he was caught in a vortex where his life was out of his control, relying solely on the power of Lord Visas inside him. What should I do now? Ulu asked. What are you afraid of? There's nobody who knows that I'm in your possession, Bai Wei said lazily. Isn't it better that this believer died here? Doesn't it explain things better? Explain. Yes, for my finger, a priest from the Rhine Divine sect and a saint from the Wildfire secret sect fought to death in the streets. How pleasing that sounds. Bai Wei continued. And the finger has disappeared too. Next, those secret believers will definitely be the target of your fellow practitioner's investigation, making you even safer. Ulu thought about it and felt it indeed made sense, and he began to admire Bai Wei greatly. So now what you need to do is hurry back to the church, tend to your wounds, and act as if nothing happened. If you continue to stay here, you will truly be caught by your fellow practitioner. Although Ulu didn't understand why Bai Wei referred to Kelsey as his fellow practitioner, he didn't dare to ask and quickly prepared to leave. But before he could walk 2 steps, he fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, then started coughing violently. Vi Lord Visas, Ulu said tremblingly, I feel terribly unwell. Naturally, Bai Wei knew why. Unlike last time when he snapped his fingers, this time Bai Wei truly descended, and Ulu's body couldn't bear such power, naturally suffering a backlash. If Bai Wei descended a few more times like this, Ulu would indeed be done for. But of course, Bai Wei would never tell Ulu these things. He simply said indifferently, Indeed, there's something wrong with your body, I can feel it too. Ulu immediately lifted his head. What's wrong? Everything's about to leak out. Ulu. Chapter 20, which one is number 18? Bai Wei's remark, your back door is too lax, completely stumped Ulu. As an old ass, he naturally understood what Bai Wei meant, so he didn't bother to ponder what was wrong with his own body, treating it as if he had suffered a severe injury. After all, his entire shoulder had been bitten through, and it was still bleeding out. Therefore, once he made sure he hadn't left any traces at the scene, Ulu hurriedly left. Seeing that Ulu didn't continue to inquire, Bai Wei felt some relief in his heart and managed to deceive him once again for the time being. Sooner or later, Ulu would discover his body was deteriorating and understand that it was because he had been parasitized by Bai Wei. But Bai Wei hoped that day would come as late as possible. Because Ulu still had a way out at this moment, his situation might look grim, but if he truly made up his mind to abandon his current identity and status, cut Bai Wei out, and throw him into the church before fleeing and living a life incognito as a fugitive, there was still a very good chance he could survive. Ulu could obviously think of this path too, but the cost was simply too great. It was as if his entire life's work had been in vain, and he would have to live in constant fear for the rest of his life, which he was absolutely unwilling to endure. However, when compared to his life, Ulu was more willing to gamble with his life. Once he knew that using Visas' power meant a slow death, Bai Wei was certain he would flee at all costs. If that happened, it would be troublesome for him. Thus, Bai Wei still had to paralyze this guy as much as possible, letting him die peacefully in the illusion of, I now possess the most powerful force in the world. By the time he realized something was wrong, he would hopefully have 1 foot in the grave with no other option left. Should that sound a bit evil? If it were an ordinary person, Bai Wei might feel some psychological burden for doing this, but since the target was Ulu, it didn't matter. At this moment, Ulu was unaware Bai Wei had already planned several paths leading to his death. He was just dragging his battered body back to the church, naturally through the back door, unnoticed by anyone, which was also because Kelsey hadn't bothered to post guards here. The arrogant Knight Master had never thought that after fleeing, Lu Jai would have the courage to return to this place. This was how Bai Wei had found an opportunity. After returning to his room, Ulu immediately put away his blood-stained clothes, and then cast several healing system magics on himself. At Ulu's level, the healing system's magic could not directly heal the wounds. It could only stop the bleeding and improve his complexion somewhat. But that was enough, just like in the next room over, Lu Jai's, where the knights, if they had investigated thoroughly, would have discovered something amiss, but they simply had not. The same applied to Ulu. As long as he dressed, those without suspicion couldn't spot anything wrong. After doing all this, Ulu glanced out the window, estimated how long until dawn in his mind, then muttered, still have time, before collapsing on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. What Ulu didn't know was that after he fell deeply asleep, his entire left arm started to move slowly. It even considerately propped itself on the bed to turn him over and thoughtfully pulled the blanket over him. Then after making a satisfied, yeah, gesture, it too became motionless along with him. At the Joy House bar, Kelsey looked at the bodies of Lu Jai and Roger with a very unpleasant expression. Have you figured out who this guy is? Kelsey asked the knight who was examining Roger's body. The knight immediately picked up a flame emblem from Roger's body and approached Kelsey. Report to the Knight Master, this person should be from the Wildfire sect. The Wildfire sect. Kelsey narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring, these guys are too fast. How long has it been since we found that black market dealer? And they've already managed to find Lu Jai. After examining Lu Jai's body, another knight said to Kelsey, Knight Master, look at this. Kelsey turned his head and saw that the knight was showing him Lu Jai's left hand. That left hand was missing its middle finger. Damn, are we one step behind? Kelsey's frown deepened. It seems that finger was indeed on his hand before, but... He turned his head, looking at Roger's body with some confusion. If this guy came for the finger, then why is he dead too, and the finger is gone? Is there a third person involved, someone else from the Wildfire sect? Kelsey couldn't quite understand why Lu Jai would come here after obtaining the finger. Why did he die alongside someone from the Wildfire sect? Who killed whom? Was there a third person at the scene? Was it that third person who took the finger? But there seemed to be no doubt about that. The number of people getting involved is increasing, Kelsey said in a low voice. If we don't recover that finger quickly and let this news spread further, it's going to be more troublesome. Visas's corpse was absolutely the most unique entity in this world. Everyone wanted it, including the 4 great Orthodox and the 4 great secret religions. Now one of the 4 great Orthodox, Rhine, and one of the 4 great secret religions, Wildfire, was already involved, which was trouble enough. If the news kept spreading and the other 6 churches found out, it would be even more complex. Even more so, being discovered by the Orthodox was more troublesome than by the secret religions, because all the secret religions were enemies, heretics. If they dared to compete with Rhine, Kelsey could simply roll over them. But if the other 3 great Orthodox got involved, brute force wouldn't work. It would be a race to see whose hand was quicker. Whoever secured it first would own that finger. So waiting was no longer an option. Kelsey, sharply aware that relying solely on his small team might not be enough to find the finger quickly, turned to one of his knights and said in a low voice, Notify Bishop Corey immediately to send more people. Make sure to indicate that we've obtained substantial intelligence, at least enough to confirm. He paused slightly, then glanced at Lu Jai's left hand before continuing. At least enough to confirm that the finger is the middle finger of Visas's left hand. Please ask Bishop Corey to bring the rule that was sealed within that corpse. Before he could finish, the knight examining Lu Jai's body suddenly spoke up. Reporting to the Knight Master, there seems to be something wrong. Annoyed at being interrupted, Kelsey glared at the knight. What's wrong? The knight brought out Lu Jai's right hand, which had been pinned beneath his body. Father Lu Jai's right thumb is also missing. Kelsey's eyes slowly widened. Chapter 21, 19 Did he really die? May the winds of Rhine forever surround you, Bishop Corey said with a smile as he looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes closed. He then slowly stretched out his hand, giving a light touch to the back of the girl's head. May illness, plague, and nightmares never harm you. The girl's expression had been one of unease and pain, as if she were trapped in some terrible nightmare. But under Bishop Corey's gentle touch, her expression gradually became peaceful. This shift made the anxious noblewoman standing by burst into excitement. Lord Bishop, my daughter. Bishop Corey made a shushing gesture with his other hand, then spoke softly. There's no rush for this moment, is there? The noblewoman nodded repeatedly, instantly closing her mouth. From an angle she hadn't noticed, a black bug crawled out from the nape of the girl's neck onto Bishop Corey's right hand. then disappeared into the skin on the back of his hand as if returning to its source. Immediately, the girl's expression became completely serene. After Bishop Corey withdrew his hand, she slowly opened her eyes, as if awakening from a long-lasting nightmare with a trace of confusion. "What happened to me?" "Don't think too much," Bishop Corey said with a smile. "You've simply had a nightmare, and now the nightmare is over. You should embrace your new life and let go of the past pain." The girl nodded blankly, then the noblewoman immediately stepped forward and embraced her, her voice filled with tears. "My dear, you're finally okay." Seeing that his work was done, Bishop Corey stood up, ready to leave. But before he had taken 2 steps, the noblewoman rushed over again. "Lord Bishop, Lord Bishop." Bishop Corey turned around, only to be hugged by the noblewoman once more. I really don't know how to thank you." Facing this sudden gesture, Bishop Corey remained calm and measured, patting the noblewoman's back lightly as if he had long been accustomed to such things, soothing her. "There, madam, who says you haven't thanked me? The gift money you've offered is enough to show your devotion to my lord. Given that, how could I bear to see a follower of my lord suffer the torments of a nightmare?" "I know, but that's not enough. Those really aren't sufficient to express my sincerity." The noblewoman lifted her head, her tearful eyes now conveying a different kind of allure. "You don't know how much effort I've put in, how much time I've spent, and yet I couldn't solve my daughter's strange illness. You know, after my husband died, the entire family's burden fell on my shoulders, and my daughter is my greatest hope. Without you, I really don't know how I would thank you." Saying so, the noblewoman's gaze wandered. "Really, I would do anything for my daughter." And to this, Bishop Corey simply smiled. After spending some more time calming down the noblewoman and her daughter, Bishop Corey watched the graceful noblewoman leave with her daughter, his face still wearing a smile. But once the mother and daughter disappeared from his sight, he immediately dropped the smile and became expressionless. He took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped down the areas of his body the noblewoman had touched, even going so far as not to spare his clothes, as if afraid she might have left the slightest trace on him. Not long after, a handsome, fair-skinned boy approached Bishop Corey, speaking respectfully. "Lord Bishop, the Night Master contacted you using the holy fire 10 minutes ago." Bishop Corey raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but he said nothing more, simply nodding. "I understand." The boy nodded, about to leave, but was called back by Bishop Corey. Bishop Corey walked over to the boy, slowly extending his hand, giving a light touch to the boy's cheek as if caressing a piece of art. "Truly beautiful." The boy didn't speak, simply standing still. Bishop Corey stroked for about a minute, then retracted his hand. "All right, you may go now." Only then did the boy leave. Then Bishop Corey returned to his room, going straight to his desk. Next to the desk was a 2-meter-tall copper statue of a figure. The statue had pure white wings, a holy expression, and no gender. This was the statue of the Rhine god. The statue of the Rhine god held up both hands, with a tuft of blue flame burning in the palms. Bishop Corey stretched out his hand, reaching his fingers into the flame, which then extinguished to reveal a small piece of paper. He unfolded the paper, which bore a line of strange characters. But these characters didn't last long, quickly disappearing like burnt ash, although Bishop Corey still remembered their content and transcribed it. Then he sat back down at the desk, picked up a notebook, and began to decrypt the characters. As the decryption proceeded, his brow furrowed bit by bit. When the decryption was complete, he looked at the deciphered sentence with a complicated expression, murmuring, "2 fingers, how can this be?" After a moment of surprise, Bishop Corey carefully reviewed the message sent by Kelsey once again, then understood the situation. Chapter 22, 19 Did he really die too? Kelsey said there might be 2 fingers, but he wasn't certain. He simply mentioned that Lu Jai was missing 2 fingers now, specifically the middle finger of his left hand and the thumb of his right hand. That is to say, it's indeed possible that there are 2 fingers, but it's also possible that the person who took the fingers left a smoke bomb to distract them. The only certainty is that at least one of the fingers is real. The one sold by that black market dealer was genuine. Otherwise, the Wildfire sect would not have gotten involved. But the one who took the fingers was Lu Jai. Bishop Corey was somewhat surprised. He was quite familiar with Lu Jai. Knowing that this fellow was about to retire, they had corresponded by letter just days ago. Logically speaking, it made no sense for Lu Jai to involve himself with such a dangerous thing. However, there was no need to be too shocked. After all, it was a part of Visas's corpse. It wouldn't be strange for anyone to go mad over it. Now the most important thing was to ascertain the specific whereabouts of that finger, since the heretics from the Wildfire sect were already involved. The news couldn't be hidden any longer, and if they didn't make an effort to retrieve the finger that was lost, things would only become more troublesome. In Corey's view, the probability of two fingers appearing at the same time was too small. This was almost certainly a smoke bomb released by the other party, intended to confuse them. But this also indicated that the person who snatched the finger was an insider, for they wouldn't have such knowledge about Visas's corpse blocks otherwise. There were still many of Visas's corpse blocks scattered among the mortals, and this was no secret. Any drunkard in a tavern in any city could tell you this. But the secret lay in the fact that the vast majority of people had no clue which specific parts those lost corpse blocks were. The gods' handling of Visas's body was not haphazard. They decomposed and sealed not only his corpse but also his power. Each of the decomposed corpse blocks carried Visas's characteristics and rule from his lifetime. And this information was classified even within the various churches. Bishop Corey took a chain-locked, untitled ancient book off the shelf, and with a light touch on its spine, he infused it with the power of Rhine. Then with a click, the chain on the book broke, and its contents gradually unfolded before Bishop Corey's eyes. This book, compiled by the 4 Orthodox churches, even had contributions from the 4 true gods in the early days. It carried the power of all gods. Merely glancing at it could cause an individual with a weak will to go insane. The purpose of this book was to record various taboo items that had appeared in the world. These taboo items had often brought trouble to the world, either in the form of natural disasters or man-made calamities, each appearance accompanied by a heavy toll of bloodshed. Some of these taboo items had been secured by the 4 Orthodox churches, but others remained unaccounted for. They might be in the hands of the 4 great secret religions or still lost among the common folk. Regardless, the 4 Orthodox churches had the obligation to secure them whenever they emerged. These taboo items were of a wide variety and differed in degree of danger. The less harmful could bewitch a few souls, while the more dangerous could plunge an entire city-state into abnormality. Consequently, the 4 Orthodox churches ranked them based on their overall peril, placing the lesser ones at the beginning of the book and the stronger ones toward the end. Furthermore, they ranked the 100 most dangerous taboo items, recording them on the last 10 pages of this ancient tome. And all of Visas's corpse blocks were among these 100 taboo items. Relying on his memory, Bishop Corey turned the book to the third-to-last page, which detailed the 2 lost fingers of Visas. Taboo Item 29, Visas's finger, left middle finger. Taboo Item 24, Visas's finger, right thumb. For taboo items like these, ranked in the top 100, containment and sealing must be handled with extreme caution, and different preparations must be made according to their unique characteristics. Take these 2 fingers, for instance. The properties and rules they embody are entirely different. Taboo Item 29, Visas's finger, left middle finger. The last sighting was in the year 201, when a wandering poet used it to snap his fingers, terminating the heavenly realm suspension divine art of the Lyra sect's archbishop, at the cost of the poet's entire body turning to ashes. Since then, the finger has been missing. Speculation. The finger contains the rule of termination, able to interrupt the incantations of all magicians, including divine arts, and negate all boosts from magicians, including divine arts. However, it possesses no additional offensive capabilities and causes irreversible damage to the user's body. Taboo Item 24, Visas's finger, right thumb. The last sighting was in the year 178 by a follower of the Shadow sect, who conducted different experiments in 2 taverns on the same street. In one tavern, the follower gave a thumbs up to patrons, in another, a thumbs down. These actions produced distinctly different outcomes. Patrons who received the thumbs up were inspired and lived proactive, successful lives in the days that followed. Those who received the thumbs down fell into deep depression and committed suicide within a month. Speculation. The finger contains the rule of disturbance, able to effortlessly unsettle human hearts. The most terrifying aspect is that this process requires no magic power or divine power, and it is still unknown what price the user must pay. Therefore, anyone on the street giving you a thumbs up or thumbs down could potentially be Visas's power approaching you. Note, recorded in the year 188 to this day, the patrons who received positive encouragement 10 years ago have also all died. They strived for spiritual progress and positivity, but their bodies couldn't keep up, and most died from overwork. Bishop Corey had read the descriptions of these two fingers too many times to count, but with each reading, he couldn't help but marvel at such powerful and magical forces, and then he would imagine what kind of being this legendary figure must have been when alive. No wonder even all gods had joined hands to kill him. After all, just reading about these powers and rules in this ancient book was enough to make one yearn. It seems like a digression. Bishop Corey was perusing this ancient text, still, in search of that finger. The reason he was certain that the person who had taken the finger must be knowledgeable about Vises's corpse was that the smoke bomb thrown by this individual was not released randomly. The rules and powers of the two fingers were completely different, so the strategies for dealing with them differed. For example, the middle finger could disrupt a magician's casting, but it had no offensive power of its own, so physical countermeasures were more effective. The thumb, on the other hand, affected more the mental and spiritual realms, so protection on that level was more crucial in combating it. The smoke bomb thrown by the thief made it unclear which preparations were necessary. It was after Kelsey realized this that he contacted Bishop Corey with holy fire and urgency. For in Bishop Corey's possession was something that could resolve this quandary, the so-called Eye of Truth, Vises's left eye. Only corpse blocks can truly counteract corpse blocks, Bishop Corey murmured with a light chuckle, gently touching his left eye, in which a peculiar light seemed to flicker. That finger, whether it be the middle or the thumb, I will reclaim it. Bishop Corey thought to himself. And as he was about to close the ancient book, he glanced subconsciously at the last page, which contained only one line. Taboo item 000, Vises's soul, has he truly died? With a snap, the ancient book closed, and chains wrapped around it layer by layer. As if that last sentence had never existed. Chapter 23, 20 ancient evil gods can also be carrying big sisters. Cough, 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 cough. Ulu was once again jolted awake by a violent fit of coughing. He felt extremely unwell, as if he was about to cough up his lungs, and his throat carried a bloody, sweet taste. Your body is really too weak, Bai Wei's leisurely voice echoed in his mind. Last night's battle was still too much for you. Sorry, Lord Vises, Ulu felt somewhat helpless. I will try harder. Bai Wei chuckled disdainfully, but said nothing more. His purpose had been achieved, letting Ulu believe that his deteriorating health was due to the battle the previous night rather than his own arrival. But Ulu did not know this. He even breathed a sigh of relief when Bai Wei did not mock him further. Now he was truly afraid that Lord Vises would abandon him. Ulu glanced out the window. It was just dawning, showing that he had not slept for long. Honestly, he was really tired. If possible, he very much wanted to keep lying down and sleep until this time tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to do so, even now during the famine, with a crowd outside the church waiting for him to distribute relief food. He could continue to sleep without any guilt, as not opening the door would be divine will. But now his good friend was searching the world for what was on his left hand. Cough, cough, Lord Vises. He dared not expose too many flaws, so he could only force his tired body to get out of bed. Did I cover myself with the blanket before going to sleep? Ulu was a bit puzzled, but this doubt did not linger long in his mind and quickly passed. Lord Vises, Ulu sat on the bed for a while and regained some strength before tentatively asking Bai Wei, what should I do today? Just do what you normally do, Bai Wei said indifferently. Last night already stirred up the situation. Now that the focus isn't on you, just maintain the status quo. Whatever you usually do at this time, go do it. I understand, Ulu nodded, then struggled to stand up. Then I'll go to work now. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps before stopping abruptly. What's wrong? Bai Wei asked. Ulu scratched his head awkwardly and said, usually I also haven't started working this early. Is it a bit abnormal for me to be so diligent today? Bai Wei's voice carried a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. A lazy person suddenly becoming diligent. You're afraid it'll make people think you have something to hide, aren't you? Ulu gave a sheepish smile. Anyway, it's up to you. I don't know what you normally do, Bai Wei said. I'm not your mom. Don't ask me everything. I want to sleep now as well. Understood, Lord Vises. After that statement, Bai Wei didn't respond anymore, as if he had really fallen asleep. At this moment, Ulu looked out the window again, contemplating what time would be normal for him to leave the house. Then he immediately regretted it. It was still early, and he could have slept for another hour or two. Although he could go back to bed now, lying down was easy, but getting up later would be difficult. Better keep enduring it. Ulu sighed softly, then took a seat at his desk and unconsciously glanced at the mirror on the desk. The person in the mirror, Ulu barely recognized himself. Exhaustion filled his eyes, his face devoid of any color, almost like someone who had crawled out of a coffin. He was completely different from just a few days ago. And the change was all because he had received that legendary power from visas. But to gain this power, he had almost lost everything he had before and put himself in danger. Was it all really worth it? Ulu stared blankly at the mirror, his eyes filled with confusion. You look exactly like you have the words, "I'm not normal," written across your face. Bai Wei's voice arose from deep within him again, but not only that. Bai Wei also tried to straighten his body up, using his little head to make eye contact with Ulu, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "If you really can't handle this pressure, you could cut me out now, then drop everything and run. That might at least save your life, probably." Ulu immediately snapped back to reality, looking somewhat anxiously at the upright middle finger. "Vi, visas, Lord, haven't you gone to rest yet?" "Cowardice and fear keep me awake," Bai Wei said ambiguously. But that was indeed the truth. After last night's arrival, Bai Wei not only had more control over Ulu's body, up to one hand, but he had also become more attuned with Ulu's soul. So, he could now sense the subtle changes from deep within Ulu's heart that he couldn't feel before, such as the fleeting confusion and regret just now. Are these emotions good? No, they aren't. To be safe, Bai Wei decided it was better not to pretend to sleep anymore. It was time for another talk therapy session for his follower, or maybe body double. Anyway, Bai Wei decided to switch roles and become a comforting elder. PSH, a comforting veteran to see how it goes. Chapter 24. 20 ancient evil gods can also be carrying big sisters too. So Bai Wei did as he stood considering from Ulu's perspective, proactively informing Ulu of the only way out. Abandon everything he had, run as fast as he could and as far as he could. That way he might still survive. But would Ulu choose that path? The answer was quite obvious. Ulu hesitated only for a few seconds before shaking his head repeatedly. No, 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 it's not that time yet. I understand what you mean, Lord Visas, and with your help now, I should not be afraid of anyone. To be able to understand this is also progress, Bai Wei said, barely resembling the demeanor of my disciples. Bai Wei's words slightly startled Ulu. What did you say? I am your disciple. He was quite astonished. In his recollection, this was the first time in these 2 days that Bai Wei had praised him. Although he couldn't be certain that this counted as praise, Bai Wei's willingness to acknowledge him as his disciple was already enough to surprise Ulu. Bai Wei again made an effort to straighten his body, or rather this finger of his, as if standing up taller made him appear more imposing. My soul is within you, and you can wield my power. If you are not my disciple, what else could you be? Looking at the middle finger standing erect toward him, Ulu felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. During these few days, one could say he had experienced the greatest ups and downs of the human world. The high was acquiring the finger of visas, obtaining a power that transcended the mortal coil, while the low was, in order to gain this power, he had nearly lost everything, and even his identity as a Rhine priest would not be preserved in the days to come. And most of Bai Wei's treatment of him was mockery and pressure, which made Ulu feel very lonely and scared. Truth be told, since fully experiencing that famine 20 years ago, he had not felt like this in a long time. He felt as if he had returned to those days 20 years ago, having lost everything, starving to the point of death, yet there was no one to lend him a hand. But now, Bai Wei had acknowledged him as his disciple. This moment gave Ulu an inexpressible sense of belonging. And his acquaintance with Bai Wei had lasted only 2 days. I understand, Lord Visas, Ulu's heart gradually settled. With your support behind me, I have no reason to be afraid. Before you say that, take care of yourself first, Bai Wei said with a light smile. You look so downcast I don't even want to glance at you anymore. Ulu was startled, and then quickly cast several healing spells on himself, to make his complexion look better before he sighed with relief. Seeing his words had once again had an effect, Bai Wei was very pleased. What, are you saying it's shameful for a legendary figure to provide psychological support to someone as ordinary as Ulu? So what, didn't Ma Ziding also act like a caring big sister and a close little sister, chatting with others before Penguin took off? At least Bai Wei didn't have to change his gender. And he wasn't planning on stopping here. Since he had already started, there was no point in stopping short, which would be uncomfortable for everyone, better to probe a little deeper. So Bai Wei turned his body and focused his gaze on Ulu's bookshelf. Feeling a phantom pain as he saw his middle finger turn, Ulu couldn't help but feel distressed. "Lord Visas, what are you?" "Find me a couple of books about Rhine to look at," Bai Wei said. "I've slept too long, the world has changed too much, better to get acquainted with it first." Ulu immediately took down the Rhine Covenant from the shelf. As the holy book of the Rhine sect, it should be the book that best interprets the word Rhine. Then Bai Wei noticed that this Rhine Covenant was much more worn than the other books on the shelf. But it was not from poor storage. Rather, it was clear it had been flipped through many times, completely unlike those new as the day they were given out at the start of the semester because they've never been touched textbooks. Could it be? Bai Wei kept his composure as he let Ulu open the holy book, and then he discovered, just as he had thought, that the book was filled with dense notes, just like a top student's textbook. "Are all these annotations yours?" Bai Wei asked. Yes." Ulu nodded subconsciously, then immediately felt regret. After all, he was now considered a disciple by Visas, in his opinion, yet he had shown so much devotion to the Rhine Covenant, which seemed somewhat less than devoted to Visas. But there was no helping it. He hadn't opened the book in a long time and had forgotten the traces he had left on it. "Why did you make these annotations?" Bai Wei asked. "Doesn't turning the book into this count as a desecration of the Rhine god?" Sort of," Ulu admitted somewhat awkwardly, "but this book is for my personal use, not for preaching, so it doesn't matter. As for using it like this, mainly for examinations." "Examinations?" "Yes," Ulu said. "The great cathedral holds an exam every 4 years, which the clergy from various smaller cathedrals can enter." "What exactly does it involve?" Those with outstanding performance can be directly promoted to the great cathedral, becoming a divine servant beside the archbishop, or even next to the pope." Ulu, anxious that Bai Wei might think he still held loyalty to the Rhine god, hastily added, "But that's all from when I was young and ignorant. The last time I took it was 10 years ago. I just took it casually without really trying." "Took it casually without really trying." Bai Wei looked at the almost worn-out pages and the densely packed notes. "It doesn't seem very convincing," Bai Wei said calmly. "How many times did you take it?" Ulu fell silent, seemingly recalling something, and only after a long sigh did he say, 3 times. 3 times, that's 12 years. A person's youth. Did you never pass? Ulu squeezed out a wry smile. "If I had passed, I wouldn't be here." "Why didn't you pass?" "There's no particular reason," Ulu said, subconsciously trying to scratch his head but realizing he had raised his left hand, which felt highly disrespectful. He quickly switched to his right hand, but that seemed rather deliberate, so he answered in an awkward manner. "Just didn't score high enough, I guess. They said I didn't pass, so I didn't." After hearing this, Bai Wei silently took note. Honestly, Bai Wei felt a bit surprised. Through Ulu's description and the rundown Rhine Covenant, he could almost see the image of a young man who had studied hard for 12 years just for a better life, but now that young man had grown into Ulu. Well, a middling man of no virtue. The stark contrast made Bai Wei somewhat uncomfortable. In the game, Ulu was just an insignificant character with little plot relevance, and the players wouldn't care about him. The least character discussed by players had to be someone on the level of Biter Roger. Therefore, Bai Wei couldn't get more information about Ulu in the game, like his past, which meant Bai Wei needed to see it for himself. But Bai Wei wasn't without resources. He had information that could completely change Ulu's worldview. However, it wasn't time to reveal it. Bai Wei felt that combining it with the news of Ulu's studious past would be truly earth-shattering. "It's about time." Ulu glanced at the sky again and closed the Rhine Covenant. "Lord Visas, I should go to work." "Go ahead," Bai Wei said indifferently. "Don't forget I'm behind you." Ulu nodded firmly, then stuffed the Rhine Covenant back into the bookshelf, as if sealing away the young man of the past in his memories as well. Chapter 25. 21 stands on the table flipping the bird. Bai Wei's encouraging words reignited Ulu's spirit, and he opened the doors of the church. As usual, people who had waited for a long time and were already starving had gathered outside the door. Upon seeing the church doors open, they swarmed around like zombies. However, unlike zombies, they lacked the strength to move properly, as if they were about to fall over at any moment. Seeing this, Ulu couldn't help but frown, murmuring to himself, "They're just like reincarnated hungry ghosts." And then he stepped aside to let these people rush into the church to drink porridge. Of course, the porridge wasn't cooked by Ulu. These past few days he had been too busy with various tasks, murdering, burying corpses, cutting off fingers. He couldn't possibly have the time to manage this famine relief food. These tasks were carried out by faithful believers of the church. Although it was said they were invited to help, in reality, it was done without pay, typically entrusted to small landlords who followed the Rhine divine sect. The landlords would have their servants prepare the porridge the night before and then deliver it in the early morning, distributing it under the name of the Rhine Church. Are these small landlords so kind-hearted? Baiwei asked after hearing Ulu's explanation, without charge. What money do they wish to collect? Ulu said with disdain. I've already sold the food distributed from above to them at a low price. They can make a huge profit from it. Having earned so much, what is there for them to be dissatisfied about if they contribute a little back? So that's how it is. Baiwei came to understand. After a disaster, the Rhine elite would distribute famine relief food to the lower levels, which would then be handed down to the lowest level churches, like the one Ulu managed. Ulu would then resell this food to landlords who, after purchasing the grain, would provide the churches with the lowest quality processed food, like plain porridge. It was the perfect scheme, as it was easy to produce in large quantities without actually filling stomachs, causing one to wonder if what they drank was more water than porridge. However, this was enough to pass an inspection, for the abundance of buckets did appear quite substantial. With each link interlocking, it seemed as though the Rhine divine sect was sincerely trying to aid in disaster relief, but relief efforts were being exploited at each level, to the extent that very few disaster victims were actually helped. It was as if the Rhine divine sect started with good intentions, but due to losing control over the lower-level churches, things turned out this way. However, based on Baiwei's knowledge of the Rhine divine sect and Lu Jai's letter to the Lord Bishop, it was clear that the high levels of the sect were essentially aware of all this. After all, this was a fantasy world where extraordinary power exists. The idea that the higher echelons of the great churches lacked control over the lower levels, how could that be possible? Seeing Baiwei suddenly asking about these matters, Ulu suddenly felt nervous. Lord Visas, do you have any dissatisfaction with all this? Dissatisfied. Of course he was dissatisfied. Although in the game, the famine was simply a part of the background story, now it was a real disaster at hand. As a legitimate successor of socialism, watching the church fill with disaster victims close to starvation, knowing the causes were not just a natural disaster but also a human one, he certainly couldn't feel very happy about it. However, he couldn't show his dissatisfaction, for he was now Visas. He couldn't let slip any emotions that didn't fit this identity, such as pity. There's nothing I'm dissatisfied with, he could only respond indifferently. I just find it a little strange. Strange? Yes, Baiwei said. My current position is too low, I can't see much. Lift me up a bit. Ulu was slightly stunned, then instinctively lowered his head looking at his own left middle finger. Oh no, this was Lord Visas. Lift you up a bit? Ulu was puzzled by the instruction and hesitantly asked, how should I do that? Your asking that question makes me start to doubt whether you're qualified to be my disciple, Baiwei said irritably. Can't you understand human speech? Lift me up, lift me up, lift me up. I've repeated it 3 times now. Do you understand? Seeing Baiwei growing impatient, Ulu dared not delay any longer and immediately raised his left hand. Will this do? Raise it higher, I still can't see clearly enough. Having no choice, Ulu had to raise his hand even higher, almost standing it perfectly straight. Is this okay now? The height is enough, but why are you raising so many fingers? You're blocking my view, Baiwei said. Put the other fingers down. Ulu had to obey the command again, retracting the other 4 fingers and leaving just the middle one extended. Baiwei's field of view finally cleared. Although he could easily use his own power to lower the other 4 fingers, that would surely make Ulu nervous, thinking he had lost control over his body. But now, Ulu would definitely assume that Baiwei's power was still bound within that middle finger. However, Baiwei didn't make Ulu raise himself up just to torment him. He was indeed observing the situation. He first checked the number of refugees inside the church. If he remembered correctly, the church had half the number of refugees today compared to the past 2 days. This wasn't because everyone suddenly stopped being hungry. It was that the other half of the refugees could no longer come here. As for the reason, Baiwei shifted his gaze outside the church, but he still couldn't see very clearly. His view was blocked by the wall. Even higher, Baiwei commanded. Higher, even higher. Ulu was somewhat troubled. He wanted to say that he had raised his hand as high as it would go, and that any higher would mean standing on tiptoe, which didn't seem to make much difference. But he dared not say this out loud. After all, Bai Wei had already shown impatience, and if he couldn't even handle this minor task, that would be truly useless. With no other option, he had to figure it out himself. Before long, Bai Wei's view expanded significantly. Now he could finally see outside the church. Just as he had thought, there were many Rhine church knights on the streets outside, scrutinizing everyone passing by. Anyone who appeared suspicious was pushed to the corner to squat. The Rhine church's response was indeed swift. After discovering the bodies of Lu Jai and Roger last night, the Knight Master must have immediately contacted his superiors, and in just half a night, so many knights had appeared out of nowhere, evidently pulled in urgently from other churches. And it wasn't only knights. There were many clad in cloth armor, likely servants of landlords who had also been conscripted. Clearly, they believed he was still in the town, and had no intention of letting him leave. But this was of no concern. It was all part of Bai Wei's plan. The plan had not yet been fully achieved. Bai Wei wanted to stir up even more trouble to draw over the Lord Bishop. After all, his eyes were still there. While Bai Wei was contemplating, Ulu below him spoke up, trembling. "Lord Visas, although I don't wish to disturb you at a time like this, I still feel that standing on the table and giving all the refugees the middle finger is a bit too attention-grabbing." Chapter 26, 22 Week. Under Ulu's reminder, Bai Wei realized that his posture was indeed somewhat abnormal. To allow Bai Wei to stand taller and see farther, Ulu had fetched a table from somewhere. He then stood on it while lifting his left hand on tiptoe, displaying his middle finger upright. It was similar to a scene from a manga where the protagonist raises a finger to the sky, except most use the index finger, while Ulu used the middle finger. This peculiar gesture naturally attracted many gazes. If people were not distracted by their hunger, which clouded their clarity and sapped their energy to consider other matters, they would surely have approached Lord Priest to inquire whether he was conducting some sacred ritual, and if they needed to assist in any way. But they were indeed too hungry, so even such an eccentric gesture only made the people lift their heads and glance over with numb eyes before licking their bowls clean and slowly, limping away. Still, the fact that they glanced over at all really indicated how strange it was. "All right, you've looked enough, come down now," said Bai Wei calmly as he returned to his senses. Upon receiving the command, Ulu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off the table before he heard Bai Wei ask, "Does showing the middle finger have a special meaning here?" "SB special meaning?" "Yes, like an insult or something." Not that I know of." Ulu, taking Bai Wei's question seriously, carefully recalled but indeed could not remember any particular significance to showing the middle finger before responding. "I've thought about it, and no, there isn't any." "That's so?" Feeling reassured that there was no significance, Bai Wei said, "If that's the case, then please use it more often." Ulu was puzzled. "Why is that?" "Because it lets me see farther," Bai Wei said placidly. "There's much I only understand when I see it with my own eyes. You always have your hands in your pockets. What can I see like that? Especially when you meet people, it'd be better if you made it a habit to raise a finger. Otherwise, I might not be able to help you in time." After that, Bai Wei told Ulu about what he had observed. Upon hearing that more knights had arrived and the entire town was under martial law, Ulu felt tense. Though hearing Bai Wei say he would help, Ulu felt a touch moved, yet he still expressed a concern. "I understand, Lord Visas, but isn't it odd to show the middle finger every time I meet someone? If it were my world, doing such a gesture upon meeting people would earn you a beating." Bai Wei silently criticized in his mind but remained composed as he replied, "Can't you devise a more natural gesture? Must I teach you everything?" I understand now." Meanwhile, Bai Wei internally wished that a different finger was possessed, as two of Visas's fingers roamed abroad. One was the left middle finger, and the other the right thumb. Had he possessed the thumb, Ulu could have embodied a thumbs-up man, effortlessly raising it anywhere without anyone finding it strange but rather welcoming. Of course, just not in reverse. At that moment, the familiar little figure appeared before Ulu again. It was still the same little boy. "Priest Ulu," the little boy was looking down, his voice tentative. I'm here." Ulu looked down at the boy, irked to think the lad was here for more food, his eyes instinctively glaring. "You again." He caught himself midway, suddenly remembering it was probably Bai Wei's directive for the boy to collect food daily, so he stopped the imminent scold. "Come with me," he said curtly to the boy, turning to walk away. Taking a few steps forward and realizing the boy hadn't followed, he turned back and saw him standing still, swiftly glaring. "What are you waiting for? Do you expect me to bring the food here?" The boy then came to his senses and hurriedly followed Ulu to the back of the chapel. As Ulu internally cursed, "What a greedy little brat!" he divided the food for 3 like he did the day before and handed it to the boy. "Take care of this, and don't let anyone find out." The boy took the food, hesitated while looking down, seemingly struggling, but didn't take long before he looked up at Ulu, stuttering, "Priest, Lord Priest, it's not necessary to give so much." "Oh," Ulu frowned slightly, "what do you mean?" The boy lowered his head again, his dark hands continuously rubbing the equally dark hem of his shirt. It's not necessary, my mother has passed away, it's just me and my sister now." Ulu's pupils narrowed slightly. But he didn't say much. After a pause, he finally spoke softly, "Oh, then indeed it's not necessary." The boy nodded repeatedly, then took a third of the food from the bag and handed it back to Ulu before turning and running off. Watching the boys retreating back, Ulu opened his mouth to call him, but nearing his shout, he realized he didn't even know the boy's name and could only watch as he disappeared. Byway witnessed everything, but during this time he said nothing, just silently watching, as if he were asleep. Words, he knew very well, were burdensome at such times. Thus, Byway waited until Ulu had somewhat collected himself before slowly chiming in. "Do you recall your own past?" Ulu's face, which had just calmed, stiffened again, and he quickly denied. "Oh no, of course not, Lord Visas, please believe me, I wasn't so weak as a child." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Ulu's heart fluttered with panic, a common occurrence when speaking with Byway, but this time was different. Desperate to change the subject, he eagerly asked, "What should I do next?" Ulu's manner of speech was already borderline disrespectful, but Byway did not mind. He knew his point had been delivered. "Since we're free anyway, why not check on that good brother of yours and see what he's up to?" Byway suggested with a light laugh. "He's diligently searching for my whereabouts, isn't he? Let's grant his wish then." Chapter 27, 23 Response Methods. Badan, that is the name of the town. On the Luo Wei continent, this word carries a beautiful meaning and symbolism. A pity no one cares about it, just as no one cares that the sudden famine had taken away more than half of the town's population. What was once a bustling town had thus fallen into silence and desolation, but today it had once again come to life. It's just that this revival was not quite in the way one might imagine. The residents of Badan, with nowhere to go and nothing to eat, simply sat in groups along the streets, their numb and blank eyes watching the surge of church knights appearing in the town, the Rhine badges on their elegant armor indicating their identities, but not their intentions. At first, the townspeople thought they were here to bring relief, a sign that the Rhine god they worshipped hadn't forsaken them, offering a glimmer of light in the darkness they felt they were living in. But soon that glimmer of light was extinguished, because they discovered that the knights were not carrying food, but weapons. Clearly, the knights had not come to bring relief, but for what exactly they did not know. Hunger had sapped their strength to even survive, let alone to think. So they could only sit there as if nothing had happened, doing nothing, thinking of nothing. But doing nothing didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come knocking. The knights would come one by one, not bothering to consult with them, rudely pulling out their hands, observing and discussing before just as rudely letting go, without a single explanation in the process. Some people tried to ask for food, but they were all ignored by the knights. "Knight Master, will this really be effective?" A knight following Kelsey asked while watching his colleagues screen the famine victims. "The one who stole the fingers, he isn't still in this town, is he?" "No, he's definitely here," Kelsey said. "All the roads leading out of town have been sealed by us. The person who killed here last night couldn't have escaped." As he spoke, Kelsey stopped in his tracks because he saw several bodies starting to rot, townspeople who had starved to death in front of him. He frowned deeply, then took out a red handkerchief from his pocket and covered his nose with it, cursing as he did. "These damn people, if they have to die, can they not die in some corner? They have to die on the main street, have they no sense of public decency?" He instinctively wanted to turn around but thought of something, turned to his subordinates and said, "Go, check those bodies and see if what we're looking for is on them." The knights looked at each other, perplexed. Idiots. Seeing that his subordinates did not understand, Kelsey could not help but curse. "Check if that guy might be hiding amongst these bodies, pretending to be dead." The knights then came to their senses and promptly stepped forward to inspect, although their expressions were generally reluctant, but they had no choice under orders. "Those cultists, they love to burrow wherever it is dark and foul," Kelsey said with full scorn. "Like sewer rats that can only survive in the gutters, but this time, no matter where they hide, they can't remain hidden." The knights knew that Kelsey's words were not an exaggeration. After informing Bishop Corey with the holy fire last night, Lord Bishop immediately dispatched 2 knight orders to rush to the town, completely surrounding it so that nothing could get in or out. Still, some knights were doubtful. "Lord Knight Master, the town is only this big. Is it really necessary to deploy 2 knight orders? Isn't this a bit overkill?" Kelsey glanced at the knight who had posed the question and said, "Do you think we're just trying to catch that guy?" The knight thought for a moment, then asked, "And the cultists, do you think there's more than one person from the Wildfire sect?" That's one reason, but it's not the main one," Kelsey pointed at the ground below. "This isn't a town controlled by those cultists. They received the news later than us, so their reaction would definitely be slower. Even if they did send someone, there wouldn't be many. So we are here because... Don't forget which church's sphere of influence borders this place. I'm talking about the Orthodox." The knight understood in an instant. "You mean the Lyra." "Good that you understand," Kelsey said indifferently. "Those mechanical monsters are much more troublesome than the cult." At that moment, the 2 knights who had finished examining the bodies stood up and reported to Kelsey, "Knight Master, we've completed the inspection. They are all dead and their fingers are normal." "Understood," Kelsey waved his hand, showing some impatience. "Find a place to burn the bodies. It's bad luck to leave them here." Then he prepared to move on to the next site, but before he could take 2 steps, he caught sight of a knight hurrying over from the corner of his eye. "Knight Master, Lord Bishop has replied." The knight was running, but he was carefully protecting something in his hand. It wasn't until he approached that it was revealed to be a burning candle he was protecting. Kelsey raised an eyebrow, seemingly guessing what it was, and so he extended his finger into the flame. The flame didn't burn him, but turned into a small piece of paper the moment it made contact with his finger. Kelsey glanced at it and immediately took out a black notebook to translate. He quickly finished translating. "As expected, Lord Bishop has already discovered the rule sealed within those 2 fingers, as well as devised a way to counter this rule." Hearing Kelsey say this, the knights exchanged glances and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Even as church knights, they still had a certain dread for the legendary existence, because although they didn't know all the rules sealed within the corpse blocks, they were aware of the few known disasters they had caused. But the main source of fear was the unknown. Fortunately, the great Bishop Corey was aware of the rule of the 2 fingers and already had a counter strategy, so it was no longer unknown. First, if it's the middle finger of the left hand, the rule it contains is termination, which can be released by snapping the fingers with other fingers. That means you absolutely must not hear his snapping while using a spell or divine arts, so Bishop Corey's counter strategy is... Kelsey's words were cut off halfway, and he slowly turned around to look at the newcomer behind him. "My old friend, what are you doing here instead of staying in the church?" Behind Kelsey, Ulu was smiling awkwardly. But that left middle finger was slowly creeping forward, silently staring at Kelsey. Chapter 28, 24 Kelsey's Plan. Ulu had always been very nervous in the presence of Kelsey, the Knight Master. Not to mention now, Ulu was well aware that the person the Knight Master was searching the town for was himself, yet he still stood before the Knight Master, somewhat like walking into a trap of his own volition. But this was not Ulu's true nature. Had it not been for Lord Visas's request, he wouldn't have dared to appear before Kelsey at all. Yet this was precisely Lord Visas's request, which he couldn't refuse, and he also knew that Lord Visas was right. If you don't go to him, do you want to wait for him to come to you? The more precarious the situation, the more one should act proactively instead of passively. Ulu took a deep breath and then folded his hands across his chest. This appeared to be a prayer on the surface, but in reality it was so that Baiwei could see more clearly. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Kelsey," Ulu said, "but I feel I must come. Clearly something is happening in this small town, and Priest Lu Jai has also not returned. Last night you were unwilling to tell me what happened. To be honest, I don't think this is very appropriate for me as a priest of this place." Upon hearing Ulu's words, Kelsey slightly narrowed his eyes. He looked at Ulu and read a hint of nervousness in his eyes, but this did not surprise him, for he had always known Ulu feared him. And Ulu's reasoning had no problems, so Kelsey didn't think much more about it and calmly said, "You don't have to wait for Lu Jai anymore. That old guy is already dead." Ulu's eyes widened and he made a perfectly timed expression of surprise. "Dead? How did this happen?" "It's simple because he took something he shouldn't have taken," Kelsey said indifferently. "And then he was killed by someone from esoteric Buddhism, and now that item has been taken by those from esoteric Buddhism. We're searching for that item now." With that said, Kelsey waved his hand, as if he was not interested in revealing more information. "That's all you need to know, now get going." Ulu felt relieved when he heard Kelsey telling him to go, and he instinctively wanted to turn around and leave, but that finger that wasn't his tapped lightly on the back of his hand, freezing him in place. Ulu knew what this meant. After all, Bai Wei had already explained it to him on the way here, and now he wanted to run, but Bai Wei stopped him. Helpless, after taking a deep breath, Ulu still turned to Kelsey's back and stammered, "Yes, it's something related to a finger, right?" Kelsey's body tensed, and then he turned abruptly, pinning Ulu with eyes full of killing intent. "How do you know about it?" As he moved, the other knights also gathered around, focusing their gaze on Ulu's hand. At that moment, Ulu's heart leaped to his throat. He knew that if his explanation didn't satisfy Kelsey, he would end his life right here. Trying to maintain his composure, he spoke the words he had agreed upon with Bai Wei. "On the way here, I was checked by the knights 3 or 4 times. Everyone had to look at my middle finger and thumb. To be honest, it's difficult not to think in that direction." After hearing Ulu's explanation, the murderous look in Kelsey's eyes gradually dissipated. He glanced behind Ulu, thinking that indeed there were several checkpoints from the church to here, and Ulu was not an ignorant man. Having his hands inspected in such a manner, it was normal to associate them with that particular item. So Kelsey waved his hand, and the knights surrounding Ulu immediately backed away, while Kelsey's expression gradually turned teasing. "You seem to know quite a lot." Seeing that the crisis was temporarily averted, Ulu breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. "Heh, I have some understanding of those corpse blocks. Of course, that is only based on knowing this much." "Heh, since you already know this much, is there anything else you want to know?" Kelsey asked Ulu, his tone somewhere between jest and earnestness. "Well, I just wanted to ask if there's anything I can help with. After all, I am part of the clergy." "All you need to do is give out porridge in the church," Kelsey interrupted Ulu. "This is our job as support staff. There's no need to think too much about it, right?" Seeing that Kelsey had made his position clear, Ulu took a deep breath in front of Kelsey and managed a forced smile. "Okay, I got it." And with that, he turned and left. Watching Ulu's dejected figure walking away, Kelsey felt it was a bit dull to just let him go back, so he called out to Ulu. "Actually, if you really want to help, you could." Ulu turned around, looking at Kelsey with some surprise. Kelsey flicked the sheet of paper in his hand and said, "This is the method Bishop Corey devised for dealing with Taboo 29. It's to use earplugs to block your ears so that you won't hear the sound of snapping fingers." "Not hear the sound of snapping fingers, that's all it takes." "Yes," Kelsey spread his hands and said with a smile. "It's really that simple after all. It's just a finger lacking any aggressiveness. So if you really encounter the cultist who stole Taboo 29, don't hesitate, just plug your ears and go at him. As long as you capture him, that would be the greatest merit. Bishop Corey will definitely transfer you back to the East Church." After that, Ulu left. The knights, somewhat puzzled, asked Kelsey, "Knightmaster is plugging our ears the way to counter Taboo 29. Of course, I didn't lie to him. Then, has Lord Bishop not come up with a method for Taboo 24? Kelsey glanced at the knight who asked the question, smiling as he said, "Of course he has come up with one. Whether it's Taboo 29 or Taboo 24, Lord Bishop has provided countermeasures." The knight was even more confused. "Then why didn't you tell him everything?" "Why should I tell him everything?" Kelsey said indifferently. "After all, with that guy's strength, a cultist could take him down without even needing the power of a taboo." "Then why did you?" Kelsey replied faintly, "What is the 20th article of the Rhine Rules?" "The 20th article of the Rhine Rules." The knight was taken aback, then suddenly understood everything and asked no further. "Because the content of the Rhine Rules' 20th article is this. When Rhine clergy encounter a taboo, if they have not mastered the rule of the taboo, they may retreat immediately. If they have mastered the rule of the taboo, they must seal it. If they retreat with knowledge of the rule, it is considered dereliction of duty. The degree of punishment later depends on the level of threat posed by the taboo execution by hanging for the top 100 taboos." Kelsey looked indifferently at Ulu's departing figure. Lu Jai was dead, and he had been executed for the grave sin of secretly hoarding a taboo, which would be troublesome for the church to investigate later on. Kelsey just happened to have some unclear and unspoken relationship with Lu Jai. And this relationship was known only between two people, one being Bishop Corey and the other was Priest Ulu. So to be on the safe side, Kelsey had to make some arrangements for his old friend. Him taking the same road as Lu Jai seemed like the best choice. Lu Jai Ulu. When these two names were linked together, Kelsey suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. What was Ulu doing when they first met yesterday? Kelsey paused, recalling the moment, then something came to mind. Ulu seemed to have asked him to send a letter, and the letter was from Lu Jai to Bishop Corey. But Lu Jai had fled that very night, so why would he still want to send a letter to Bishop Corey during the day? Kelsey felt that something was amiss, immediately searched through his belongings and found the letter. It was still there. Kelsey could not bother with the fact it was meant for Bishop Corey any longer. He tore open the letter and read it carefully. The content of the letter was quite ordinary, all about details of transactions best kept secret. But Lu Jai had already obtained Visas' finger, so why would he still care about these things? Kelsey still felt something was off. Then his gaze slowly moved upward to the top of the letter, where there was a red stain. He rubbed it with his finger, then sniffed it near his nose. His eyes immediately narrowed. It was blood. Chapter 29. 25 Very good, you finally fell in. After leaving Kelsey, Ulu's expression immediately darkened. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious why Kelsey suddenly decided to reveal the taboo rule to him, and kept emphasizing that the cultist who had stolen his finger had no power beyond that extra rule, tempting him to confront the cultist. That bastard, Ulu gritted his teeth. He wants to use me as a pawn to kill, he actually wants to get rid of me. Like you want to get rid of him? Baiwei slowly said. Ulu was momentarily speechless, then stuttered after a long pause. I just thought about getting rid of him, just a thought, but this guy, he has already taken action. Are you trying to explain something to me? Baiwei's head perked up again, as if he were crossing his arms and looking at Ulu. Are you saying that you still care deeply about your brotherly bond with him and wouldn't go against him unless absolutely necessary? Are you trying to show your loyalty or your affection for him? No, not at all, Ulu immediately denied. I just don't want to kill too many people. The situation is already dangerous enough if I were to act against Kelsey. The moment you attached my finger, you were declaring yourself an enemy of the world, Baiwei said indifferently. Such a dramatic statement might stir up fervor among similarly melodramatic youth, but for Ulu, an old church priest with a skeptical look, it only made him shiver and glance nervously around, checking for any observers noticing a weird vertical finger. Then he lowered his voice to remind cautiously, Visas, Lord Visas, please be careful. After all, these people are still searching for you. Baiwei genuinely felt helpless upon seeing Ulu's reaction. Why couldn't he end up in the hands of a cultist who only thought about destroying the world, who would scream at discovering his existence and offer his full devotion? That would have been much easier. This old skeptical priest really was quite troublesome. But Baiwei didn't express his impatience. Instead, he spoke calmly. Don't worry, the inspection methods of these low-level knights probably aren't sufficient to detect me. Hearing this, Ulu was somewhat puzzled. Then why did you ask me to disguise when you came here? When leaving the church, Ulu had indeed gone through several checkpoints, but Baiwei had gotten them past by disguising Ulu as a church priest. The Rhine Divine Sect was a place with a strict hierarchy. Although Ulu was only a minor local priest, he was nominally higher in rank than these lowest-level knights, so the knights hesitated to confront him directly. Of course, this was also because they presumed that the finger was on a cultist, and thus they excluded Ulu, the church priest. However, this was still a risky act, especially since Ulu had just told Kelsey that he had been checked on the way there. If Kelsey were to verify this, Ulu would be in great trouble. So Ulu didn't understand. If the church knight's current detection methods truly couldn't identify Baiwei's presence, why take the risk? I said probably, not absolutely. Baiwei naturally had an explanation, and he spoke calmly. Previously, you indeed didn't have the technology to do this, but I've been asleep for so long, who knows if you have updated or not. I don't mind, but do you dare to take the risk? Naturally I wouldn't dare. Ulu quickly moved past this topic, but also because he didn't see anything wrong with Baiwei's reasoning. It was sound enough. Hence, he didn't suspect that this was just another trap Bai Wei was laying for him. In the days he had anchored himself to Ulu, Bai Wei had been busily setting various traps. Ulu had already fallen into some of them, and some were still set. To make sure he didn't miss or avoid them, Bai Wei could only dig a few more. Of course, this was something Bai Wei couldn't let him notice. Fortunately, Bai Wei was good at this. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Ulu started to cough into his hand, intensifying as he did. When he lowered his hand, not surprisingly, it was filled with blood. It seems your injury hasn't healed properly yet, Bai Wei spoke indifferently before Ulu could speak. Once you have recovered, focus on building your strength first. You're far too weak. How could you possibly serve as my disciple? Ulu discerned the undisguised sarcasm in Bai Wei's words. But unexpectedly, he didn't feel as tense as before, and there was even a strange, indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was because Bai Wei mentioned the future. Indeed, no matter what, there was still Lord Visa's. Even if he was no longer a priest of the Rhine, he was still a disciple of Lord Visa's. This gave Ulu, who was in a difficult situation, a slight sense of reassurance. I understand, Lord Visa's, I will not disappoint you. Ulu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, continued on his way, and thinking of what Kelsey had just said, asked, By the way, Lord Visa's, about the methods that Kelsey mentioned that could counteract your rules, what do you think? Thoughts? I have no thoughts. Then, will it work? I don't know, replied Bai Wei with a mix of truth and jest. I have never been this weak before, weakened to just a single finger. In my lifetime, all your methods against me were useless. Now I am reduced to a finger, and yet you still consider countermeasures. I can only say it's somewhat amusing to me, but I indeed have no experience in fighting with one finger. Ulu felt that Bai Wei's response sounded a bit humorous. Could Lord Visa's be humorous? He was curious, but he didn't dare to ask. Just then, several well-dressed people approached, and he immediately put his hand down, pretending to be nonchalant. The approaching individuals, as seen by their attire, were not knights, but rather servants of the landlord. While the knights were not yet in place, Kelsey had borrowed these servants from the landlord's house to act as temporary checkpoints. Naturally, these servants dared not inspect a priest like Ulu, but they weren't too concerned either. They acted as if they didn't see him, chatting and laughing to themselves, carrying a bag of blood-stained food. Ulu also noticed the bag of food, feeling it somehow familiar. Then he heard the servants talking. That whippersnapper don't know where he got it from. Must have stolen it from the old master's house, but no matter, it's ours now. Ulu blinked in shock and looked back at the bag of food. It wasn't just stained with blood, it was soaked through, dripping drop by drop from inside. At that moment, Ulu's mind went blank. The next second, with a bang, Ulu smashed one of the servants' heads against the wall, roaring like a crazed beast, Speak, what have you done with that kid? Like a dog guarding its food. And witnessing all this, Bai Wei smiled slightly. Very good, you've finally fallen into the trap. Even though it was in this manner. Chapter 30, where exactly did 26 die? Ulu had thought that there were some things he had long forgotten, or rather, he had tried hard to make himself forget certain things, and he believed he had succeeded. In those blurry memories, he was still a child. Back then it was winter, and the heavy snow covered everything in the town, houses, ground, and the people who starved to death. He hobbled out of the church, his ripped trousers stained with blood, leaving a smear of red on the snow with every step. But he didn't feel the pain because he clutched 2 black loaves to his chest. With these, his mother wouldn't go hungry, and she might just have the strength to survive the winter despite her illness. With these, he could avoid thinking about what had happened last night. With these, everything would be all right as long as he brought them home. Then he saw 2 men walking towards him. One of them asked, Kid, what are you holding? He instinctively clutched the bread tighter, followed by a punch from the man. What happened after that was a blur, both his vision and his memory. When things became clear again, he stood at his doorstep injured, looking at his mother who had long lost her vitality. After that, he lit the house on fire, turned around, and went back to the church, back to the kind presence of priest Lu Jai. In those memories, the fierce blaze amid the pale world was extinguished by the growing snowfall, leaving no trace, so much so that Ulu thought he had truly forgotten. But now, the blood-soaked grain in the hands of the landlord's servant abruptly pulled him back to 20 years ago. That fire that should have been put out. Damn it, it was blazing anew. Ulu's consciousness hadn't caught up yet, but his body had already reacted, slamming one of the servants' heads against the wall and gripping his neck tightly, as if he would devour the servant alive. Faced with Ulu's sudden rampage, the other two servants were taken aback, but they dared not lay a hand on Ulu. After all, the priest robe Ulu wore represented one of the greatest powers in the world, so they did not dare to act, only to panic as if they were dancing. "Lord Priest, what are you doing? Let's talk this out nicely." Ulu wasted no words, snatching the grain bag from the servant's hand and smashing it on the servant's head. "I'm asking, what did you do to that kid?" Only then did the servants realize what Ulu was asking. That kid stole grain from our master's house, so we... "Cut the crap," Ulu glared fiercely at the speaking servant. "The grain was given out by me. Are you saying I stole it from you?" The two servants looked at each other, realizing they had hit a snag, and immediately bowed an apology. "Yes, we're sorry, Lord Priest. We didn't know the grain was from you." "Really, we had no idea. We truly thought the child was a thief. Please, spare Ken. He's about to be choked to death by you." "About to be choked to death by me." Ulu then came to his senses and saw that the servant in front of him had a red face, gasping for breath as if he would suffocate the next second. He immediately let go, and then just stared blankly at the grain bag in his hands. "Wait, what was I just doing?" Ulu was somewhat dazed. "Am I feeling angry? Am I angry for that brat? But why?" Ulu couldn't figure it out. And while he was lost in thought, the other two servants quickly pulled Ken to his feet. They wanted to flee but didn't dare to bolt immediately. Instead, they dragged Ken to Ulu to apologize. "We are very sorry, Lord Priest. We didn't know that child had any connection to you. We truly thought he was a thief, so we just taught him a lesson, but rest assured he's fine. We've sent him home already." By now, the three servants had assumed that the little boy was Ulu's boy toy. Ryan's tastes were well known, and they feared reprisal from Ulu for having taken the boy's things and given him a harsh beating. At this moment, they could only pray for Ulu's forgiveness. But Ulu didn't answer them. Instead, he hung his head low, intently staring at the blood-soaked bag of grain in his hands. The thick blood seeped from between his fingers, almost as if it were dragging him back to that winter 20 years ago. Lord Priest." "Get out," his hoarse voice emanated from his throat. "Don't let me see you again. Get the hell out." Hearing Ulu tell them to get out, the three servants felt an immense relief and immediately took off, afraid that Ulu might change his mind. After they had gone far away, Ulu didn't move either. He just stood there, seemingly lost in thought, muttering to himself, "Why?" Then he heard Bai Wei's icy voice. "I don't care why, but if you soak my original form in blood again, I'll kill you." Ulu suddenly snapped back to reality and realized he had been holding the grain with his left hand without noticing. So now all 5 fingers were soaked in blood. Sorry, Lord Visas." Ulu quickly switched the bag to his right hand and then wiped his hand on the white priest robe, primarily focusing on the middle finger until he had cleaned it thoroughly, ensuring not a speck of dirt remained under the fingernail. He then cautiously asked, Lord Visas, is this all right?" "That's fine," Bai Wei said indifferently. "Well done." By well done you mean?" "That child," Bai Wei pretended to be puzzled. "You took back the grain for him because I value that child, didn't you?" Ulu was slightly taken aback, but then nodded emphatically. Yes, exactly. It's because he is a child valued by you, Lord Visas, that I—" "Fine, go and deliver the grain to him," Bai Wei instructed. "You know where the child lives, right?" "I know." Ulu's tense heart suddenly felt much lighter. "I'll go right now." "Right, it's all because the child is valued by Lord Visas that I intervened. Just because of that, nothing more." In the church, the priest's dormitory, Kelsey, with a group of knights, stood in front of Lu Jai's house. "Has Ulu not returned?" Kelsey asked his subordinate. "Yes," the subordinate replied. "Priest Ulu has not come back." Kelsey squinted slightly. Ulu hadn't returned to the church after parting from him. Where could he go at this time? But that wasn't the focus was... Kelsey turned his head, looked toward Lu Jai's house and gave the order. Check immediately and find out exactly where that guy Lu Jai died. Chapter 31, 27 is just a dog. Lu Jai's house was turned upside down by the knights under Kelsey's command. Kelsey stood outside the house, watching coldly. To tell the truth, he had already guessed what the truth might be, but he still had some disbelief in his heart, disbelief that Ulu could do such a thing. So he was waiting here for evidence. It wasn't long before a knight came running out of Lu Jai's room, reporting to Kelsey, Knight Master, we've indeed found a large amount of bloodstains in Priest Lu Jai's room. Would you like to have a look? Of course. Impatiently pushing the knight aside, Kelsey strode directly into Lu Jai's room. In this era, there was no way to identify a person by their blood, but with the aid of magic, a stain soaked in blood could be revealed, of course, only within a certain period of time. And as soon as he entered the room, Kelsey saw such a scene. With the help of the pale blue magical dust floating in the air, the crimson bloodstains stood out like blood spilled on pure white snow, almost covering the entire room's floor, as though all the blood had been drained from a person's body. Without a doubt, with this amount of blood loss, survival would be impossible without the help of specific spells or divine arts. Kelsey narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly, "It seems we have found the real location where Priest Lu Jai died." His mind then flashed back to Lu Jai's corpse, whose entire abdomen was decayed, with over a dozen stab wounds on the body. These injuries didn't seem like the normal result of battle. The person who killed Lu Jai seemed more like they were venting their anger. Regardless, at least it confirmed that Lu Jai did indeed die here, and not at the bar in Joy House. That left just one last question. Who killed Lu Jai? The answer to that question was actually quite clear by now, given that there were only 2 people living in this courtyard, and the other person's room was less than 50 meters away from this one. Could the person 50 meters away not know anything after Lu Jai was killed? It wasn't impossible, but the Rhine Knights didn't really need evidence, especially regarding Visas's corpse blocks. But in Kelsey's heart, there was some resistance to the possibility that it was Ulu who had killed Lu Jai. He really did not want to believe it. It wasn't because he couldn't accept that an old friend of his could do such an atrocious act. After all, in terms of friendship, Lu Jai was more of a friend to Kelsey than Ulu was. If Lu Jai was the one who betrayed Rhine, Kelsey wouldn't have a difficult time accepting that. He even felt that it wouldn't be surprising for that cunning bastard to do such a thing. But it was Ulu problematic because, in Kelsey's eyes, Ulu was nothing more than a dog they raised. They had picked him up during that winter 20 years ago, fed him, taught him to read, made him a priest, and then. This was like raising a dog, providing food and clothing for the dog, letting it grow strong, not to stand on an equal footing with oneself, but to keep pleasing oneself. But now this dog had bitten back. It had killed its master. This filled Kelsey, also a master, with indescribable rage. Therefore, Kelsey would rather believe that a cultist used some special method to kill Lu Jai without Ulu's knowledge, than believe that Ulu, the dog, had indeed turned on his master. Unfortunately, more evidence pointed to the very fact that Kelsey least wanted to believe. Knight Master, bloodstains have also been found outside the house. Not much later, another knight reported from outside. Kelsey immediately walked out and saw the knight pointing to a patch of dug-up soil. Even without getting close, Kelsey could already smell the stench of blood emanating from the soil. "What's happened here?" Kelsey asked. "Based on my analysis, Priest Lu Jai's body seems to have been buried here for a period of time," the knight said. "But not for long, it was dug up the next day." Before Kelsey could respond, another knight came running from Ulu's house. "Knight Master," the knight presented a blood-stained priest's robe to Kelsey. "This was found in Priest Ulu's room." Kelsey's eyes narrowed slightly. Now everything fell into place. In Kelsey's mind, he was able to reconstruct everything that had happened here. Ulu had killed Lu Jai, and he had buried the body. The day Kelsey arrived, Lu Jai's body was buried just 50 meters away. At the thought, Kelsey felt a shiver down his spine. That person, that dog, the toy that he and Lu Jai had suppressed for 20 years, had dared to do such a thing. Kelsey's body trembled slightly, not from fear but from anger. It was the anger of a master threatened by his own raised dog. "That guy," he spoke softly, "where is he?" Although it was not yet apparent, the knights familiar with Kelsey knew he was on the verge of exploding. But they truly did not know where Ulu had gone, so they didn't know how to reply to Kelsey. But just then, a knight came in pushing 3 servants. "Knight Master," the knight forced the 3 trembling servants down, then said, "These 3 were the last to see Priest Ulu." Kelsey's gaze swept over the faces of the 3 servants, nodding slightly. "Good," he said softly. "Tell me, where is he?" Ulu stood on a familiar, yet strange dirt road and stopped in his tracks. He hesitated as he looked at the road leading out of the town. The reason he found the road familiar was that he had walked it for many years. But the reason it was strange was that he had not been here for 20 years. Ever since he had set that fire with his own hands, he had never come back. He hadn't thought that one day he would return to this road. "What's wrong?" Bai Wei's voice echoed in Ulu's mind. "Is there a problem?" "No, Lord Visas." Ulu came to his senses and shook his head. "No, there are no problems." Taking a deep breath, the cold wind with a chill nicked his nostrils just like back then. Then he lifted his foot and stepped onto the road that once led to his home. Chapter 32, 28. Let me help you bury your mother. Since last night's battle with Biter Roger, after Bai Wei borrowed Ulu's body for a brief descent, their resonance at the soul level deepened. This allowed Bai Wei to more clearly sense the inner fluctuations and emotional changes in Ulu. Of course, it was one-sided. Like now, stepping onto the path leading out of town, Bai Wei could distinctly feel that Ulu was extremely nervous, as if he was fearing something. So Bai Wei directly asked, "Are you very nervous?" Ulu was startled and almost tumbled into the ditch. "Ah, no, of course not. Why do you ask?" Bai Wei replied indifferently, "Because the sound of your heartbeat keeps me from sleeping." Ulu subconsciously touched his chest. Indeed, he hadn't even realized that at this moment his heart was pounding furiously, as if it might leap out at any second, which made him even more nervous. "Sorry for disturbing you, Lord Visas, I'll just—" He cut off mid-sentence. The sound of his heartbeat disturbed Lord Visas. Was he supposed to dig out his heart or stop it? Fortunately, Bai Wei did not intend to trouble him further on this matter. After a chuckle, he asked, "Do you know where that brat lives?" "Oh, yes, because he lived in the same place." Ulu thought to himself. It was precisely for this reason that he could remember the child's home address, despite not even asking for the child's name. These were things Ulu originally did not want to say, but facing Bai Wei, Ulu didn't dare to hide too much, so after a moment of silence he added, "I used to live here too." "Please don't ask any further, don't ask any further." Ulu prayed silently in his heart. And after an "oh" from Bai Wei, it seemed he indeed had no intention of probing any deeper. This allowed Ulu to breathe a slight sigh of relief, but then he suddenly felt an indescribable loneliness. Some things had been buried deep in his heart for a very long time, so long that even he had forgotten them. If he hadn't walked this road again, he probably wouldn't have been able to recall. But now he remembered, walking along this unchanged road for 20 years, with every step he could see his own past shadows, hear his own voice. Those long-expired, rotting memories stung him, leaving him unsure whether he should continue to seal them away, unmentioned to anyone, or whether he should bring them out and share them. In this tangled confusion, he quickened his step, wanting to quickly complete Bai Wei's task, drop off the food to that brat, and then hastily leave this damned place. Bai Wei guessed Ulu's thoughts but said nothing, as if he had fallen asleep. And so Ulu, almost jogging all the way, arrived in front of a dilapidated house with half its roof collapsed. As he arrived here, his steps involuntarily slowed down. The place was all too familiar, even though he had not been here in 20 years. It felt as if he had left only yesterday. Nothing had changed in 20 years. The only difference was probably that the house he had set ablaze was no longer there, most likely cleared away. He took several deep breaths, trying to regain the priest's dignified expression, then walked forward, thinking about knocking. But he quickly realized there was no need to knock, for the door was not closed but merely ajar, and the lock was still broken. So Ulu simply pushed the door open, and was immediately assaulted by a stench that made him cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. With the cough came blood. But before he had time to think further, a surprised voice rang out, "Lord Priest." Ulu looked up and saw the young boy, squatting in the dim room, cooking porridge. Beside him, a similarly dirty little girl looked at Ulu with a dull and blank stare. Ulu frowned, about to say something, but then his gaze shifted to the bed nearby, and his pupils tightened slightly. A middle-aged woman devoid of life lay on the bed, covered with a thin layer of grass. Ulu then remembered what the boy had told him during the day. His mother had died today. Now lying there lifeless just like 20 years ago. Fuck, these damn memories are popping up again. Ulu cursed inwardly. He just wanted to leave this place. Every second he spent here felt like being stabbed by countless needles. And then the little boy came up, timidly asking, "Lord Priest, what are you?" Ulu took a deep breath and still pulled out the blood-stained bag of food. "This is yours, isn't it?" The little boy looked somewhat stunned at the food in Ulu's hand. Ulu said coldly, Be smarter in the future. If you've got food, don't expose it out in the open. Do you want to get robbed? Originally, Ulu just wanted to say that and quickly leave, but he felt that his words were too gentle, as if he had come especially to help the little brat, which made him very uncomfortable, so he added, "What an idiot." After saying that, he threw the food to the little boy. But after catching it, the little boy was very confused. "But this isn't mine." Ulu, who was about to leave, furrowed his brow when he heard the boy's words. "This isn't yours." "Yeah," the little boy pointed to the porridge that was cooking. "That's mine. I wasn't robbed." Ulu's frown deepened. He looked carefully at the little boy, noting that though he was dirty, he had no wounds on his body, contrary to what the servants had said, claiming that they had really hurt him. Which meant, indeed, it wasn't. Seems like a wasted trip. But Ulu didn't want to care about that. Since he came, he might as well deal with it, so he dropped a "then just keep it" to the little boy, then turned around to leave. He couldn't stay in this damn place for another minute. "But this food..." Ulu, almost at the door, stopped in his tracks, then turned back, looking coldly at the little boy. "What? You don't want it because it's covered in blood?" "No, no, no." The boy shook his head repeatedly. It's not mine." "So what? The person who lost it will be very sad, right?" The little boy anxiously clutched the corner of his clothes. "If I take it, what will they do?" Silence. A long silence. Time seemed to freeze. Nobody moved. It was so quiet you could almost hear each other's heartbeats. The little boy, not sure if he had done something wrong, asked uneasily, "Lord Pry." Before he could finish speaking, Ulu suddenly spun around and strode towards him, then kicked him to the ground, cursing incoherently as he did so. "What do you think you are, huh? What do you think you are? Your mom is dead, and you're still here playing Mr. Nice Guy, huh? Your mom is already dead, your sister is about to starve, and you still think about others." Ulu became more violent as he beat the boy, but his fierce eyes seemed to be on the verge of spilling something. "Your mom's gone," he yelled hysterically at the little boy. "From now on, you're all alone, got it?" Throughout this, Ulu kept hitting. The little boy kept covering his head trying to dodge, while his sister just sat there, staring blankly with unchanging eyes as if she were dead. No one knew how much time had passed. The little boy lay battered on the ground, and Ulu also lay there, staring at the cobwebs on the ceiling, zoning out. After who knows how long, he finally spoke softly. "Got a shovel? Let me help you bury your mom." Chapter 33, 29. I buried your mom for free and you still want to hold a mass. Chapter 33, 29. I buried your mom for free and you still want to hold a mass. Huff, 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 cough, cough, cough. Every time he dug a shovel of dirt, Ulu gasped for air and then coughed twice. It made him extremely uncomfortable, feeling as if his lungs were about to burst, but he did not stop, digging one shovel after another. While watching from the side, the little boy occasionally tried to help, but was pushed away by Ulu time and again, who then glared at him fiercely and cursed. "Get lost! Don't bother me, I'm a professional at burying corpses." After all, Lu Jai had been buried just the day before yesterday. The little boy could only watch from the side, holding his sister while their mother lay next to them, as if she were asleep. And as Ulu dug, he could always catch glimpses of the little boy's mother in the corner of his eye, which would make his body stiffen as if it were not the boy's mother lying there, but his own. This made him very uncomfortable, and he increased his force, but soon he would catch another glimpse, and the cycle would repeat. In this disaster year, many people had died, but not many could be buried. Because the living were already out of strength, how could they think of the dead? If Ulu had not come, the little boy also would not have had the strength to dig such a big hole. Ulu from 20 years ago had been the same. So this time, Ulu dug the hole very deep, as if desperately trying to make up for something. And silence kept her silence, disappearing from the conversation as soon as Ulu began digging. Thus, Ulu kept digging until evening when his shovel was nearly broken. Only then did he finally stop. That's it, he muttered to himself, not knowing whom he was speaking with. "That's enough." Then he climbed out of the pit, intending to bring down the body. He had just grabbed the shoulders of the mother when he saw the little boy let go of his sister and dutifully lift his mother's legs. This irked Ulu a bit. He had wanted to do it himself, but after looking at the boy, he said nothing, and together they placed his mother into the pit. Naturally, since he handled the upper body, he inevitably saw the mother's face. Then he discovered it did not resemble his at all. Whether the eyes, mouth, or nose, not one feature was similar. But why then? When he saw that face, Ulu's heart still pounded hard. "Can't you be a bit quicker? Clumsy." Ulu had to forcefully hide his feelings behind his fierce expression as he scolded the boy. "Hurry up and bury your mom. I need to go home for dinner." The boy did not argue and quietly worked. Next, the boy naturally got involved, and together they buried the dug-up dirt. During this period, neither of them spoke. Ulu did not tell the boy to get lost. They finished their work in silence, watching as the mother was gradually buried by the yellow earth. When the last handful of dirt was patted down with the shovel, Ulu could no longer stand it. He sat down hard at the head of the grave, staring blankly at the grave he had dug. At that moment, his emotions were complex, feeling as if the biggest regret in his heart had been filled, yet it hadn't, but had instead added an even greater regret. Ulu sat blankly for a while, then saw the little boy slowly come up to him, looking very hesitant. "Spit it out," Ulu said irritably. Lord Priest," the boy nervously clutched the corner of his shirt. "Could you please perform a mass for my mother?" "Oh, there's a mass to be done." Ulu remembered. He was a priest, after all, and performing masses for the deceased was his duty. So he didn't think much and just fiercely glared at the little boy, cursing, "Always some damn trouble." Before patting his buttocks and standing up, he walked in front of the grave. Conducting masses, he was all too familiar with. Simply by casually saying a few words like, "May your soul return to the embrace of Rhine," he could get a large sum of money from the family. So there he stood in front of the grave, adeptly opening his mouth to say, "May your soul return to." But at this point he got stuck. Return to the embrace of Rhine. In these 20 years, everything he had done while serving as a priest surged up in that moment. All of it dark, dirty, unbearable, although he had never felt there was anything wrong before. But at this moment, standing in front of this grave, he just couldn't utter those words. He struggled for a long time, his face turning beet red but unable to speak. This made the little boy beside him rather curious. "Lord Priest, are you not feeling well?" Ulu turned his head to look at the little boy, then he kicked out. "Have you fucking crossed the line? I buried your mother for free, and now you still want me to perform the mass without charge. Do you have any idea how much a mass costs? Do you know that my holy blessing has a price, huh? Was your mother's life worth this money? Do you think it was worth it?" Ulu didn't put much strength in that kick because he didn't have the energy, so the little boy quickly got up. Ulu initially thought he would be angry, considering how he'd insulted his mother. But the little boy didn't react that way. Instead, he said guiltily to Ulu, "I'm sorry, Lord Priest, I was too greedy." Ulu choked up, feeling unable to breathe, and coldly said, "Good that you know." Then he prepared to leave. But as he turned around, he heard the little boy say, "I'll work hard to become a priest like you, and then perform the mass for my mother by myself." Ulu's body froze. A priest like him, just like him. After a few seconds of rigidity, Ulu, as if losing all his reason, charged at the little boy again, knocking him to the ground. "Become someone like me. Do you know what kind of person I am? I've killed, I've set fires. I've played with little boys too, your kind I like to play with the most. Tired of them, break them, then destroy them. That night I was going to play with you, did you know, did you? And you still fucking want to be like me? I tell you, if I see you in the church, I'll definitely kill you, definitely, do you understand? Don't join Rhine, don't become a priest, do you understand?" After venting all this, looking at the little boy lying almost lifeless before him, Ulu got scared. He turned around to flee, practically tumbling over himself to get away from there, running several hundred meters in one breath, finally collapsing by the roadside, gasping for air. He didn't know what he had done or what he wanted to do. He just blankly stared at the sky like a living dead. Then he heard that long silent voice in his mind. "What are you afraid of?" Byway slowly spoke, his voice filled with mockery. Chapter 34, 30 He is a flower, you are a maggot. Chapter 34, 30 He is a flower, you are a maggot. Upon hearing Byway's voice, Ulu immediately shot up like a spring, his previously blank expression replaced with one of tension. Byway had been silent for such a long time that Ulu had almost forgotten his presence. "Vi visas, sir?" He attempted to shake off the emotion in his heart and refocused his attention. What were you just saying?" Byway let out a light hiss, not minding to repeat himself. In fact, he was quite willing. "I'm asking, what are you afraid of?" "Afraid? How could that be possible?" Ulu's first instinct was denial. "He's just a little brat, why would I be afraid of him?" "Oh, is that so?" Byway certainly wasn't going to let him off at this time. He straightened his own body, and then Ulu was forced to watch as his left hand was led right in front of his eyes by that distinctive middle finger, compelling him to make eye contact with it. Ulu subconsciously wanted to shift his gaze away, but due to the pressure from Bai Wei, he didn't dare to do so and just stiffened up. "You are very tense, especially tense," Bai Wei stated matter-of-factly. "I can hear your heartbeat. Right now you are more nervous than when you killed your old superior, more nervous than when you were facing the Night Master, even more nervous than last night when you encountered that esoteric believer and your life was in danger. This kind of nervousness should be classified as fear, shouldn't it?" Faced with the evil god who could directly hear his own heartbeat, Ulu felt every word he spoke was weak, but he still argued. "No, it's not like that at all. My reaction just now wasn't fear. That brat has nothing that could scare me." "Oh," Bai Wei asked with interest. "If it's not fear, then what is it?" Ulu pursed his lips tightly, not saying a word. If it had been any other time, he would not have the courage to remain silent in response to Bai Wei's question. But now, he didn't want to talk. He really didn't want to talk. So he really ignored Bai Wei, just getting up from the ground and heading straight to the town, as if he was intent on concentrating on walking. In the face of such disrespectful behavior, Bai Wei was neither hurried nor annoyed, but he didn't stop. He continued to speak leisurely. "Actually, I'm quite curious, Ulu. What kind of person were you before you became a priest? Can you tell me?" Ulu pretended he didn't hear. "I've heard," Bai Wei went on, "that the low-rank priests from the 4 orthodox denominations are mostly selected from local orphans, converted to their roles. You must be one, right?" To my knowledge, there was a famine here 20 years ago that was even more severe than this one, with more deaths. And you became a priest 20 years ago, so." Ulu's body trembled slightly, a very clear sense of panic flickering in his eyes. Naturally, Bai Wei caught this expression and smiled faintly, knowing that he had guessed correctly. "Looks like I'm not wrong," Bai Wei stated. "You look at that kid as if you are seeing the once you." "No," Ulu stopped in his tracks and glared intensely at the finger on his left hand. "I'm not like him, I'm not like him." Seeing Ulu suddenly get agitated, Bai Wei knew his words had struck deep. Since that first night, Ulu had not dared to disobey Bai Wei, not to mention getting emotional. He didn't even have the courage to argue, but now. For Bai Wei, the next part of the conversation was crucial. How to make Ulu fall deeper into this trap was something to be carefully considered. So he said with a light chuckle, "Ah, don't get agitated. I, of course, know you're not like him. You and he are 2 different types of people." Ulu thought Bai Wei was acknowledging him and subconsciously wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he heard Bai Wei say, "That brat is just an ignorant fool, still harboring an unrealistic naivety and kindness, a damned do-gooder. But you're different, you're a villain, and the lowest, the most degenerate kind of villain." Ulu's expression immediately soured, but Bai Wei seemed oblivious as he continued speaking. "That child won't even steal food when he's starving, but you would stare at what's in others' bowls even after you're full. That child wants to become a priest to serve others, but after you became a priest, you only made others serve you. The only thing you and that child have in common is the fact that you're both motherless, both orphans. You're like 2 sides of the same coin, both emerging from the mud, except he is a flower and you." Bai Wei paused as Ulu's body trembled with irritation, and then with a light chuckle he finished his sentence, "You're a maggot. He emits fragrance, you emit a foul stench. So my earlier description was incorrect. Your expression was not one of fear, but inferiority. You see him come out of the mud unscathed, while you emerge from the dirt with no clean spot on you. That's why you're angry, that's why you feel inferior, that's why you beat him up, that's why you're desperate to escape that place." After a tirade of verbal lashing, Bai Wei finally stopped. And at that moment, Ulu's face was pale as paper, his body shaking unsteadily on the verge of collapse. By what right do you say such things about me?" Bai Wei remained silent, just quietly observing Ulu. "By what right do you say such things about me?" The next second, Ulu burst out, grasping Bai Wei's physical form with his right hand, his eyes murderous. "Do you know me? Do you really know me? What does it mean that he is a flower and I am a maggot? What does it mean that he's a good person and I'm a rotten one? Do you think I want to be a rotten person? When he was about to starve to death, I gave him food. It was me who gave it. I didn't do anything to him. And me. When I was about to starve to death, who did I meet? It was that damn Lu Jai, that old arsehole. I had to spend a night with him for just a little bit of food. Do you know what that night was like for me? Do you know? That would have been enough, but when I got back with the food, my mom was already dead. She had died on the bed, just like that kid's mother, dead on the bed. But what about that kid? When his mother died, I could still help bury her. When my mother died, who was there to help me? Why didn't anyone help me? Why? He seemed to have reached his limit, hysterically yelling at Bai Wei like a deranged beast. I want to be a good person, I want to be a good son, I want to be a good priest. But who gave me a chance? Who in the world gave me a chance? Tell me. After saying all this, he seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to his knees again, muttering. I want to be a good person too, but there's never been a chance, truly no chance. Watching the distraught Ulu, Bai Wei nodded slightly. Good, got it all out. Next, all that's left. What? 50 meters from Ulu, in a room, a knight gently patted another knight's shoulder. Notify Sir Kelsey, we've located the target. Then he slowly drew his sword, its blade reflecting the knight's cold eyes, colder than the big snow from 20 years earlier. Chapter 35, 31 Save Me, Lord Visas. Chapter 35, 31 Save Me, Lord Visas. Ulu lay on the ground, panting for over 10 minutes before he belatedly realized what he had just done, and cold sweat instantly broke out. Visas, Lord Visas? He immediately sat up, looking down at his left middle finger. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but it seemed slightly reddened from his own tight grip. He quickly explained, I'm sorry, Lord Visas, I just got a little. Before he could finish his apology, Bai Wei interrupted him slowly. It seems you've calmed down. Yes, Lord Visas, I was just a little. Don't worry about it. Besides, I prefer the defiant look you had earlier compared to how you are now, Bai Wei said. Would you like to recover a bit? Ulu. He wouldn't dare to recover even if he had the guts. T.S., is that it? It's rather dull, Bai Wei said. But your reaction just now was quite interesting. You seem different from what I imagined. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Once again, Bai Wei tried to become a confidant. But this time, Ulu responded with silence. The silence lasted for several minutes. Just as Bai Wei thought that the wall in Ulu's heart was about to rise again, Ulu slowly began to speak, his voice deep. That kid, he really resembles how I used to be. Even the place he lives isn't much different. Bai Wei said nothing, listening quietly. My father died when I was very young, and I was raised by my mother, a devout follower of Rhine, which profoundly influenced me. Thus, when the Great Famine came 20 years ago and my mother fell seriously ill, my first thought was to go to Rhine, and then I met Lu Jai. Ulu's body trembled slightly as he was sharply stung by the memories from 20 years ago. After that, my mother died, and from then on, I was under Lu Jai's wing. It was then I realized that the Rhine priests weren't what I had imagined. They were all scumbags. Hearing this, Bai Wei slowly stood up straight again and looked directly at Ulu with those small eyes. But you became one of them. Ulu's expression suddenly became unnatural, as if he wanted to argue, but he opened his mouth and was unable to speak his objections. You think it was Lu Jai who changed you, not that you were always like this, right? Bai Wei again spoke slowly. Ulu didn't hesitate this time and immediately responded. Of course. If it weren't for running into that old bastard Lu Jai, if those priests were really like the priests my mother imagined, why would I have become what I am now? Just like that kid, if he had met Lu Jai instead of me, he would have become the same kind of person. Ultimately, it's not about what kind of person I want to be, but what this world makes me, and no one is an exception. Ulu tried to exempt himself from blame, and Bai Wei noticed this but didn't argue, just casually remarked, Is that so? That's an interesting point, I'll remember it. Remembered it? Ulu felt uneasy hearing Bai Wei's words, but he couldn't pinpoint why, so he temporarily pushed it aside. It's already dark, it's time to head back. Ulu glanced at the sky and murmured as he stood up and dusted off his trousers before walking into the town. Having received Visas's finger, Ulu felt he hadn't relaxed all day. Whether physically or mentally, his energies were rapidly depleting, and today his heart power also felt brutally slashed. He didn't want to think about anything now, just wanted to return to his room and sleep well. But for some reason, after entering the town, he felt something was odd. Despite it being a famine year, was this street really so quiet? Ulu stopped walking, puzzled, and looked around. The dim alleys rustled as if shadows lurked and wandered. Is it a rat? A strong sense of unease surged in Ulu's heart, prompting him to subconsciously call out to Bai Wei in his mind. Lord Visas, is there something off here? Before he could finish, Bai Wei's voice faintly echoed, They have come. They have come. Ulu had not yet grasped what this meant when suddenly he felt his left hand grow heavy, and his entire arm forcefully pulled his whole body downward. Before he could react, he felt several arrows whiz past his scalp, snipping off a few strands of hair before embedding into the wooden wall beside him. It was then that Ulu realized what was happening, and his eyes widened in shock. This is... Before he could finish speaking, several small orbs of light were suddenly thrown from the shadowy alley. Landing at Ulu's feet, they rapidly burst into blinding beams and loud noise. With both his sight and hearing under attack, Ulu let out a wail. Meanwhile, 2 church knights took this opportunity to rush in front of him, using the noise from the light beams to cover the buzzing sound of the holy swords being unsheathed. As a civilian staffer, it was natural that Ulu could not match these church knights, especially when they were fully prepared. Unsurprisingly, this battle was about to end quickly. The 2 unsheathing knights seemed to foresee Ulu's head falling to the ground in 2 seconds. What they did not know was that 2 seconds earlier, Ulu had already screamed in his mind, "Lord Visas, save me." Thus the 2 unsheathing knights saw Ulu suddenly extend his right hand, thumb pointing downward. Both knights widened their eyes as the Knight Master Kelsey's prior warnings flashed through their minds. This was taboo number 24. Was it really the right thumb? Both knights immediately lifted their hands to form seals, chanting simultaneously, "Rhine." This was a spell from the spirit defense system, capable of resisting any mental disturbances for a very short time. Although they were uncertain of the resistance effect against something like taboo number 24 from the rule system, just enduring a second or 2 was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. However, before the spell could take shape, they heard a crisp snap of fingers. That nearly completed spell was abruptly cancelled at that moment. This sudden turn of events left both battle-hardened knights somewhat stunned, freezing in the disruption of their spellcasting. Then Bai Wei took advantage of their momentary paralysis, grabbed their sword blades with both hands, and slightly altered their attack direction. Consequently, the 2 swords straightforwardly penetrated the throats of their bearers. The 2 knights stared dully at this so-called civilian staffer, then looked down at his hands, finally realizing the truth. It's not taboo number 24, it's taboo number 29. It's not the thumb, it's the middle finger. Quick, notify Lord Kelsey. Their words were not as fast as the fading of their lives, so before they could finish speaking, their heads drooped, and they were dead. Chapter 36, 32 went home. Chapter 36, 32 went home. Looking at the 2 knights who had died before him, Bai Wei clapped his hands with quite some satisfaction. He had made the right decision earlier by instructing Ulu to also cut off Lu Jai's right thumb. This move successfully confused the bunch of knights, who couldn't figure out whether his real body was the middle finger of the left hand or the thumb of the right hand. Then, he caught these 2 knights off guard and prevented them from spreading the message, allowing him to continue his deception in the upcoming battles. But to tell the truth, if possible, Bai Wei didn't want to be so crafty. Wouldn't it be better to just bulldoze through? However, the rule sealed in Visas's left middle finger was not a combat type, and Ulu's body was just too weak. Without some brain work, it really wasn't easy to fight. As for now, Bai Wei looked at the corpse in front of him, then gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the expression in his eyes had shifted from calm to frantic, especially upon seeing the 2 dead knights. Priest Ulu, who had regained control of his body, was so frightened that he nearly toppled over. "Can't you show a little backbone?" Bai Wei asked slowly. "They're already dead, what are you afraid of?" Ulu swallowed hard, his face pale. "These knights are Kelsey's subordinates, they already know." "Ah, it seems so," Bai Wei said nonchalantly. "But shouldn't you have been prepared for this? The moment you gained my power, you were bound to become an enemy of the world sooner or later." "But this is too soon." Ulu had no idea what to do, and was about to say something more when he suddenly heard the sound of armor friction at the end of the street corner. "Kelsey is here." "No, I can't beat him. I'm definitely no match for him." Ulu could only pin all his hopes on Visas. "Lord Visas, you—" "Oh, sorry," Bai Wei interrupted Ulu directly, and then with a smile he said the words Ulu least wanted to hear. "Your Knight Master friend is quite powerful. With just 1 finger, I can't beat him either." Ulu's eyes widened. "Lord Visas can't beat him, then isn't he doomed tonight?" He stood there dumbly, watching as the silhouettes of the knights slowly emerged from the darkness. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice, filled with frustration. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Wait. 1 minute later, Kelsey looked at the 2 knights dead before him, his face extremely grim. Kelsey was very familiar with the strength of his subordinates. He couldn't believe that Ulu, with his ability, could defeat any one of them, even with the aid of a taboo. After all, neither Taboo 29 nor Taboo 24 were combat-related rules. In the hands of the powerful, they were terrifying, but in the hands of Ulu, they shouldn't pose much of a threat. So how did he do it? Kelsey's anger grew. That damn dog, how much more is he hiding? Or could it be that there's more to Visas's corpse than what is recorded? He couldn't drag this out any longer. He had to find him tonight. Kelsey beckoned with his finger, and 2 knights brought the previous servant forward. These fellows had claimed that Ulu stepped in on behalf of a little thief, which led Kelsey and his men to the child's home, only to find Ulu had never been there, and the child had no idea who Ulu was until his death. This had also delayed them too long. If Kelsey hadn't arranged for a few nights to wait here in advance, he still might not know Ulu's whereabouts by now. Facing the 3 trembling servants, Kelsey wasted no words. He drew his sword and cut one down, immediately frightening the remaining 2 into collapse. "You have one last chance," Kelsey said indifferently. "Tell me, where will that guy go?" The servants never imagined that Kelsey would lay hands on them. Watching their companions' blood splash onto their bodies, they nearly fainted. They had no idea where Ulu might be headed, but faced with Kelsey's sword, they dared not admit their ignorance. Fortunately, at that moment, a knight ran over and reported to Kelsey, "Knight Master, there's another path leading out of the town. Judging from the footprints, Priest Wu-Lu most likely ran that way." Kelsey narrowed his eyes. A path. Upon hearing the knight's report, the 2 servants leaped up as if clutching at straws. Yes, there's a path leading out of town. There are about a dozen households outside the town, and beyond that is a dead end. That guy definitely can't escape." Hearing this, Kelsey nodded and sheathed his sword. Seeing this, the 2 servants were just about to breathe a sigh of relief when they heard Kelsey speak again. "You 2 come search with us. If we don't find him, don't bother coming back." What? Ulu was running wildly through the night. He didn't want to die, he truly didn't. Over the years, he was most afraid of 2 people. One was Lu Jai, and the other was Kelsey, with the latter casting an even larger shadow over his psyche. If Lu Jai was a psychologically twisted bastard, then Kelsey was a lunatic who would stop at nothing. Ulu couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to him if he fell into Kelsey's hands. Previously, Lord Visas gave him some confidence, but now that Visas himself admitted he was no match for Kelsey, Ulu had no shred of courage to face Kelsey. So all Ulu could do was run for his life. He hadn't been this wretched in a long time, for he could no longer return to the small chapel he'd striven at for 20 years. Now he had lost money, status, everything. His life was all that remained. The efforts and struggles of 20 years had turned to naught, and chasing him was a demon out for his life. He was truly terrified. In this moment he was like a very small child again, like the times he'd caused trouble in the town. He would run madly to a place just like tonight. What place was it? He couldn't remember. But on this pitch-black path where his feet couldn't even see what was beneath them, his steps were anything but hesitant, as if he had traversed this path countless times. Why was this? He didn't know, not until his legs gave out and he collapsed into a pile of ruins. He struggled to rise and continue running, but couldn't move. Because these ruins where he lay consisted of charred blocks of wood. In this moment, he suddenly realized something. He had come home. Chapter 37, 33 I am not an insect. Chapter 37, 33 I am not an insect. He was home. Ulu had never imagined, not in 20 years, that his home would still be here, nor had he expected to return in such a manner. During the day, when his eyes could see, he couldn't find his home, but at night, when all was pitch black and he had lost sight, he found his way back on instinct. Curled up amidst the ruins, he dared not look back, nor did he dare to imagine what might be buried beneath. He dared not think, only kept reminding himself in his heart, "This is not my home is long gone, this is an illusion." The shaking of Ulu's heart was so intense that Bai Wei heard it loud and clear. He looked up at Ulu in some surprise, glanced at the surrounding ruins, but said nothing. Truth be told, returning home wasn't part of Bai Wei's plan at all, as not even his vast powers could possibly locate Ulu's home. However, Ulu's current reaction was within his expectations. The experiences of the entire day had brought Ulu to the brink of an emotional breakdown. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Just one last step. And for that last step, Bai Wei cast his gaze towards the small cabin not far away and waited in silence. Before long, a raucous noise came from the direction Ulu had come, and he turned his head to see the knights approaching with torches in hand. Ulu quickly buried himself deeper within the ruins, hiding completely beneath them. The charred remains gave Ulu an indescribable sense of security, just as it had before becoming ruins. The thought startled Ulu, and then he shook his head vigorously, trying hard to dispel these notions from his brain. Kelsey stood in front of the dozens of houses, as if he had remembered something, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This place. The knight standing beside him turned his head. Knight Master, have you discovered something? No, Kelsey shook his head. I just feel this place seems familiar. He pondered briefly, and then it came back to him. Ah, isn't this where that fellow Ulu used to live? I remember that old bastard Lu Jai mentioning it, these dozens of families just outside the town. It seems this is it. With that thought, a contemptuous arc played upon Kelsey's lips. Coming home to find mommy at a time like this. Too bad your mother's long dead. The knights looked at each other, unsure of what Kelsey meant, and Kelsey, too lazy to explain, simply waved his hand. I know this village, it truly has no other exit apart from this one road leading into the town. Here. That's what we'll do. I'll stand guard here and you split up to search, check each house. See where that guy is hiding. If you find him, signal me right away. You might not be able to handle him, but I can. Yes, Knight Master. All the knights obeyed the command, including the 2 servants the knights had caught, who, although very unwilling to help, complied under Kelsey's intimidation and followed the knights into the small village. The torches thus intruded abruptly into the quiet village, as if intending to ignite it entirely. Yet Ulu breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Because his home, no, the ruins he was in were completely isolated, so the knights didn't venture this way at all. And since he was at the front end of the village, once all of the knights entered, he would have a chance to run back to the town the way he had come. The only problem was, Kelsey was guarding the route. Kelsey stood there, his hands on the hilt of the holy sword like an immovable mountain, a peak so daunting that Ulu didn't dare to give it a second glance. So Ulu could only hope that some disturbance in the village would draw Kelsey's attention, so he could seize the chance to escape. But could this tiny village, home to just a few dozen families and which had lost at least half its population in the disaster year, really have something to attract Kelsey's notice? Ulu didn't know, so all he could do was pray, wait for fate to favor him, wait for the Rhine god. Ah, he had already betrayed the Rhine. While Ulu was troubled by such strange thoughts, the first team of knights had already burst into the nearest house and dragged 2 people out. Ulu glanced over subconsciously, then immediately his eyes widened. Because the people the knights dragged out were familiar, it was the little boy and his sister. Only then did Ulu realize with a shock that the nearest house was the little imp's home. At that moment, Ulu's heart pounded fiercely. How could it be the kid's home? How could it be? What? Imp, one of the knights, clearly impatient, smacked the little boy's face with a holy sword, and the sharp blade instantly cut the boy's face. I'm asking you, have you seen a priest? The little boy looked up, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the questioning knight, then at the other knights and slowly shook his head. No. Chapter 38, 33 I am not a bug, too. Chapter 38, 33 I am not a bug, too. Is it that you don't have it or you just don't want to talk? Knight fiercely said. If you dare to hide it, I will kill you, so think carefully. The little boy was startled by the knight, but still weakly said, I really don't have it. Following that, the knight turned his head to look at his sister. Using the same manner, he patted his sister's face. Have you seen a priest? The sister just stared blankly at the knight, looking even more stunned than her brother, as if she didn't even understand the knight's words. An idiot. The knight disdainfully sheathed his sword and then waved his hand. Next house, but you are not allowed to go back, just wait here. Watching that the knights did nothing more outrageous to the young siblings, Ulu's hanging heart relaxed somewhat. Although Ulu didn't know why the boy claimed he hadn't seen him, even though he could have said he saw him during the day, maybe the boy wasn't stupid after all, knowing that it would be troublesome if he admitted seeing him. That must be the reason. What else could it be? Ulu didn't want to think more and just quietly watched, waiting for the situation to unfold. As the knights delved deeper, household after household were dragged out from their homes, interrogated one by one. And indeed, these villagers hadn't seen Ulu. Even if they had, it was during the day. Ulu had just run over without being spotted by anyone, so naturally no one knew that Ulu was hiding here in the ruins. All the villagers had been questioned once, and everyone said they hadn't seen Ulu. Was that the end of it? Being part of the Rhine clergy himself, Ulu knew that it was impossible for the search to end here. The true search was about to begin. The knights entered every house, destroying everything inside the villagers' homes, even not sparing the clay bowls and pots, as if fearing Ulu might be hiding inside them. Facing such brutality, the villagers didn't dare to resist, or to say they no longer had the strength to resist. They had already become numb. They just sat there listlessly, just like the young girl, their eyes devoid of any life. After all, when even food was scarce, what use were other possessions? Hiding in the ruins, Ulu was frantically calculating how to escape. If the knights couldn't find anything after searching the houses, they would undoubtedly broaden their search area, and then he couldn't hide here anymore. During this time, Kelsey was still standing at the entrance, his expression showing slight impatience, but he was still waiting. Quick, anyone, just distract him, just lead him away. Ulu prayed again in his heart. It was then that he heard someone excitedly shouting, I found it, that guy was definitely here." Ulu was startled and instinctively looked towards the source, then his eyes widened. Because he saw the landlord's servant he had beaten earlier, holding a blood-stained bag of food. From the little devil's house. What's going on? Looking at the bag of grain in the servant's hand, the knight's brow furrowed. What is this? Knight, sir, this is the food that the priest snatched from us during the day, the servant exclaimed excitedly. This very bag, it was found in this little devil's house. That priest must have been here. Hearing this, the knight's gaze immediately focused on the little boy's face. What's going on? The knight asked calmly. You just said you haven't seen that priest. The little boy immediately bowed his head, speaking softly. I found it. Found it? The knight gave a glance to the servant. The servant understood, immediately stepped forward and kicked the little boy, knocking him down. Found it? You still lie at a time like this? The servant grasped the little boy's neck tightly. You dare to lie in front of the respected knight, sir. The knight coldly spoke again. I ask you once more, where did this bag of grain come from, and where is that priest exactly? The little boy still shook his head. I found it, I haven't seen any priest. Very well. The knight nodded, gestured to the servants, then turned around. The two servants clearly understood the knight's intent, and once again began to kick and punch the little boy. Damn lowlife, still not telling the truth, huh? Don't deceive the knight, sir. Have you considered the consequences? The little boy just held his head with both hands, letting them beat him without any reaction. And Ulu saw it all. Why won't he admit it? Ulu muttered. Why won't he admit that he saw me? Ulu completely couldn't understand why the boy wouldn't mention seeing him earlier that day. Why keep it a secret? Bai Wei slowly said, maybe because you helped bury his mother. Ulu's body trembled slightly, then immediately shook his head. No, it can't be. No one would do it for that kind of reason. He couldn't finish his sentence because the little boy was indeed doing just that. The two servants were ruthless, and it only took a few blows to leave him covered in blood, but he stubbornly kept his mouth shut, not uttering a sound. It's clear he only needed to tell the truth, to say he had seen Ulu during the day but not at night. That would have been enough. Chapter 39, 33 I am not a bugs 3. Chapter 39, 33 I am not a bugs 3. Why not speak? Stupid idiot, Ulu cursed the little boy in a trembling voice. What an idiot. Hearing Ulu's curses, Bai Wei didn't speak but quietly watched the little boy, listening to Ulu struggling to justify himself. Oh no, he's not stupid, he's smart. He knows if he admits he saw me during the day, these guys would definitely make him reveal my current location. That would bring him even more trouble, so it's better for him to simply say he hasn't seen me, that way he can. Ulu seemed unable to continue his own conclusion. It was at this moment he finally heard the long-awaited voice. What is going on? It was Kelsey. This impatient knight master had eventually walked from the crossroads to the little boy's house. He looked at the boy, who was beaten to a pulp, and coldly asked, what exactly is going on? Opportunity had arrived. Ulu was ecstatic. He seized this rare chance and cautiously crawled out of the ruins, preparing to escape while the little boy diverted Kelsey's attention. Since he feared making noise, Ulu moved lightly, climbing around in the ruins as quietly as a hideous worm. Are you going to run? Bai Wei asked in a calm voice. Of course, if not now, when? Ulu logically responded to Bai Wei. Is that child not a concern? Ulu's body trembled slightly, but he quickly resumed normal and continued crawling forward while saying to himself, "What does it have to do with me? He's going to die." "So what?" Ulu gritted his teeth and said, "He will die because he doesn't know my whereabouts, so Kelsey will kill him. What does that have to do with me? If he knew where I was, it would have been me who would die." "Really? Otherwise, what could it be?" Just as he was about to crawl out of the ruins, Ulu subconsciously looked back, only to feel as if his heart and lungs would stop. He saw the little boy, and the little boy also saw him. All the knights had their backs to him. Everyone was standing, so no one saw Ulu crawling in the mud except for the little boy who had also been beaten into the mud. Ulu was sure the little boy had seen him, as those eyes that could see into the distance were the boy's most distinctive feature. Thus, Ulu almost anticipated the boy immediately pointing at him. That way the little boy could stand up from the mud, while he would be forever buried in it, which caused his heart and lungs to momentarily stop. But what he didn't expect was, after looking at him, the little boy said nothing, made no movements, and even retracted his gaze, hugged his head, and buried himself deeper. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, and even more complex emotions surged in Ulu's heart, causing him to involuntarily open his mouth wide, wanting to say something, yet unable to speak. Ultimately, all of this was overshadowed by a stronger desire to survive, making him immediately turn his head and crawl and roll out of the ruins, escaping from that muddy place and sprinting into the night. Besides escaping, he didn't want to think about anything, didn't want to do anything, just escape. Leave this place, leave forever. Stay alive, survive by any means. Everything else was irrelevant to him. Now he just needed to run into the night. Watching Ulu like this, Bai Wei knew it was time. "Are you really just running away?" Bai Wei started languidly. Ulu didn't respond. "Honestly, this decision of yours doesn't surprise me. Do you remember what I told you a few hours ago? Or rather, do you remember what you yourself said?" Ulu seemed as if he hadn't heard, but Bai Wei could feel his footsteps becoming slightly erratic. "You said it, didn't you? You have become this way because at the moment of life and death, you met Lu Jai and that little devil met you. You were the same kind of person, but it's the different encounters that have shaped you differently." "Shut up," Ulu's voice trembled as he countered, "don't talk anymore." "But my view is different from yours. Do you remember what I told you? Different beings will adapt differently in the same environment. It's intrinsic." "I told you to shut up, just shut up." Now Bai Wei seemed as if he hadn't heard, continuing to speak to himself. "Just like coming out of the mud, some are naturally flowers, like that little devil." "Shut up," Ulu stopped in his tracks, clutching the middle finger of his left hand fiercely, as if trying to pluck Bai Wei out that way. But Bai Wei was unmoved, and that fingerprint-laden little head even seemed to give Ulu a feeling of smiling, which scared Ulu, not because of Bai Wei himself, but... "Are you afraid of that fact? Afraid of the fact I'm about to state?" Bai Wei lightly chuckled, "But the fact is, some are naturally flowers." "Shut up," Ulu was almost going mad. Facing and about to explode Ulu, Bai Wei's tone gradually became colder, saying the words he least wanted to hear. "Yet some are naturally bugs." "Bugs, just bugs." "What?" Kelsey found it boring. This bratty kid was stubborn for no reason, but he couldn't be bothered to take action himself, directly addressing the two servants. "Kill his sister, see if he talks." "Yes, my lord." The little boy immediately lifted his head, his eyes wide with terror as he watched the two servants hold down his sister with cruel smiles. "No, please." The little boy finally spoke, his words full of pleading. "Please do." "Now you know to beg. Too late." One servant picked up a small knife. "Who told you, huh?" He suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps, causing him to instinctively turn his head to see who was running. Then his head just flew up. A rusty iron shovel had chopped through his neck, blood spurting like a fountain. Everyone froze. They watched as a man emerged from the night, wearing a filthy priest robe, yet looking like an evil ghost, bathed in blood as he screamed at Knight Master Kelsey with all his might. "I am not a bug." Chapter 40, 34 Three Things. Chapter 40, 34 Three Things. Everything happened so quickly that it was only after the servant's head bounced on the ground like a ball that the well-trained knights violently realized what had happened. "It's Ulu. Damn, where was that guy hiding?" The knights, belatedly aware, now surrounded Ulu, their expressions tense because the Ulu before them was completely different from the harmless-looking man they remembered, from the point of view of a Rhine knight. He was like a wild beast gone mad. His once pristine priest robe was now stained with mud and fresh blood, both black and red, resembling torn, putrefied flesh. He was still clutching a shovel of unknown origin, the very one that had just sliced off the servant's head, dripping blood. But it wasn't just his appearance that frightened the knights. What if Ulu also possessed the legendary taboo items, Visas's corpse? Already more than one clergy had died at Ulu's hand. All these elements combined created a ludicrous scene. A fully armed squad of knights hunting down a defector from the orthodox bureaucracy. Yet it felt as though a pack of wolves was hunting down a lion. And this lion was not even paying attention to the wolves. Since entering the room, Ulu's gaze had been fixed on the man standing before him, Kelsey. Facing this version of Ulu, Kelsey remained calm. When Ulu had charged in and decapitated the servant with his shovel, Kelsey was the only one in the room who hadn't moved a muscle, his hands never leaving the hilt of his sword. Now, he was locking eyes with Ulu, his brown eyes betraying little emotion. Yet he did not remain silent but spoke slowly. "Your entrance has caught me by surprise, old friend." Ulu growled back, "I'm not your old friend." Indeed," Kelsey nodded calmly. "My old friend would not have the guts to show up here, just as you said earlier. You're not what again? Oh, you're not a worm. So you can't be my old friend because my old friend." Kelsey's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "He's just a despicable worm that shies away from the light." At these words, Ulu's hand holding the shovel trembled again, not from fear but from anger. Ulu felt that the anger he had suppressed for 20 years was now ignited tonight, and this anger-fueled fire had burned away his reason. Otherwise, he would never have appeared before Kelsey. "Although I don't know how you've become like this," Kelsey's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the holy sword, then he spoke slowly. "But in consideration of our friendship of over 2 decades, I can give you some dignity." As he said this, Kelsey raised his hand, signaling the Rhine knights to step back. His lieutenant immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Knight Master, what are you suggesting?" Kelsey smiled. "Let me catch up alone with my old friend, will you?" "But he is—" "Don't worry," Kelsey's smile broadened. "I understand him better than you. He won't hurt me, right, old friend?" This seemingly touching scene of comradeship, with a law enforcer facing a friend who had fallen into the abyss, still refusing to give up on him and treating him with sincerity and trust, attempting to redeem his old friend. But the reality was, even someone unfamiliar with Kelsey and Ulu could detect the undisguised sarcasm in Kelsey's words. So the true meaning of his words was, Kelsey didn't believe Ulu could harm him. No matter how fearsome Ulu looked, no matter that he had just killed a person, and before that 2 knights, a priest, and an esoteric believer, Kelsey still held contempt for Ulu, even scorn. The knights present looked at each other in confusion. Frankly, Kelsey's action was against the rules of the Rhine, the rule that when faced with the taboo, everyone and every unit must give their all. But they also understood their boss, so after exchanging glances, they still slowly exited the room, leaving Kelsey with a sufficiently spacious stage for his performance. And it was at this time that Ulu could finally turn his attention to the siblings who were blankly watching them, accurately speaking, the brother, because the sister had always been in a daze, and the little boy had not responded since Ulu had barged in. He sat there covered in blood, staring blankly at the still-dripping bloody shovel that Ulu had used to help bury their mother just a few hours ago. With a snap, Ulu threw a heavy bag of money at the feet of the little boy, which finally startled him awake. "3 things," Ulu slowly began. "First, take the money and leave this place. Second, don't come back. And third—" He paused, as if he wanted to say something else, but then stopped himself. "Don't become a priest. Don't even enter any church, do you understand?" The little boy opened his mouth about to say something, but was cut off by Ulu's furious shout. "Don't you understand? Take your sister and get out." The little boy was scared. The threats of those people hadn't scared him, the beatings hadn't scared him, but Ulu's outburst did. He immediately picked up the money with one hand and his sister with the other, and then limped out of the room, only to be stopped by the knights. Ulu looked at Kelsey, who, interested, waved his hand to let the knights stand down. Thus the little boy went out that way, but still he limped, repeatedly looking back at Ulu. "You think you're saving him," Kelsey said indifferently, "but you're actually harming him. In such a disaster year, a little kid like him, with a simple-minded sister and carrying such a large sum of money, they won't survive. What should be done then? Let him enter Rhine, make him a novice priest. Like I once did." "Yes," Kelsey smiled, "just like you once did." Ulu did not speak. Kelsey then asked, "So why did you come back?" Ulu's lips parted with difficulty, and he smiled. What? The little boy with his sister in tow left the village, yet he still looked back from time to time, hoping to catch sight of Ulu. But he had gone too far already and could no longer see Ulu's shadow, just a cluster of firelight that could vanish at any moment. Then he looked down at his dazed sister and looked up at the road ahead. At that moment, a surge of intense emotion overcame him, stronger even than when they had nothing to eat, stronger than when his mother had died. So he suddenly burst into tears, finally crying like a normal child, his sobs seeming to tear through the dark. "What? Because I'm not an insect," Ulu softly said. Chapter 41, 35 You damn bug. Chapter 41, 35 You damn bug. "Isn't it just a bug?" Kelsey touched his stubble-covered chin, smiled, and said, "Honestly, this statement is quite interesting. Do you know what's interesting about it?" Ulu stared intensely at Kelsey and did not respond. "What's interesting," Kelsey continued, "is that this metaphor is very vivid, extremely vivid indeed. No metaphor could be more fitting," Kelsey said, "but to say that you are not a bug, now that's a bit not very objective." As he spoke, Kelsey slowly drew out the holy sword, one side reflecting anger, the other side reflecting mockery. "I'm curious what gave you the illusion and courage that you are not a bug. Could it be?" Kelsey's gaze slowly moved down, wandering between Ulu's left and right hand. "Is it that forbidden finger not belonging to you? Do you feel that by acquiring that forbidden finger you have become the forbidden existence?" Kelsey did not give Ulu a chance to respond before he spoke again. "If that's the case, then it falls upon me to wake you up." Kelsey raised the sword towards Ulu's nose and smiled. "But you know, I am a knight and unfamiliar with gentler methods, so I must be a bit cruel. For instance, first chopping off that finger that doesn't belong to you, and then—" Kelsey had not finished speaking when suddenly the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind him. He clicked his tongue lightly, then immediately turned around to see 3 magic chains attacking him. "Can't you wait for me to finish speaking?" Facing the sneak attack, Kelsey calmly swung his sword. The magic chains, composed of magic power, were instantly cut down by the holy sword, which was imbued with a stronger magic power, but I'm quite surprised that you wouldn't— Mid-sentence, Kelsey immediately turned around again just in time to see Ulu holding a shovel with one hand, swinging it directly at his neck, evidently intending to kill Kelsey in the same manner as he had the servant. However, Kelsey, being the Knight Master, was clearly not as defenseless as the servant. He calmly swung his sword. There was a crisp sound. The rusty shovel, like the magic chains, was arbitrarily cut down by the holy sword, indicating Ulu's sneak attack had failed. But Kelsey raised his eyebrows. You actually could." Before he could finish, Kelsey noticed a white mist suddenly enveloped his feet. He suddenly realized something and immediately looked up to find Ulu's other hand performing a magic seal, muttering incantations. Had those previous 2 attacks been a cover for this magic seal? Realizing this, Kelsey hastily retreated, but was a fraction too late. As Ulu completed the final seal and the last syllable of the incantation, a red flame burst forth from the white mist. Boom! The white mist exploded. The dilapidated house could not withstand such an explosion and immediately collapsed halfway, sending up a large cloud of dust. The knights waiting outside watched in amazement, hesitating whether to go up and rescue, but soon the dust thinned out. While it did not completely clear, they could already see the general situation inside. Kelsey was still standing in his original spot, surrounded by a faint magic shield, and Ulu was sitting by the wall, clutching his chest as if kicked. "You really surprised me," Kelsey looked at Ulu and said lightly. "I always thought you would never learn how to apply magic in actual combat, especially given the trauma you left during the assessment." Ulu stared intensely at Kelsey. In the Rhine divine sect, every priest knows magic because only those who know magic can become priests. However, knowing magic, being able to use magic proficiently, and being able to use magic in combat are 3 different levels of mastery. Because the basic requirements for magic, sealing and chanting, are indispensable. If these 2 are not synchronized, the magic fails. So in the Rhine divine sect, there are not many priests who can fluidly use magic, let alone apply it in more complex combat situations. Being able to proficiently wield magic in real combat is also an important benchmark in the Rhine divine sect. Once crossed, one is no longer a low-rank priest and can directly ascend to the great cathedral to become a more core member of the clergy. Ulu, who had always wanted to leave the small town and ascend to the great cathedral, had diligently studied spells and participated in the internal assessments of the cathedral many times, but, you were really hardworking back then, coming to me from time to time, hoping I would teach you combat skills, Kelsey said slowly, as if he were really reminiscing with an old friend. Unfortunately, the day before the assessment during our training, I went a little too hard, so I accidentally. At this point, Kelsey purposely paused, then stared straight at Ulu, as the corners of his mouth slowly split apart. I accidentally crippled you. His tone was very casual, as if he was talking about something trivial. Ulu clenched his teeth tightly and growled low, "You did it on purpose." What you're saying isn't that obvious." Kelsey shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course I did it on purpose, but do you know why?" Ulu didn't speak, knowing that saying anything would only make Kelsey more pleased. Not even responding, how boring. "But it doesn't matter, I can tell you the reason," Kelsey said. "You might think I didn't let you participate in the assessment because you have good talent and I didn't want to see you, succeed. So I deliberately ruined you." Kelsey said this while shaking his head. "If you really thought that, then you certainly misunderstand me. I am absolutely not that narrow-minded, unable to see others perform well. On the contrary, if you really had high talent, I'd be happy to see you ascend to the great cathedral, but—" He paused, and then his smile gradually turned mocking. "You are just too weak, you know. You have no talent at all, taking forever to chant a spell, a year to complete a seal. I've taught you for so long, and you've learned so little, really the least talented person I've met. But then again, you're so persistent, spending far more time on this than most people, which is really—" Kelsey's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Disgusting. You're like a maggot in a dung pit, desperately trying to climb out. Just seeing this effort from a maggot is enough to make people nauseated, you know. So I crippled you. I think your previous analogy was quite apt. You're just a worm." Kelsey raised his sword, pointing it through the lingering dust at Ulu's nose tip. "Worms should just stay underground, not try to climb up, you understand." He had thought that Ulu would become even angrier upon hearing the truth. But unexpectedly, Ulu broke into a smile at that moment. A mad laugh. Kelsey's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he felt something was off. This dust, why hadn't it settled yet? Instead, it was getting more. Wait. He suddenly realized something and instinctively tried to activate a shield, but it was too late. A greater explosion ignited the smoke, instantly collapsing the rest of the house. When Kelsey emerged from the smoke, half of his armor had been blasted open, his exposed body bloody and mangled. And in his eyes, gone was the earlier indifference and disdainful mockery. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. He had been wounded by a worm. His teeth almost shattered as he roared, his anger clearly heard throughout the village. Damned worm. Chapter 42, 36 All right, let me do it. Chapter 42, 36 All right, let me do it. Kelsey was furious, because he hadn't been in such a sorry state for a long time. Half of his armor had been blasted to bits, revealing the bloody, flesh-torn body beneath. It wasn't that he hadn't suffered injuries of this caliber before, but in the past, those capable of wounding him were either the leaders of esoteric Buddhism or madmen wielding taboo items, all extremely dangerous entities. But Ulu wasn't among them, although he too possessed a taboo item. He hadn't even used it yet, managing to wound Kelsey solely with his own power. Just with his own strength. That was what Kelsey couldn't accept. While he was busy taunting Ulu, the bastard kept casting spells without pause, hiding the explosive fog within the dust, and before Kelsey could react, detonated it, severely injuring him. This contrast made Kelsey, the Night Master, seem less competent in battle. "You bastard!" Before Kelsey could finish, Ulu rushed in front of him, fist held high. This guy, he even dared to attack him head-on. The rage in Kelsey's heart continued to rise. He wished he could crush Ulu to death right there and then, but he couldn't, as his wounds were worse than Ulu's. The intense pain gnawed at his nerves, and his injured half wasn't fully operational yet, so he could only defend with the other half. But speaking of defense, Kelsey had a sword in hand. The moment he lifted his arm, he grasped the hilt. For a knight of his rank, there was no such thing as a dominant hand, so he slashed straight at Ulu. If Ulu dared to charge recklessly, Kelsey was confident he could cause him severe damage. Even if he couldn't decapitate Ulu, he could at least cut off one of his hands. But just as Ulu closed in on the sword edge, his body suddenly stuttered. Scared? Kelsey thought instinctively. Wait, that's not right, his hand, it's forming a seal. Kelsey abruptly lowered his head and saw a layer of dust at his feet that hadn't dispersed. Bang! The fog ignited again, and although Kelsey's reaction was quicker this time, he still wasn't fast enough. The explosion destroyed the armor on his lower body and left several bloody wounds on his legs. The insect that Kelsey looked down upon had injured him again. What the hell was going on? Kelsey did recognize Ulu's spell, quite well in fact. It was called Fog Barrier Karma Fire, a spell that involved the caster initially creating a layer of fog, which was then ignited to cause an explosive, damaging attack. It was a first-rank spell that approached intermediate-level damage, but its weakness was quite apparent. The fog must be cast and then ignited. Meaning it was a damage-delayed spell, and given the slow dispersion of the fog, anyone without a disability in their legs could easily avoid it. Therefore, within the church, it was regarded as a flashy but useless spell, but due to its low difficulty level, a large number of lower clergy knew it. Before this, Kelsey never imagined he would get hurt by such a spell. Yet this guy, through a series of maneuvers, had severely injured him. During the first use of this spell, he had planned to collapse the house, subsequently hiding the fog within the resulting dust. And when he detonated it a second time, he had deliberately left some undetonated, just waiting for this third chance. These strategies and plans didn't seem like something a non-combatant priest could concoct. Who the hell taught him? Understanding Ulu's maneuvers, Kelsey was both furious and astounded, but at this point there wasn't time for him to think any further. All around him was the fog, making it impossible to discern which was real or fake. Seeing Ulu not far away starting another seal, Kelsey couldn't care less anymore. He began casting at the same time. A ring of airflow appeared beneath his feet and quickly exploded, with him at its center, creating an outward blasting wind, instantly clearing the miscellaneous objects around him, including the lingering fog. Rhine wind pressure. This was the perfect counter to Fog Barrier Karma Fire. Once the fog was blown away, there was no chance for Ulu to use that spell again. Previously, Kelsey never felt Ulu was worthy enough to force him to use spells, that a sword alone would suffice to kill the vermin, but now. Suddenly, someone dashed through the wind. Kelsey abruptly looked up to find Ulu's fist already close at hand. While the wind pressure blew away spells, it couldn't blow away a person, especially one already maddened by fury. Thus, that punch landed squarely on Kelsey's face, nearly crushing his nose bridge. But it didn't end there. Just as Kelsey tried to counter, another punch came crashing down. At the same time, Ulu's entire body lunged forward, pinning him underneath. Then it was punch after punch after punch. This didn't resemble a battle between mage and knight. It was the most primitive of brawls, where the only weapons were their fists against one another. Ulu, like a man gone mad, roared as he hammered more punches onto Kelsey's face. Kelsey wanted to fight back, but it had been too long since he'd experienced such low-quality combat. No sword to grab, no spells to chant, no seals to make, only his fists to rely on. So he could only be beaten, and beaten again. Bloody-faced and utterly shamed, he couldn't stand up because Ulu was pressing down on him. And in the past, their positions had been reversed. Watching the one who could only be pinned by him now wreaking havoc atop him, Kelsey felt overwhelmed by another surge of emotion after a brief moment of stupefaction. It was humiliation and anger. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You damned insect, how dare you? With a bang, a holy light descended from the sky, landing upon Kelsey. At the same time, Ulu heard Kelsey's suppressed and fierce shout, "Rhine." Then a powerful force repelled Ulu. Kelsey's wounds quickly healed within this holy light, allowing him to stand up, grab his sword, and stare intensely at Ulu, who lay aside, nearly exhausted. It never occurred to him that Ulu could force him into blessing mode. This was a power only the core clergy of Rhine could master, the power of the Rhine god. Kelsey never thought he'd use this power against Ulu, because to enter this mode meant that he himself had lost. On his own, he couldn't defeat Ulu, couldn't defeat this insect he'd always looked down upon. That meant... No, it's not like that. Kelsey shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "You just ambushed me, took advantage when I was unprepared, damn it, how could an insect like you be stronger than me?" Kelsey picked up the holy sword, rushing recklessly towards Ulu. "He's just a worm a worm that I'll crush and chop to pieces at any moment." Kelsey charged in front of Ulu, lifting his sword towards Ulu's head. Ulu had reached his limit and couldn't dodge. but he also finally heard the voice he'd been longing for. "All right. Let me do it." Chapter 43, 37 Sorry, I might have gone a bit overboard. Chapter 43, 37 Sorry, I might have gone a bit overboard. Swish. Two magic chains burst from the ground beneath, racing towards Kelsey's legs. Kelsey, having sensed the magic fluctuations under his feet ahead of time, wasn't worried because, with the Divine Blessing mode active, all his abilities, including his resistance to most spells, were growing exponentially. These lowliest of spells, the magic chains, simply couldn't affect him now. But to his surprise, the magic chains managed to bind his legs. Although it was only for a brief moment, less than a second, it still caused his movements to falter, slowing his sword that would have otherwise cleaved Ulu's head, missing by an inch. And just when Ulu had appeared half dead, he now seemed to regain his vitality as if infused with new life, immediately leaping back to escape Kelsey's attacking range. "What's going on?" Kelsey looked down at the remnants of the magic chains by his feet, the magic residue left behind after they crumbled away, and was incredulous. How could this be? How could a low-rank spell affect him while he was under the state of divine blessing? Even if only for less than a second, it was something that should not have happened. "What are you dazed about, not fighting anymore?" Ulu's voice suddenly rang out. Kelsey abruptly lifted his head to see Ulu not far off, smiling at him. "He's smiling. This damned insect, he's smiling." Seeing this smile reignited the anger in Kelsey that had not yet cooled down. He ignored the weirdness of the smile and charged again. Witnessing this, Baiwei's smile widened, but he did not confront Kelsey head-on. Instead, he retreated, chanting a spell while doing so, summoning more magic chains from beneath the ground that surged towards Kelsey with renewed vigor. This was a new technique Baiwei had mastered. He hadn't been simply waiting for the last moment to intervene in the fight between Ulu and Kelsey. His possession had flaws. Possessions were classified as first rank and second rank. Taking over a body completely, like what he was doing with Ulu, was a first-rank descent. In this phase, Baiwei could only utilize the bodies, that is, Ulu's spells and skills, of course. After reattaching the fingers, the termination rule also became a skill of Ulu's, and the spells Ulu was unfamiliar with were beyond his reach. Ulu had only two spells, Magic Chains and Fog Barrier Karma Fire, but due to the severe psychological trauma from his earlier defeat by Kelsey, he didn't even believe his body could manifest these spells. Thus, Baiwei had to force Ulu to fight, to forcefully reclaim his mastery over these spells. Otherwise, even with Baiwei controlling his body, defeating Kelsey would be unlikely. Even the most exquisite techniques could hardly close such a vast gap in combat prowess. Relying solely on a rusty shovel and the non-combative, termination, rule would not suffice to breach Kelsey's defenses. Once it came to that, Baiwei would have had to attempt a second-order descent, but the conditions for such a possession were not yet ripe, and it shouldn't be used here. Fortunately, Ulu eventually retrieved the memories of those spells, whether out of hatred for Kelsey or some other reason. His body was now capable of using the spells. Therefore, Baiwei no longer needed to direct him subconsciously in battle and could take over personally, especially since Kelsey had also reached the second stage. It was only fair to match it with a second-rank possession on his side. Moreover, a first-rank descent was not just about replacing the body's control with a more battle-hardened soul. It had an aura effect. It instantly elevated all of the body's spells to the level of mastery and imbued them with Visa's traits. Therefore, the magic chains released by Baiwei could influence Kelsey under the Divine Blessing mode. The essence of Divine Blessing was essentially cloaking oneself with the power of a deity, and mortally bound spells could not harm a deity, but spells with a dash of Visa's traits could. Because the essence of Visa is that of a god-slayer. But these considerations were far from the frenzied mind of Kelsey, now shaking with rage as he watched Ulu, effortlessly dodging before him as if he had mastered all his attack patterns. "Why won't you die? Why won't you die? Why won't you die? You damn insect, why won't you just die? Just go and die." In his furious haste, Kelsey increased the frequency of his attacks. Initially, he would use his sword to cut through the magic chains, but realizing that at most they only caused a slight hesitation, a disruption less significant than the time wasted in cutting them, he ignored the chains altogether. Trusting in his God-gifted body, he abandoned all defense, focusing purely on offense. And it was effective. His blade was getting closer and closer to Ulu's body. It was getting closer, and soon the blow would land. But he had not noticed that the magic chains that bound him were no longer breaking, for they were not trying to stop Kelsey anymore. They just wrapped around him, extending with his steps, lengthening more and more. At the same time, a white fog was once again emanating from beneath his feet. But Kelsey did not care, even though subconsciously he felt something was off. He only had eyes for Ulu. It was not Ulu of the present. He seemed to return to 10 years ago. "What? Mr. Kelsey, I have my assessment tomorrow. Will you practice with me one last time?" He's sure. Back then, Ulu was like he was now, jumping around, launching one unskilled spell after another at him. And he dodged those attacks with ease, like playing with a clown. But play would bore him eventually. Why was such an untalented guy struggling so much? As he looked at that earnest and hard-working figure, he suddenly thought, maybe I should make him behave, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted as his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. What? Back then he could have destroyed him with ease, so he now must be able to do the same. Watching the oncoming blade, Kelsey grew more frantic. I must be able to. Then a crisp snap of fingers abruptly pulled him from his fantasy. By the time he realized what had happened, divine blessing was terminated. Kelsey froze. Right, this guy hadn't used the rule of the taboo yet. Realizing this, Kelsey immediately felt danger, but it was too late. The magic chains that had followed him without tightening suddenly constricted. Hundreds of magic chains tightened in an instant, nearly severing him at the waist, and there was more to come. As the chains tightened, the white fog quickly rose from his feet up his body. At that moment, Kelsey truly felt death beckoning, fear instantly replacing all previous emotions, making him cry out without a second thought, Rhine. Trying to bring divine blessing back. Unfortunately, what awaited him was not a blessing, but a loud boom followed by pain, a tearing pain so intense it nearly made him faint on the spot. In his days, he saw again 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he had sheathed the holy sword, looked at Ulu lying in a pool of blood, and said with a light laugh, Sorry, my hand seems to have been a bit heavy. Pain brought Kelsey back to reality. He looked down to see the lower half of his body blown away, only his upper body held up by additional magic chains, preventing him from falling. He slowly raised his head and saw Ulu smiling at him. Sorry, my hand seems to have been a bit heavy. Chapter 44, 38, Who do you think you are talking to? Chapter 44, 38, Who do you think you are talking to? Why is there no more noise? Yes, has the battle ended? Then why hasn't the Knight Master returned yet? The knights who were left to stand guard at their original position exchanged glances with each other, vaguely feeling a sense of unease. It was because the silence was just too profound. Earlier in the battle with Ulu, Kelsey had brought down a house, and the fight drifted further and further away, to the point that it couldn't be seen from their position, leaving them only able to hear a series of explosions and Kelsey's continuous shouting of insect. But this ruckus ended with the last explosion, and after that there was complete silence. They had thought the battle was over, and the Knight Master would soon return with Ulu's head, just as he had done countless times before. But this time, their Knight Master did not return, and nobody could be seen in the darkness. Knight Master couldn't have lost, could he? And so this dangerous thought involuntarily sprang to their minds. How is that possible? How could the Knight Master lose? Lord Kelsey had just entered divine blessing mode. The adjutant shouted, denying these dangerous ideas of the knights, but after a brief silence he slowly drew his sword. But no matter what, we still need to confirm it. Leave 2 men know, everyone follow me. The adjutant knew his last command betrayed the unease in his heart, but at the moment he couldn't care less. Although he was reluctant to believe that someone named Ulu truly had the ability to defeat Kelsey, especially a Kelsey who had entered divine blessing status, he now had to prepare for the worst possible scenario. So he led his subordinates into the darkness, following the trail of the battle. In the end, they found Kelsey. But they only found half of him. When they saw Kelsey, who still stood upright, kept in place by the yet-to-dissipate magic chains, but whose lower half had vanished, each knight's pupils dilated with inexplicable terror. Quick, go report to Bishop Kari, the adjutant immediately ordered in a hoarse voice. Lord Kelsey is dead in battle. Priest Ulu has escaped. Lord Kelsey is dead in battle. Priest Ulu has escaped. Lord Kelsey is dead in battle. Priest Ulu has escaped. The adjutant's voice, filled with fear, was like a stone thrown into water, stirring ripples after ripples. but it soon returned to calm. What? And the instigator of all this was tremblingly walking on the town streets. Ulu felt his body had reached its limit to the extent that if he didn't lean against the wall, he simply couldn't walk. He felt he had returned to the town completely on willpower. And then Bai Wei's voice rang in his mind. "Someone's behind you. You should hide." Ulu was startled, and he immediately ducked into the nearest alley, hardly taking 2 steps before he crumpled to the ground with a plop, like a dead man. Soon after, the Knights of Rhine hastened past. Their faces were panic-stricken and their footsteps erratic. They clearly knew of Kelsey's death by now and had no desire to conduct a major search like yesterday, when they would examine bodies laying by the roadside to confirm if they were truly dead. If it had been like that, Ulu would have surely not escaped detection. Unbeknownst to these knights, the very person who had killed Kelsey was right under their noses, weak and pitiful. If only they had entered the alley, they could have easily captured Ulu, but there weren't so many what-ifs in reality. With Kelsey's death, these knights had lost any will to continue their work. Only 1 or 2 glanced into the alley. Fortunately, Ulu's priestly robes were also torn and ragged, before hurrying to join the departing main force. Hence, they also failed to notice that, although the corpse was lying face down, the left middle finger of the corpse remained rigid and straight, like a cold-hearted man with arms crossed, observing the changes in the outside world. "All right, they're gone," Bai Wei said indifferently. "Though I know you're exhausted, you should leave quickly, before the Rhine Church appoints a new Knight Master, of course. They may not appoint anyone and simply accept their fate, but you can't bet on that possibility." Bai Wei had a good understanding of the structure of the Rhine Church. After all, in the game, the player's starting identity was a Rhine Knight. Each Knight squad of Rhine operated around their Knight Master because they were the only one in the squad capable of entering the Divine Blessing state, the strongest combat force. The other knights essentially served as support to the Knight Master. Without the Knight Master, a Knight squad would be in name only. In this respect, the Knight squads of Rhine were far inferior to the other 3 major Orthodox churches. Concentrating the main combat strength on one person certainly had its disadvantages, but the upside was that the Knight Master as an individual was indeed very strong. Honestly, just based on paper strength, Kelsey was absolutely stronger than Bai Wei making a first-rank descent upon Ulu's body. In Divine Blessing state, he could even use divine arts, but he was killed by Bai Wei before he could cast them. Setting aside the major influence of the emotions of arrogance and anger, Kelsey's combat experience was far inferior to that of Bai Wei. Even with just verbal guidance for Ulu, Bai Wei was able to beat Kelsey, who was not in Divine Blessing state, until he was covered in lumps. There was no helping it. After all, Kelsey, Bai Wei had fought him dozens, if not hundreds of times. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Ulu slowly rose from the ground. His fall was not an act, he had genuinely passed out. Oh. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "How does it feel, the success of your revenge?" Bai Wei asked leisurely. Ulu did not respond, but stared blankly at the blood he had spat out. It was black. Bai Wei noticed this as well and furrowed his brows slightly, thinking it seemed like he couldn't hide it any longer. As expected, after seeing the pool of blood, Ulu murmured, No, this isn't caused by normal injuries. I feel like I'm about to die. Why?" He spoke in a daze, then out of the corner of his eye, he saw his still erect left middle finger and suddenly understood everything. "It's you, it's because of you," he shouted, grabbing his left hand with agitation. "You're the one corrupting my body. You're the one stealing my life. It's you, it's all you. You're deceiving me too, you're also lying to me." Saying this, he looked around, then noticed a stone and immediately picked it up, seemingly intending to crush his finger. But the next second he was slammed against the wall by a great force, his throat locked by a hand. His own left hand. "You think," Bai Wei said coldly, "who is it that you're talking to?" Chapter 45, 39 New Deal. Chapter 45, 39 New Deal. Bai Wei had anticipated Ulu's reaction all along. After all, Ulu was not really a fool. Each time he used Bai Wei's power, his body would noticeably deteriorate, especially this time. Bai Wei had descended for the longest period yet, also employing the rule of the middle finger, which had drained Ulu's already frail body, turning even the blood he vomited black. If he had not realized it by now, Bai Wei would have to wonder if the host he had attached himself to was actually an idiot. And Ulu's reaction after guessing the truth was also within Bai Wei's expectations. Once Ulu knew that Visas's power would devour life, he would definitely try to cut off his finger without hesitation, just as he was doing now. But Bai Wei would not give him the chance. When his own left hand choked him against the wall, Ulu was terrified and desperate. And it wasn't just the left hand. He felt as if half of his body was beyond his own control. This feeling was truly terrifying, particularly when Bai Wei said, "Who do you think you're talking to?" It made Ulu belatedly snap back to reality, realizing who he was actually dealing with. His days spent with Bai Wei, talking and even sharing heartfelt moments, had almost made him forget Bai Wei's identity. Visas, the oldest and most dangerous existence in this world, standing shoulder to shoulder with all gods, a soul and body both immortal, the god slayer. Ulu had forgotten Bai Wei's identity for a long time, up until now, when the hand that locked around his throat and those frightening words made him recall it. Before this moment, Bai Wei had been perfectly concealed, like a tiger hiding its sharp fangs, masquerading as a kitten. But now he'd stopped pretending. "You," Ulu said through clenched teeth, "have been deceiving me all along." "Deceiving you?" Bai Wei asked. "What have I deceived you about?" "You said you wanted to see what I could achieve." "There's no need to flatter yourself," Bai Wei said dismissively. "My exact words were, you are a revolting maggot, and I want to see if such a maggot, given a pole to climb, would turn into a maggot that could revolt the world. I haven't lied, have I? The expression on the face of that Night Master we killed together looked just like someone who had swallowed 3 pounds of maggots, didn't it?" Ulu found Bai Wei's so-called joke, if it could be called that, impossible to laugh at. He gasped heavily, You've wanted me dead right from the start." "No, Ulu," Bai Wei replied. "From the moment you obtained my finger, your life was no longer in your hands." "You're talking nonsense." "Think about it," Bai Wei said calmly. "What if I hadn't found you from the beginning? Would that Night Master not have appeared? No, he came looking for my finger. If it weren't for me, you would have been discovered by that Night Master right from the start. Guess what? Would he have nicely, calmly said to you, 'Hey, mate, can you please hand over that finger?'" Ulu was momentarily at a loss for words. "It seems you've come to understand this." Seeing that Ulu had abandoned any intention to chop himself off, Bai Wei slowly released Ulu's neck. Then he moved his left hand in front of Ulu's eyes. The 4 fingers curled down, the middle finger standing erect and looking at Ulu. "I'll tell you, without me, you would have died 2 days ago. That Night Master would not have given you a chance to explain. After all, the propaganda of the churches claims that my corpse blocks carry a contaminating power, and upon touching them, you'd be polluted by me. So why would he listen to the explanations of someone already tainted?" Bai Wei wasn't making it up. This was the fate Ulu had met in the original storyline. A fleeting nobody, whose death was utterly worthless. And Ulu seemed to understand this point as well. His complexion gradually turned pale. "So, Ulu," Bai Wei said, pausing between each word, "I'm not after your life, I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have died 2 days ago, and the killer wouldn't have been Kelsey, but yourself. The moment you bought my finger from that black market dealer, you signed your own death warrant, understand?" This gruesome truth instantly drained Ulu of what little vitality he had, and he collapsed against the wall, his eyes lifeless as if he were already dead. Who knows how long passed before his body trembled back to life. "You're all the same, all of you," he exclaimed hysterically. "You and those bastards, all the same, you all want me dead. It's still different. They don't want your life, they just want to turn you into a worm. But I'm different. I can turn you back from a worm into a human, but the cost is your life." Ulu was once again at a loss for words. "Humans seek revenge, dogs only cower," Bai Wei said coldly. "You should have died like a dog, like a worm, but I turned you back into a human, and you've lived well up to now. You should be grateful to me, not full of resentment, understand?" Bai Wei's words were harsh, causing Ulu to subconsciously want to retort, but he couldn't find a reason to argue. He knew Bai Wei was right. Even at the very end, Kelsey had cursed him for being a worm, and killing Kelsey was the most satisfying thing he had done in 20 years. But does that mean he should lose his life over it? Ulu was naturally unwilling, his mind racing with a hazy plan forming, but before it could take shape, Bai Wei spoke again. "You're thinking, now that the revenge is over, you could just chop me off and throw me away, then live on incognito. The risk is great, but it's still better than certain death, right?" Ulu shivered involuntarily as his thoughts were pierced through, but he still raised his head, staring straight at Bai Wei. "Will you stop me?" "Although I do have the ability to stop you, there's no need if you're determined to leave. There's not much else I can do with only half of your body under my control," said Bai Wei, humanely raising his index and ring finger, which looked like a shrug of the middle finger. "Instead of being stiff like this, let's make a deal." "A deal?" Yes, Byway nodded. You take me to Somo City. Ulu's eyes widened in an instant. Do you think I'm an idiot? That's Bishop Corey's territory. Going there is a death sentence. High risk, high reward. What reward could you possibly offer? Don't you want to know why your mother died? Ulu froze. How about it? Byway smiled faintly. This is a new deal. Chapter 46, 40 because he met me. Chapter 46, 40 because he met me. One of the 4 great churches of Rhine, Somo City. Bishop Corey had his eyes closed as he lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop, leaving the nearby attendant unable to guess what the archbishop was thinking. Ever since news of Knight Master Kelsey's death reached him half an hour ago, Bishop Corey had maintained this state as if he were asleep. No one knew how much time had passed, so much that the attendant almost fell asleep standing, when Bishop Corey suddenly spoke up. So, was it Ulu who killed Kelsey? Startled from his daze, the attendant subconsciously raised his head and found Bishop Corey looking at him, their gazes meeting as he did. In that moment, the attendant felt as if plunged into a cavern of ice. There was an indescribable power in Bishop Corey's gaze. Just making eye contact seemed to amplify every negative emotion in his heart exponentially until he could hardly stand, stumbling almost to a fall. Fortunately, Bishop Corey quickly averted his gaze, allowing the attendant to steady himself. The attendant didn't understand what that power was. Assuming it was just his own lack of rest causing an illusion, he quickly apologized. Sorry, Bishop Corey, I. Answer my question. Bishop Corey did not pursue or explain, but simply repeated his earlier words in a flat tone. Was Kelsey killed by Ulu? According to the lieutenant of the night squad? Yes, the attendant said. Knowing Bishop Corey hated ambiguous answers, he replied quite precisely. No one else was found at the scene. That's strange, muttered Bishop Corey. Neither Taboo 24 nor Taboo 29 contain combat-related rules. With Ulu's skills, how could he possibly have defeated Kelsey? The attendant didn't answer, knowing Bishop Corey wasn't really asking him. After another silent moment of thought, Bishop Corey spoke again. So, we've lost a Knight Master, a few knights, a priest. With such heavy losses, we've not only failed to retrieve the taboo from the rebellious little priest, but haven't even clarified whether the taboo is 24 or 29, right? The attendant's cold sweat broke out instantly. Though he knew this matter wasn't related to him, and Bishop Corey wouldn't vent his anger on him, the pressure emanating from Bishop Corey was something far beyond what a simple attendant could handle. After all, Bishop Corey was an archbishop capable of handling divine gifts. Anyway, Bishop Corey finally sighed, and the attendant immediately felt the pressure lift off him. The mishap has happened. The piece from Visa's corpse isn't crucial, and it's fine if it hasn't been retrieved. I just hope it doesn't end up in troubling hands. The attendant asked curiously, Isn't it currently in Priest Ulu's possession? Why do you say? Bishop Corey glanced at him and said lightly, Do you think he can keep it? The attendant was taken aback. The finger will eventually end up in someone else's hands, Bishop Corey thought for a while, and then added lightly. So we haven't lost our chance entirely. If Ulu could indeed kill Kelsey, it means he has other means besides the finger we know about. Let us hope these means will allow him to live just a bit longer, until we find him. The attendant asked, Then why don't we continue sending 2 squads of knights into Badan town? Isn't it likely that Priest Ulu is still there? There's no time left, Bishop Corey shook his head. We've kept that town under wraps for too long, and because of the Visa's corpse, the other 3 great churches have turned their attention there. Now, with everyone watching, we cannot afford to let more people die in that town. Then Bishop Corey paused before slowly beginning to speak again. Chosen by God has ended. God's grace should now be upon us. What? Divine grace, divine grace. Rhine God, have mercy on humanity. Bring food to the hungry believers. Praise the Rhine God. 2 days later, everything in Badan town had changed. The new priests, along with knights clad in shining armor, entered the town, pushing cart after cart of food and reviving the long-dead town. People who still had a bit of strength left rushed over like mad, snatching food rudely from the new priest's hands, but the priests showed no dissatisfaction or anger. They wore kind and gentle smiles on their faces, truly resembling envoys sent by the Rhine God. They would end the famine. They would rebuild order. With their arrival, everything would be all right. A little boy led his silly sister, standing dumbfounded at the street corner, gazing at the hopeful scene before them, not moving for a long time. A priest walked up to him, slowly crouched down, and said with full of pity, "Oh, poor child, how have you gotten so hungry? Is this your sister?" The little boy slowly nodded his head. "How sad such unfortunate times," sighed the priest softly before asking the little boy, "Would you like to enter Rhine? Let me take care of you and your sister afterward." While speaking, the priest extended his hand, gently touching the little boy's head. "From now on, you'll never have to be hungry again. What do you think?" Never be hungry again. Looking at the priest in front of him, who was dressed impressively, wore a face full of love, and had just made a promise, the little boy was instinctively about to agree. But at that moment, another image of a priest flashed through his mind. He was dressed in rags, he was full of swear words, he kicked and punched, but... The little boy, looking at the priest in front of him, slowly shook his head, which surprised the priest. Clearly, he did not expect the boy to refuse, but before he could ask why, the little boy quickly ran off, leading his silly sister. The scene was witnessed by someone not far away. "Are you not going to meet him?" Byway asked lightly. "He probably wouldn't denounce you, right?" Cough, 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 cough. No, cough, cough, need. Priest Ulu, who was wrapped in a black robe and coughing blood, slowly shook his head. "I am not familiar with him." "Yes, you don't even know his name," Byway said. "Aren't you going to regret it?" "Regret where?" "This is probably the first time in your life you've tried desperately to save someone, and just like that, it's over." Ulu was silent for a moment and said, "I saved him just to prove something." "To prove you're not a worm." "No, I am a worm." Seeing Ulu admit he was a worm, Byway was a bit surprised. This was the first time Ulu had surprised him. "Then what do you want to prove?" "I became a worm because I encountered Lujai." After giving the little boy one deep, final look, Ulu lowered the hood of his black robe and turned to leave. "But he became a flower because he met me." Chapter 47, 41, you shouldn't have had the courage to come back. Chapter 47, 41, you shouldn't have had the courage to come back. Cough, 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 cough. In the cramped carriage, a passenger cloaked entirely in a black robe had been coughing incessantly since boarding, occasionally even coughing up blood, which made people suspect he might be suffering from some disease. Everyone subconsciously kept their distance. Only a little girl came closer, cautiously offering a handkerchief. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" "I have." Before the girl could finish, the black-robed passenger growled. "What are you pretending for?" startling the girl so much she almost dropped the handkerchief. The person in the robe then belatedly lifted his head, saw the pale-faced girl, and seemed to understand something, unconsciously shaking his head. "Sorry, I wasn't talking to you." "Not talking to you? Then who were you talking to?" The passengers in the carriage felt the man in the black robe was not only physically unwell, but perhaps mentally, too. Ulu didn't know how to explain because, at the moment the little girl spoke to him, Byway was also asking him about his condition in his mind, causing him to be uncertain about whom to respond to, which led him to mistakenly respond to the little girl. After the mistake, Ulu thought he heard a mocking laugh deep within himself, but he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. "Sorry, no need," Ulu said to the little girl. "Resting more will do." After rejecting the girl, Ulu heard Byway's voice again. "You're too tense both mentally and physically. You need to relax." Ulu coldly thought, "Isn't my condition you're doing?" "Yes," Byway responded lightly. "Without me, you'd probably be lying in the dirt, not worrying about your condition worsening." Ulu was at a loss for words and fell silent again before speaking up once more. "Visas, are you really going to keep our deal?" "Tusk, your attitude has really changed." Byway didn't immediately answer the question, but drawled instead. "You used to call me Lord Visas, and now you're addressing me by name." "Why should I use honorifics for a dangerous creature that wants to take my life?" Ulu said coldly. "Ha, fair point." Ulu saw his left hand's ring finger shrug through the gestures of his index and middle fingers, causing a slight twitch in his mouth. "But it doesn't matter. I've never cared much for formality anyway, not nearly as much as your gods do. Next time you face trouble, pray to your god. They might come to save you." Ulu was left speechless once again. He had to admit, in terms of eloquence, the gap between him and Byway might be as vast as their power. "Arguing with you is truly pointless. You always end up silent." Byway shrugged again. "Let's get back to business then. You asked whether I would keep our deal. Isn't that obvious? I proposed the deal. How could I possibly break it?" "Who knows?" "Well, don't underestimate me. If I ever were to deceive, the gods would be my targets, not you," Byway stated. "Actually, I don't think even the gods are worthy of that, at least not any single god." "Only the gods are worth deceiving. This statement sounded rather arrogant, but remembering it was Visas who said it, even Ulu couldn't find fault in it. Thinking it over, during the time Bai Wei had been possessing his body, he indeed hadn't lied about anything. That was the most terrifying part, the complete absence of lies, yet Ulu had nearly offered up half of his body, a true master of manipulation. So Ulu felt he must confirm it once more with Bai Wei. He said in a grave tone, "We agreed, I bring you to Somo City, help you find your next corpse block, and you must tell you the cause of your mother's death," Bai Wei said flatly, "rest assured." "Not just tell me, but let me see it with my own eyes," Ulu stated. "Although you claim to disdain deception, I still don't trust any of your words. I must see it with my own eyes." Of course, that's part of the deal. Once again trading with Bai Wei, Ulu didn't know if he would regret it. When Bai Wei had proposed the trade previously, a voice in his subconscious seemed to warn him to stay away from this deal, to keep away from an abyss from which there was no return. Yet he found he couldn't refuse. In his memory, his mother had died from hunger and disease, apparently unrelated to anyone else. But Bai Wei clearly didn't think so. He said he knew the truth. Ulu was drawn in by this so-called truth, and had stepped onto this path that he might never be able to turn back from. "There's more," Ulu said. "You can't deliberately lead me into dangerous places and force me to use your power to fight. If that happens again, I'd rather be killed by Rhine's men than hand you over." It seems you've thought a lot these past few days and have gleaned quite some experience," Bai Wei said with a light laugh. "Rest assured, this time I won't force you to use my power. Moreover, I'll show you many more things, consider them a bonus." Ulu didn't care what the bonus Bai Wei was talking about was. He now clearly understood that to obtain something, one had to pay a certain price. After the transaction is completed. "You can cut me out, I won't stop you," Bai Wei said with a half-smile. "If you really decide to do it then." Ulu ignored Bai Wei's words. He now understood that to face Bai Wei, he had to stay true to himself and not chase after seemingly more enticing things. That was his only way to survive. Nothing was more important than survival, Ulu thought. Then he fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too exhausted these days, so even the rocking carriage couldn't diminish his sleepiness. He slept but restlessly, dreaming many dreams and seeing many things. For example, his mother. It had been 20 years since he last dreamed of his mother. He had almost forgotten what she looked like. When he was vaguely awakened by someone, he saw a Rhine knight in armor standing in front of him. Ulu blinked, slightly disoriented, then quickly came to his senses. Realizing that he wasn't dreaming, a cold sweat broke out instantly. But the knight only gave him one look, said nothing, walked around inside the carriage, and then after declaring no forbidden items found, he jumped down from the carriage. Ulu still sat there, stunned, evidently not having grasped what had just happened. Bai Wei's voice timely resounded. "It seems that Lord Bishop hasn't put out your portrait for a wanted notice." Ulu asked subconsciously, why? "Because that way everyone would know who and what the person who took the Visa's corpse pieces looks like," Bai Wei said with a smile. "They would rather have you running around than let other churches know your information." That was when Ulu realized the carriage had stopped. That must have been a routine check. Which meant he hurriedly opened the carriage window and looked outside. The towering Somo City stood before him. But not letting other churches know is one thing. Even the knights of Somo City not recognizing you, do you know why that is? Ulu stayed silent for a while, then said, "Because they didn't expect me to dare come back." "Yes," Bai Wei drawled, "because Lord Bishop apparently thinks a worm shouldn't have the courage to come back." Ulu didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the city he had long aspired to, and then he silently closed the window and shut his eyes. Chapter 48. 42 If you don't want to taste your own flavor, then you better not do this. Chapter 48. 42 If you don't want to taste your own flavor, then you better not do this. Just as Bai Wei had said earlier, Rhine Church seemed to have never considered the possibility of Ulu returning. The entire Somo city was completely unprepared for this eventuality, allowing Ulu to enter the city easily through the main gate. Bai Wei was finally able to properly observe this game's second map, though he had traversed it countless times in the game, and while he wouldn't say he had it at his fingertips, he was at least rather familiar with it. Still, one had to admit, the game was ultimately lifeless, but now, the towering magic city, the location of the Rhine West Cathedral, came to life before Bai Wei's eyes. If possible, Bai Wei really wanted to use his legs to properly experience everything this city had to offer. Unfortunately, he was now just a finger, and to expand his field of view, all he could do was get Ulu to raise him a little higher. However, Ulu was no longer as cooperative as he had been at the beginning, quite troublesome indeed. How nice it would have been to be born directly on the eyes. It wasn't just Bai Wei. Ulu's feelings were complex at this moment too. As he looked at this familiar yet strange city, his mind couldn't help but unintentionally reminisce about the experience from 10 years ago when he came here for an assessment to study. Back then, he was filled with fantasies about everything in this city, determined to stay here no matter what. But then, the memory of being seriously injured by Kelsey the night before the assessment, and thus completely losing that opportunity, surfaced uncontrollably. It was a nightmare that had tormented Ulu for a long time. Fortunately, since only half of Kelsey remained, this nightmare should also come to an end, and it might even turn into a sweet dream in the future. However, when Ulu thought of the price he paid for this dream, it suddenly wasn't as sweet anymore. So what exactly am I thinking about? With a peculiar look, Ulu shook his head, casting out those inexplicable thoughts, and then asked in his heart, "What should I do now?" "You should look for someone." "Who?" "Someone you know." Ulu immediately became alert. "Are you suggesting I go look for Bishop Corey?" "Don't be nervous, not that guy," Bai Wei said lazily, "although going directly to him would indeed save us trouble since he knows everything you want to know. But there's no need to risk our lives for the truth. After all, we have other choices, don't we? Priests who have lived from 20 years ago until now aren't limited to just Lu Jai, are they?" Ulu seemed to understand what Bai Wei wanted to do, so after a brief silence he asked, "Should I go look for them now?" "You could if you want to go now, but I wouldn't recommend it," Bai Wei said. "Isn't the sun about to set? Although Somo City hasn't officially issued a warrant for your arrest, wouldn't it be a little too suicidal to walk brazenly into the church in the middle of the night?" Ulu raised his head to look at the setting sun, and although reluctant to admit it, he knew Bai Wei was right. So he should find a place to stay first. If he were still a priest, he would naturally have a place to stay in Somo City, but he was no longer. Reflecting on the past 20 years, he truly lacked experience in finding a place to stay, so after giving it a bit of thought, he asked Bai Wei, "Do you have any suggestions for a place to stay?" "Do you need my suggestion for a place to stay?" Bai Wei replied. "If you're asking me, then I can suggest you stay at a nice place, an expensive place. The more prestigious and expensive, the better." Ulu frowned. "Isn't that just walking into a trap? Your archbishop would never think that you dare to casually return to this city and even dare to stay at a luxury hotel." Bai Wei wanted to make a shrugging gesture using his index and ring fingers, but Somo City, unlike Badan Town, had too many passers-by. Some overt actions were better avoided, so he gave up. It's like darkness under a lamppost. Considering Bai Wei's advice seriously, Ulu then entered a very dilapidated alley and found a very dilapidated hotel. Ulu's explanation was simple: "I don't have that much money to enjoy." But Bai Wei understood that this was nothing more than Ulu's rebellious mindset. At present, although Ulu didn't say it out loud, the fear and vigilance he harbored towards Bai Wei had reached their peak, even more so than when he used to address Bai Wei as Lord Visas. He feared every word Bai Wei uttered, dreaded every suggestion Bai Wei made. The experiences of the past 2 days had made it clear to Ulu that the Lord Visas inside him possessed the power to cast him into the abyss with mere words. However, Ulu couldn't do without Bai Wei now, so for Bai Wei's words and suggestions, he could only adopt some simple and straightforward coping strategies. For example, doing the opposite. As for Ulu's this little psychological tactic, Bai Wei didn't expose it. Because, when Ulu stood in front of this little inn named Odd, it indicated that all this was still within Bai Wei's calculation, although it was unlikely that Ulu would think of this point. Ulu pushed open the inn door, and along with the jingle of the welcoming bell rang a voice, equally crisp and youthful. "Welcome. Oh, it's that uncle." This remark made Ulu tense up, thinking he might encounter someone he knew even here. Once he took a closer look, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was indeed someone he knew, but not very well. It was the little girl from the carriage who had offered him a handkerchief. Even so, Ulu's heart involuntarily conjured a trace of wariness. Was this really such a coincidence? No odd expressions crossed the little girl's face. Rather, she seemed somewhat joyful. "Uncle, are you still coughing?" It's no longer cough. He had intended to say he wasn't coughing anymore, but couldn't help coughing twice, which made Ulu a bit embarrassed. He quickly stifled it and said with a held breath, "It's no longer there." "Ah, then do you want to stay at the inn? The little girl flashed a smile at Ulu. "This is my aunt's place. Just hold on, I'll call her out for you." Saying this, the little girl ran swiftly to the back room. Her speed was so quick that Ulu didn't manage to say, "No, I won't stay," before she disappeared. Can't this girl understand human speech? Ulu frowned deeply, thinking of leaving immediately, but for some reason, the image of her handing him the handkerchief on the carriage resurfaced in his mind. He hesitated a moment, and then remained standing at the counter. After a moment, he noticed that the counter was very dirty, as though it hadn't been cleaned in a long time, covered in a layer of grime, and there was an unpleasant smell wafting through the air. The hygiene of this place was deplorably poor. Ulu couldn't help but think so. Then he lowered his gaze, looked at the layer of grime on the table, and then at his left hand. A dangerous thought suddenly rose in his heart. He suddenly wanted to take cruel revenge on Baiwei. No sooner had this dangerous idea sprung into Ulu's mind that his actions began. He made it seem casual as he placed his left hand on the table, then carelessly rubbed it against the dirty spot, as if using his hand as a rag. Thereafter he heard Baiwei's languid voice. "I won't stop you from doing this, but I also must remind you that I can now control your left hand as well. If you don't want to taste what your loose back door feels like while you're sleeping, of course, that be with your fingers." Ulu immediately withdrew his hand, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 49, 43 is not all bad. Chapter 49, 43 is not all bad. Ulu, despite putting on an indifferent facade after withdrawing his hand, couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Baiwei's threat just now had been a little too on the nose, which made him inevitably think deeper. Since Baiwei was already capable of controlling half of his body, what if he took advantage of that control to do something bizarre while he was asleep? Of course, these bizarre things weren't exactly what Baiwei meant by letting him get a taste of the rear door. Although that was not outside the realm of possibility, Ulu had to consider some more profound, more dangerous matters. Since leaving Badan town, Ulu had been constantly pondering how to fully address Baiwei's invasion and control of his body. For instance, right now, if he was genuinely worried that Baiwei might use half of his body to do something strange while he slept, shouldn't he take some precautions beforehand? Like perhaps tying himself up before sleeping, and making sure it was secure enough that only by using both hands could he untie it. Even though this wasn't foolproof, it was better than doing nothing at all. After all, with two souls sharing one body, if he didn't plan more thoroughly, he might completely lose the other half as well. As Ulu was contemplating, a series of footsteps approached. Ulu turned his head to see and noticed it was the little girl from before, leading over a woman with pale complexion and a sickly expression, clearly the aunt the little girl had mentioned. "Hello, guest, are you looking to stay at the inn?" The woman's voice was frail, and though Ulu could see she was trying her best to muster up some energy to appear more enthusiastic, she could only do so much. "How many people?" "2, is that possible? Just myself." Ulu, still caught up in his thoughts about the two souls, almost didn't catch up. Then he frowned as he observed the woman. "Your health seems cough, 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 cough." Ulu was about to inquire if there was something wrong with the woman's health, since he didn't want to stay in an inn where the landlady might have a contagious disease. But before he could finish his sentence, he started coughing himself, and the reaction was clearly more severe than the woman's. He barely managed to restrain himself from coughing up blood, which would have been too embarrassing. "Sir, are you all right?" the woman asked Ulu, a tinge of concern in her voice. "You look quite uncomfortable." "So now I'm the one who's been asked first." Feeling a bit ashamed, Ulu forced himself to stand up straight and appear more robust, at least more so than the woman. "It's nothing, just an old ailment, that's all. So do you have any rooms available?" He actually wished the woman would say no, so he'd have a good reason to switch to another place. But unfortunately, judging by how empty the inn's front desk was, business didn't seem to be booming. There was a good chance he might even be the only guest. Therefore, the woman would surely try her hardest to persuade him to stay. "We do have rooms available, guest." The woman's answer, however, took Ulu by surprise. "But I apologize, as you can see, my health isn't the best. If you choose to stay, I won't be able to serve you properly, so I would have to ask this child to help out." The woman extended her hand and gently stroked the back of the little girl's head. "She's a relative's child, quite capable, but she's indeed too young. If that bothers you, feel free to find another place." The woman's sincerity caught Ulu off guard. Ulu subconsciously glanced down at the little girl, who, clearly briefed by the woman, kept her lips tightly sealed and didn't speak, but her eyes, brimming with hope and entreaty, betrayed something. After a moment of silence, Ulu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Actually, that's perfect. I don't like being disturbed. Any room will do." With those words, a smile immediately spread across the little girl's face. "All right, guest, I'll take you to your room. It's on the second floor. I can help you with your luggage." And as if afraid that Ulu would change his mind, she quickly hoisted his suitcase and headed upstairs. "Lee," the woman reminded the girl, "be polite and work hard." "I understand, Auntie." Following that, the little girl named Lee hurried upstairs, while the woman revealed a helpless smile and bowed slightly to Ulu. "I apologize for the spectacle. The child is a bit too lively." Ulu wasn't paying attention to Lee, but turned back to look at the woman. For some reason, he felt a peculiar aura emanating from her, but he didn't know what it was, so he hesitated before finally asking, "Is there something wrong with your health?" "Just a minor ailment," the woman said softly. "The priests of Rhine have already looked at it for me. As long as I take my medicine on time, it's no problem." "I see." Ulu had wanted to inquire about the details, but he felt it might be too intrusive since he wasn't acquainted with the woman. He just nodded and said, "May Rhine protect you." The woman bowed again, "The same to you." As he went upstairs, Ulu suddenly heard Bai Wei's voice in his mind. "It seems you can indeed sense it." Ulu's body crouched slightly, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, he silently replied to Bai Wei, "What do you mean? What have you done to my body?" "I've made your senses sharper, your spells more exquisite," Bai Wei said with a chuckle. "Don't worry, no extra charge. To be precise, no extra life taken." "Do you have such good intentions?" Ulu spoke coldly. "I don't believe that power comes without a price. If you had understood this earlier, you wouldn't have bought my finger from that peddler." "Ulu, besides, this little change indeed doesn't require an extra life, because I wasn't specifically giving it to you. It's just a positive side effect," Bai Wei continued slowly. "To give you an example that you might understand, when something stretches, it's not all bad, even though it might not hold things in as well, but at least you don't have to worry about not being able to pass things through anymore. Do you understand?" "Ulu, that woman might have some trouble," Bai Wei said. "Do you want to help her solve it?" "Why should I solve her problem?" Ulu retorted. "Do you think I'm some sort of fool who can't say no?" Is that so? Then why are you staying at this inn?" By this time, Ulu had reached the second floor, where the girl named Lee had already tidied up his room and was now energetically waving to him. "Sir, your room is over here." Ulu nodded, then communicated to Bai Wei silently in his mind. "It's just because I am too lazy to look for another place, and besides, with my body turned like this by you, going to a big hotel would only arouse suspicion." "Is that so?" Bai Wei said with a nonchalant laugh. "Let's assume that's the case then." Bai Wei's words made Ulu uncomfortable, but he didn't know what to say in response, so he pretended he hadn't heard and walked straight toward Lee. Chapter 50, 44, I ask you what is Article 8 of Chapter 7 of the Rhine Covenant. Chapter 50, 44, I ask you what is Article 8 of Chapter 7 of the Rhine Covenant. After a light sleep, Ulu was yet again awoken by a coughing fit. He could no longer recall how many consecutive days this had been, a fact which brought him annoyance and irritation to the point that upon waking, he couldn't help but inwardly shout furiously, "Visas, you!" But before he could finish, the coughing intensified, though it came from next door. Only then did Ulu realize that the coughing that disturbed his peace wasn't his own, but his neighbor's, which sounded like the innkeeper, who was in poor health. "What's wrong?" Bai Wei's leisurely voice resounded in Ulu's mind. Originally intending to question Bai Wei about what he had done to his body, Ulu remained silently sullen for a moment before muttering, "Nothing, just checking if you're still around, dead or not." "Strictly speaking, I can't die, or perhaps I've already been entirely dead for a long time," Bai Wei said indifferently. "And I must say you become increasingly disrespectful towards me. Before you would call me Lord Visas. A half-dead existence doesn't deserve my respect." After dropping that harsh remark, Ulu rolled out of bed. Although the coughing wasn't his own, Ulu still felt agitated because he vividly sensed that Bai Wei was becoming more and more active. Originally, Bai Wei was like that legendary ancient being, reserved and exuding a mysterious aura, conversing with him only a few words each day, mostly seeming to be asleep. But now it was as if he had fully awakened, hence his increased activity. This gave Ulu the impression that this dangerous ancient being was using his body to slowly complete a rebirth, and the moment Bai Wei would take full control of his body would be the moment of his true rebirth, from Ulu's perspective. Naturally, this boded nothing good for Ulu. He wasn't a true Visa's disciple, and certainly had no desire to see this old, undying thing come back to life. Thankfully, Ulu wasn't entirely without means of dealing with the situation. Somo City was just as dangerous for both him and Visas. If he detected that Visas was indeed using his body to be reborn, he would detonate himself immediately, contact Bishop Corey, and then he could die along with Visas. Though the threat of "I won't let you get your way even in death" wasn't entirely reliable, it was better than nothing. Moreover, from a certain perspective, it was quite effective, at least providing some consolation for Ulu. "So what should I do today?" Ulu asked solemnly in his mind. "You don't plan to have me stay in the inn all day, do you? What about the truth you promised to show me?" Of course, Baiwei was well aware of Ulu's schemes, but wasn't concerned about them. "I've told you that I'd let you see with your own eyes. If you've rested enough, we can set out now. Without ending this symbiosis with you, the monster, there's no real rest for me." After stating this, Ulu began to pack his things, ready to leave. Then he heard Baiwei's casual voice again. "Ulu, I hope you're not mistaken about one thing." Ulu froze. "What?" "I've said before I want to see what someone like you would become with power. It's an interesting matter for me, akin to watching a pet. Do you understand? So a pet being a little capricious, a bit rebellious, I can understand." Baiwei's words were light, yet Ulu could feel the temperature in them dropping. "However, if I feel you're overstepping the line, like baring fangs at me or being too noisy, which I perceive as disrespect, I wouldn't mind slaughtering you ahead of time. Do you understand?" At that moment, Ulu felt a chill sweep over his body, giving him an involuntary shudder, and that strong sense of unease seemed to remind him of the true nature of the being he was dealing with. He then realized just how presumptuous his words had been. His cold sweat broke out instantly, resulting in a reflexive response. "I'm sorry, Lord Visa." But his remaining dignity made a stand at that moment, preventing him from completing the formal title. However, by then, Baiwei had already retracted the crushing pressure and returned to his joking tone. "Ah, no need for titles. They didn't use them for me long ago either. Of course, if you insist on using them, I won't stop you." Feeling the pressure dissipate, Ulu also realized he was soaked in cold sweat. He pressed his lips tightly together and ultimately said nothing, grabbing his things and walking out the door. Approaching the counter, he saw the coughing innkeeper and Li, who was cleaning with a broom. When Li saw Ulu, she subconsciously wanted to jump up and greet him, but under the proprietress's gaze, she obediently bowed her body. "Good morning, sir." The proprietress finally showed a satisfied expression, then turned to look at Ulu, her eyes carrying an apology. "I'm sorry, sir. I should have prepared breakfast for you, but my body really isn't in good condition, and this child hasn't learned yet." Li immediately raised her head and said very seriously, "Don't worry, sir. I'll learn it soon. Please stay a few more days." Faced with such enthusiasm from both of them, Ulu felt a bit uncomfortable. He nodded his head and was about to leave. Then he heard the proprietress behind him say, "Ah, sir. Later I'm taking Li to the church to see a doctor. We won't be here all day, but don't worry, we'll be back in the evening." Ulu turned around, glanced at the proprietress, who was trying hard to stay spirited, and Li, who was pretending to be a lady, and after a he left. Then, under Baiwei's direction, he arrived at a small chapel on the west side of Somo City. In Somo City, aside from the great cathedral itself, there were hundreds of small chapels like this, serving the believers by treating their illnesses and resolving their doubts. And the priests of these chapels also had to pass an assessment to enter. Ulu found such a chapel, entered, and found it quite crowded. He found a spot off to the side and sat down, while inwardly asking Baiwei, "What do you want me to see here?" Baiwei then asked, "The Rhine Covenant, how much can you recite?" Ulu's expression suddenly became odd. "Why are you asking this? Of course, I can recite it all." "Oh," Baiwei feigned surprise. "Previously, you would recite it for an assessment, right? After so many years, can you still recite it?" Ulu was unsure whether Baiwei really didn't know or was pretending not to know, but he still explained in a deep voice. "The Rhine Covenant is a divine object infused with the Rhine god's divinity. As long as you truly understand and recite it once, you will never forget it afterward." "Is that so? Then tell me what the 7th chapter, 8th verse of the Rhine Covenant says." Ulu's brows instantly furrowed. "Are you joking with me?" Baiwei said indifferently, "I'm just testing you." Ulu took a deep breath, but still recited it faithfully. "Great, you really remember. And you know the contents of the Rhine Covenant." "Nonsense, of course not. I'm not a follower of Rhine." Ulu. He really wanted to blow up, but didn't dare to. So being able to recite this book fluently is the standard for you priests, right? Bai Wei asked again. Of course, Ulu said, at least for priests who can pass the assessment. In that case, Bai Wei lifted his middle finger, pointing toward the church priest approaching them. Why don't you test him? Ulu's eyebrows furrowed again. He didn't understand Bai Wei's intention, but he didn't have the time to think about it, as the priest who looked to be about his age had already approached him. What can I do for you, faithful one? Asked the priest with a smile. Ulu took a deep breath, and although he didn't know why, he decided to go ahead with Bai Wei's suggestion. Do you know what the 7th chapter, 8th verse of the Rhine Covenant is? Then he saw the priest's smile gradually fade, the dull pupils not showing wisdom but a clear sense of confusion. Chapter 51, 45, so what? Chapter 51, 45, so what? As he looked at the other's clear yet bewildered gaze, Ulu's eyes also widened bit by bit. Because he felt this should be a question so simple it could not be more straightforward, at least for a priest of the Rhine, and certainly for those inside Somo City. The Rhine Covenant should have been etched in their brains, every single line as easy to recite as answering, "Did you eat today?" But why couldn't he answer? Could it be that he hadn't heard clearly? Did I not speak clearly enough? Carrying a glimmer of hope in his heart, Ulu said solemnly, Was I not clear enough just now? Then let me repeat it. I'd like to ask about the 7th. Wait. The priest raised his hand to stop Ulu. Devotee, I heard your question clearly, but I am curious, why do you want to know the content of Rhine Covenant? Ulu was silent for a moment, then said, Because I, too, wish to become a priest, I want to etch everything of the Lord into my heart. Is that so? The priest revealed a smile. Since you are so devout, then indeed I can explain to you properly. The Rhine Covenant is the word of my Lord. I know what the Rhine Covenant is. Ulu interrupted the priest, then stared straight into his eyes. I just want to know what is in Chapter 7, Article 8. I understand. The priest revealed an I get it expression. Then please wait here for a moment. I'll go to the back and get a reference book. Saying this, the priest turned to leave, but was caught by the hand by Ulu. Why do you need a book? Ulu seemed to be trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. Aren't you supposed to have it memorized? When priests preach, why do they still need a book? The priest, whose hand was grabbed, looked at Ulu with a strange and puzzled gaze. Why wouldn't I need a book? Why wouldn't he need a book? Ulu almost questioned him outright, but he realized this might very well expose his identity, so he still held back and just said, I heard it's difficult to become a priest in Somo City. One needs to memorize the entire Rhine Covenant. I don't know if that's true. The priest immediately revealed another, I see, expression, smiling as he said, It seems you also want to join the embrace of my Lord, otherwise you wouldn't know so much. All Ulu gave was a hum in acknowledgement, then asked again, So is that rumor true? Do you need to memorize the entire Rhine Covenant? That, the priest smiled, stroking his beard. Indeed, it is necessary. Hearing this response, Ulu subconsciously raised his eyebrows. He had actually thought this priest would not admit it, or that the old rules had by then been abolished. So you. I certainly could recite it at the time. The priest sighed lightly as he spoke. Memorizing all of the Lord's words indeed isn't easy. I don't even know how I did it back then. Maybe it was due to my devotion to the Lord, it didn't feel difficult at the time. But now, well, more than a decade has passed, and although my devotion to the Lord is still strong, my attention has been divided by many worldly trifles. So now I can no longer keep all of the Lord's words as fresh in my mind as before, but that doesn't mean my devotion to the Lord has waned. In fact, for the Lord, devotee, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. Ulu could no longer bear to listen. Lies, nothing but lies. Ulu simply couldn't persuade himself to stay with that blustering charlatan for a second longer. How could the content of the Rhine Covenant be forgot? Those were the words of the Rhine god, imbued with divine power, once understood and memorized. One would never forget them for a lifetime. Even that old fart Lu Jai could recite it. Ulu could never forget when more than a decade ago Lu Jai made him stand naked on a table reciting the Rhine Covenant. He could clearly point out every mistake and give a punishment. These punishments still haunted Ulu, some marks even remained on his body. But that man insisted he did not remember, so there was only one possibility. He had never memorized it at all. A priest of Somo City who could not recite the Rhine Covenant. How on earth had he passed the assessment? The very thought sent a chill through Ulu's bones, and even the sunlight he felt upon stepping out of the church did little to warm him. But this also made him realize what Bai Wei wanted him to see by coming here. From the moment that priest spoke until now, Bai Wei kept silent, yet the silence felt like the loudest mockery. Ulu inhaled deeply, whispering low, "Perhaps it's just an anomaly." He didn't know whether he was talking to himself or to Bai Wei. Bai Wei still did not respond, but Ulu felt as if he could hear a sneer coming from deep within his heart. Ulu had no more explanations to offer, so he moved on to the next church. This was just an individual case. Unconsciously, images of him staying up all night to memorize the Rhine Covenant, more than a decade ago, flashed through his mind. He remembered Lu Jai not forgetting to whip him even during games. The anticipation and tension before those 3 assessments, the sense of loss and bewilderment after receiving the results, and the resolve to try again. This was just one isolated case, he reminded himself again. Thus that day, he visited countless small churches and posed the same question to numerous low-rank priests. What is Chapter 7, Article 8 of the Rhine Covenant? And the responses he got. Chapter 7, Article how many? Just wait a moment for me, I'll go get a copy from the back. Is there an Article 8? It's been too long, I really can't remember, but please don't doubt my devotion to the Lord. One answer after another caused Ulu's heart to sink a bit further. After the first 2 responses, where Ulu still harbored some hope, he couldn't recall the rest. It felt as though he was engaged in some form of ritualized activity. Entering a new church, asking a question, and then quickly leaving, his expression and inner self gradually became numb to the point where he no longer knew what he was doing. His brain seemed to stall, with only his body repeating an action and then receiving the same or a similar response. Finally, as he asked the question again, received such an answer again, and was about to leave once more, he heard a priest say with some irritation and contempt, "Are you playing with me? How many words are in the Rhine Covenant? Who the hell can memorize that?" Ulu stopped in his tracks, feeling something surging from the bottom of his heart. Like a mighty, unfeeling tide, it instantly scattered his hopes and memories, causing his body to tremble slightly under the onslaught of this internal tidal wave. "You're asking how many words are in the Rhine Covenant?" The priest with a temper turned to look at him irritably. "What are you muttering?" "I mean, you were just asking how many words are in the Rhine Covenant, right?" The priest frowned. "So what if I was, you son of a—" Before he could finish, Ulu suddenly burst out, charging at him and pinning the priest fiercely against the wall. "I'll tell you, the Rhine Covenant has 534,286 words. Ulu stared deathly at the priest, his gaze as if ready to devour. "The contents of Chapter 7, Article 8 are, no matter if one is in adversity, one should believe in the Lord's power, believe in the Lord's strength, have faith the Lord will not let his followers wander in confusion." Ulu's voice grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of the entire church as they looked in astonishment at this black-robed figure who seemed to have lost his mind, raging at the church priest. "The Lord will guide those lost to the correct path, grant rewards to those who strive and persevere. The Lord will not disappoint any devout follower. This is Chapter 7, Article 8. This damn thing is Chapter 7, Article 8. On the last sentence, Ulu's voice completely broke, causing his saliva to spray the priest's face. The church fell into silence. The overwhelmed priest stared blankly at Ulu, completely clueless as to what had just happened. After about a dozen seconds of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "So what?" "So what?" In that moment, the overwhelmed priest saw an even greater, more dangerous light detonating in Ulu's eyes. He seemed truly murderous, an aura that entirely eliminated the priest's irritability, making his body involuntarily tremble. But the light quickly vanished. Almost instantly, those bestial pupils returned to the eyes of a middle-aged man, defeated and sleazy, and the force that had pinned the priest against the wall evaporated. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly turned around and walked away. It might have been an illusion, but his figure seemed slightly more stooped than when he had arrived. Chapter 52, 46. This eye has started biting people. Chapter 52, 46. This eye has started biting people. After leaving the small church, Ulu's mind was in complete disarray. He didn't know what he should do or where he should go. He walked numbly through the bustling Somo city, like a soulless man, merely trudging forward. It seemed as though he wanted to escape, yet also as though he wanted to get to a specific place. He didn't realize how long he had been walking until dusk began to settle and Bai Wei's lazy voice echoed in his mind. "Although I really don't want to disturb your mood at this time, if you're planning to walk into a trap, I think I still need to stop you." Ulu paused, lost in thought, and without realizing it, he found the path under his feet slightly familiar, and suddenly there were many people around him dressed in priest robes, which made him realize something. He immediately looked up. The West Cathedral, symbolizing the sacred Rhine, stood before him like a silent giant, gazing at him with a cold stare. How did I end up here? Ulu immediately snapped out of it, and seeing the clergy bustling around, he instinctively wanted to lower his hat brim. Bai Wei's voice chimed in just in time. Don't you think you look suspicious here, dressed like a black market merchant? It's almost like you're shouting, everyone, look at me. Ulu then awkwardly stopped his action. Indeed, if he did nothing at all, others might not find him suspicious since, apart from the clergy, there were many believers coming and going, and not doing anything out of the ordinary wouldn't draw attention to him. Purposely trying to cover up would have the opposite effect. Yet even so, Ulu couldn't relax. After all, he was now a wanted criminal of Rhine, and although it wasn't made public, Bishop Corey, who was most eager to capture him, was right there in the West Cathedral. Once someone recognized him. This thought had just emerged in his mind and vanished in an instant, a hint of melancholy flashing across his eyes. Who would recognize him? The last time he was here was 10 years ago for his final assessment. In the decade since, he hadn't been back, and the only person he had any connection with at the West Cathedral was Kelsey, who had already been taken care of by visas, so to speak. Hence, he now stood there boldly, and the passing clergy barely gave him a second glance. Like the solemn statue of Rhine atop the cathedral, it divided its gaze equally among everyone, equally unbothered by anyone. Still reminiscing about the life you never had? Bai Wei's voice rose again, still lazy, without a hint of tension, as if the bustling priests couldn't command his interest. Since that was the case, Ulu didn't want to concede. He took a deep breath, slightly adjusted his state, and coldly replied, I'm just getting familiar with the route. Familiar with the route? If our deal fails to proceed, how I might bring you here in the shortest time. This should be considered your way back, right? Ulu said. Ulu thought such irreverent words would anger Bai Wei, and he braced himself for Bai Wei's fury. But to his surprise, Bai Wei remained indifferent, only laughing. Ah, if there really comes such a day, I hope you could indeed run fast, but I'd definitely be a drag on you, I mean physically. This response made Ulu's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Realizing that he was not Bai Wei's match verbally, he awkwardly changed the topic. Is this what you wanted me to see today? The content of the deal was the truth about my mother's death, Ulu said coldly. You are engaging in something beyond the deal. Is this your so-called sincerity? Bai Wei chuckled. How do you know that what I let you see isn't the truth? Ulu's body stiffened slightly. What do you mean? You said you wouldn't believe the words I say and that you need to see with your own eyes, Bai Wei stated. So I am letting you see. However, whether you can spot it, that's up to you. You mean I've already met the culprit today? Yes and no. What exactly do you mean? Ulu suppressed the rage in his heart. Are you playing me for a fool? The murderer has already appeared, Bai Wei calmly interrupted Ulu, quite conspicuously. Already appeared. A chill ran down Ulu's spine, and he instinctively looked around, trying to spot the obvious murderer Bai Wei had mentioned. Then he saw an elderly man dressed in lavish attire, slowly approaching, surrounded by numerous clergy members. His pupils immediately narrowed. He knew this man. Great Priest Harry. 10 years ago, it was he who had presided over the examination and personally issued Ulu the incompetence certificate. Was he the murderer who killed his mother? Ulu's heart was filled with horror and confusion, but at this moment he couldn't afford to think too much. If there was anyone in the West Cathedral who recognized him, it would be Great Priest Harry. Fearing he would be recognized, Ulu didn't linger to think more, and before Harry could notice him, he immediately turned around and left. Great Priest Harry was smiling at the people bowing in greeting to him. He thoroughly enjoyed the process, but he also caught a glimpse of the only figure turning their back on him and leaving. He felt a bit puzzled but didn't mind it too much. After telling all the believers, "May Rhine bless you," he entered the West Cathedral. After entering the West Cathedral, Harry went straight to the bishop's room. After softly knocking on the door and receiving permission, he respectfully pushed the door open. Good afternoon, Bishop Corey. Bishop Corey, who was resting with his eyes closed, leaned back in his chair and slowly spoke. How's everything going? The Lyra Sex representative team has already entered the city and settled in, Harry replied with a slight bow. Everything will proceed according to the regulations, but besides that. The Lyra sect hopes we could help them eliminate someone, and they are willing to offer a reward. Oh, Corey slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Harry. That's quite interesting. Who is it? The moment Corey's gaze met him, Harry felt a shudder through his body, his soul trembling. But fortunately, he was used to such gazes and quickly passed over a document. This is the list sent from Lyra. Please take a look. Corey took the document, glanced over it, and his lips slightly curled up. Interesting it's actually. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left eye as if it had been pricked by a needle. Before he realized what was happening, he heard Harry's frightened voice. Bishop Corey, your left eye, it's bleeding. Corey was stunned for a moment, and then instinctively reached to feel, indeed finding a large patch of blood. Then he felt his left eye throb crazily. This eye that had been silent for who knows how many years, now seemed to come alive all of a sudden, desperately trying to leave his body. What's going on? After a brief moment of shock, Corey suddenly stood up, quickly walked to the office window and looked outside. People were coming and going outside the great cathedral. Nothing was unusual. But Corey knew something had been there. Because this eye had started biting people. Chapter 53, 47 This eye is very safe with me. Chapter 53, 47 This eye is very safe with me. Harry was startled by Bishop Corey's sudden movement. In his memory, Corey rarely ever lost composure like that, which was related to his generally stable character, as well as to that eye. After obtaining that eye, Corey seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Nothing could obscure his vision. But today, there was a problem with that eye. Harry clearly saw the forbidden eye come to life suddenly, desperately trying to bore out of Bishop Corey's deep-set eye socket, to the point where it caused the corner of Corey's eye to overflow with fresh blood. This was obviously no small matter, as seen from Bishop Corey standing by the window, silent for a full 10 minutes. In the end, it was he who couldn't hold his breath, and he couldn't help but speak. Corey, that eye. It's a bit restless, Corey said lightly, cutting off Harry's yet unspoken question. It's biting me. At this point, Corey had already calmed the eye down with Rhine's power, and it went back to sleeping. When Harry looked over, all he saw was a pupil with a bit more bloodshot than normal, but otherwise no different from a regular eye, making it hard to believe that it had come to life just a moment ago, and as Corey said, had fiercely bitten its owner. What on earth is going on? Harry asked again. It hasn't had any problems for a long time, has it? To be precise, it hasn't had any problems since it came into my hands, Corey replied calmly. It's been so long that I almost thought it was my own eye. Then why did it suddenly react? Corey fell silent for a while, then said softly, perhaps it sensed the presence of its own kind. Harry's eyes widened bit by bit. Its own kind. The taboo book indicates that the fragments of Visas's corpse share a very special attraction among themselves. Corey turned to face Harry. They can sense each other's existence and even try to approach each other. Harry did not know about this. After hearing Corey's description, he involuntarily gasped. This sounds like. Scattered corpse blocks still want to recombine, making that body, dismembered by all gods, whole again, Corey said, as if doing so could bring back the vanished spirit. Will he come back then? His spirit is no longer in this world, of that we can be certain. The connection between those corpse blocks might be more like the twitching of a lizard's tail after it's been cut off, Corey explained. Visas is not coming back, but that doesn't mean there aren't those who wish to acquire more of his body, so this trait could be exploited by some with motives. Harry's expression gradually became more serious. You mean to say there was a holder of a corpse block close to you just now? I can only say not far at least, Corey answered calmly, and for certain they came for me. Was it that guy named Ulu? Ulu? Corey pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not necessarily. There are more than one corpse blocks lost out there in the world, although the one he has is the most recent. I don't think he dares come here to find me, although I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Of course, there's a greater likelihood that. You mean Lyra? Corey did not confirm nor deny. Could be either after all. He revealed a smile. This eye here with me is no secret. Harry asked, should we have the Holy Knights search the whole city? No need not to mention whether we could find them, Corey said. Now is a sensitive time. Our friends are still in the city. That was indeed a troublesome matter. Harry hesitated, then asked, should we report to the Pope under the crown, given that according to the regulations? In Somo City I am the regulations, Corey interrupted Harry again, staring at him with that eye almost making Harry unable to stop himself from kneeling. This eye with me is very safe. An incident involving another corpse block had occurred but had not been reported upward, which was undoubtedly a violation of regulations. But at this moment, Harry didn't dare to utter a word, the immense pressure almost breaking his spine. Finally, Corey withdrew his gaze, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had come back to life. "Is there anything else?" Corey asked indifferently. Harry subtly wiped away his sweat and relinquished the thought of reporting to the Pope. He reported honestly, "It's regarding your cleansing operation. Currently, 10,000 bugs have been disseminated. If all goes well, 80% of the cleansing should be completed in less than a month." Corey nodded. "Understood, I will personally carry it out on that day." He paused, then turned his head to look at the gradually darkening sky. "To cleanse the filth from this city." After returning to the hotel, Ulu noticed the front desk was pitch black, not even a light was on. After frowning slightly, he remembered the proprietress mentioning she had to go with Lee to the church for medical treatment, which meant the hotel was now empty except for him. So Ulu couldn't help himself and lifted his left hand, staring intently at his middle finger. "What exactly did you mean by what you said before?" "Who exactly is the killer of my mother?" "I believe I've already told you." Bai Wei's tone remained languid. "You mean to say it was the great priest Harry?" "Impossible." Ulu raised his voice involuntarily, speaking with a hint of anger. "Great priest Harry has never been to Badan town. He has never met my mother." With a snap, his words were cut off as a door to a room opened, and Lee and the proprietress walked out holding candlesticks, looking surprised at Ulu standing in the dark talking to his own left middle finger. "Sir, are you?" Ulu was silent for a while before saying, "I'm getting angry." Lee, lacking an eye power, asked, "Getting angry at your finger?" "Some idiot wasn't looking where he was going and knocked my finger, causing it to swell," Ulu said expressionlessly. "That's why I'm angry." Perhaps finding the excuse too far-fetched to even say out loud, Ulu hesitated for a moment. Then he still pretended to be too angry to recover, maintaining an expressionless face, intending to return to his room. To show that his finger really was hit, he kept his left hand raised with the middle finger upright as he walked, which looked somewhat eerie. Lee seemed to want to ask more, but the proprietress gently tapped her head and said softly, "Be polite." Lee obediently shut her mouth. As Ulu walked past the two women, he glanced at the proprietress subconsciously. Perhaps it was the dimness in the hotel, but he noticed that her complexion seemed even paler than it was during the day. He instinctively wanted to ask something, but then thought how silly he must look and decided against it, walking away directly. But what no one noticed was that the upright middle finger was quietly observing the proprietress's back. A black bug appeared and disappeared. Chapter 54, 48 Origin Believers. ID subject/21, 48 Origin Believers. Ulu was really furious. The reason for his fury was none other than Bai Wei. Since returning from the great cathedral, he had repeatedly asked Bai Wei who had killed his mother. But Bai Wei never gave a direct answer, always saying, "You said you wouldn't believe my words and needed to see for yourself. That's why I brought you in front of him, but if you can't recognize him, there's nothing I can do." This left Ulu angry but helpless. Firstly, this deal was indeed verbally agreed upon by him a few days ago, and secondly, what could he do even if he was furious? Facing an ancient spirit hiding in his body, his only threat to Bai Wei was to say, "Fuck off or I'll blow you up." He had to endure it, but while enduring, he also had to confirm repeatedly, "Are you sure you really brought me in front of my mother's killer? Are you sure I saw him with my own eyes?" "Of course," Bai Wei replied unhurriedly. "Just as we had agreed before the deal, I have no lies for you because there is no need, and—" Bai Wei did not finish his sentence, but Ulu could guess the meaning of the latter half. It meant, "And you don't deserve it." Regarding this ancient spirit that had been coexisting with him for half a month, Ulu believed he understood visas well enough. This fellow had a particularly nasty trait. The angrier Ulu got, the happier this fellow became. He faced the world with an attitude of looking down at all beings, giving Ulu the impression that not even the Rhine god could get him to care much, which made Ulu feel very helpless. But fortunately, even Ulu had to admit, Visas did have his own pride. He said he wouldn't lie, so he really wouldn't lie, although he might deliberately withhold some information, leading him into a trap, but at least what he did say could be taken as true. Thus, when Bai Wei said he had brought him in front of the killer today, then he truly had brought him in front of the killer, and there was no need to doubt this. Then it could basically be determined to be someone in front of Rhine West Cathedral. Among these people, the most noticeable one, the only person Ulu recognized, was Priest Harry. But no matter how he thought, Priest Harry from 20 years ago shouldn't have any connection with the tiny Bedan town, let alone go there specifically to kill his mother. But if it was Priest Harry, then there were too many people in front of Rhine West Cathedral. So with this alone, it was still unrealistic to deduce the killer. Ulu thought about it a bit and then asked, "Will you take me in front of him again?" Bai Wei gave a slight smile. Of course, that too is part of the deal. Well, sooner or later he could. But you should also fulfill your part of the obligations. Bai Wei slowly interrupted Ulu's anticipation, sinking Ulu's heart. I have shown my sincerity, so you should show yours now. Ulu took a deep breath. The other part of the deal with Bai Wei was that he needed to help Bai Wei find the whereabouts of another corpse block. No problem, but I want to clear this up in advance, Ulu said coldly. If it's somewhere too dangerous, then I'm not going. Such as directly going to Bishop Corey's office, Ulu said gravely. I will definitely not go there. Of course, I wouldn't either, Bai Wei laughed. But you're quite interesting, threatening me with handing me over to Rhine Great Cathedral and at the same time deeply opposing too much contact with the Rhine Great Cathedral. Don't you think that's a bit contradictory? Ulu glanced deeply at the upright middle finger of his left hand and ultimately said nothing, just went to bed. But his sleep was still restless. Ever since leaving Bedan town, a strong sense of unease had enveloped him, especially after knowing that half of his body had fallen under Bai Wei's control. This feeling of unease had intensified. So much so that as soon as he fell asleep, he was always on edge, waking up abruptly after just a dozen minutes, then staring fixedly at his left hand. After confirming that his left hand had no intention of moving on its own, and Visa's soul seemed to sink into a deep sleep, Ulu could finally fall asleep again. However, not long after, he would wake up once more. This process often had to be repeated 5 or 6 times before Ulu could fall into a deep sleep, completely exhausted. Then Ulu sat up from the bed. Although he could only control half of his body, completing the action of sitting up was enough. Bai Wei, with his left eye open, as he still couldn't control the right, was interestingly observing his own left hand. He had always viewed the world from the perspective of the left hand's middle finger, but now, being able to view his left hand from a normal perspective felt quite good. At the same time, he was carefully feeling his own breath. The air inhaled into his lungs wasn't particularly healthy, but it allowed him to experience living well. Only after losing his body did he realize how important those things he had ignored before really were. Being able to breathe normally felt rare, and being able to use his eyes to see the world felt precious. However, the latter would probably be realized soon. Bai Wei slightly turned his head, looking to his left. A wall, but it was in the direction of the Rhine West Cathedral. He felt as if he could see through this wall, and view that not too distant West Cathedral where his own eye, unable to suppress its instincts, yearned to return immediately to its master's body. It was almost time. That eye was about to return to its rightful owner. However, Bai Wei didn't just sit up to breathe in some fresh air or to look towards where his eye was located. He wasn't that bored. He manipulated half of his body and took out a copy of Rhine Covenant from Ulu's luggage. It was given to him by a priest from one of the churches during the day. Bai Wei placed the book in front of the nightstand, ensuring it was the first thing Ulu saw upon waking. Then he opened the book to the first page, which was about the origin of Rhine. The Rhine Covenant, Chapter 1, Section 1. The great Rhine god descended upon a suffering humanity, bestowed power and will upon 4 devout followers, and thus commanded them to spread the Lord's radiance and shelter all people. And there was an illustration beneath it. With pristine white wings and a holy expression, the genderless Rhine god was suspended midair, as if embracing humanity. Beneath him, 4 followers were kneeling in worship. 4 men, also referred to as the Origin followers, who later became the bishops of the 4 great churches, possessing the power of the Rhine god, spreading Rhine's radiance across the world. This illustration in Rhine is also known as Origin, the beginning of everything. All Rhine followers must bow and worship immediately upon seeing this painting, bathing in the Lord's radiance. But Bai Wei didn't care at all. He stared at the painting, then suddenly laughed. What Origin followers? Bai Wei said lightly. They were merely Rhine's initial. 4 playthings. Chapter 55, 49 Li. ID Sipjek /3149 Li Ulu. was once again awakened by a bout of rapid coughing. He, who never suffered from morning irritability, truly wanted to explode along with the world at this moment. He couldn't remember the last time he had woken up naturally. Previously, it had been his own coughing that awakened him, and now it was someone else's coughing. Damn it, was the world terminally ill? Was there not a single healthy person? In extreme anger, he shouted at the wall, "Can't it be a bit quieter? Will you let anyone sleep?" Afterward, Ulu was startled by his own shouting. Was his voice that loud? Before he could sort it out, a soft step sounded in the corridor. Ulu could imagine the person tiptoeing cautiously. Then the footsteps stopped, and he heard the landlady's apologetic words outside his door, "Sorry, guest, I accidentally disturbed you." The landlady's voice was also very soft, whether due to her physical weakness or her not wanting to disturb Ulu further, but Ulu still heard her clearly, as if she were whispering in his ear. This made Ulu realize that the landlady's cough might not have been very loud. It might only be that his hearing had grown stronger than before. This was probably what Visas had mentioned, the extra gift, just like the spells he knew. After Visas had used his body, he could also smoothly cast those spells and had more power than before. But Ulu was not pleased because the cost of this gift was his life. Knowing that the landlady hadn't meant to wake him up, Ulu wasn't so angry anymore. He replied casually, wanting to continue sleeping. But with daybreak upon them and the disruptions, he lost much of his desire to sleep. He sighed softly and prepared to get up. Then he noticed on the nightstand, the Rhine Covenant lay open, flipped to the first chapter's first page, which made him instantly wary. Before going to bed last night, he didn't remember reading the Rhine Covenant, nor had he even taken it out of his luggage. Ulu quickly looked down at his left hand. "What did you do with my body last night?" Bai Wei responded indifferently. "Don't worry, just as you saw, I just got up to read a bit." "Read," Ulu, naturally suspicious, retorted. "You needed a finger to read a book. Wasn't it using your eyes?" Bai Wei slowly straightened up and then, controlling his index and ring fingers, gently shook them as if shrugging. "It was quite clear, weren't you aware?" Ulu stared intently at his middle finger, gritting his teeth. "You said you wouldn't control my body." "To go die," Bai Wei cut him off. "So I just read a book, that's all, don't worry, I just read." Ulu was furious, especially with Bai Wei's uncaring tone. What Ulu feared most was Bai Wei doing something strange with his body while he was asleep. Yet he was powerless since Bai Wei hadn't promised anything in this regard. Therefore, he could only hope to complete their transaction before Bai Wei could control more than half of his body and do something dangerous, and then sever their connection, physically. At the same time, he absolutely couldn't use Bai Wei's power again. After making up his mind, Ulu forced himself past the incident, huffed coldly, and prepared to get up. But as he was dressing, he unconsciously glanced again at the open Rhine Covenant. It was just open to the first page, as if glanced at briefly and then lost interest. But was that really the case? Would Visas really do something so meaningless? Ulu wanted to confront Bai Wei directly, but his subconscious felt that Bai Wei wouldn't tell him the truth, and he didn't want to be manipulated further by Bai Wei, so he held back. Yet while dressing, he would still inadvertently shift his gaze, although he knew the Rhine Covenant by heart. He still wanted to see what Bai Wei was up to see whether flipping to this page had any special significance. The first chapter spoke of the original believers. The 4 initial believers depicted in the pictures were infinitely close to the Rhine god himself. They looked perfect from every angle, yet they still knelt before the Rhine god. According to Rhine's doctrine, it was for this reason that they were endowed with Rhine's supreme power. What then was the significance of Bai Wei flipping to this page? Before Ulu could figure it out, there was a knock at the door. He temporarily shelved his thoughts and called out, "Come in." Then he saw Li carrying a tray that bore eggs and sausages. "Sir, please have breakfast," Leah crisply said. They served breakfast at this shabby place. Ulu was somewhat surprised, but he didn't show it and instead had Li put it on the table. After setting down the breakfast, Li did not leave immediately but came up to Ulu and handed him some copper coins. "Sir, this is the room fee." Ulu frowned slightly. "What does this mean?" "My aunt said her health was poor and she couldn't provide you with complete service. Additionally, her coughing woke you up this morning." Li spoke earnestly. "We shouldn't charge the full room fee, so we are returning half to you." Ulu, somewhat astonished, took the copper coins and rubbed them lightly in his hand, weighing his options. Was it because they were worried he would cause trouble, that the single mother and orphan were making this concession? Ulu pondered for a moment, but nodded and put the money in his pocket. Lee added, if you'd like to change hotels, you can just tell us directly. We will refund all the room charges. As she spoke, Lee's pretty eyes kept shifting, as if she was anxious that Ulu might ask to check out. It was clearly something the woman had told her to say. After she had finished, Lee quickly bowed to Ulu and was about to leave. As she reached the door, Ulu, seemingly on impulse, asked, "Is she your mother?" Lee stopped, turned around, and said, "No, she's my aunt." "Where's your mom?" "My mom has passed away." Ulu's lips twitched, his thoughts suddenly going to that little boy and his sister. Damn, another motherless one. Noticing the change in Ulu's expression and thinking he pitied her, Lee waved her hands and said, "It's okay, sir. Even though my mom is gone, my aunt is very good to me. I consider her my mom, so I'm not pitiful." "Who said you were pitiful?" Ulu thought the girl was a bit odd, but he said nothing and just gestured for Lee to leave. Then, after bowing to Ulu once more, Lee left. Ulu then walked to the table, squinting at the fried eggs and sausages in front of him. They were utterly burnt. He picked up a fork, reluctantly tried a bit, and immediately put it down. Damn, that's awful. Ulu didn't finish the breakfast, and after packing up his things, he left. When he reached the entrance of the hotel, he saw the landlady sitting behind the counter, looking even weaker than the night before. Her face was pale, her hands tightly gripping the armrests as if that alone took all her strength. Yet she maintained a faint smile, now gazing at the small figure in front of her, Lee, sweating profusely as she struggled with a mop taller than her. Upon seeing Ulu, Lee immediately straightened up and bowed to him. Since the landlady had scolded her for being impolite the day before, she seemed to have taken it to heart, bowing several times a day to Ulu. "Good morning, sir." The landlady, sitting beside her, seemed to want to stand but was too weak. After struggling and failing twice, she gave up and just gave Ulu an apologetic smile. Ulu didn't speak, just nodded and walked past them. He then noticed that in front of the landlady was a serving of fried eggs and sausages, even more burnt than his, making his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Besides that, there was a bowl of black viscous liquid on the table, apparently medicine. "Sir," the landlady suddenly called out to Ulu in a soft voice, "today I have to go to church with Lee to see a doctor, if we return late." "I know," Ulu said expressionlessly. "You told me yesterday." The landlady smiled, nodded, and said no more. Thus, Ulu left the hotel and for some reason felt compelled to look back. He glanced through the window. "Aunt, I've finished mopping." "Good, very well done." "Why haven't you taken your medicine yet?" "Hee, I'll drink it now." "Why haven't you eaten breakfast? Did Lee not make it well?" Lee looked very nervous. "Of course not." The landlady smiled warmly as she put the charred egg in her mouth. "It's tasty, but it's not quite right for guests. You still need to improve." "Lee will try harder. Aunt, just rest. I can handle the work." Lee understands best." At that moment, Ulu felt somewhat dazed, as if he had returned to a small house 20 years ago, hearing that familiar yet foreign woman speaking to him. "Mom, take your medicine." "Okay." "There's nothing to eat, but it's okay. I can go to the church. The Lord Priest will definitely help us." Wrong name. Lee understands best. Ulu stood silently by the window for a long while before turning to leave. Chapter 56, 50, you are committing desecration. 2 in 1. ID subject/01 IFTY, you are committing desecration. 2 in 1, Rhine West Library. Ulu stopped in front of the library's grand entrance, looking up at the place he had visited countless times a decade ago, now with some hesitation. "What's wrong?" Bai Wei's voice rang out in his mind, tinged with a hint of mockery, afraid to go in. Ulu's expression immediately darkened. "What's there to be afraid of? I just feel you're playing with me." "Relax," said Bai Wei indifferently. "I'm not interested in you that way." A spasm flickered at the corner of Ulu's mouth. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to erupt. "You said you wanted to track down the other corpse blocks, yet you've brought me here." "Yes, is there a problem?" "Do you think the location of your corpse blocks will be written amongst the common collections in the library?" "Of course, common collections would be impossible," Bai Wei spoke leisurely. "But aren't you a priest now? The clergy of Rhine have access to certain books that ordinary people cannot, something you should be very clear about." Indeed, at Bai Wei's behest, Ulu had once again donned his priest robe, which made him anxious. After all, he was a wanted man by Rhine, yet instead of fleeing, He was making a brazen appearance in Somo City in front of the library belonging to the Rhine Church, and even properly dressed in his priest robe. It felt like dancing madly under the gaze of the Rhine god, a fresh challenge to Ulu's already frail heart. He could almost hear his heart pounding. "Don't be nervous," Baiwei said with a laugh. "What Somo City has in abundance are priests. Nobody will pay you any mind. Your pure white priest robe can surely cover all your filth, can't it?" Faced with Baiwei's blatant mockery, Ulu didn't retort. He simply took a moment to observe the people around him. The Rhine Library was open to all of Somo City, so the majority of those entering and leaving were ordinary citizens, with only a few being clergy. As Baiwei said, with so many priests in Somo City, the passers-by were hardly paying Ulu any special attention. They might glance curiously at him for standing in place so long, but their gazes didn't linger and soon moved on in haste. This provided Ulu with some reassurance. Of course, he also had a clear understanding of the Rhine Library situation. If Baiwei had asked him to go directly to the West Cathedral in his priest robe, he would have definitely refused. "You seem to misunderstand my level of access," Ulu coldly responded to Baiwei's previous statement after alleviating some of his nervousness. "Even if the staff acknowledge my identity, the materials a regular priest can access are still quite limited. If any ordinary priest could easily find your corpse block, then you're too." "Weren't you able to find it?" Baiwei laughed, interrupting Ulu. "Seems like you're quite lucky." Ulu choked for a moment. "Lucky?" Ulu was feeling that the biggest regret of his life was that damn day he cheaply bought that finger from that damn black market dealer. That damned black market dealer, damn it, was selling the real deal. Thinking this, Ulu trembled with rage and lost any interest in continuing the argument with Baiwei, entering the library with a dark expression. West University Library was the sole library in Somo City and was also the largest in the territory controlled by the West Cathedral, housing innumerable books. After all, the great cathedral was behind it. In the world tainted by desecration, there were no nations at most city-states. And above these city-states were the churches, with the influence of the four orthodox faiths encompassing over 70% of the land on this continent. Naturally, institutions with a special significance like libraries were governed by the major churches. Thus, the library staff were composed of priests and church knights. Walking into the library under the gaze of two Rhine knights next to the great door, Ulu couldn't help but feel his heart suspending again. After all, he had entered the church's sphere of influence. The first floor of the library was open to the public, and anyone could borrow books here, so it was the most crowded. Even though everyone attempted to keep quiet, a slight noise was unavoidable. Ulu made a round on the first floor, ensuring no one noticed him. Then, he affected an air of nonchalance and made his way to the second floor. There were only 1/10 of the people on the second floor compared to the first, making the space appear vast and open, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression, because the second level was only accessible to clergy. The administrator of the second floor was a friendly-looking old priest a decade older than Ulu. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, and for a moment Ulu felt scrutinized. But he continued unfazed towards the man, saying solemnly, "I would like to borrow a book." Seeing Ulu's priest robe, the old priest did not ask for any identification. He simply inquired, "What book would you like to borrow?" Listening to Baiwei's description in his mind, Ulu pondered for a moment and then said, "The West Cathedral Chronicles." At the mention of the book title, the old priest appeared surprised, but he didn't question further. He just nodded, said, "Please wait," and walked away. Chapter 57, 50 You are committing desecration. 2-in-1-2. The second floor was unlike the first, where one had to inform the management in advance to borrow books, and the books could only be read on this floor, not taken away. While waiting for the personnel to retrieve the book, Ulu naturally began to observe the second floor. As mentioned before, only clergy from the Rhine Church had access to this level, mostly coming here to look up materials, so it was far quieter than the first floor. Ulu looked around the entire second floor and suddenly noticed two very young priests who were obviously minors, their faces clean and smooth, not even a whisker in sight. They were earnestly flipping through the books in their hands and taking notes. At that moment, Ulu felt slightly dazed, his eyes as if piercing through time, returning to that afternoon 10 years ago. "Ah, those two kids are really working hard." The voice of an old priest suddenly came from behind Ulu. "The exam isn't until next year, yet they've come here to study a year in advance." Ulu turned around and saw the old priest had already placed the book he wanted on the counter. His gaze also turned toward the two young priests, filled with affection. Hardworking and serious children are really hard to dislike, the old priest said with a smile. Looking at them always reminds me of my younger days, don't you think? My younger days. Ulu felt slightly dazed again, memories uncontrollably surged up, and he recalled his own days spent fervently writing here. Although the outcomes had not been good and yesterday's events had almost unbalanced his mind, the memories were still like the afternoon sunlight, gradually calming him down. Yes, Ulu couldn't help but smile at the old priest, realizing he had not smiled in a long time. Youth is hope. No, the old priest shook his head, then seriously added, youth striving hard is hope, just like this. As he spoke, he pushed the West Cathedral Chronicles in front of Ulu. In this era, there are few who are interested in the history of West. 100 years ago, Archbishop Elio, one of the founders of West Cathedral and an origin believer, managed to carve out an estate for the West Cathedral in an age when the all-gods were warring, establishing its position today thanks to hard effort, of course. The Lord's power is also undeniable. The old priest made a gesture of prayer. But being chosen by the Lord is also a kind of ability, isn't it? Over the years, the successive Lord Bishops of West Cathedral have diligently worked to develop it from a corner to its current esteemed status. Without saying, the effort is naturally immense. It's just a pity that few nowadays pay attention to history. The old priest said, sighing lightly, then he gently tapped the cover of the book, solemnly saying, "But someone must remember this is our heritage, our history. It is also what we must teach to future generations." After speaking, the old priest smiled, patted Ulu's shoulder, and then slowly walked towards the two young priests. "Kids, how is your study going?" Watching the old priest's receding figure, Ulu felt that long-buried part of his heart stirred again, his eyes flashing with hope, but soon dimming. If only he had stayed here. "Are you reminiscing?" Just at that moment, Bai Wei's voice inappropriately rang out. "What are you reminiscing about?" Ulu's gaze immediately turned cold, and though he didn't speak, Bai Wei didn't stop. "Your Rhine covenant claims that the Rhine god divided his power and will among 4 origin believers, who then spread it further, right? What are you getting at? So I'm curious if it's someone like you who inherited his will, or those from yesterday who couldn't even recite the Rhine covenant," Bai Wei slowly said. "Or is it this righteous priest in your eyes who has inherited it?" Ulu's gaze shifted slightly, vaguely sensing Bai Wei broaching a dangerous topic. "What exactly are you trying to say? Weren't you here to find the corpse blocks?" "I came looking for answers, or rather to help you find answers," Bai Wei said with a smiling tone. "Aren't you curious? That power that came mixed with the believers from the Rhine covenant, what exactly is it?" Ulu felt a strong unease welling up inside him. He found an empty seat and sat down, staring at the West Cathedral Chronicles in front of him, yet lacked the courage to turn the pages. Meanwhile, he heard the old priest's voice lowering next to him, giving a lesson. "How is it wrong again? Didn't I teach you all yesterday? No doubt true God and evil God can both give power to believers, but there's a clear difference. When believers receive the evil God's power, they also receive his mad and negative thoughts, a situation referred to as contamination. But the true God is different. The true God purifies the minds of believers while giving them power." At this, the old priest paused, seemingly making a difficult decision, then said, "You definitely won't pass the exam this way. Come with me, I'll give you extra lessons, but don't tell anyone." The old priest, halfway through speaking, suddenly realized Ulu was watching him. After briefly looking stunned, he gave Ulu a gesture to keep quiet. Chapter 58, 50 You are committing desecration, 2 in 1-3. At this moment, Ulu felt his restlessness gradually calming down. He smiled and nodded at the old priest before watching him leave with the two young priests, like a father worn with care for his children. This is what Rhine is truly like. The priests he met yesterday did not fully represent Rhine. They were just exceptions. If he had met this old priest instead of Lu Jai back then, even if he hadn't been accepted into Somo City, things wouldn't have turned out this way, right? A strong sense of loss welled up inside him, but he quickly erased it. "I've got the book you wanted to see," Ulu said coldly to Bai Wei. "What exactly do you want to look at?" Once again, Bai Wei felt the shift in Ulu's emotions, but he wasn't surprised. In fact, he seemed quite pleased to see it, so much so that his tone was filled with delight as he spoke. "Good, let's get started then," Bai Wei said. "First, extract the records of every bishop of the West Cathedral." Ulu furrowed his brows. Although the West Cathedral Chronicles had removable pages, he did not understand Bai Wei's intentions. Why do this? No particular reason, Byway said nonchalantly. If I had to give one, it's probably because I think these guys stole my corpse blocks. Searching for information about corpse blocks on persons who have fallen countless years ago. Ulu thought Byway was making a joke, but he didn't say much, and instead started to extract the pages from the West Cathedral's earliest followers to the current Bishop Corey, a total of 12. He laid them out on the table one by one. These records were very detailed. Each bishop had 3 portraits, upon entering Rhine, ascending to bishop, and leaving the episcopacy, representing youth, prime, and twilight years. Looking at these records, Ulu fell into silence. 10 years ago, he knew everything about the 12 Lord Bishops, their glorious and great stories vivid on the pages, captivating the then-young Ulu. His desperate desire to get into Somo City was closely linked to these 12 bishops. He wanted to become a hero like them, not the insect he was now. But, Byway examining these records, suddenly clicked his tongue. So every one of them has a portrait, huh? Because it represents a life dedicated to the Lord, Ulu unconsciously replied, as if he had returned to the days of hard study 10 years ago. But he quickly came back to his senses and became expressionless again. So what are you hoping to find in these records? I'm looking for their common trait. Common trait? Ulu's brows furrowed deeper. What do you mean? The more one uses God's power, the closer one gets to God. Thus, followers of the evil God become increasingly insane, while followers of the true God become increasingly divine, Byway said indifferently. That's the propaganda of the 4 Orthodox churches, right? What's the problem? So these 12 bishops, being the closest to Rhine, could use Rhine's power to the greatest extent. Therefore, they should also have the most pronounced, common trait. That is what you call the divine trait. So what is this divine trait? Ulu's frown deepened. Although this idea was widely circulated, Ulu had never thought about it in depth. A divine common trait. He scrutinized the 12 bishops' records, trying to find the common trait Byway mentioned. But these bishops came from north, south, east, and west, and their backgrounds were quite different. He truly couldn't find the so-called common trait among them. Then he heard Byway say leisurely, "Have you noticed, when these 12 bishops were young? They all looked quite delicate." Ulu was taken aback, and subconsciously focused on the previously overlooked portraits of the 12 bishops in their youth. Then he was shocked to find that Byway was right. None of the 12 bishops were truly ugly in the conventional sense. Each one resembled the beautiful youths in classical paintings. An indescribable fear surged through him, but Ulu tried to maintain his composure and said coldly, "Are you joking with me? Is this a common trait? Why didn't you say? When did you stop feeling anything for the opposite sex? Do you remember?" Byway interrupted calmly. "Was it innate, or did it come later?" Ulu's eyes widened as he subconsciously grasped the armrest of his chair, veins standing out on the back of his hand. He had never considered this question before. "Do you remember what that old priest said just now?" Byway continued slowly. "The evil God influences the minds of those who use its power, making them more insane. This process is called corruption, while the true God makes those who wield his power more divine, and this process is called purification." As Byway finished, Ulu saw his left hand forcefully release the armrest of the chair and then slowly extend in front of him. The middle finger stood erect, gazing at him as if laughing. "So this is your purification." Ulu understood what Byway was implying, but he did not want to believe it, or rather, he dared not believe it. He subconsciously looked again at the portraits of the 12 archbishops in their youth, and then he was horrified to find that, seemingly all at once, these portraits began to exert a massive temptation on him. At this moment, Ulu felt his reason frantically warning him not to believe any of this. Because this was desecration, the greatest desecration ever committed against Rhine. And so he screamed inwardly at Byway, "Shut up! You're desecrating, you are the evil God, you are corrupting me, you desecrator of gods." "If I am desecration," Byway interjected mockingly, cutting off Ulu's internal scream, "then what was that old priest doing with those 2 young ones just now?" Ulu's body stiffened. Byway leaned in closer, his every word tempting Ulu towards hell. "Do you want to go and see?" Chapter 59, 51 I could have not become this kind of person. Tim opened the door and looked at the priest standing outside with some surprise. "You're not the one from before." I am the one who borrowed this book just now." Ulu raised the West Cathedral Chronicles in his hand and said, There are some things in here that I can't quite understand, but seeing you seem pretty knowledgeable about this book, I wanted to seek your guidance. May I know if you have the time?" When Ulu asked this question, he kept staring into Tim's eyes as if trying to discern something. "Is that so?" Tim hesitated a bit, "but I'm still teaching those two children." "It won't take too much of your time." Ulu tried hard to keep his tone calm. "You can treat me as a student too, since they also need to know the content of this, right?" Ulu had thought Tim would continue to refuse, but to his surprise, after hearing his words, Tim thought briefly and then smiled and nodded. "You're right, young people who still have such a strong desire for knowledge like you are rare. I really can't refuse you, and indeed it would be my honor to give you some advice." Saying this, Tim stepped aside and made a please gesture. Ulu was a bit surprised. He just let him in like that. He pursed his lips and didn't show what he was thinking, but just nodded lightly and then walked into the other's room. It was a rest room, not very large, but clean and tidy. The sunlight coming through the window was enough to illuminate the entire rest area, giving a sense of peaceful tranquility, at least enough to calm down Ulu's previously restless heart. A curtain divided the rest room into two parts, one for resting and the other for reading and working, with a small table that held 3 cups of tea and 2 copies of the Rhine Covenant, filled with dense notes, but no one was there. Before Ulu could even ask, Tim, who was behind him, had already closed the door and walked to the table with a smile. "The 2 children went to the restroom. They'll be back soon. Have a seat first." Ulu nodded and then sat down at one of the empty spots. "About that book, what don't you understand?" Tim asked curiously. "It's just a history of West Cathedral, not a reference book. What did you find puzzling?" Ulu placed the West Cathedral Chronicles down, but didn't immediately answer Tim's question. Instead, after being silent for a while, he slowly began. "First, I want to ask, do you know the content of Chapter 7, Clause 8 of the Rhine?" Ulu again stared into Tim's eyes after asking the question. Then he noticed that there was no oddness in Tim's eyes. They were still very natural. "Are you referring to the Lord's clause on how believers should respond in adversity?" Ulu's eyes widened. "You actually know." "Why wouldn't I know?" Tim seemed puzzled. "I know all 534,826 words of the Rhine Covenant." Ulu opened his mouth in disbelief. "But I've been to many churches, and the priests there don't know it." Hearing Ulu's words, Tim immediately showed an I see expression. "Ah, I understand now, so that's why you came." He paused for a moment, and then looked at Ulu with a suddenly softened gaze. "You're not a priest from Somo City, are you? If you're asking this question, you must have come here for the examination but didn't get a satisfactory result, right? Over the years." He paused again, sighed softly. "You've suffered too." Upon hearing this, Ulu's body trembled violently. For the first time, this was the first time. In all these years, nobody ever spoke to him like this. When he failed the examination, Lu Jai laughed and scornfully told him he didn't know his place, still dreaming of entering Somo City. The day before the examination, Kelsey beat him up, feigning an apology. Only Tim, whom he had met for the first time today, managed to instantly understand him with just a few words. His opinion was not wrong. His view of Tim was not wrong. At this moment, he couldn't contain the surge within himself, screaming inwardly at Bai Wei, "Visas, you are wrong. You are so wrong." But Bai Wei did not respond, as if he had fallen asleep again, leaving Ulu feeling a bit of the helplessness of punching cotton. But it didn't matter, as long as he knew he was right, knowing that what Bai Wei said before was nothing but the desecration of evil God trying to smear the Rhine god. After taking several deep breaths, Ulu gradually calmed down, and during this time Tim also did not speak, as if purposely giving Ulu this time to recover. "Do you always know?" Ulu inadvertently used an honorific tone with Tim. "That so-called examination is problematic." "How could I not know?" Tim sighed lightly again. "I've worked here for many years and taught countless children who wanted to stay in this city, but most of them couldn't stay." Now Ulu could confirm that Tim was a disappointed man like himself. So he looked at Tim as if seeing a kin, very seriously saying, "Compared to those who can't even memorize the Rhine Covenant, you are much more suited to be in the great cathedral." Chapter 60, 51. I could have not become this kind of person, too. That kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. I've come to terms with it over the years," Tim said, shifting his gaze back to the West Cathedral Chronicles on the table. "So, what was the question you wanted to ask?" "What was the question?" Ulu felt that there was no need to ask anything else. as Tim's reaction had already made it clear that Bai Wei's earlier words of desecration were complete nonsense. Because before him was a truly devout follower of the Rhine divine sect. Thus, Ulu wanted to discuss the matter of the examination with Tim more than anything, having kept it bottled up for many years without ever having someone to confide in. "Do you think this is right?" Ulu leaned forward subconsciously, seeming somewhat agitated. "Doesn't this go against—" "No, this must certainly go against the doctrine, but why? At which point did the Lord's grace become so perverted?" Faced with Ulu's barrage of questions, Tim had to raise his hand to interrupt him. Calm down, Tim said. "I know you're dissatisfied with these things, and so am I, but—" He shrugged his shoulders. "I'm no Lord Bishop, just an ordinary member of the clergy working in the library." Ulu then realized he had probably been too passionate. Yes, just as Tim had said, he was an ordinary low-rank member of the clergy, not even on par with the low-rank priests in the churches. What difference did it make, whether he knew about certain things or not? Ulu looked into Tim's eyes, as if he could read resignation in those gray pupils. He too must have been confounded once, but now he had come to terms with reality. Ulu knew he should not trouble this old man anymore, so he was ready to leave, but at that moment the silent for so long Bai Wei finally spoke up. "The most important question you haven't asked yet." Hearing Bai Wei's voice, Ulu tensed up before coldly replying, "Do you think it's necessary?" "Why not ask?" Bai Wei said with a smile. "You've come all this way." At this point Tim also noticed Ulu's discomposure and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Ulu took a deep breath. "Since you're so persistent, let's have you see then." Ulu's gaze fell once more upon the West Cathedral Chronicles, and he began to speak slowly. "I heard a very blasphemous notion." "Oh," Tim's expression gradually became stern. "What kind of blasphemous notion?" "Some say that my Lord selects followers based solely on certain physical, superficial criteria." Tim's brow furrowed immediately, and he exclaimed, "That's a desecration." Ulu sighed with relief, smiling. "Exactly. How could that possibly be the sole criterion?" Ulu's nascent smile froze instantly. "What did you say?" "I said, how could that possibly be the only criterion?" Tim lightly tapped the table and continued. "There are indeed not many divine-favored templates, but a few do emerge every decade. However, there's only one position of bishop, and the one who becomes bishop must surely possess not only a certain mindset and talent, but also—" "Divine-favored templates," Ulu latched onto a term he hadn't heard before. "What does that mean?" Tim interrupted, looked at Ulu with some surprise. "You do know." Before Ulu could respond, Tim, grasping it belatedly, slapped the back of his head. "Almost forgot you're not a priest from Somo City." He paused. "In theory, the concept of divine-favored templates shouldn't be known to clergy outside the great cathedral, but this rule has long been a dead letter, so there's no harm in telling you." Ulu clutched his knees tightly, feigning composure. "I really don't know, please enlighten me." "Sure." Tim picked up a copy of the Rhine Covenant and opened it to the first page. "It's not a complicated matter, you know about original followers, right?" "Oh, of course you do." Ulu gazed at the Rhine Covenant, which he had seen countless times, yet suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. "The origin believers are what my Lord Rhine considers the most perfect human blueprint." Tim's fingers traced over the portraits of the 4 origin believers. "Therefore, they were dearly loved by my Lord Rhine and were granted my Lord's power, and at the same time they received my Lord's corruption," Ulu murmured softly, uttering the term he had, just a few minutes earlier, thought to be a desecration. Fortunately, Tim had not heard him. "This is what we call purification," Tim continued. "The 4 origin believers were the first in human history to undergo purification. Because the power of my Lord they embodied was the most vast and pure, they held great similarity to my Lord in many aspects, such as will, vision, and even aesthetic appreciation of the world. Subsequently, these 4 origin believers passed down these attributes, along with the power, to others." Tim then opened the West Cathedral Chronicles. Every archbishop has received such a legacy, and of course not only the bishops. As the Rhine divine sect spread, my Lord's power and will, and that sublime aesthetic beyond the worldly. Tim's excitement grew as he spoke, a far cry from the image of the old man, who seemed to have seen through the impermanence of worldly affairs. In stark contrast stood Ulu, who stared blankly at Tim and suddenly asked, "Do the clergy, who have received this radiance, know about it themselves?" Tim paused and frowned at Ulu. "What do you mean?" "I mean, do the changed people have a choice?" I don't understand what you're getting at. Tim seemed to grow angry. The Lord's radiance gently enriches everything in silence. Even the lowest-ranked priest is purified without realizing it. Isn't that a blessing from the Lord? Why are you concerned with such strange questions? Ulu could no longer show any expression. He stared blankly at Tim, only feeling the man's lips moving and producing an oppressive sound, incomprehensible to him. It was an exhaustion like he'd never felt before. This exhaustion made him want to leave this place immediately, so, like a soulless being, he stood up, ignoring the still prattling Tim, and staggered to the door. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of the curtain, and his body stopped. The next second, a burst of extra strength surged from within him, propelling him briskly to the curtain. Disregarding Tim's loud questioning, he pulled it open directly. 2 young priests were lying unconscious on the bed. Ulu turned his head slowly and stared blankly at Tim. Tim suddenly seemed embarrassed, shrugging his shoulders. Well, you found out. Same old rules, one for each of us. I've had my eye on these kids for a long time. You're getting quite the bargain. Ulu stared blankly at Tim, his vision blurring so that Tim's face gradually morphed, becoming Lu Jai. Lu Jai. Why? Dead men still talking. Tim did not perceive Ulu's transformation. He kept on muttering, really, all those good juniors have been. Tui. An old, rusty pair of scissors was thrust into Tim's abdomen without warning. He stared in disbelief, gazing at Ulu who had charged at him. Why? Tui. Another stab, then a third. Ulu did not stop. It was as if he had returned to the night he had killed Lu Jai, as if he intended to rip everything apart. With all his might, Tim barely managed to utter, Why? Aren't we the same kind of people? You gave me a choice. Did you give me a choice? He dropped the blood-soaked scissors and gripped Tim's neck with force, desperately screaming at him, I could have been different. I could have been different. Ah. Why? Tim was no longer able to answer him. It was as if Ulu returned to that failed night 10 years ago. After screaming until hoarse, he was left with answers that would never come. Chapter 61, 52 Rhine Covenant. Harry stood outside the resting room, looking at Tim, whose eyes were still open in death, and the blood that covered the entire resting room. He furrowed his brows tightly, and the foot that had already stepped into the room immediately retreated. What the hell happened here? Harry turned his head and asked the knight maintaining order at the scene, How did it end up like this? Who did this? Reporting to the great priest, the knight reported, We are still not sure who the perpetrator is because he had already. The knight raised his hand, pointing towards the only window in the resting room. He jumped out from there, and the corridor outside the window faces the street, allowing him to escape quickly. Besides finding a blood-stained priest robe, we haven't been able to find any more clues. Harry's eyes widened. A blood-stained priest robe, was this an inside job? A few witnesses reported that indeed there was a priest who had interacted with Tim, said the knight, but we haven't been able to identify who specifically. How did this guy die inside? Excessive blood loss. There were 18 sharp instrument wounds on Priest Tim's abdomen. Stabbed 18 times. Harry didn't even want to speak. Wasn't this method of killing too low? 2 priests fighting, neither using spells nor divine arts, just stabbing here with knives, and even killing someone. Although it's true that low-rank priests can't skillfully use spells in combat, such a murder, or rather this kind of fight, made Harry feel it was too crude, and he didn't even want to intervene. Actually, such a low-level murder case really didn't need his intervention. But he came to look because he was the supervisor of this library, and the dead priest was nominally his subordinate. After taking a look, finding nothing of interest, he waved his hand ready to leave. However, at this moment another knight brought 2 young priests in front of him. Great priest, these 2 guys were at the crime scene all the time. Harry stopped in his tracks. What? They were sleeping at the crime scene all the time. They only woke up when we arrived, the knight said. According to their statement, they lost consciousness after drinking the tea prepared by Priest Tim, and we just detected hallucinogens in that tea. Hallucinogens, sleeping, young priests. With these keywords together, Harry didn't need to see to guess what had happened. And the anxious expressions on the faces of the 2 young priests, as well as their disheveled clothes, directly proved it. But for them to act on such impulses, they really were 2 lowly fellas. So you 2 are the source, Harry said indifferently. Inequitable sharing got desperate. The 2 young priests exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Harry was talking about. but Harry couldn't be bothered to explain. Such an obvious situation didn't need further investigation. It was a matter for his subordinates to handle. "Wait." A calm voice rang out behind Harry. He was slightly startled, then suddenly turned around, only to see Archbishop Corey, who had appeared behind him unexpectedly. "Archbishop Corey," Harry was surprised, "what are you doing here?" "I heard something happened here." Corey walked over slowly. "A priest was brutally murdered and moreover received multiple sharp instrument wounds to the abdomen." "Yes," Harry nodded. "Stabbed 18 times, a very cruel murderer." Although he said this, Harry still felt puzzled in his heart. Such a low-level murder case should not have alarmed the bishop. But Corey only calmly stated, "Kelsey had passed me a message once. Priest Lu Jai died the same way." Lu Jai. After a moment of confusion, Harry remembered who the name belonged to and guessed what Kelsey meant, his expression changing dramatically. "Are you saying it was Ulu who did this? He came here. But how is that possible? Why would he specifically come here to kill a librarian?" Facing Harry's barrage of questions, Corey simply said, "Don't worry, we'll figure it out." Actually, Corey had come here not just because Tim's way of dying was similar to Lu Jai's, but also because... Corey gently touched his left eye. He could feel the restlessness beneath its calm surface. It wanted to bite someone again. "Quick, you!" Harry, having regained his composure, immediately directed a knight. "Go to the great cathedral's archive and find the portrait of Priest Ulu from Badan town, then bring it here immediately." The knight was about to acknowledge the order, but was interrupted by Corey. "No need for that trouble." Harry paused again, watching as Corey walked up to 2 young priests, gently caressing their faces. Have these 2 children not seen him? Harry immediately understood what Corey intended to do and instinctively raised his hand. "Lord Bishop, sending the knight to fetch the portrait won't take long." "Look into my left eye," Corey said to the 2 young priests with a smile. "Then recall the appearance of that priest. Don't be nervous, relax, we'll take it slowly." The 2 young priests were initially tense as they were facing the great priest, but they gradually calmed down under Corey's reassurance, and with trust in the Lord Bishop, they both looked into Corey's left eye. That eye like a star, irresistibly enthralling. It was too late. Harry lowered his hand, his expression complex. About half a minute later, Corey slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had understood everything. The murderer's face had been reflected from the young priest's minds into his eyes. "It was indeed Ulu." "Didn't expect this," Corey said softly. "It really is you. You've dared to come back." Then he paused, a slow smile spreading across his lips. "Goods," he muttered. "I'll take that finger then." After saying this, Corey turned and left without glancing back at the 2 young priests. The young priests just stood there, dumbfounded, all emotion drained from their pupils, leaving only vacancy. It was as if they had turned from humans into dolls. Harry walked up to them, shaking his head helplessly, then instructed his knights, "Take these 2 to the choir, and from now on just assign them some mindless physical tasks." "Yes, great priest," the knight stepped forward, "come with us." The 2 young priests stood motionless, as if they didn't understand human speech. The knights had to drag them along. Harry shook his head and was about to leave when he heard a plop sound. He turned back to see a package falling from the embrace of the 2 young priests, obviously something they had been holding, but could no longer grip. Harry walked over, picked up the package, and opened it. Inside were 2 tattered copies of the Rhine Covenant. Chapter 62, 53, and I Want Your Life. Corey arrived at the rooftop of the West University Library. The West University Library was the 2nd tallest building in Somo City, second only to the West Cathedral. Standing here, one could behold half of Somo City. Corey himself also loved to gaze into the distance from high places, feeling as though he was the Rhine statue that towered over the highest point of Somo City, believing that he controlled the world, that he was Rhine. Especially after acquiring this special eye, the range of Corey's sight had extended even further. The entire world was within his sight. But now, it was obvious he wasn't there to enjoy the view. After dismissing his companions, Corey stood alone on the rooftop, feeling the wind that blew from afar, his eyes squinting slightly. "Although I don't know why you dare to come back," Corey murmured softly, "but since you came, don't even think about leaving." Subsequently, he slowly closed his left eye, recalling the images he had just extracted from the memories of those 2 young priests. The face of Ulu gradually enlarged in his mind, and a powerful energy surged around him. The next second he violently opened his eyes again, and those star-like eyes immediately began to spin. The sealed ancient power was harnessed in that instant. And so every person in Somo City with even a slight affinity for spellcraft felt a chill run down their spine, subconsciously looking up, staring blankly into the pure azure sky. What is it? It feels a bit strange. Strained? Yes, like suddenly being watched by someone. You're joking, right? Who would bother watching you? I don't know, but it feels kind of creepy, like. Like what? Like there's an eye in the sky watching me. Not this one, nor that one. Corey's left eye was like a printer. Face after face appeared in the pupil, then quickly vanished, replaced by another. He was swiftly sifting through the transcendent beings in the city, like Rhine gazing down upon his followers in the mortal realm. That's why, after acquiring this eye, Corey felt like the Rhine of Somo City. If he wished, he could use this eye to master every transcendent being in the city. The city truly lay within his gaze, and no one could defy him under this scrutiny. Even those who were originally more powerful than him couldn't escape this gaze. Because this wasn't a spell, nor was it divine arts. This was a rule. The "you must be seen by me" rule, a rule that no person, no force could break. It was precisely because he possessed this power that Corey had absolute confidence that any owner of the corpse blocks who set foot on this land would inevitably become his prey. Those corpse blocks would be his as well. After filtering through hundreds of transcendent beings in the city in an instant, Corey sensed the person he was looking for. He was running fast and desperately down a dark and rugged alley, as if trying to escape something. But sadly, you can by no means escape my gaze. Corey's eyes chased after him, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Your piece of the corpse blocks is about to become mine. Inside Ulu's sea of consciousness, Bai Wei slowly opened his eyes. Oh, so I've been discovered, he murmured. At the moment, Ulu was still sprinting, even thinking about leaving the city directly. Then he heard Bai Wei's voice resonate in his mind. Snap your fingers. Ulu was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Bai Wei would ask him to snap his fingers at this moment, but naturally, he was reluctant and ignored Bai Wei's words. Soon Bai Wei repeated, snap your fingers quick. Ulu still ignored him, then he heard Bai Wei's slight sigh. The next second, Ulu felt a very dangerous power catching up to him. It was fast, truly fast. Not even the twisted alleyways and muddy paths could stop it. By the time Ulu realized what was happening, it was about to catch and seize him. But at that moment, Ulu lost control of half his body. A force much stronger took over his left hand. And then a snap resounded. The snap of the fingers, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The thing that was about to grasp him dissipated instantly. Corey suddenly clutched his left eye. His previously upright body now bent quickly forward as if somebody had punched him hard in the eye. When he moved his hand away, he saw it was covered in fresh blood. This was the first time in history that the gaze had been cancelled. Interesting, Corey muttered to himself. So it's that left middle finger you have there, Tusk. The power of termination is greater than I imagined. It can even cancel out gaze. Breaths later, the bleeding stopped, and Corey stood up straight again, his face showing no abnormality other than a little blood stain. Although gaze had been cancelled, Corey wasn't worried. The injury he'd sustained was not caused by the finger, but by the eye itself, gaze backlash. Except for visas, anyone using the rule within his body had to pay a price. Fortunately, Corey could negate this price using Rhine's power, but it also limited the frequency of his usage. About once every 2 days would prevent permanent, irreversible damage to his body. So he couldn't immediately use gaze again. But that didn't matter, he had still seen something. He had caught a glimpse of Ulu. Albeit brief, Corey could sense the state of Ulu's body. It was beyond just bad. That guy couldn't use Rhine's power to offset the price, so each snap of his fingers was deducting from his own life. Clearly, he was running out. Therefore, Corey wasn't worried. Feeling that slight agitation in his left eye, Corey chuckled and soothed it. Don't worry, I'll bring your brother to you soon. Ulu fell to the ground, vomiting blood profusely. Beside him stood the middle finger, Bai Wei, poised and upright. He didn't expect to be discovered by that guy. It was an unforeseen outcome. Bai Wei glanced in the direction from where the vision had come, a danger even he felt, and knew they had indeed caught the attention of that mad bishop. But it didn't matter. Bai Wei then turned to look back at Ulu. After all, the time was just about right. Visas, Ulu struggled to catch his breath, then raised his head, staring intently at Bai Wei. What in the world do you want to do? Bai Wei replied calmly, if I hadn't snapped my fingers just now, that man would have caught up to us by this point. You know I'm not asking about that. Ulu surged forward like a man possessed, pressing his left hand against the wall. You said it was about finding the whereabouts of another corpse block. You've been deceiving me from the start. What do you want with making me aware of those things? Facing an Ulu on the verge of losing his sanity, Bai Wei remained unhurried. It's just a trade. I indeed came to find the location of another corpse block, and I did find it. But I never said I would stop helping you find the murderer today. You never helped me find the murderer to begin with, Ulu screamed hysterically. You're lying. No, I am still putting the information about the murderer right in front of you, but you have yet to realize it, Bai Wei spoke indifferently. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow will be the last. Ulu faltered slightly. What last? The last piece of information, the final puzzle piece of the murderer, however you want to interpret it. By tomorrow, if you still don't understand, I wouldn't mind telling you everything, provided you have the courage to bear it all. Bai Wei said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, but do you truly have such courage? Ulu's body began to tremble faintly. He felt as if a voice called reason was screaming in his mind. Go now, don't listen to him. But, Ulu bit down tightly on his teeth, blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes piercing into Bai Wei like daggers. You promise tomorrow will be the last. Of course I promise, Bai Wei said, and after you know everything, I want to start a new trade with you. Ulu asked subconsciously, what trade? You can ask anything of me. Bai Wei gazed at Ulu, smiling as he spoke, and in return I want your life. Chapter 63, 54 I Refuse. After nightfall, a heavy rain abruptly descended upon Somo City. This caused the once fairly bustling nightlife of Somo City to suddenly decrease by 80%, to the point where Ulu, sitting idle in an alley, was met with only the constant pitter-patter of the rain striking the eaves. He had been seated here for a very long time, from dawn till dusk, without moving from his spot like a statue. For one, he feared that the knights might be searching for him out there, especially since Lord Bishop had already learned of his arrival in this city. Secondly, the new deal that Bai Wei had proposed to him was continuously echoing in his mind. This was the first time that Bai Wei had been so forthright, unabashedly stating his purpose. He wanted Ulu's life. Although Ulu had anticipated this. After all, Bai Wei had not been particularly secretive before. Today was indeed the first time it had been so unequivocal. Ulu had once fantasized that when Bai Wei finally revealed his ultimate goal, he would be able to instantly scoff at Bai Wei, mocking his foolish fantasy, and then swiftly sever ties with Bai Wei in a physical sense. Although this was difficult, he would work hard at it. He absolutely would not hand over his life to Bai Wei. But when that day actually arrived, when Bai Wei truly spoke those words, Ulu found himself unable to do so. He still didn't intend to give his life to Bai Wei. But it wasn't as certain as before. His mind was incessantly haunted by everything he had encountered and seen during his 2 days in Somo City. Indeed, it had only been 2 days, just 2 days. 2 days ago, his belief was firm. No matter what Bai Wei said, as soon as he would learn who killed his mother, he would immediately terminate his connection with Bai Wei. Regardless of what Bai Wei said, he wouldn't get involved any further. But now, he still didn't know who the killer of his mother was, yet the thoughts in his heart, those convictions he had always held, had undergone a drastic change. This tired him out, truly exhausted him. So much so that even though the eaves that could shield him from rain were less than 2 meters to his right, he didn't have the energy to move, allowing himself to be drenched like a drowned rat, wretched and ridiculous. You seem very troubled, Bai Wei's voice leisurely arose in Ulu's mind. Do you want to talk about it? Ulu ignored him. Bai Wei wasn't annoyed and continued to speak. What exactly is it that reduced you to this state? This is not like you at all. Do you remember the night half a month ago when you first got my finger? You were full of vigor then. Upon hearing this, Ulu's body trembled, and then he gradually woke up, speaking in an incredibly hoarse voice. I won't give my life to you. Of course, that's your prerogative, Bai Wei said indifferently. I've said it before, it's just a deal, a very fair deal, and you can completely refuse. I'm quite reasonable to talk to, really. I'll even allow you to terminate this current deal right now if you're really tired of it, and I won't stop you. I know you don't need to be anxious, Ulu said coldly. Regardless, I will never comply with your wishes. Whatever it is you desire, I absolutely will not give it to you. Isn't that good? It was as if Ulu heard the sound of clapping in his own mind, Baiwei saying with a smile, Since that's the case, why don't we have a good chat? Like old friends, after all, in our current state, our hearts are truly connected. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, Ulu said. Every time you try to get close to me, it's just so I would go to my death. I've seen through it. That trick doesn't work on me anymore. Is that so? You saying that hurts me quite a bit, Baiwei said. So will you regret it? Regret buying that finger and then meeting me? Ulu did not answer Baiwei directly, but after a long silence he asked, I want to ask you a question. As long as it's not about the content of the deal, I'm very happy to answer. Ulu took a deep breath, then looked again at Baiwei and said, word by word, If using the power of the Rhine god means being influenced by the Rhine god, then does using your power mean being influenced by you? Of course, doesn't your current battered body give you the answer? You know that's not what I'm asking. Ha, all right, Baiwei said lightly. Asking that question, it seems you've already sensed something, or rather, you've discovered that at some point you lost interest in those things you used to be unable to live without, right? Ulu stared intently at Baiwei, silent. Then he heard Baiwei's answer. You guessed right, I indeed have influenced you. At that moment, an infinite strength burst forth from within Ulu's body. He clutched at the middle finger of his left hand as if he wished to break Baiwei off right then. So it is true. Then what's the difference between you and the Rhine god? You're also turning me into a monster. Of course, there's a difference, replied Baiwei, still very calm in the face of Ulu's rage. Because my power isn't additive, it's subtractive. What do you mean? It means I'm not capable of adding things that aren't yours to your soul and thought like the Rhine god, Baiwei said faintly. But I can remove all the things that don't belong to you. Chapter 54, 54 I refuse to. So I didn't turn you from one monster into another. I just turned you from a monster into a normal person. That is to say, the pain you feel now is not brought by me, but by your own instincts. Your instincts make you even more miserable. And what makes you more miserable is, Baiwei paused, then said with a light laugh, You've already realized this, but you are unwilling to admit it. After these words, Ulu was like a punctured balloon. The sudden burst of energy immediately drained, and he collapsed again in the torrential rain, his eyes filled with either despair or pain. It was hard to say how long the silence lasted before Ulu once again looked up at Baiwei, his eyes bloodshot. No matter what, I will not give my life to you. In my eyes, you are no different from the Rhine god, so I refuse the last deal. Is that so? Baiwei seemed unsurprised by Ulu's response and said indifferently, Suit yourself then. Should we continue the current deal? Ulu fell into silence once again, this time longer than before, so much so that Baiwei could feel the fierce struggle within him, as if two voices were arguing. But ultimately, he closed his eyes and softly answered. Yes. Originally, Ulu thought that after Corey had identified him as the perpetrator, he would immediately have the Church Knights of the West Cathedral seal off the entire city and search for him house by house. However, to Ulu's surprise, Corey did not do so. In fact, he did nothing at all, not even issuing the most basic wanted notice. There were no martial measures in Somo City, almost as if allowing his escape. Why was that? Although Ulu did not directly ask, Baiwei still heard his inner thoughts and said lightly, How many knights do your entire West Cathedral really have, and you think it's possible to completely blockade such a massive city as Somo City? Ulu did not speak, but he knew Baiwei was right. Although a peripheral town priest, he still had a decent understanding of Somo City. This vast city, after hundreds of years of development, had grown in population and area more than tenfold. The Church Knights, who once could have lined the entire city walls, were now facing a shortage of personnel and had to recruit more mortal sheriffs to maintain the city's daily operations. But mortal sheriffs were hardly effective against transcendence. After all, in their eyes, Ulu was someone who had even taken down the Knight Master Kelsey. As for the wanted notice, your Lord Bishop still does not want to expose your existence, perhaps I should say the existence of my finger, Baiwei said. Although this is his city, he also does not want to complicate matters, especially with a delegation from the Lyra sect currently in the city. At this point, Ulu could no longer contain himself and asked, Why do you know so much? If it were some hidden knowledge, it was fine for Ulu not to know. But Baiwei was even clearly aware of the presence of the Lyra sect delegation, which genuinely shocked and awed Ulu. "Didn't you see their church gear when you entered the city?" Baiwei said calmly. "It was quite conspicuous." Ulu had not seen it, so he could not judge whether Baiwei was lying, and thus he chose to drop the matter. And Baiwei, naturally, didn't need to find more excuses. Originally, Ulu wanted to find a new place to stay, thinking returning to the previous inn might be risky. But reminded by Baiwei, he realized that looking for a new inn in this weather and time would be even riskier, or just finding anywhere to spend the night. It was better to return to somewhere more familiar. After all, tomorrow would be the last day. With that thought, Ulu quickly set off back to the inn. This road was generally safe, except for a small church along the way that required some caution. In theory, there should have been no obstacles. However, as Ulu carefully walked past the small church, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from inside. "Lord Priest, is there really no hope?" Ulu's heart sank. He recognized the voice. It was the innkeeper. His alertness immediately heightened. Why would the innkeeper be at the church at this time? Could she be reporting him? Ulu instantly stopped and quickly moved to the wall of the church's prayer room, peering through the window. He saw the innkeeper, who looked even more frail than she had during the day, talking with a priest, her face a mix of plea and helplessness. "Lady K, we must first apologize to you. Your illness is quite peculiar and beyond our ability to cure. We can only maintain it to prevent it from worsening," the priest said. "As long as you take your medication daily, the illness can be managed. If you want to completely cure it, I'm afraid only our Lord Bishop can help. But as you know, Lord Bishop is very busy, extremely busy. Everyone in this city wants to see him, although he also wants to." "So it's still about money, isn't it?" Kay whispered. "No, Lady Kay." The priest immediately became stern. "How can you insult Bishop Corey with money? Bishop Corey never discriminates among the Lord's followers based on money, but he is indeed very busy, only able to meet those who have made significant contributions to the Rhine. And the gift money, it's just a form of contribution. I indeed can't make such a large contribution." "Then I'm sorry, Lady Kay." The priest spread his hands. "You'll just need to continue taking your medication." Kay fell silent for a while, then softly said, "But I've run out of money. I've spent all I had on medicine, Lord Priest. You know I run an inn, but I can't even afford to provide breakfast for tomorrow's guests." Hearing this, Ulu's hand, which he had put in his pocket, suddenly felt something. He pulled it out and saw that it was a few copper coins the innkeeper had returned to him during the day. His expression grew complicated. "That's unfortunate, Lady Kay," the priest said. "Although we don't charge for treating you, the medicine itself has value. If we were to pay for it for you, we couldn't do the same for other followers. Do you understand, Lady Kay?" Kay fell silent again, this time longer than before. Finally, as if she had realized something, she nodded. "I understand, Lord Priest." Then staggering to her feet, she slowly left. When she exited the church, Ulu saw Lee, who had been waiting outside, immediately go up to help Kay with an umbrella. Kay patted Lee's head, and the two women, one young and one old, slowly disappeared into the rain. Ulu waited by the wall for a while, calculating that the two should have almost reached the inn before he prepared to move. Then he heard the priest inside the church speak again to another priest. "That woman is about at her end. She can't produce any more money." "That's right." "Then may Rhine bless her." The other priest spread his hands and said, "But remember to take back the holy worm after she dies. It's worth far more than the woman." "Of course," the priest who had spoken with Kay chuckled. "We need to move it quickly to the next person. Who's there?" They seemed to notice a shadow by the window, so they immediately stopped talking and rushed over. But outside the window, there was only the torrential downpour, endlessly washing over this ancient city. Chapter 65, 55 Death Night Raven. When Ulu returned to the inn, the landlady Kay was sitting behind the counter, lighting a candle and writing something. Hearing the footsteps, Kay looked up at Ulu and managed a strained smile. "You're back, guest." Ulu carefully scrutinized Kay. Her complexion was even worse than when he had seen her in the church. She looked more fragile than Ulu, who was infested by the evil god, as if her life had entered a countdown. Oh, perhaps the words, "as if," could be removed. 20 years ago, Ulu had seen this very state, where each day, no, even each minute was weaker than the last, like the candle on the counter that, after showing its bottom, continued to struggle for life on the already burnt wax, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Originally, Ulu didn't want to bother with Kay, but for some reason he stopped, took a deep look at her, and then said, "Your health has deteriorated greatly." You noticed, huh?" Kay gave a helpless smile. It's quite obvious, Ulu asked expressionlessly. What is the illness? Can't Priest Rhine cure it? Kay shook her head. The priests did everything they could, but there's really nothing they can do about my peculiar illness. They couldn't do anything. Ulu thought of the conversation between the two priests he had overheard earlier and fell into silence. And Kay did not speak either. The two strangers simply looked at each other without a word. Eventually, Ulu broke the silence. What about the kid? Are you talking about Lee? Mentioning Lee, a glimmer of life returned to Kay's listless eyes. She smiled and said, She's already gone to sleep. She has been working hard these past few days, not only taking me to the church for treatment, but also doing all the work I should be doing. She's a very sensible child, but it is a bit too heavy for her alone. You know, before I had to hire someone to help me finish it. Standing next to the counter, Ulu bowed his head. 2 days ago, when he first arrived at this inn, the table had been a mess, layered with grime, but now it was spotless. Ulu raised his left hand and ran it over the surface without hearing any threats from Bai Wei, indicating that even he could find no fault. Very sensible, Ulu said after a long pause. Thank you, Kay seemed very pleased. If Lee were awake, she would be very happy. You are the first guest she has served, and she really hopes to get a good review from you. Ulu looked at Kay. Despite being on her last legs, she still beamed with joy when talking about the kid. Damn deja vu. You're dying. Can't you care about yourself? A nameless rage rose in Ulu's chest. He looked coldly at Kay and said, You're almost done for. Kay's eyes, which had sparked with life, quickly dimmed. Ah yes, you are right. Kay's voice became much quieter, but she didn't blame Ulu. She even seemed to reproach herself. Lee's mother passed away during the recent disaster, and the other relatives didn't want her, so I took her in. Only I didn't expect my health to deteriorate like this. She is a very strong child. Despite what happened, she is still. Watching Kay ramble on, Ulu, somewhat annoyed, interrupted. Okay, I'm tired. I will go rest now. Kay blinked, a hint of confusion in her eyes, but quickly recovered, giving a light laugh and nodding. Thank you for listening to me for so long. Ulu did not respond, just turned and left. But Kay called out to him, Could you do me a favor, please? Ulu stopped in his tracks but didn't turn around. Kay picked up the letter, a bit helpless. This is a letter to my brother. I want to ask him to come over to take care of Lee, but my body, I guess, won't allow me to send this letter out myself. Could you help me? Ulu heard a plea in Kay's words. But after a long silence, he replied coldly, Do I look like a good Samaritan to you? I'm very busy. Ulu didn't turn around, so he couldn't see Kay's expression, only hear her softly say, Is that so? Sorry for bothering you. He then took a step again and heard Kay say from behind, Tomorrow's breakfast will still be sausages and fried eggs, okay? Ulu didn't even turn his head. I don't eat breakfast. He quickened his pace, soon disappearing from sight. But before he went upstairs, Ulu still glanced at the landlady out of energy. Then he saw clearly a black bug peek out of Kay's ear, only to quickly retract. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing, and his stride did not falter as he quickly went up to the second floor. Here he stopped, because he saw Lee lying in the hallway asleep, still clutching the broom, obviously having fallen asleep while cleaning. Ulu silently watched, and then he heard a voice in his mind. The kid isn't completely ignorant, Bai Wei said leisurely. It said that most people grow up quickly after experiencing separation and death, but it's still too early for a kid. She has realized what is happening, but she doesn't know what to do. So she's desperately making herself sensible, taking on tasks that aren't hers as if she could stop something. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 66, 55 Death Night Raven 2. Ulu asked coldly, Who are you talking about? That little imp, Bai Wei said with a smile. Who else could it be? Ulu fell silent for a while before asking, What's the deal with that bug? Ah, you finally decided to ask me. I thought you would keep enduring, but I'm sorry, that bug is related to the last thing I have to tell you, so I can't tell you everything. Bai Wei said, But I can give you a little preview. That bug has something to do with Lord Bishop. Ulu didn't speak. He just stood there and then quietly watched Lee, who was asleep in the corridor. After a while, he turned and went downstairs. Kay, who was almost falling asleep, heard footsteps, subconsciously raised her head, and saw Ulu taking out the letter he had just finished writing. He then slapped a few copper coins on the counter and turned to go upstairs. Only when his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did Kay hear his voice. I don't like it too salty. Tell that imp to use less salt. After a moment of daze, Kay smiled and replied, Okay. Back in his room, Ulu didn't lie down on the bed but closed the door and sat down against it. Outside the window, the storm was still raging, the fierce wind battering the old-looking windows with rain, as if some indescribable being was furiously howling at Ulu inside the small room, which had become his only shelter. Ulu slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know why he had done that just now. Now that Cory knew he was in town, the more he did, the more mistakes he made. But why indeed? Ulu couldn't find the reason himself, nor did he want to. He was tired, truly exhausted. In a daze, he heard strange noises. Creak, creak. What was that? Ulu didn't know. He only felt that the sound was both familiar and foreign, and then he heard the voices of two people talking. At first, it was very vague, but it quickly became clear. Mom, was that a cicada just now? It must have been. Do cicadas mean it's time for harvest? Yes. Mom, will you get better? You will get better. Of course, silly child, Mom will definitely get better. The images in his memories became clearer bit by bit. Ulu saw the vast snow, and on that snow his mother's face pale as paper, trying hard to smile at him. Ulu suddenly awoke to find his face wet, as if he had been rained on, which made him subconsciously look up at the window, thinking that the old window had been destroyed by last night's storm. But to his surprise, the window remained intact. And the rain had stopped. Although the sky was still piled with dark clouds, making the whole city look gloomy, Ulu knew that it was already light out. But even though the day had broken and the rain had stopped, there was no sense of refreshment. On the contrary, the dampness in the air was suffocating. Ulu was silent for quite a while before he wiped the rainwater off his face. The dreams of the past were becoming clearer. Ulu hadn't dreamed of his mother's face so clearly for a long time, so much so that he thought he was going to forget it. Memories he thought dead were chasing him. Ulu didn't know if this was good or bad. But that dream just now was strange, dissonant, as if something was not quite right. But he couldn't remember it at the moment, trying to did nothing but make his head ache unbearably. So he shook his head vigorously, casting those strange thoughts out of his mind, and gradually calmed down. Visas, Ulu said slowly, are you awake? Of course, Bai Wei replied indifferently, I've never been asleep. Then are you ready? Bai Wei smiled, shouldn't I be the one asking if you are ready? Although I don't know why you insist on waiting until today to tell everything, Ulu said. Today has to be the last day. Of course I will tell you everything, Bai Wei said, today. Ulu nodded silently, then opened the door and prepared to leave. Then he found a plate outside the door, on which were sausages and fried eggs. Ulu paused, then slowly bent down, not using a fork and knife, but directly grabbing the sausage and fried eggs with his hands and stuffing them into his mouth, wolfing them down, and then he whispered. Indeed, there has been progress. What? As soon as Ulu descended the stairs, he was met with a surprising scene. The landlady, Kay, was cleaning with Lee. The Kay from the night before, who was so weak that she could barely stand, now seemed somewhat radiant, her fatigue and tiredness swept away. Good morning, sir. Delighted by this change, Lee cheerfully greeted Ulu, her words brimming with joy. Good morning, guest, Kay also said to Ulu with a smile. It was as though she had truly recovered. But something occurred to Ulu, and his lips tightened slightly. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a thing. It made him feel even more dejected, so without responding to the two women, he simply nodded and swiftly passed by them. Then he heard Kay whisper in his ear. Sir, the letter, please take care of it. Ulu turned his head to look at Kay, and on the counter behind her there was that candle. Its flame flickered, as if it would extinguish at any second. But at this moment, the light it cast seemed even brighter than the previous night. Understood. Ulu nodded silently, and then stepped into the little alley where the water had yet to disperse. Watching the rain that had fully stopped outside the window, the night raven, Knight Matthews, felt a deep sense of melancholy as he lit himself a cigarette. Why did the rain have to stop? Matthews sighed as he smoked. If the rain had continued, today's duties might have been outright cancelled. Although the Night Raven had a very special job, that of a funeral service, according to the norms of Rhine, no weather conditions were allowed to postpone or cancel the Night Raven's duties. However, those were very old rules, and not many people adhered to them nowadays. After all, so many people died every day that whether the ceremonies were conducted a day earlier or later didn't make much difference. Not to mention, Matthews looked at the raven mask on the table and sighed again. Not to mention that wearing this mask during the job was truly torture in this kind of weather. He just hoped there weren't too many people who had died today so that he could return early to rest. But he knew this was unlikely because today was a collection day, bound to be incredibly busy. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. There were still a few minutes before the gathering, probably just enough to finish his cigarette. But at that moment, there was a knock at his door. Matthews frowned. "Who is it?" The knocker didn't reply, simply knocking louder. "Damn it, rushing me to my death," Matthews grumbled as he got up to open the door. "Can't I finish this cigarette?" He hadn't finished speaking when a knife was suddenly plunged into his throat. His eyes bulged, and his body involuntarily stepped backward before collapsing to the ground. The assailant stepped over his body, threw on the night raven robe hanging on the coat rack, and donned it. You. Matthews clutched at his throat, trying to say something, but the blood began to fill his airway, preventing him from speaking. His consciousness rapidly blurred, and all he could manage was to watch the person approach his desk and slowly put on the raven mask that signified death. Matthews' time to gather. Someone shouted outside. So the impersonator walked out, moving as naturally as if he were just putting on his own clothes before heading off to work. And the last image Matthews saw before his consciousness faded completely was a fleeting glance the murderer shot back as he closed the door. This was the only time their eyes met. Beneath the pitch-black raven mask were a pair of cold, merciless eyes. Banged. Chapter 67, 56 Visas, Speak Up. "Matthews, are you ready? We've got quite a haul today." Ulu emerged from the room of the Night Crow and immediately bumped into two other Night Crows. They were all wearing masks, making it impossible for any of them to see one another's faces. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, greeted Ulu as if he had been waiting there for a long time. More accurately, he had been waiting for that now-deceased comrade. This was the fourth colleague Ulu had killed so far, and it was his most skilled and ruthless one yet. All of this was naturally under Baiwei's command. Ulu was very curious to know why Baiwei was so knowledgeable about the Rhine Divine Sect's most mysterious Night Crow unit, not only knowing their location but also the name of one of them. He even knew when to enter, when to push the door, when to kill, and what to do afterwards. Everything was calculated by him. If it were any other day, this would have made Ulu feel fear and apprehension. But today, at this moment, he did not want to think about too many questions. There was only one thing he wanted to know. Just one thing. "You're quite silent today," the leader of the Night Crows observed surprisingly, looking at the speechless Ulu, but then he nodded his head. "Well, that's good too. Our line of work should be less noisy. Get ready and let's set out." Ulu and the remaining Night Crow both nodded, then followed the leader out of the dormitory. Night Crow Knights. The most special existence within the Rhine Church, known to all, but wished by all not to encounter. Because those pitch-black crow masks symbolized death. And so the three crows silently made their way through water-logged alleys. The heavy boots that should have sounded dull now made crisp noises as they stepped on the water. But the passers-by were not reassured by this crisp sound. They moved aside one after another, those with children hastily holding them in their arms, afraid that a misstep would cause an unwanted encounter. Thus, they smoothly passed through streets and alleys, quickly arriving before a small chapel where a priest was already waiting for them. "Good morning," said the priest, greeting them. "The weather is truly dreadful, isn't it?" "If you know the weather is bad, don't waste time," the leader of the Night Crows spoke in a hoarse voice, which became even more eerie after passing through the thick mask. "How many?" "I have 5 here," sighed the priest lightly, not knowing whether he was sad about the death of 5 people or bothered by the increased workload. Ulu tended to believe the latter. "Follow me, let's get this done early and not be delayed by those noisy folks." The 3 Night Crows followed the priest, and after about 10 minutes they arrived in front of a household. The priest pushed the door and entered, and Ulu, following behind him, saw a coffin. Inside the coffin lay a middle-aged woman, her body covered with white flowers, but not many, just like the relatives inside the room. "Lord Priest, you've finally come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you remember me? You helped me with a medical issue last time. The medicine you prescribed was very effective." The relatives surrounded them immediately, bombarding the priest with one comment after another beside him. It didn't seem at all like a funeral. The priest had to raise his hand to stop these enthusiastic relatives. Okay, let's start early. We can talk about other matters later. Of course, the formalities are more important indeed. Through his mask, Ulu watched this scene with a cold gaze. Honestly, he was not unfamiliar with such scenes, as he himself was a priest who was responsible for conducting the masses for the deceased in Badan town. From the beginning, as a small follower by Lu Jai's side to later taking charge, he had seen many things, but he hadn't expected that Somo City would be the same. No different from Badan town, whether it be the priests or the relatives. He shook his head, casting these thoughts from his mind, and then, under the direction of the leading night crow, the three approached the coffin. Ulu didn't know what he was supposed to do, and Bai Wei hadn't told him anything, only that he should follow the other night crows. So they stood by the coffin. Only then did Ulu notice the small figure behind the coffin. There was a boy leaning against the coffin, with his head buried in the crook of his arm, his shoulders shaking continuously, clearly crying. In that instant, Ulu guessed the relationship between this boy and the woman in the coffin. Even though he had seen too much of such scenes, a sorrow that was beyond words surged up at that moment. He subconsciously wanted to step forward and lift the boy up, but the footsteps that followed made him calm down and he stood still. The one who entered was a priest, who apparently knew of the little boy's existence. His face was full of pity. "Ah, poor child, don't be sad, we will let your mother rest in peace." With that, he carried the boy out. Then came the mass. 3 night crows stood quietly around the coffin, doing nothing, like bodyguards for the priest. This puzzled Ulu, but he didn't show it. The mass ended quickly. The priest once again picked up the boy, walked out of the room where the coffin was placed, and came before the crowd of relatives. Mrs. Fess has returned to Rhine, and her husband also passed away unfortunately 3 years ago, so I must ask, is there a relative willing to take in this poor child? The relatives who had come to the funeral looked at each other, but not a single person stepped forward. Ulu watched this scene in a daze and suddenly heard the voice of the team leader. "Matthews, what are you dazed for? I'm going to retrieve it." He was momentarily stunned, and then saw the night crow leader take out a small black box and walk toward the corpse's head, while another night crow stood at the foot of the coffin, seemingly blocking the view for the leader's actions. Ulu followed suit, standing on the other side of the foot of the coffin, but he stood sideways in such a way that he could catch the leader's movements with his peripheral vision. He then saw the leader place the box near the corpse's ear, mutter a few words in a low voice, and a black bug crawled out of the ear and smoothly entered the box. Ulu's eyes widened. Meanwhile, there was new movement from the priest. "Is there really no one willing to take him in? What a pity." The priest sighed softly. "If that's the case, this child can only be taken into the embrace of our Lord. Don't worry, child, be brave, you will become a person like me." Ulu turned his head abruptly and saw the priest gently cradling the boy's head. That scene, just like 20 years ago. In that moment, Ulu felt as if he had realized something. He looked again at the bug being retrieved, and then at the priest and the small boy, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Visas," Ulu asked in his mind, "did my mother die because of this? Is this why they had to kill my mother?" "Visas," he roared in his mind, his voice hoarse with exertion. "Talk to me, Visas. Tell me, did my mother die because of this?" Visas. Chapter 68, 57 is God's power limitless. "Matthews, what's wrong with you?" The team leader seemed to sense Ulu's anomaly and looked up at him. The truth shook Ulu's body violently, and as he looked at the 2 night crows watching him, the thought, "let it all be destroyed here," even flashed through his mind. Eventually, however, he suppressed the thought, slightly shook his head, and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "It's nothing, just a bit of a cold." This completely cracked tone did not raise much suspicion from the team leader, who merely nodded and said, "Then let's finish up early and head back." He then closed the box. That ugly black worm was thus sealed away, and along with the box, was taken by the night crow team leader into his spacious cloak. "Next home," the night crow team leader said briefly, then took the lead to leave the room, with Ulu and another night crow quickly following. The priest, seeing this, also subtly nodded his head, gently stroked the boy's head again, and after explaining some things to the relatives, probably when to bring the boy to the church to find him, he left with the 3 night crows. As soon as they left the house, the priest dropped his previous kindness and solemnity. He glanced back and said lightly, "All in all, it went smoothly. No one wanted the boy, which is a gain. Those chosen by the holy worm are always fruitful, said the leader of the Night Crows. Lord Bishop saw all this long ago. Matthews, are you really okay? You've been shaking the whole time. Ulu slowly shook his head, indicating he was fine. It looks like you really aren't well, the leader said. Let's hurry on to the next place then. So they quickened their pace, and the priest couldn't help but complain. Rush, 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 rushing me to my death, right. At that moment, a thunderclap boomed, and a light rain began to drift from the sky. Ulu lifted his head, and the raindrops fell on the lens of his mask, blurring his vision. Visas, is this the truth you wanted me to see? He questioned Bai Wei again in his heart. But Bai Wei still did not respond, making Ulu feel somewhat dazed, as if that dangerous presence had already vanished from his body, or perhaps it had never appeared at all. It was just an illusion, a delusion that had lured him step by step to this point. Although he really wanted to think that way, unfortunately, Ulu knew it wasn't true. Having been around Bai Wei for a while, he had come to understand this perilous entity. In his view, Bai Wei's lack of response was not out of unwillingness to respond, but rather reluctance to respond. As if mocking, Ulu can't handle this. He always spoke only when the dust had settled, so his current silence was the best answer. That is to say, the answer to "is this the truth?" was not yet. Yes, not yet. He still wanted me to continue watching, to keep watching. Yes, to continue watching. Ulu reached out, wiped the rain from the lens, and his vision became clear again, even clearer than before because of the water. He silently followed the Night Crows, while starting to ponder this matter, recalling his past that he was reluctant to remember. Those worms, it seemed, were placed by Lord Bishop, meaning it was the bishop who had killed these people. This included the one who was already gone, as well as the next one, the inn's owner, Kay. What was the bishop's purpose in doing so? Why did he want to kill these people? At first, Ulu thought it was because of the child. From the priest's words, one could almost come to the conclusion that unwanted boys would be sent to Rhine, just like him in the past. But was this the truth, or rather, was this the whole truth? If that was the case, then why did Kay also have to die? She had no sons, only a niece from abroad, and Rhine never took girls. And how many worms were released? The Night Crow Knights of Somo City weren't just the three of them. Their jurisdiction was actually quite small. If it were extended to the entire Somo City, how many people would die due to the worms? Wouldn't so many people dying from a mysterious illness at the same time arouse suspicion? Countless questions surged forth, but Ulu still tried to calm himself down. Since Bai Wei wanted him to see with his own eyes, he would watch for now. During the following time, Ulu no longer spoke, nor did he exhibit any strange behavior. He silently followed the Night Crow from one house to another, seeing one corpse after another, retrieving one worm after another. And those previous puzzles were gradually unraveled with more observation. Every victim they encountered today had a worm inside them, which meant they all died because of the worm. However, their deaths were different. Some had died from illness, with widely varying symptoms, and others had died in accidents, such as suddenly slipping and falling into the river to drown or being struck by a galloping carriage and trampled to death by the panicked horses. This seemed to be the ability of that worm. It could cause these people to die in various ways, without arousing anyone's suspicion, since as long as the deaths were different, no one would pay too much attention. In other words, with this kind of worm, Rhine could make anyone they wanted to die. Ulu's heart sank to the bottom. Did his mother also die from this worm 20 years ago? Watching the leader pack up boxes of worms, Ulu had to suppress the urge to rush over and smash them to pieces. The operation referred to as harvesting by the leader continued for a whole day. It wasn't until the sun was nearly setting that they left the last household, which also answered Ulu's prior question about Kay. This family had no sons, not even a daughter. The couple had died at the same time and had no offspring, meaning there was no one to inherit their property. So Ulu watched as the priest dangled the deed in his hand rather smugly and said, "This is the biggest harvest today." Ulu did not speak. After so many households, the vast majority of questions had been answered. Just a few more were left. Just a few more to connect everything together. Ulu felt restless. Why did Rhine have to do this? Why did Bishop Corey have to kill these people? Was it only for their sons, just for their property? Was it just for these? These questions tormented Ulu's nerves fiercely, making him feel like his brain, which had been thinking all day, was about to burst. Then he finally heard Bai Wei's voice, Where does the church's power come from? Bai Wei's sudden answer made Ulu pause, but he instinctively replied, the Rhine god. Then Bai Wei paused for a moment, and then said with a hint of a smile, is the power of the Rhine god limitless? Ulu's body stiffened. Chapter 69, 58. This is a necessary sacrifice. God's power is not infinite. Standing under the statue of the Rhine god, Bishop Corey said calmly, making Harry behind him feel a chill run down his spine at the desecration. Lord Bishop, Harry, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, said with a forced smile, no matter how you put it, your words are quite shocking. Don't react like that, old friend. Bishop Corey turned calmly to face Harry. It's just the two of us here, and certain well-known facts need not be concealed under such circumstances. Your recent statement isn't exactly well-known, Harry sighed softly, but I get your point and this issue. He looked up at the statue of the Rhine god behind Corey. It's indeed becoming more severe. Hearing Harry's response, Bishop Corey nodded in satisfaction and then stepped forward slowly. The fact that you can face this reality already sets you far apart from most people, at least far ahead of those old fossils in the other three great churches. They are always unwilling to face reality, believing that the Lord's power is endless, yet they never calm down and take a good look. Rhine, relying solely on the Lord's power, is no different from when the church was established 100 years ago, but the other churches differ. Corey walked up to Harry and stood beside him. And Harry understood Corey's intent. Previously, as Corey stood under the statue of Rhine, he appeared as the first man beneath God and someone that he, the great priest, had to look up to. But now Corey was standing beside him, making them appear to be on the same stance and level. Corey hoped Harry would let down his guard and speak more boldly. So after a moment of consideration, Harry spoke. It's not necessarily that the Lord's power is limited. We can't guess the extent of the Lord's power. We can only say that the power bestowed upon us is limited. Perhaps the Lord thought the power given at the origins was sufficient, but he couldn't continue. For to proceed would imply their Lord was neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Such words he, as a great priest, absolutely dared not utter and could only say so much. But even so, Corey was quite satisfied. Regardless of whether the Lord had some additional considerations at the time, Corey said lightly, the fact is, this power is no longer adequate. The entirety of Rhine's power is built upon the Lord's divine might, because we have a stronger divine blessing model than other churches, allowing us to utilize the Lord's power better. We were the most powerful presence in this land when the church was first established. Back then, we had 4 archbishops and tens of thousands of Rhine knights, but what about now? How many years have passed, and we still have only these stagnating for centuries? Harry didn't speak, but he knew Corey was right. In this world, mortal power could never surpass that of divine beings, not to mention, mortal power couldn't even harm the divine. The divine are unaffected by worldly schemes, except for that being unknown whether God or human. Thus, it also signified that whether it's a church or an individual, the more proficiently one could use God's power, the stronger one would become. Herein lies Rhine's advantage over other denominations. The origin believers have the deepest connection with Rhine, and Rhine's divine blessing model offers a deeper tie with the divine, granting access to more powerful and stable divine power. With this advantage, Rhine swiftly became the strongest force during the tumultuous years. But as Corey stated, while Rhine's strength lies in this divine power, so does its weakness. The portion of power bestowed by God is limited. A new bishop cannot emerge before an existing bishop falls, and a new knight master cannot rise before a knight master passes. The once dominant Rhine knights now seem like stones scattered into the sea, so sparse they're nearly invisible, Corey remarked. This is no longer the chaotic era of old. As developed habitats expand, the populations under each church's domain grow too. Everywhere is progressing, evolving except Rhine. Our unchanged power can't protect our current achievements, leaving us to deploy only 1 or 2 low-ranked priests to administer the frontier areas, but even that is insufficient. Corey paused, then looked into Harry's eyes. We even have to adopt some special measures and methods to curb our own development. Harry fell silent for a while before saying, those are necessary sacrifices, and they will return to the embrace of Rhine. Perhaps, but you know I didn't come to hear that, Corey said, waving his hand impatiently. It doesn't matter whether sacrifices are made or not, but we shouldn't be the only ones making them. The power of God is limited, and this fact isn't unique to my Lord. Every supreme being is the same. However, none of the other 3 great churches, nor those 4 worms in the gutter, face these limitations. Harry responded, but their development isn't fast either. Everyone is unable to break free from these restrictions. They may not be fast, but we have already become stagnant, even regressing, Corey said intently, locking his gaze with Harry. They have found strategies to cope, but we haven't, which is unacceptable. We need some power and means beyond the divine. Hearing this, Harry subconsciously looked towards Corey's left eye. Although he quickly averted his gaze, it was noticed by Corey. However, Corey didn't seem to mind, merely stating lightly, "Yes, that's one of the additional powers." Harry hesitated, but the power of the corpse blocks cannot be replicated, and it's even more limited than the power of the gods. "That's why I said it's one of them," Corey said. "No one would want to replicate the power of visas, and our Lord would not allow it, but we could at least learn from others." "Are you referring to Lyra?" "Yes, they want my help in dealing with that fellow," Corey said with a light laugh, "and the price I asked for is that person's corpse." Harry was stunned. They agreed. They didn't want to agree, but it was clear they truly wanted that fellow dead, so they nodded, Corey explained. "Lyra has been researching how to maximize their god's power for quite some time, and with great success. We will soon know what secrets those mechanical bodies hold." Harry frowned slightly, then when exactly? "Tonight at 9, Corey said, looking up at the gradually setting sun. "Right here." "Right here?" Harry was very surprised. "Yes, so make sure you move the knights away by then. I will be here alone since, after all, this is a deal between me and them, not between Rhine and Lyra." "But will he really come? Isn't this clearly a trap?" "He will come," Corey stated calmly. "I've seen his file. He was once the hero of Lyra. If they send him here to die, he will truly come." Harry was silent for a long while, then reluctantly nodded. "I understand." "What? Ulu is still in this city, isn't he?" Harry said. "What if he also comes looking for you at this time?" Corey calmly interrupted Harry, smiling. "Wouldn't that be even better?" Chapter 70, 59 Truth. The power of God is limited. This was something Ulu had never thought of, even considering these very words to be the highest form of desecration. Even more so than Bai Wei's arguments about the power of the Rhine god contaminating the minds of believers that he had made yesterday in the library, to the point that Ulu subconsciously wanted to deny it. This is impossible. "Is it impossible, or are you unwilling to accept this reality?" Bai Wei said with a half-smile. "In fact, there is a very direct piece of evidence which you, as a priest, would know." Ulu subconsciously asked, "What?" "How many knights were there at the beginning of Rhine's establishment?" This was basic common knowledge, and without hesitation, Ulu replied in his mind, 97,682. "Indeed, you remember very well," Bai Wei said indifferently. "And now?" Ulu's eyes beneath his mask widened bit by bit, and as he walked at the end of the line, he stopped, braced himself against the wall with his hand, and barely stopped his trembling body. "It's still 97,682, Ulu answered with difficulty. "No increase. The standard for becoming a Rhine Knight is to be able to enter the lowest level of divine blessing mode, to receive the power of the Rhine god, which is also Rhine's most powerful armament," Bai Wei said slowly. "But why, for centuries, has Rhine been unwilling to enlarge the scale of its knights?" Bai Wei paused, but didn't give Ulu much time to think about this issue, and continued. "In stark contrast, the population under the dominion of Rhine has more than tenfold that of the time when Rhine was first established." After uttering those words, Bai Wei felt Ulu's body tremble even more violently, his heart pounding as if it wanted to burst through his chest. "God's power is limited, so the scale of Rhine knights cannot be expanded," Ulu murmured, as if speaking to Bai Wei and as if talking to himself. "But the population under the dominion keeps increasing, which means that Rhine's control over its territory will get weaker and weaker, and this process is irreversible, so." Ulu couldn't continue his words. He felt a knife pressed against his neck, that if he said that sentence out loud, the blade would instantly pierce his throat. But Bai Wei had no such concern and said it for Ulu. "So, to ensure absolute control, those extra uncontrollable people." He paused again, like giving Ulu a moment to recover, as if preparing to enjoy the expression Ulu was about to reveal. Ultimately, he still spoke slowly, with deliberate spacing between words. "Should be eliminated." At those words, Ulu's body shook once more, and despite bracing against the wall, Bai Wei's statement nearly knocked him down. But he quickly steadied himself, and then as if he thought of something, he yelled in his mind at Bai Wei, No, that's not it." Bai Wei didn't speak, just quietly listened to Ulu's words as if grasping at the last straw. You're saying because Rhine wants to control the population, it uses those black insects, right? You're saying my mother was killed by those insects, aren't you? But that's impossible. These insects need to be recovered, and I've never seen night crow nights outside of Somo City. And do you know how many people there are in the entire dominion of Rhine? Millions, tens of millions. With just these recycling-needed insects, you could kill so many people. Ulu seemed to have caught Bai Wei's vulnerability, launching a frenzied counterattack. Visas, perhaps you think you're smart or you think all your lies are seamless. But it's not like that, it's full of holes. You can't deceive me, you can't fool me. The last half of his statement wasn't just thought in his mind, but blurted out, his loud words echoing inside his mask, creating a dull and strange sound. Ulu wanted to laugh with glee for uncovering Bai Wei's conspiracy, wanted to laugh wildly at Bai Wei's clumsy lies. But he couldn't laugh. Amidst his fury, Bai Wei hadn't uttered a word in retort, just quietly listening, as if watching a poor clown's frantic performance. When did I say your mother was killed by those insects? Bai Wei said. What you said is correct, but you're missing a little bit. Ulu subconsciously repeated, missing a little. Yes, that little bit is the whole truth, Bai Wei said gently. Do you want to witness it with your own eyes? Ulu hadn't time to speak when he heard footsteps. That was the sound of heavy leather boots stepping on the puddles, dull and distinct. Subconsciously, he looked up, and in his field of vision, 2 night crows emerged from the darkness. Their pitch-black masks reflected a heart-stopping sheen, like the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Ulu instinctively wanted to back away, but Bai Wei's voice came just in time. You are just 1 step away from the truth. He then stood still. Matthews, called the leader's voice, its sound chaotic and noisy under the mask. What's wrong with you? Ulu took a deep breath and straightened his mask, which had skewed due to overwhelming emotion, and replied softly, I'm fine. Chapter 71, 59 Truth 2. Then he walked toward his 2 colleagues. This time he did not stop nor speak, silently following them back to the Night Raven's headquarters. However, they didn't head directly to the dormitory, but stopped in front of a special warehouse adjacent to it. The Night Raven's leader stood still, turned to look at his 2 teammates, and asked, Whose turn is it to contain them today? Another Night Raven replied, Matthews. The leader turned to look at Ulu, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Matthews, I know you're not feeling very well today, but rules are rules. Containment must follow order, so it still has to be you. Ulu nodded, and then the leader took off his cloak and handed it to Matthews. Hanging from the cloak were boxes, each containing holy worms. You don't need me to remind you, just as usual, put them where they belong. The leader patted Ulu on the shoulder. And don't touch what you shouldn't, you know. After handing over the key to Ulu, the leader left with another Night Raven. Ulu, holding the key, looked up at the warehouse in front of him. From the outside, it looked like a normal warehouse, but even Ulu could feel a slight surge of spell emanating from it. He knew the truth Bai Wei spoke of was behind this door. After taking several deep breaths, Ulu unlocked the warehouse door and immediately felt a chilly breeze with a hint of mustiness hit his face. He inhaled deeply and walked inside. The warehouse was large but poorly lit. Only a few oil lamps on either side of the main path in the center provided just enough light to prevent one from being completely blind. But the darkness on either side of the main path was unsettling, shadows flickering in the corners as if hiding something ready to jump out at any moment. Ulu walked alone on this main path, the warehouse so quiet he could only hear his own footsteps. He had expected this silence to continue, until he reached the truth Bai Wei wanted him to see. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long before he heard a faint creak, sound coming from the depths of the warehouse. Ulu was somewhat bewildered. This sound, he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. In a dream. In last night's dream he had heard it, but last night's dream was a memory, which means. Ulu unconsciously quickened his pace, his heavy boots echoing loudly in the empty warehouse. He ignored the eerie-looking boxes around him and didn't care where he was supposed to place the black bugs from his cloak. All Ulu wanted now was to find the source of the sound. Then he found himself standing before a sea of flowers. Flowers? Seeing this sudden expanse of flowers before him, Ulu was bewildered. How could there be flowers in a place where the sun couldn't even reach, and such a large patch at that, seemingly cultivated intentionally? While Ulu was pondering what exactly these flowers were, he again heard the creak-creak, sounding like cicadas calling. He then remembered what he was looking for and immediately looked around, following the sound until he came to a table that was neatly stacked with hundreds of yellow boxes, somewhat similar but also different from the boxes in which the night ravens contained the holy worms. And that creaking sound was coming from one of these boxes. Ulu instinctively raised his hand to open the box, but he quickly remembered something and his hand froze. Because the last time he opened such an eerie-looking box, it contained Visa's finger, the same one he now held in his hand. That finger nearly cost him half his life. So now, Ulu's mind raced with strange thoughts, but he quickly realized he was just very nervous, his heart pounding like a fierce drum. Eventually, he reached out, opened the box. With a click. As the box opened, the creaking sound grew louder, and Ulu saw the source of the sound, a dark insect, slightly different from the holy worms but just as ugly. It had wings like a cicada, and next to it lay a broken cocoon, seemingly just hatched not long ago. Now it was making that creak sound at Ulu. At that moment, Ulu was stunned. He had seen this insect before. During that summer, 20 years ago. What? Mom, I just saw a really strange insect. What's strange about it? It's chirping like a cicada, but it seems different from a cicada. I'm going to catch it and show you. No, Ulu, you're not even sure if it's a pest, and it hasn't bothered you, so why would you want to catch it? Even after so many years, Ulu could not forget that face, pale from illness but very serious. Be a kind child, Ulu. His mother had said. What? As Ulu was lost in his memories, the insect moved. It spread its underdeveloped wings and limped into flight slowly, like a bee searching for flowers. Ulu watched it fly into the field of flowers and settle down. But it did not land on the flowers but in the soil. Then its frail wings detached, and its body quickly grew larger, transforming into a long worm. It swam through the vast soil like a fish entering the sea, appearing very vital. Yet in stark contrast were the flowers. The flowers were wilting at a visible rate. Wherever the long worm burrowed, swaths of flowers fell. Just like 20 years ago, when crops had died overnight. At that moment, Ulu understood everything. He collapsed on the ground, watching the rapidly withering field of flowers, and instinctively reached out his hand trying to grasp something, but he couldn't catch anything. A huge and fierce emotion surged inside him. It made him want to scream. But he couldn't make a sound, as if his ability to speak had been taken away. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only utter incomprehensible whimpers. Other than despair, nothing could be heard. This is the second part of the God-chosen plan, Baiwei's voice slowly sounded. In Somo City, they need a certain level of meticulous selection to avoid choosing some unintended people. But outside Somo City, they don't need such gentle methods. They can be more direct, as you see. Ulu was panting heavily, but still unable to make any sound. He felt like someone pressed into deep water, trying to breathe and thereby struggling increasingly, only to suffocate more. In Somo City, they select valuable targets, either those who have seeds that can enter the church or widows who have considerable wealth but no heirs. They prepare a long and meticulous death for these people, taking over their inheritance without leaving any flaws, continued Baiwei's voice in Ulu's mind. But outside Somo City, they don't need to. They just create one natural disaster after another, allowing their targets to die off in groups. But even so, they ensure not to kill everyone and can even preserve the seeds they want. You probably know what their method is, don't you? Ulu's body trembled continuously. He wanted Baiwei to shut up, but he still couldn't make a sound. They just need to give each household a minimum ration of food. Then the ones who survive will definitely be children, the seeds they want. As for why? Because no mother, he paused and then whispered softly, would watch her own child starve to death. At that moment, Ulu finally crossed that point. He let out a scream he had never emitted before. Despair, pain, madness. All mixed together, consuming his last bit of rationality, causing him to charge like a wild beast into the rapidly dying field of flowers and frantically dig like a wild dog. He wanted to find that worm. That one, the worm he should have killed 20 years ago. Chapter 72, 60, What are you going to do? Baiwei quietly watched Ulu. He still dug up the worm from the soil, and in a very short time the worm's size had increased almost tenfold, becoming like a real giant earthworm. But even so, the worm still died. It was attacked by Ulu through various means. Fists stomping and even teeth. This didn't resemble the methods of a human, but more like a wild beast in a frenzy, attacking another creature. Yet this creature itself was actually fragile, and Ulu easily reduced it to pieces. Yes, the worm was fragile. An adult could kill it with ease. A child could do the same. So after completing this unequal slaughter, Ulu didn't feel any pleasure. He lay there in the perished flower bed, the mud and leftover petals sticking to him, making him look as if he were a part of this land. Ulu stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of any liveliness, and after an uncertain period of silence, he finally spoke slowly, his voice so hoarse it was almost incomprehensible. "Visas, is this the truth you wanted me to see?" "Yes. All of it. All of it." Ulu was dazed for a bit longer before he spoke again. "I understand now. I finally understand why you took 3 days to tell me this truth." Bai Wei said nothing. "You want to tell me that my fate was sealed from the start. My mother and I know to be accurate. It was only my mother who wasn't needed by the church, so she had to. Ulu struggled to continue. "Had to die 20 years ago, but she was bound to make me survive, and I was bound to join the church, bound to encounter Lu Jai. Even if it was Lu Jai, it would be someone else, like that old man in the library, but essentially, he's just another Lu Jai. After joining the church, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pass the exams to enter Somo City because everything I believed in was false. Rhine's only criterion for selecting people was whether they closely resembled what they considered to be the favored by God template. And I wasn't, so I'd always have to stay in that small town becoming the next Lu Jai and then meet the next version of my childhood self. This is a future I cannot change, no matter how hard I struggle, right? The truth you wanted me to see is this." Bai Wei remained silent, knowing at this moment he didn't need to speak, just listen. "Hehe, I was actually thinking just now if I had killed that worm 20 years ago, would things not have turned out this way?" Ulu's head tilted slightly, looking towards the large table from before, where hundreds of identical boxes still sat. "But now, it seems I've thought too much." Bai Wei finally spoke up. "Killing one or two, it's useless without solving the root cause. They'll keep on coming endlessly." "What's the root cause?" "The successive bishops of the West Cathedral." Bai Wei spoke indifferently. "They have the power to create and control these worms." Ulu suddenly laughed. "I guessed it was so, and that's why yesterday you proposed a deal to me, the final deal, right?" So Bai Wei controlled his middle finger and slowly stood up. "Do you want to make a deal?" Ulu murmured, "It seems I have no reason to refuse, huh? After all this, what's left that I can't lose?" "Which means?" "I refuse." Bai Wei seemed surprised. "I said I refuse." Ulu looked towards the middle finger, grinned, revealing an extremely unsightly smile. "Visas, do you think you have control over everything? Do you think I have no reason to refuse? People like me with such filthy lives who know everything should go all out, right?" Bai Wei's voice remained calm. "It seems you don't think so." "Of course, I don't think so." Ulu suddenly stood up, his emotions uncontrollably erupting. "Fate made me this way, and you want me to die for this kind of fate? No, Visas, I'm telling you no. Meeting you is also part of my fate, but I reject this fate. You want me to die for the past. I refuse to die." "You misjudged, Visas. This life, no matter how rotten, cheap, or worthless, is also the only thing left to me by my mother." Ulu was hysterically bellowing at Bai Wei. "I won't give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you." "Harahaha, Visas, you lost, you lost." Ulu was laughing, mocking, jeering. He had finally beaten this self-righteous guy. But at the same time, he was also crying like a child who had lost everything, wildly venting. But now there was no one left to comfort him. Bai Wei waited until Ulu had vented everything before slowly asking, "So, knowing everything now, what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do now?" Ulu's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, but they quickly cleared. He spoke slowly yet firmly. "I want to go home." "What? I don't want anything anymore, nothing at all." Ulu was sprinting through the pouring rain in Somo City. He had come to know everything, understood everything, and at the same time he had decided to give up everything. Fate or hatred. I don't want anything anymore, nothing at all. He only wanted to go home, to the place he had tried countless times to escape from, back to his mother's side. For that, he ran like a mad dog. He knocked down I don't know how many pedestrians, fell down I don't know how many times, but quickly got up again and continued to run wildly. He rushed back to the hotel at the fastest speed, burst into his room, and packed his luggage. It was night, and it was difficult to leave the city. But he didn't care about that now. He wanted to leave immediately to go tonight. After grabbing his luggage, Ulu hurriedly went downstairs, and just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of sobbing from one of the rooms. He stopped in his tracks. Ulu slowly turned his head, looking towards that room. The landlady Kay lay on the bed, with Lee crying on top of her. Auntie, please don't go. Ulu stood silently outside the room watching. Kay wasn't dead yet, but it was clear she wouldn't last the night, not even a few hours. Ulu watched her struggle to lift her hand, gently caressing Lee's head, trying to say something but unable to speak. Then, as if sensing something, she slowly lifted her head and glanced in Ulu's direction. Ulu didn't know if her unfocused eyes could see him, but he could still read the apology in those eyes. Why apologize? Ulu pursed his lips, paid no attention, and turned to leave. Because this had nothing to do with him anymore. He had to leave now. Auntie, don't leave me, please, don't leave me alone. The foot Ulu had lifted froze midair, and once again he turned his head to look at the small figure. How far can a person's eyes really see? Ulu didn't know. But now he seemed to see the past, and seemed to see the future. The past and future had never been as clear as they were today, as if fate had everything already arranged. At that moment, Ulu understood something. So that's how it is. He murmured, so that's how it is. Then once again, footsteps echoed in the hotel, different from the disordered and irritated ones a few minutes ago. These steps were heavy and strong. Lee instinctively lifted her head and hadn't seen anything yet, when she felt a warm, large hand rest on her head. Don't cry, wait for me to return. Then the large hand let go, along with the luggage he was supposed to take home. Lee immediately turned her head, but only saw a back figure heading out of the hotel. Where are you going? Ulu looked back at Lee, then showed an unprecedented smile, as if he had seen through everything. To save Mom. He replied like this, and simultaneously pushed the door open. Then he stepped into the night, disturbed by the violent rain and howling wind. Chapter 73, 61. Only 2 people will die tonight. Rhine West Cathedral, main sanctuary. Bishop Corey was seated beneath the huge statue of the Rhine god, gently flipping through the taboo book in his hands. The great cathedral was empty except for him. Half an hour ago, the Rhine knights stationed at the West Cathedral had all been summoned away by Great Priest Harry. This made the great cathedral seem very empty, but Corey didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he quite enjoyed this solitude. Most of the time, Corey found dealing with those foolish mortals utterly exhausting. They were too short-sighted, their vision limited to the few meters in front of them. But he was different. His eyes had already seen far into the distance, transcending time and space, reaching the distant future. But those mortals couldn't see it, nor could they comprehend it. So being with them was indeed a torment. Given a choice, Corey would rather stay alone for a whole day than endure 10 minutes surrounded by those mortals. In the end, they were no longer the same kind of people. In this world, there were only 2 entities that could pique Corey's interest. Oh, not people, rather 2 existences. The first, needless to say, was the Rhine god. And the second, Corey's fingers gently brushed over the taboo book. Of course, it was that fellow whose soul had long since perished, Visa's. This individual, executed by the all-gods countless years ago, whose body was segmented into numerous parts, still left one indelible fragment after another in this world. One such fragment resided within Corey's body. While using this eye to gaze into the far future, Corey couldn't help but wonder what kind of vistas the true owner of these eyes had witnessed during the era of the gods. It truly was enviable. Corey let out a soft sigh. Regrettably, such views would ultimately never be seen again, for visas no longer existed, and this taboo book contained merely the tip of the iceberg of his existence. Like this eye, the most powerful and beautiful eye Corey had ever seen, housing the rule gaze that he simply couldn't get enough of. But even so, he felt as though something was missing. It was as if, powerful though the eye was, it should be even more so. It seemed that in Corey's possession, the eye was incomplete. But what the missing part was, nobody knew. Not even the taboo book had a precise record of it. With these thoughts, Corey felt somewhat lonely. He really wanted to know if other corpse fragment holders felt the same way if they also saw farther into the future with this tremendous power, like he did. Regrettably, he couldn't find such a person. Corey slowly closed his eyes, and at the same time closed the taboo book in his hands, its built-in chains rapidly tightening with the closing of the book to prevent the leakage of any forbidden knowledge. Then Corey placed the taboo book beside him and slowly opened his eyes again, looking toward the person who had unexpectedly appeared in the center of the cathedral. "I'm quite surprised that you really would be the first to come to find me," Corey said with a light chuckle. "I thought you'd wait until I had seen another visitor before showing up, Priest Ulu." A streak of lightning flashed by, momentarily turning the dimly lit great cathedral into broad daylight. Mud and rain-soaked footsteps advanced slowly, staining the sacred carpet of the great cathedral with a defiling smear. Ulu stopped in his tracks and looked up at Bishop Corey beneath the statue of the deity, just as the thunderous noise began to slowly roll in. "It's been a long time, Bishop Corey." Yes, we've met before, mostly in correspondence, though, but it seems we indeed met once or twice." "Once," Ulu corrected softly, "only once 10 years ago." "Ah, that's right." Corey looked down at Ulu below and smiled. "You were just a child back then, weren't you? A boring child. There were too many boring children then to remember anything special. But now things are different, Ulu, you are different. After receiving the message from Kelsey, I've been very eager to see you." "I killed Kelsey," said Ulu, "and I killed Lujai too." "I know," Corey nodded nonchalantly. "Well, they're dead, so be it. It would have been quite uninteresting if you had actually died at their hands, wouldn't it?" Corey's gaze gradually shifted down to Ulu's left hand, and then fixated tightly on his middle finger, his eyes full of admiration. "Because you possess it, that finger, it's not strange that you can do anything, right? I used to think that finger only had one rule, termination. But you managed to use it to kill Kelsey, which means it has some unknown power even the taboo book isn't aware of, doesn't it?" Corey's excitement surged. "I've actually considered this before, but was never able to prove it. Luckily, we have you, truly luckily. You can help me unlock this secret, can't you?" Seeing Corey smile at him, Ulu fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Did you know I would come to you?" "Of course." Corey's hands were crossed as he gazed at Ulu, his face wearing a confident smile. "In this world, nobody understands you better than I do at this moment." "Then could you please banish those insects?" The smile on Corey's face gradually faded. "What did you say?" "I said, could you please banish those insects?" Ulu repeated. "Those that hover around this city, those that leap in the fields, those that take people's lives." As Ulu finished speaking, the smile had completely disappeared from Corey's face. "You're saying you came for those insects. You're talking about the holy worms from the Divine Selection Project, correct?" Ulu nodded, yes. Corey let out a light sigh, a mix of helplessness and disappointment in his eyes. "Look at that finger, Ulu, look at that finger. You felt its power, haven't you? The rule it seals, how strong, how beautiful, how undying it is." His eyes gradually lowered to fix his gaze on Ulu's mud-streaked face. "With such power, shouldn't you be looking further ahead like me? How can you be so short-sighted? You and I, we are meant to be the same sort for having witnessed such a view, never thinking of stopping. You, like me, should be pursuing more, much more, not like you are now." He paused and added, "You've disappointed me, Ulu. I'm truly disappointed in you. I thought we'd have much more to talk about, that I wouldn't feel so lonely with you here." After a moment of silence, Ulu spoke again. "So can you banish those insects?" Corey's expression turned icy in an instant. "It seems we have nothing to talk about," Corey said calmly. "My expectations for you were perhaps too high, Ulu. You're merely a fool who luckily obtained that finger, and it can't bring you any more than it already has. Your fate is sealed. It's like I want to talk to you about the scenery beyond the white clouds in the sky, but all you can see is the ground beneath your feet, or even the dirtiest insects beneath them. Well then, insects it is. You want to discuss them, so I'm not opposed to having this conversation." Corey paused, then his gaze shifted back to Ulu, now tinged with mockery and scorn. "It seems you've completely grasped the divine selection plan. Since you wish for it to stop, I can tell you plainly, indeed, I can make them stop." Corey raised his hand, and a black insect emerged from his palm. With a slight effort, he crushed the insect into dust, just like this. "But how do you propose to convince me?" Corey looked down at Ulu. "Do you kneel now and beg me, offering that finger as a gift to me, or do you plan to defeat me, forcing me to obey your orders?" A mocking smile curled Corey's lips. "You'd better be quick. Tonight is critical. After tonight, many will die." "No, Lord Bishop," Ulu responded calmly. "Not so many people will die. Tonight, only 2 need to die. That will be you and me." Chapter 74, 62, Do You Want to Prove Something? Corey quietly gazed at Ulu, and after a long while he let out a light chuckle. "Interesting, truly interesting. I have to admit, you really caught me off guard. I thought you might challenge me, but that's because you have the same goal as I do. I want your finger and you want my eyes. But in the end, the reason you came to challenge me is just so interesting. Ulu didn't speak, he just looked at Corey. I'm quite curious, did you kill Lu Jai and Kelsey for the same reason? And who was it? Ah, the guy in the library, I can't quite remember, Corey said indifferently. From the day you entered Somo City, you had already been investigating the matter of the insects and planning this day, hadn't you? Honestly, I remember you as a different kind of person. You should have been like Lu Jai, or perhaps you were meant to be the next Lu Jai. You shouldn't have such noble sentiments and... Corey paused. Such combat skills. At the moment his words fell, dozens of magic chains burst from the ground, quickly binding Corey to the chair. But Corey's expression didn't change much. He looked down at Ulu's hand hidden beneath his clothes. Had you already started preparing while talking to me? Corey said calmly. Even though it's the lowest rank of spell, reaching this level is quite impressive. Indeed, you're not just some low-rank priest from a remote town. Corey's words were not yet finished, when white fog had already started swirling around him. Ulu didn't need to pretend anymore. Knowing his strength was far inferior to Corey's, he couldn't afford to drag this out. A quick and decisive battle would be best. So he was about to detonate the white fog, planning a preemptive strike. But seeing Corey's expression, which had remained unchanged from the beginning, Ulu felt a twitch of unease. A sharp pain transmitted from his left shoulder. Ulu suddenly turned his head and found a centipede, half a person tall, clinging to his back. He hadn't noticed where the centipede had come from before it had bitten through his shoulder, purple-black blood instantly spilling from the wound, draining him of much of his strength, so that he could only let out a cry of "ah" before his body half collapsed. But that was not all, for there wasn't just one centipede. While Ulu was focusing all his attention on Corey, planning a preemptive strike, these centipedes had silently snuck up on him. And then they pounced all at once, intending to tear Ulu apart. With no other option, Ulu mustered all his strength to snap his fingers. A crisp sound. The centipedes lunging toward Ulu instantly froze midair, then turned to dust in the next second. Seeing this, Corey raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Oh, so that's the rule of that finger, that's termination. Before he could finish, the surrounding white fog also exploded at that moment. Boom! A massive explosion enveloped the area beneath the statue, covering Corey entirely and stirring up a large cloud of ash. Only then did Ulu half kneel on the ground, clutching the wound on his left shoulder tightly. 2 seconds later, he vomited mouthfuls of blood, his body shaking as if he were about to collapse at any moment. But even so, Corey's voice still emerged from the cloud of ash. It seems my judgment was correct. That finger has brought a tremendous physical burden on you. Your body has long been on the brink of exhaustion. Ulu abruptly raised his head and saw Corey walking slowly out of the gray mist, his clothes immaculate. The recent explosion had not affected him in the slightest. If you are still thinking about detonating the mist hidden in the dust to harm me, you needn't bother, Corey said indifferently. Not to mention that the process of your fight with Kelsey has already been recorded by my knights, even without that report. Corey lifted his head and pointed to his left eye. Do you underestimate this eye of mine? I can clearly see every magic power fluctuation around you, big or small. Nothing escapes this eye. Ulu slowly lowered his hand. Indeed, he had intended to deal with Corey in the same way he had with Kelsey. Thus the hidden explosive white mist still lurked in the dust. But Corey had seen through his plan. It seems you have no other tricks up your sleeve, Corey said with a smile. But indeed, as a low-rank priest, magic chains and fog barrier karma fire are the most powerful spells you can learn. The rest are only accessible in Somo City. Though you have indeed mastered these 2 spells to perfection, that's as far as you can go. I do not know where you found the courage to come after me, but as it stands, it's impossible. However. He paused, then lifted his hand to check his watch. It would be rather boring to end things here. I have an appointment at 9 o'clock, but it's still early, and I don't mind playing with you a little longer. After all, making it this far in front of me is already commendable. After saying this, Corey clapped his hands, and one after another, insects appeared between them. Let us have a game, a somewhat fairer game, Corey said with a slight smile. You have Visas' fingers and I have his eyes. You only know magic chains and fog barrier karma fire, so I too will only use one spell. Insect control technique was my favorite before I became a bishop. Although it's just an intermediate magic, it flourished under my control. I'll use this spell for offense and defense, you do as you wish. Corey paused, and at that moment all the insects turned towards Ulu, their eerie fangs glinting coldly in the candlelight. The content of the game, Corey continued, pulling an exquisite small knife from his pocket with interest, is for me to walk up to you and chop off that finger that doesn't belong to you. If I succeed, you lose. Meanwhile, all you need to do to win is, no, just to touch me. If you win, not only do you get to live, but I'll also grant your wish to erase all holy worm marks in this city. What do you think? Ulu struggled to lift his head to look at Corey. Bai Wei's voice echoed in his mind, let me do it. No, Ulu refused. I can help you win this game without costing your life. I know, but I want to do this myself. Why, Bai Wei said. You can see he's looking to torment you, and yet you still want to do this by yourself. Yes. Are you trying to prove something? Yes. Bai Wei fell silent for a moment. I understand. I'll help you reduce the cost of termination, but even so you can't use it many times. I understand. Ulu suddenly smiled, then whispered softly in his heart, Thank you, Lord Visas. Afterward he struggled to rise, pushing himself to stand upright, staring directly at Corey, surrounded by numerous demon worms. Come. Chapter 75, 63 Mom. This was destined to be an unfair battle. On one side, clad in impeccable attire, surrounded by demon worms like an army. While on the other, half of his body was soaked in blood, standing was a struggle. It seemed less a fight and more a march to death. Yet against all odds, he stood resolutely, even attempting to stand as straight as a spear, as if to defy the throngs of the enemy. Corey nodded slightly, both as a salute and an indication. Let the game begin. The commanded demon worms immediately swooped towards Ulu, nearly engulfing him in an instant, their number threatening to blot out the sun. Left with no choice, Ulu snapped his fingers again, and the demon worms disintegrated into black dust, scattering downwards, but before hitting the ground, they reformed into new demon worms. The rule sealed in this finger is indeed powerful. Corey's voice came from behind the demon worms, considerably louder than before as he approached. In a battle of equals, one unforeseen termination could decide the outcome, but it's a pity we are not equals. As Corey finished speaking, the reconstituted insects charged once more towards Ulu. Ulu had to use magic chains emerging from the ground to bind wave after wave of demon worms. Under Bai Wei's influence, Ulu's magic chains and fog barrier karma fire had already reached a level of mastery. So the instantaneously growing chains in terms of numbers weren't much fewer than the demon worms, and thus he defended against the attack. But Ulu knew this was only temporary. As a Rhine bishop, Corey's magic power reserves were in a completely different league. Corey could create demon worms infinitely, but Ulu couldn't infinitely produce magic chains. Therefore, he couldn't afford to defend passively. He had to attack proactively. Use magic chains for defense, and fog barrier karma fire for offense. With this in mind, Ulu defended and simultaneously produced a mist to spread towards Corey. According to Corey, he could not use any spells other than insect control technique, which naturally included spell shields, so Ulu's fog barrier karma fire should be able to harm Corey. And knowing that Corey's eye could clearly see the flow of spells, Ulu no longer needed to take a roundabout approach, launching a direct attack. The mist instantly enveloped Corey. Success! Just as Ulu was about to detonate, he noticed two insects at Corey's feet suddenly sprang up, their small bodies expanding several times over. They directly inhaled the white mist into themselves. Realizing something was wrong, Ulu detonated the mist immediately, only to hear a soft pop. The two insects' bodies burst open, but the explosion resembled that of a popped balloon, completely lacking in lethality. Following that, Corey stepped over their shattered bodies, continuing his advance towards Ulu. Ulu was startled by the scene. He didn't remember insect control technique having such capabilities. During this brief moment of shock, two worms broke through his chain defense. One bit into his flesh, tearing off a large chunk, while the other darted straight for his neck. With a snap, another snap of the fingers, and the worm about to bite Ulu's neck, along with all the other demon worms, turned to ash and vanished. But this annihilation lasted less than 2 seconds before they reformed and charged at Ulu again. Ulu had no chance to breathe, resorting once more to magic chains for defense. Now, though, it was much harder than before, not just because of his wounds, but also because of the backlash from termination. Even though Bai Wei had promised to mitigate the cost of termination, it was not eliminated, and tonight Ulu had snapped his fingers 3 times. The side effects of that immense power still threatened to tear his soul apart. You've exceeded my expectations, Corey's voice came again, now even closer, to use termination 3 times consecutively. You indeed possess a willpower not found in ordinary men, but you probably can't make it for a 4th. Ulu suddenly looked up, only to see Corey was almost within reach. What can you do now? Corey asked with a smile, and then took another step forward. Ulu could see his own disheveled reflection on the blade of the small knife in Corey's hand. Your body might withstand one more snap, Bai Wei's voice echoed in Ulu's mind. Just one more. Ulu looked at the encroaching demon worms about to breach the defense and pursed his lips, whispering, "Enough." With that, Ulu dropped all his magic chains. For a moment, all the demon worms descended, these supposedly mindless demons briefly stunned by the sudden disappearance of the barriers. But they quickly regained their senses and pounced on Ulu. Ulu dropped all defenses, stretching out his hand toward Corey with all his remaining magic power, creating white mist. PFFF. One by one, the insects climbed onto his body, tearing at his flesh and gnawing at his bones. But Ulu merely raised his hand, driving all the mist towards Corey. Chapter 76-63 Mom. Less than 5 meters away. Very close, yet very distant. Close because it was a distance that the white fog could cover in an instant, yet distant because this seemingly close pathway was filled with countless dangers. One after another, insects leapt up and were absorbed by the white fog. Then more white fog rushed from these engorged insects, and new ones jumped up to absorb it again. This was Ulu's vast army. They were tearing. They were fighting. They were falling. But they were also moving forward. They were the most fearless and relentless army, and although their general was trapped and being torn apart by one abhorrent insect after another, they still did not look back, still carrying out their general's command to attack. Eventually, they broke through the layers of obstacles and reached Corey. What was once a dense white fog that nearly enveloped the great cathedral was now only a thin wisp left, over the bodies of numerous demon worms swollen to death. Even this wisp was enough, because it had already reached Corey. Ulu snapped his fingers for the last time, and all the demon worms vanished into ash again. Meanwhile, the cost of this action came without delay, even multiplied several times as if it sought to destroy Ulu's entire soul, the immense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. But he didn't lose it. Instead, he clenched his teeth. Detonation. Bang! The white fog exploded right in front of Corey, smaller in scale than the previous explosions, but still sufficient to envelop Corey completely. The dust raised was like the hope surging in Ulu's heart. He dragged his battered body, staring intensely at the dust. Had he succeeded? He probably had. Unable to use the spell shield and forbidden from using any spells besides the insect control technique, it should have been impossible. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Ulu's eyes widened. He saw a massive shield emerging from the dissipating dust. It was the body of a huge insect. Corey walked out of the dust, casually tossing the insect body aside, unharmed, and then looked at Ulu with a faint smile and softly said, "That was a very good idea. You were very close to success. Just short of 1 second, too bad your body can no longer support such time-sensitive tactics." He paused. "You have lost." As his words fell, the dispersed insects came swirling back. Splat, splat, splat. Ulu, unable to resist, was forced to kneel, his limbs bitten by the insects, completely losing the ability to move. He was not willing to give up and wanted to struggle, but the backlash of the termination spell hit him again, making him vomit blood. But this time he stubbornly held it in, trying not to let the blood spill. As if this was his last breath. But Corey had already reached him. Looking at Ulu kneeling on the ground, he tranquilly said, "It's a pity indeed. You really tried hard, but you should know in this world, effort is the least valuable thing. Like this finger, it should not belong in your hand." After saying that, Corey picked up a small knife, slowly bent down, his head nearly touching Ulu's head, and then whispered softly, "So this finger, I'm taking it." At that moment, Ulu suddenly lifted his head, then puffed his cheeks. What was in his mouth was not blood, but white fog. Corey's eyes widened dramatically. He immediately stepped back, but it was already too late. Ulu detonated the white fog. At this distance, neither could avoid it. Boom! The explosion kicked up a final cloud of dust. 10 seconds later, the dust settled. Ulu lay on the ground. The close-range explosion had taken away half of his face and half of his tongue. Corey stood unharmed a few meters away. It seemed the outcome was decided. But in front of Corey hovered a light blue spell shield. Che. Lying on the ground, Ulu looked like the victor. He raised his hand, pointing at Corey, trying to laugh out loud. But his body no longer allowed him to do so. His efforts only produced a garbled sound. But he was very happy, truly happy. While Corey just silently watched, then he felt something and touched his own cheek. He felt blood. Ha ha ha, Ulu laughed wildly, simultaneously struggling to make Corey understand. You lost, you lost. Your self-righteous eyes couldn't help you. You are just like me. Just like me. Ha ha. After a brief silence, Corey softly said, You have successfully enraged me. As his words fell, an endless darkness surged out from behind him, instantly covering the entire great cathedral. Ulu could see nothing. He could only hear Corey's voice coming from all directions. I initially wanted to give you a dignified death, but now I've changed my mind. I've decided to let the darkness tear you apart. As the price for enraging me. You can't see through this darkness. Only I with this eye can see, rest assured. I will watch your body being torn into hundreds of pieces. Chapter 77, 63 Mom. Go to hell and repent. Corey's voice gradually dissipated. As he said, Ulu couldn't see anything. He could only feel that the darkness hid countless monsters, laughing, running, stripping the flesh from Ulu's body piece by piece. Then Ulu fell to the ground. Pain. Such pain. The harm he had just done his utmost to inflict on Corey was nothing compared to a second in this darkness. But he had tried his hardest. He really did exert all his strength. Lord Visas. I am here. He gently closed his eyes. Please, set me ablaze. Ulu stood in a pure white world, with a straight road ahead of him. Though he didn't know why, he walked on this road, limping along. The scenery by the roadside was pure white, but it wasn't completely so. He could see blurry images, hear vague sounds. It was the night he received a small box, sitting anxiously with a finger inside it. He continued forward. It was when he sat in a merchant's house, holding a bag of grain, arrogantly saying, This is the relief grain from above, the price is as is, are you going to haggle with Rhine? He continued forward. It was him sitting in front of a young boy, eyebrows raised lightly. Do you know the price of this? Moving forward. He followed behind Lu Jai, appearing to be doing something, but his expression was hesitant. Is this really okay? Moving forward. He lay in a pool of blood, and Kelsey was sheathing his sword, speaking indifferently. Sorry, I struck too hard. Moving forward. He was reading by the window. Moving forward. Priest Lu Jai made him kneel. Moving forward. That snowy winter, he stood in front of the church begging the priest for food. He could hardly walk anymore. So tired, really so tired. And so painful, really so painful. But it seemed he didn't need to continue walking. He looked up ahead. The road had an end, a house ablaze. Suddenly he found the strength again. So he forgot the tiredness, the pain, even forgot who he was and just knew to move forward, keep moving forward to that house. He moved forward. The blazing fire slowly extinguished and turned back to a snow-covered scene. Then it flickered to an orange hue, the whole house covered with frosted leaves. Next were cicada sounds, real cicada sounds, as if calling out desperately for something. Finally, there was greenery. The broken Ulu finally stood in front of the house, staring blankly at the face in front of the door, almost erased by the years. She smiled faintly, just as in his memories. Ulu opened his mouth. His tongue was gone. His throat was damaged. He shouldn't have been able to make any sounds at all. But he still uttered a sound. The word engraved in his life. Mom. What? Ayorov? The darkness dissipated. The Ulu who stood up again grabbed Corey's neck, and then slowly lifted his hand. Thud. He plucked out Corey's left eye. Ayorov. Corey let out a scream of sheer agony, enormous fear, and the will to survive still made him struggle out of Ulu's grasp. He didn't know what had happened, having just been enjoying his killing spree of Ulu in the space of divine skill extreme darkness. But now, He could only cover his empty left eye socket and watch a scene he would never forget in this lifetime. The Ulu, who was on the brink of death, took out his own left eye, and then put the eye he had just taken from Corey into the bloody socket. "I say, why is that?" Ulu slowly spoke with a voice entirely different from before. "Every step of this guy was within my calculations. His coming here, offering his life, was predicted. From the beginning to the end, this guy never escaped my control, and I got what I wanted." Bai Wei slowly turned his head, and then gradually opened that left eye. In an instant, that star-like brilliant eye seemed to truly come to life. "But why," said Bai Wei, "can't I feel happy at all? Can you answer me?" Chapter 78, 64 descends. Drip, drip. Blood ceaselessly flowed from those empty eye sockets, overflowing between the fingers, sliding down the arm, and finally falling onto the pristine stone tiles, splashing into one blood blossom after another. So, Corey, originally half kneeling on the ground, slowly rose to his feet. As he straightened, the bleeding in his left eye had already stopped, surrounded by a halo of holy light, a symbol of divine blessing. It had been a long time since he had entered this state. After obtaining that eye, no one had forced him to call upon the power of the great Rhine god again. But today, that person appeared. "What on earth are you?" Corey asked slowly. Ulu stood 10 meters away, his body covered in wounds that were countless times more severe than Corey's. By all logic, in his current state, he shouldn't have been able to remain standing. Yet at this moment, the wounds all over his body were closing and healing at a visibly rapid rate. However, this didn't seem to be the result of healing system or life series spells. It was more like pushing the body's potential to the extreme, momentarily increasing its self-healing ability by thousands of times. His blood coursed through his veins at high speed, like boiling water, almost bursting every blood vessel, causing his entire body to turn a deep shade of red. At this moment, Ulu looked like a bug that had set itself aflame. But he wasn't contorted or wriggling. He just stood there quietly, gazing at Corey with an eye as resolute as the stars above. This also put a considerable amount of pressure on Corey. Up until now, he didn't understand how the other party had managed to precisely locate him within divine skill extreme darkness. Logically, besides that eye, no power in this world should be able to penetrate that darkness. How did he do it? Unless... Corey narrowed his eyes slightly. Then the other party spoke. "Are you afraid of me?" "Afraid? Why would I fear you?" Corey replied coolly. "I am one of the 4 bishops of Rhine, and you are but a monster that can't show its face, hiding in the body of a weakling." "Really?" Bai Wei laughed. "And yet your hands are trembling." Corey's eyes focused for a brief moment. He involuntarily looked down at his own hands. Indeed, his hands were trembling slightly. But this wasn't due to injury. After entering divine blessing, minor injuries couldn't affect him. His fear stemmed from a fleeting conjecture that had crossed his mind earlier. When that conjecture emerged, his mind hadn't yet realized it, but his body had already reacted. "It seems you've guessed who I am," Bai Wei said with a smile. Corey had already stopped his hands from shaking. He acted as if nothing had happened, remaining calm. Impossible. That thing couldn't possibly still be in this world. Stop pretending. "Is that so? That's too bad," Bai Wei remarked. "I thought that with this eye you could see a bit further." "Such low-level wordplay won't work on me," Corey said. "I've told you I am one of the 4 bishops of Rhine. You can't deceive me." "Believe what you will," Bai Wei said, slowly raising his hand toward his left eye. "This fellow made a deal with me. He ignited his soul to let me descend here to retrieve something of his own and what I have to do for him." Bai Wei paused, a flash of an unusual emotion crossing his eyes, a mix of regret and helplessness. "Kill you before his soul burns out." The moment his words dropped, the entire great cathedral began to shake. Corey's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He saw behind Bai Wei, a black wave rising rapidly. But it wasn't a wave. It was countless intertwined, magic chains. Corey had never seen such a method of use before. Magic chains were nothing but low-rank spells, barely inflicting any damage apart from some control. But what if the scale were this massive? While Corey stood there stunned, the massive flood of magic chains devoured him in an instant, like the ocean swallowing a solitary leaf of a boat. Bai Wei quietly watched from the side, feeling the power that continuously surged from his body, along with his soul that was dissipating without end. This was the second-order descent. Unlike the first-order descent, The second-order descent could unleash the power beyond the rule contained in the corpse blocks, embodying visas in entirety. The first-order descent damaged the body, while the second-order descent consumed the soul. Physical wounds can be healed, but the burning of the soul cannot be reversed, once ignited. It can only end when it has completely burned out. "What? Great priest," a knight rushed to Harry's side. "There seems to be quite a commotion coming from the great cathedral." Harry, the great priest, frowned as he looked towards the distant great cathedral. He had felt the trembling just now. But it made no sense, should Corey's guest arrive at 9 o'clock. Harry checked the time, it had just passed 8. Had the guest arrived early, or had that person come? But no matter which it was, theoretically, neither should cause such a stir from Corey, right? "Great priest, do we need to check the situation?" asked the knight. "No." After pondering for a moment, Harry shook his head. "No need, the Lord Bishop will handle it." What? Bang! A sphere of pure white barrier centered around Corey was released, instantly cutting off the black flood made of magic chains and continuously spreading outwards. "Divine skill blessed land." "You're just trying to scare people," Corey roared at Byway. "The body of God cannot be harmed by mortals. God's spells cannot be stopped by mortals. God's will cannot be influenced by mortals. No matter what kind of being you are with only this level of strength, you are absolutely incapable of overcoming me." Before he could finish, Corey saw Byway snap his fingers. His blessed land was instantly dispelled. Those ferocious chains once again closed in on him. "Is this a slight?" Corey felt both anger and disdain. At this distance, using termination, he had ample time to deploy a second blessed land. But as he spread his hands, intending to release the divine power once more, he suddenly froze. How to use the blessed land again? His eyes gradually widened. That wasn't just a termination, because that divine skill had completely vanished from his memory. Thrust and thrust and thrust. Hundreds of chains pierced his body simultaneously, just like the insects that gnawed at Ulu's body 20 minutes earlier. Chapter 79, 65, Do You Dare to Come? Bang! A pair of enormous illusory wings sprouted from Corey's back, and with just a light flutter, he severed all the magic chains surrounding him. Then he leapt up, quickly putting distance between himself and Byway. At this moment, Corey had lost the nobility and calm that came with being an archbishop. His once pure white bishop robe was now nearly destroyed, rendering him as disheveled as a beggar unable to afford clothes. But that was all the damage he sustained. He had not suffered any serious injuries. The magic chains that had previously engulfed him like a tidal wave had at most left only minor scrapes on his body. Most had not even left a mark, thanks to him still being under the divine blessing, with the Rhine god's power enveloping him. The mortal world's forces could not affect a god, a firm rule of this world. While under the effects of divine blessing, Corey couldn't fully inherit the Rhine's power, but just a small part was sufficient to make him immune to over 90% of damage. Hence, the attack that seemed fierce only resulted in some bloody marks and abrasions on his body. Even so, there was not the slightest hint of relief in Corey's eyes, but rather they were filled with horror. Because his divine skill-blessed land had been cancelled. No, describing it as cancelled wasn't quite accurate. To be precise, it had been erased. Up until now, he couldn't recall how to execute that divine skill. The snap had stripped that skill right out of his memory. But the rule sealed within that finger, termination, was not supposed to have such an effect. This was an effect not even documented in the taboo book, an entirely unknown phenomenon. That meant, staring at Byway not far away, Corey's pupils quivered incessantly. That terrible conjecture from before was true. Apart from himself, no one could have elevated that finger's rule to this level. It could only be him. The undead who should have perished 1,000 years ago. Still alive. Oh, noticing the change in Corey's expression, Byway smiled slightly. It seems you figured out something after all. Corey pursed his lips tightly, unable at this moment to utter any harsh words. He once possessed that eye, so compared to ordinary people, he understood far more about how powerful its owner had been. Time and time again, he had felt regret for not having witnessed that person's elegance and felt that person's power. But now here he stood before him, and Corey could muster no more thoughts. He only wanted to escape. Yes, despite being surrounded by the power of Rhine, despite not suffering any real harm, and even though the other party was using only 2 corpse blocks and what appeared to be a body about to collapse at any moment, he could not summon the courage to face his opponent. Because this was Visa's. Corey bent slightly forward, already deciding to flee immediately, then to inform the other 3 major branches of Rhine, or even the other 3 major orthodoxies about the return of Visa's. He even had to him. Corey suddenly noticed Bai Wei's left hand. Only 4 fingers remained on the left hand, the thumb was missing. His eyes slowly widened. Could it be? Bai Wei noticed where Corey's eyes were fixated, but showed no concern, even lifting his left hand curiously in front of his eyes to show Corey the 4 remaining fingers. It seems you've noticed it too. Indeed, this body cannot bear my power without a price, not even by burning the soul. He paused, then slightly curved the corners of his mouth. So, how about we play a little game, just like a moment ago? Before the soul of this wretched body burns out. What? A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, turning Somo City to day in an instant, followed by the rolling thunder, sweeping up the sudden rain and fierce wind, roaring wildly at this city that should have been asleep. Tonight, many would find sleep elusive. Odd hotel. The girl, holding onto the woman whose breath was like a fragile thread, cried inconsolably, Auntie, Auntie, please don't die, the gentleman will be back soon. The woman looked at the girl, wanting to lift her hand to touch the girl's head, but she no longer had the strength to do so. Across the street in a small alley, an elderly man laid a white cloth over the man who had just closed his eyes, with the man's wife, who had passed away 2 minutes earlier, lying beside him. Sharp cries of distress rose up, seemingly overwhelming the sound of the rain outside. The stooped elder picked up the baby from the other bed, gently patting its back while whispering softly, don't cry, you still have Grandpa. But his murky tears kept flowing down relentlessly. Further away, a weak mother embraced her child who had fallen unconscious, repeatedly knocking on the tightly shut doors along the street. Is anybody there? Can anyone take my child to the church? He's sick, he needs treatment. Please, I beg you, anyone will do. Seldom did anyone open the door, and even when they did, they just shook their heads. It's too far, and the rain is so heavy, many roads are flooded, there's no way to get there without a vehicle. The mother, drained of strength, could only hold her child and weep openly in the pouring rain. Then a horse carriage stopped in front of her, and with the sound of metal grinding, click-clack, the mother felt the rain stop above her head. She looked up to see a middle-aged man, half of his body made of metal parts, standing beside her, holding a black umbrella. Madam, the man offered, take my carriage. He pointed to the carriage behind him. Don't worry, it's fast. The Rhine knight who was driving the carriage blinked in slight astonishment. Gerard, sir, Lord Bishop is still waiting for you. The middle-aged man helped the mother onto the carriage, then pointed to his half-mechanical leg, seriously telling the Rhine knight, don't underestimate the craftsmanship of Lyra, it's waterproof. That's not what I meant. Rest assured I'll get there on time. As the middle-aged man was speaking, he noticed that the child in the mother's arms had awakened, looking vaguely at his chest. It was a metal plate. Gerard blinked his eyes, then gently tapped the metal plate with his finger, emitting a clear sound. Don't worry, Gerard said, though it is metal, it is with a human heart. With those words, he turned around, holding his umbrella, walking alone toward the great cathedral standing in the torrential rain, but looking as if it might collapse at any moment. This rain is really heavy, he murmured to himself. What, Corey Abbott, I want to play a game with you. Bai Wei looked at Corey, a smile spreading across his face. Before the soul in this broken body burns out, if you can survive, you win. If you win this finger, this eye, they are yours. The rules they contain have already been upgraded by me. You can use them directly once you've claimed them. But if you lose, then you'll have nothing. How about it, are you in? Corey stared intently at Bai Wei, then clenching his teeth, he said, this isn't a game between you and me. Ah ha ha ha, you figured it out. Bai Wei's smile grew wider. This isn't a game between you and me, but a game between you and the owner of this broken body. It's a matter of seeing who dies first, you or his soul that is burning out. What do you say? Do you dare to play? Corey's body trembled continuously. He looked at Bai Wei's remaining 4 fingers, feeling the soul in the broken body dissipating steadily. Finally, he took a deep breath, the holy light surrounding him growing brighter. Let's play. Chapter 80, 66. Why would you think the rule for this eye is called gaze? Again, the familiar scene. On either side of the church stood two completely different people, one high above, bathing in holy light, unharmed, while the other stood in the shadows, his entire body soaked in blood like a pus-oozing insect. But their expressions were vastly different, and the one feeling tense was the one high above. Corey still decided to join in the game, for a simple reason. Once he spread the news of Visa's return, even if only to Rhine's other three major branches, no matter the outcome, it would become very difficult for that eye and that finger to end up in his hands. He had used that eye for half a lifetime, and truly he could not imagine a life without it. Moreover, with that finger and the enhanced rule, the temptation was simply too great for Corey. But he wasn't willing to gain power at the expense of his life. He had thought it over. This Visa-possessing Ulu was really weak. The dissipating vitality that even Corey could sense was not easy to fake, and the capability of the finger that he was wary of had a great cost attached to it. If Corey hadn't guessed wrong, then snapping that finger once would cost the finger's disappearance, meaning Visa could only snap his fingers 3 more times at most. This meant that Visa could still erase 3 of his divine arts. The deterrent was obviously significant, but the problem was, that was all there was. Visa couldn't use that finger to directly harm him, and the other spells Visa used, even in his current state, could at most only cause superficial damage to someone under the divine blessing. It was nearly impossible to grind him to death under such circumstances. As for that left eye, although Corey didn't know whether Visa could upgrade the rules sealed within it, he wasn't worried. A gaze was, after all, only an observational rule, unable to directly cause harm, just like that finger. So there was a chance. Even a very big chance. He had to win this game. And even if he didn't win, he could simply leave. With that heavily damaged body, there was no way Visa could catch up to him. Thinking of this, Corey's heart gradually settled down a lot, and once again he opened the imaginary wings behind him, making his body slowly rise, appearing as if the Rhine god himself had descended. Since that is the case, he began to speak slowly, let me see what you have. Before he could finish, he was slapped down from midair by a barrage of magic chains interwoven with magic power, stirring up a large swath of white fog. Corey, swallowed by the flood of magic chains, did not lose his composure. He stabilized his form while roaring at Bai Wei's previous position. Visa, is this your ability? Bai Wei slowly lifted his right hand to begin a sealing. Don't rush, we're just getting started. Then he detonated the white fog, which exploded around Corey's neck, causing him a slight discomfort. But even this slight discomfort shocked Corey. Logically, such low-rank spells should have almost no effect against his divine gifted body. Corey didn't dare imagine what would have happened to him without being under divine blessing. Just now, the seemingly ordinary explosion could have blown him to pieces. Indeed, even the most basic spell in Visa's hands could become a lethal weapon. Luckily, he was limited by his corporeal body to just 2 low-rank spells, and these spells, even if played skillfully, couldn't really harm him who possessed the divine gifted body. Corey wanted to taunt Bai Wei one more time to boost his confidence, but Bai Wei didn't give him the chance. Constantly driving the magic chains out from the white fog, which hadn't completely dispersed in the explosion, they attacked from all directions towards Corey's position. After Corey broke free, Bai Wei continued to detonate the white fog, maintaining an unstoppable rhythm of assault. Quite quickly, Corey felt something was amiss. Why did the alternating attacks from these 2 low-rank spells seem oddly troublesome? Bai Wei had given up the initial approach of creating a massive amount of magic chains to push Corey around, and instead became more precise and continuous. The numbers of magic chains used for attack each time were not large, and even if the chains themselves had improved substantially under Bai Wei's power, for Corey in his divine state, it was still like a child trying to trip an adult with a thin rope. At best, the chain would snap before exerting any force, causing only a slight disruption to the adult's pace. But the problem was, there were way too many goddamn disruptions. Corey felt as though countless kids with countless thin ropes were squatting before him, each child also holding a small stone, sometimes hitting him with the stones while trying to trip him with the ropes. This experience was so goddamn annoying. But that didn't matter, as long as Visa couldn't breach his divine gifted body, no matter how long the fight dragged on. A faint sound. Corey felt a chill on his neck, paused in astonishment, then subconsciously touched his neck. Chapter 81, 66. Why do you think the rule for this eye is called Gaze 2? He touched a bit of blood. Although it was just a little, much like an accidental scrape by a desk corner, it still made Corey's eyes widen in disbelief. This was his divine gifted body. Boom! Another white mist exploded in front of Corey's eyes, followed by two magic chains lashing out again toward Corey. And these two attacks were still aiming at Corey's neck. At that moment, Corey suddenly realized something. All of Visas' attacks were targeting the same spot, his neck. These weren't meaningless attacks. Visas intended to repeat these inconsequential attacks thousands of times, and then directly chop off his neck. The subsequent attacks confirmed this. Whether it was magic chains or explosions, or the combination of both covering for each other, they all aimed at Corey's neck. Corey found it unbelievable. He had never seen such methods of attack. It wasn't just dull knife slicing through flesh anymore. Maybe one could call it a water torture strategy. Could this actually work? Aren't the battles of the Transcendents supposed to be lethal in one strike? Drip drop. When a drop of blood fell to the ground from his neck, Corey realized that this method of fighting was indeed possible for Visas, because his magic power was endless. Realizing this, Corey was terrified and immediately abandoned the idea of enduring through with his divine gifted body. He bellowed, "Don't underestimate me too much." Then he violently spread the imaginary wings behind him, shooting feathers in all directions, each feather piercing through more than 2 magic chains. By reducing the number of these chains, Visas' attacks couldn't cause more damage to him. That was what Corey had planned, but the very next second after he shot out the feathers, 2 magic chains shot out from his blind spot and directly wrapped around his neck. The chains were also shrouded in white mist. Bang banged. 2 more explosions close to his face made Corey fall from midair. Though he managed to stabilize his form in time, his complexion grew even grimmer as the wounds had grown larger. Visas. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, another explosion occurred. Byway clearly had no intention of giving Corey any rest. Those simple attacks were like relentless storms without any pause. Whenever Corey tried to use a spell to counter, Byway would always find a flaw or interrupt it beforehand, as if every step Corey took was calculated by Byway, every move seen through. That eye. It was because of that eye. Byway was continuously using that gaze on him. Just like how Corey could see through all his opponents when he used that eye. And now, the real owner of that eye had seen through him. All his struggles, all his resistance were futile. Those chains and mist always emerged from various places, inflicting non-lethal but ceaseless attacks. It reminded Corey of a horrifying story he had heard long ago called The Spoon Killer. Back then he didn't find the story scary, just somewhat comical. But now he could truly feel that horror, the horror of being powerless to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of explosions, and Corey felt the pain from his neck growing more and more pronounced, indicating that the wounds were getting bigger. His divine gifted body was being torn apart by 2 low-level spells, and he was powerless to resist. How could this be possible? Corey clenched his teeth and formed the Holy Seal. Since spells could not counter it, then use the divine arts. A dazzling light surged from his palm. Even those unfamiliar with magic power could feel the overwhelming authority from it. But the light didn't even have a chance to spread. A crisp snap of fingers and it disappeared. A flicker of confusion passed through Corey's eyes. Another divine art was erased from his memory. He instinctively looked toward Byway's left hand, noticing the index finger slowly erasing. And in Byway's calm eyes, there seemed to be an expression suggesting, "I don't know what you're up to, but I won't allow it." Bang banged. 2 more piercing explosions. Corey's wounds deepened further, shifting from minor to severe and ultimately fatal. Corey felt fear once again. Although he knew more than 10 kinds of divine arts, each capable of resolving this situation, divine arts aren't spells and can't be cast continuously. Even if he tried hard, there would still be a few minutes intervals. And Byway's remaining fingers could still snap twice, erasing his 2 divine arts. That meant to turn the situation around, he had to wait nearly 10 minutes for the 3rd divine art. And before the 3rd divine art, he could only watch helplessly as Byway repeatedly raised the spoon. But could he really last that long? If someone had asked him this question 10 minutes earlier, he would have felt like laughing, but now. The thought of fleeing once again surged in Corey's heart. He instinctively glanced at Bai Wei again and was surprised to find that Bai Wei had also changed. The wounds that had previously healed had burst open again, the boiling blood almost breaking through the frail skin, his entire body trembling. Chapter 82, 66. Why do you think the rule for this eye is called Gaze 3? This made Corey realize that the soul named Ulu, inside that damaged body, had also reached its limit. Viz's power was boundless, but Ulu was not. He had fed the fire with his body, and it was finally about to burn out. This is not a game between you and me. These words emerged in Corey's mind. Indeed, Viz's was not a participant in this game, but the executor. He had set himself and Ulu aflame to see who could last until the end. Corey thought back to Ulu with half of his face blown off, still mocking him relentlessly, and his expression gradually twisted. How dare he compare himself to me? He can't possibly win against me. Corey's body surged with newfound strength. Snap! The third snap of his fingers, and the ring finger also vanished into nothingness, the unfinished divine arts once again erased. But Corey was no longer annoyed. He laughed loudly at Bai Wei. You have 2 more chances. Let's see if that guy can hold on till then. Bai Wei raised his head to look at Corey. He understood that Corey had grasped the true meaning of the game. Both sides had laid their cards on the table. But Bai Wei also knew that Ulu had already reached his limit, but he should have reached it long ago. He was just an ordinary person with such a frail soul enduring the power of Viz's. It was really too difficult. At that moment, he was like a not-so-good piece of firewood, the main part already burnt through. Now what persisted was merely the faint, unextinguished embers. Soon, Bai Wei murmured softly, his pupils reflecting Corey's continual struggles. Really, it will be soon. As if hearing his words, the embers in the darkness did not die out, but instead grew slightly brighter. Wait, snap! The 4th snap of his fingers. The divine arts were erased once again, and in contrast, on that left hand, only the bare middle finger remained, like a king bereft of all his knights. And Corey's upper body was also drenched in blood, the wound on his neck visible, making the divine gifted body seem so frail. But still, it was not fatal. The battered body could no longer stand and knelt on the ground. Yet even so, he continued to gaze at Corey, still driving the magic chains and the white mist to attack Corey. Corey knew he had already won. You've lost Viz's, he laughed wildly at Bai Wei. You actually believed in someone so weak. You actually staked your life on such an insignificant wretch. Your vision is no more than this. That eye, that finger, they will be mine. Bai Wei did not respond to Corey. The charred remnant of a body no longer capable of more expressions, just kept muttering, almost there, just a bit more. Then attack, attack, and attack again. Soon, Corey would be able to use the divine arts once more. Corey chuckled lightly and raised his hand, ready to destroy both the wretched remnant in front of him and that once high and mighty soul entirely. Strong energy converged in the palm of his hand. But just then, 2 chains burst out from the ruins debris, as if lying in wait for a long time, heading straight for Corey's neck. Corey frowned slightly. This should be the final attack. And yet just 2 chains were involved, and even if they caused mortal wounds, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. This seemed like a futile fight to the death. Even Corey could have preemptively activated a divine art to destroy that broken body before the chains could strike him. But, in the final moment, fear got the better of him, and he quickly withdrew his hand, changing the offensive divine art he'd been about to release into a defensive one. Divine arts, shield of 10,000 forms. Erasure failed to activate, so the abruptly manifested golden shield cut through the 2 magic chains. This was true divine art. Against its radiance, the 2 low-rank spells seemed utterly powerless. And Bai Wei's hands finally dropped, as if those 2 chains had drained him entirely. Corey descended slowly and stepped forward until he stood in front of Bai Wei, bending down to look at him. It's over, Corey said with a smile. Yes, Bai Wei also cracked a smile. It's over. You've chosen the wrong person to bestow your power upon. Is that so? I think he did quite well, actually. Corey snorted disdainfully. That's just consolation for the incompetent. Do you really think so? What else? Corey slowly raised his head, pointing to the wound on his neck. This is the limit of the incompetent. He burned his soul and sacrificed his body, but in the end, this was all he could manage, not even close to a real threat. You must know I am not talking nonsense. Indeed, the wound looked severe, but it was still not fatal. Moreover, within a few breaths, that injury was rapidly healing amidst the dissipating energy of the divine blessing. This suddenly made the desperate battle that had just occurred seem rather ridiculous. Smiling, Corey said, "According to the agreement, your eyes and fingers are mine now." Bai Wei smiled too. "It seems you've misunderstood something." Corey frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Are you trying to back out?" "Of course not," Bai Wei responded with the same smile. "I'm just wondering, when did you think this game was yours to win?" Corey, looking at Bai Wei's smiling face and that all too familiar eye, felt a surge of unease. Because that eye felt unfamiliar to him. And the only unknown in this battle was that eye, the eye he thought he knew so well. "This guy burned his soul just to let me observe you." Bai Wei's mouth didn't open, but his voice sounded directly in Corey's mind. "He persisted until now, burning his soul completely, just so I could watch you a bit longer." Bai Wei's smile grew wider. "Why do you think the rule of this eye is gaze?" Corey stared fixedly at the familiar yet strange eye, and then a great fear washed over him. "You've been watching me for far too long." The eye, sparkling like the stars, slowly closed as Corey watched in horror. "Now I don't want to see you anymore. So from my sight, disappear." But the moment that eye closed, Corey felt his body suddenly become much lighter. He looked down, to find that his body seemed as if it had been erased with a rubber. 1/3 of it, just like that, vanished. Chapter 83, 67. "Okay, let's go see that child." Corey collapsed into the pool of blood, his remaining eye filled with terror, for his body had been divided into 3 sections. The only part of his body he could still control was half a shoulder and an arm that was reduced to half, like a toy maliciously destroyed. Then, the excruciating pain of being torn apart surged up, viciously gnawing at his nerves, forcing an uncontrollable, agonized scream from him. Footsteps sounded. The heavy boots, stepping on the pool of blood, made a distinct sound, as if death itself were drawing closer. At this moment, Corey finally came to the belated realization that he was truly going to die. But he was unwilling to accept this fact, so he struggled frantically, trying to move away from the person who was gradually approaching. However, with only so much of his body left, his struggles amounted to nothing more than rolling in the blood and corpse blocks, looking like a disgustingly worm. Bai Wei stopped in his tracks, looking at the man before him who, just a minute ago, had been full of vigor as a bishop, but now had become more like a monster. Logically, such grievous wounds would mean certain death for anyone, but at this moment, Corey was still under the divine blessing, with Rhine's power still trying to sustain his life force, attempting to repair his body. However, it was clear that aside from prolonging his life and pain for a few more minutes, there wasn't much else it could do. "What a sorry sight," Bai Wei remarked softly. The voice was very light, but still enough for Corey to hear. He abruptly lifted his head, his face twisted in pain, yet anger was still visible. "Visas," he roared with all his might, "what in the world have you done to me?" "I haven't done anything," Bai Wei said indifferently. "I simply started a game and you lost the game, that's all." Corey's body trembled violently, whether out of anger or pain he couldn't tell, but Bai Wei's words made him realize a fact. That he was indeed going to die. The fear of death washed over him, along with a sense of responsibility as the Archbishop of Rhine. Suddenly he thought that he was the only one who knew that Visas' soul was still alive in this world. But he was about to die, which meant that no one would know this news until Visas did something, even more appalling. No, he had to get the message out. But his thoughts had already been seen through by Bai Wei, who didn't move at all, only saying indifferently, "Give up. What you are now is no different from a broken corpse block, just that you're still alive for the moment." Corey lifted his head again, his only remaining eye staring intently at Bai Wei. But he also knew that Bai Wei was right, he could do nothing now. Visas' soul was still alive. He had reclaimed 2 corpse blocks, obtained 2 rules, one of which had been taken from him, the Archbishop of Rhine himself. At this moment, endless regret welled up in Corey's heart, accompanied by the intensifying pain and the ever-approaching death that drove him completely insane. "I won't accept this, Visas," he bellowed with all his might. "This game isn't fair. You helped him. It was you who helped him." Watching Corey, who seemed to have lost his senses, Bai Wei slowly revealed a smile, as though he had been waiting for Corey to say this. He then slowly bent down, grabbed Corey's hair, and lifted his upper half to meet his gaze. Corey had only one eye left, and so did he. After using rule in his mortal body, his right eye was sealed forever as the price. Bai Wei gazed at Corey, chuckling, and said, "It seems that you don't believe you lost to him." "Of course I haven't lost." "Is that so?" Bai Wei nodded slightly. "Then do you still remember your last divine art? I recall it was a defensive one, right? You defended against my 2 chains with one divine art, correct? But I want to tell you, at that time my eye was not ready yet if you had attacked me then." Corey's eyes gradually widened, and his expression swiftly changed. And all this naturally fell into Bai Wei's sight, his smile growing even more radiant. "So close, just one step away, really just one step. If you dared to attack me the way that guy attacked you, then you'd have won it all." Bai Wei paused for a moment, then spoke languidly. "It would be you." Corey's mouth and eyes opened wide simultaneously as if he wanted to say something, but the divine gifted body finally faded away, and his last bit of life was quickly taken. Thus, his expression was fixed in place. Surprise, anger, resentment, regret. A mix of emotions. In the instant he died, the smile vanished from Bai Wei's face, but he didn't put down the partial remains of Corey's body. He just silently gazed at Corey's expression, as if to etch this scene forever into that body. Then he discarded the half-body as if tossing out trash. "The deal is done," Bai Wei said softly. "Did you see it?" Silence, a long silence, as if his question would never get an answer. But Bai Wei still waited. After what felt like an eternity, the voice that had long been absent slowly rang out. "Oh, I saw it." Then the voice disappeared, as if responding to Bai Wei's last question had exhausted all his vitality. Bai Wei closed his eyes, there in the place where the soul resided, remained only a few dying embers that could extinguish at any moment. He opened his eyes. "Is there anything else you wish to do?" Another silence. "There aren't any things I wish to do." Bai Wei said, "Think again." "Think again, think again." The voice grew fainter and fainter, so soft Bai Wei almost thought the fire had gone out when suddenly, it became agitated like the last few sparks erupting from charred logs of a campfire in a gentle breeze. That child, I want to see that child." "That child." Bai Wei knew whom Ulu was speaking of. He lowered his head, looking at the now battered and broken body. Ulu's soul was nearly spent. To control this broken body would require Bai Wei to use his own soul, undeniably leading to considerable damage to it. Moreover, visiting that child at this time was far too risky, and not in line with Bai Wei's subsequent plans. And with Ulu's current state, it would be difficult to last until that moment. "So, I want to see that child." Bai Wei fell silent for a while. "All right, let's go see that child." Chapter 84, 68 You Can Call Me Visas. For Somo City, this night was longer than expected. In the first half of the night, a rare and fierce storm brutally washed over the ancient city, leaving the entire city oppressed into silence. But in the second half of the night, the rain suddenly weakened, yet the city became noisy during what should have been an even quieter period. Countless Rhine knights suddenly assembled and rushed anxiously toward their great cathedral. The awakened sheriff with sleepy eyes muttered, "What are these guys up to?" And then turned over to continue sleeping. An elderly man with graying hair pulled a cart along the road out of the city, the white cloth on the cart strikingly conspicuous. In the small church, a mother held her suddenly recovering child, crying incessantly, while the priest continuously thanked, smiled, and nodded, but also flashed a hint of confusion. All of this was reflected in the eyes as bright as stars, eventually settling on the small inn in the deep alley. The woman, freshly recovered from a serious illness, held the girl who had fallen asleep in her arms, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes. And the woman occasionally lifted her head to look into the depths of the alley as if waiting for someone's return. "Shall we go in and have a look?" Bai Wei slowly asked. Ulu did not speak, as if he had completely dissipated. But Bai Wei knew Ulu was still there, although he was also surprised that Ulu had managed to hold on this far, but the last spark deep in the soul was indeed still burning. It just required some patience. Who knows how long it took, Ulu finally responded. "Ah, no need, I've seen what I wanted to see." Bai Wei did not insist. This crippled body had reached its limit. Bai Wei understood Ulu did not want to appear in front of that woman and that girl, so just watching like this was already enough. Bai Wei also knew what he wanted to see. It was right in front of him. After watching for almost half an hour, Bai Wei finally heard a sigh from deep within the soul. Enough, it's enough, Ulu softly said. I should go. Bai Wei remained silent, knowing Ulu had not finished speaking. And this time, Ulu did not make him wait too long. I suddenly remembered the first day we arrived in this city. You took me in front of the great cathedral and told me the murderer was there. At that time, I thought Archbishop Harry was the murderer. Later, I thought Archbishop Corey was. But now I think about it, it's neither. The murderer you spoke of isn't a living person, but that statue. Ulu paused. The murderer is Rhine, right? Bai Wei still did not speak, but that served as an acknowledgement of Ulu's statement. Ah, I should have thought it earlier, should have thought it, Ulu whispered softly, his voice so faint as if it might disappear the next second, but he still mustered the last bit of his energy. Visas, my lord, I want to make one last deal with you. You already have nothing left to trade with me. Ulu suddenly realized, ah, right. He seemed somewhat regretful. Yes, I have nothing left to trade with you. Bai Wei remained silent for a moment, then said, but if it's nothing troublesome, I might as well help you out. If it's too much trouble, I will refuse. Would killing Rhine count as troublesome? Not at all. Ulu laughed. He seemed to have anticipated Bai Wei would say that. In that case, please help me kill Rhine. Okay. After receiving Bai Wei's promise, the last spark deep within the soul flared with its final brilliance, then quickly sank down. Ulu softly said, still died in the past. No, Ulu. Bai Wei lifted his head, looking toward the distant horizon, a ray of dawn piercing through the dark clouds. Not the past, the future. Ulu no longer responded. That last glimmer deep within the soul was completely extinguished. But if one got closer, they could still feel a hint of warmth from that void, proving that the fire had once burned there. Bai Wei stood still for a while, then gently said, Good night, Ulu. After saying that, he turned and left. Kay suddenly lifted her head on the bed and looked again into the depths of the alley. But there was still nothing to see. A hallucination. She whispered softly, then suddenly felt some moisture on the back of her hand and looked down. She found that Lee, asleep, was tears streaming down her face. What? Gerard, please explain why you were at the West Cathedral last night. I was invited by Bishop Corey. What time did you arrive at the church? 8:57, 3 minutes earlier than the agreed time. What did you see after that? Gerard lifted his head, looking at the blue crystal behind the interrogating knight. The crystal emitted a faint light, creating a drowsy sensation. The body of your Archbishop, Corey. I know what you want to ask, but the murderer wasn't me. By the time I arrived, your Lord Bishop was already dead, Gerard said indifferently, and the time is up. The interrogating knight blinked. What? According to the Four Teachings Declaration, you can restrain my freedom for a maximum of 12 hours without solid evidence. Gerard tapped on the ticking mechanical watch at his wrist. Time, up. I have no obligation to cooperate with you any longer. Sir Gerard, the knight stood up, slamming his fist on the table. Do you think this is a usual situation? Our Lord Bishop has been murdered. Yes, and that's why I was willing to cooperate. Gerard slowly stood up and effortlessly snapped the handcuffs binding him. But now, time's up. With that, Gerard walked toward the exit of the interrogation room. His robust frame and the mechanical limb emanating faint light made the Rhine knights dare not stop him. However, one knight stood up and said, But you still haven't directly answered the most critical question. Why didn't you follow our plan and got off halfway through? Gerard turned his head to glance at the knight, his imposing gaze making the knight subconsciously step backward. I've already answered that question, Gerard said lightly. If I didn't get off, that child would have died. Saying this, Gerard walked to the door of the interrogation room and opened it, intending to leave. At that moment, he heard the leading knight say, Sir Gerard, I've heard of your reputation many years ago, and logically, someone of my rank shouldn't be interrogating you. However, I'm also aware of that major event from back then. The knight stared straight at Gerard's back. Haven't you considered that your obstinate nature is still harming you? Gerard paused for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything and pushed the door open. The sky of Somo City was already bright, the sunlight prickling Gerard's face, making him slightly uncomfortable after staying in the interrogation room all night. The knights around him were bustling back and forth, the sudden demise of the Lord Bishop bringing too much trouble and tension to the city. But all this had nothing to do with Gerard. He planned to go back, but just after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around sharply. Behind him was a row of Rhine knights' carriage compartments, He felt it, someone was watching him, from within one of these compartments. Gerard's alertness spiked instantly because he sensed an unprecedented danger from that carriage. The gaze lingered on him for less than a second, but it sent chills down his spine. Yet the rest of the Rhine knights didn't notice, as if the gaze was only targeting him. Narrowing his eyes, Gerard then stepped toward the carriages, soon standing in front of the one at the very corner. The gaze had come from here. Gerard slowly drew the dagger from his waist. As he was in Rhine's territory, he didn't carry a chainsaw sword. His only weapon was this dagger. But it was enough. Holding the dagger in a reverse grip, he edged closer to the carriage, then used his other hand to push the door open. A strong smell of blood hit him face on. He looked inside the compartment, then widened his eyes. What kind of person was this? The whole body was a pile of rotten flesh, lumped in the corner of the compartment, exuding no traces of life, as if even the soul had burned out. The only intact parts of the body were a finger and the half-closed left eye. This is corruption. Gerard instinctively wanted to step back and notify the Rhine knights. But then he noticed a piece of paper in front of the corpse with something written on it. He focused, and his body immediately stiffened. It held only 2 sentences. 236 years Night Star. This eye will let you see the truth. Gerard slowly lifted his head, looking into the half-closed eye, shining like a star. After a brief silence, Gerard raised the dagger, aiming it at his own left eye. After a chilling sound, the eye now fully opened in Gerard's blood-stained eye socket. Then Gerard heard a relaxed male voice echo in his mind. "Hello, Gerard. You can call me. Visas." Chapter 85. From now on there were all gods seeking first subscription. Rhine City. Clad in a sumptuous robe, Pope Lango of Rhine was sitting at a large circular table with his eyes closed in repose. Aside from the high-backed chair he occupied, there were 4 other empty seats at the table. At the center of the table stood a 2-meter-tall magic crystal, its semi-transparent body pulsing with arcs of lightning. Several priests stood in front of the crystal inspecting it. After a while, they stepped back one by one, leaving one to report to Lango. "Under the crown, the communication crystal is ready. We can contact the 4 great churches at any time." Lango did not open his eyes but nodded. "Then let's begin." "As you command." With that, the crystal was activated, and the lightning within became increasingly brilliant, as if it would explode at any second. The spectacle continued for 5 full minutes before the arcs converged at the top of the crystal and then shot toward the 4 vacant seats. Shortly after, 4 ethereal silhouettes slowly appeared in the seats. 3 of them were dressed in identical robes, signifying their status and position, while the 4th wore a far simpler robe, naturally drawing the attention of the other 3. However, they did not immediately inquire, but instead first offered a chest salute to Lango at the main seat. "Under the crown." After receiving a nod from Lango, the other 3 turned their attention to the one who was different. Harry, the Eastern Bishop, asked first, "Why are you here?" "What about the Cyclops?" added the North Bishop. "It's been years since he last boasted about that eye in my presence." The South Bishop remained silent, but his gaze toward Harry was also filled with curiosity. Harry hesitated, looking toward Lango at the main seat. Lango spoke indifferently. "Just say it. Isn't that the reason we summoned them?" With these words, the 3 bishops immediately realized something had happened to Corey, and their expressions turned solemn. "Yes, under the crown." After receiving Lango's affirmation, Harry addressed the 3 archbishops. "Lord Bishops, I bring regrettable news. West Bishop Corey Abbott passed away last night." The 3 bishops did not respond immediately. Though they had guessed as much from Harry's earlier reactions, hearing it spoken aloud still evoked shock. "This is truly a surprising piece of news." The North Bishop broke the silence first. The previously silent South Bishop also spoke up. "I suspect his was not a natural death." "Yes," Harry nodded before speaking with some difficulty. "Bishop Corey has passed away, and his eye has been lost as well." Silence fell again. The Eastern Bishop gently massaged his temple. "I suggest you'd better explain everything at once. Otherwise, I might not be able to restrain myself from slaughtering you." Harry shivered, well aware of the Eastern Bishop's style, and hurriedly recounted the events as concisely as possible. Learning that it was very likely another corpse fragment holder who killed Corey and took the eye, the 3 archbishops exchanged glances. understanding why Pope Lango was so eager to convene this meeting. If this was all true, that fellow named Ulu now possessed 2 corpse fragments. I won't bother asking whether you've captured that Ulu or found any leads on him. That would be pointless. The Eastern Bishop's tone had grown heavy. I'll ask only this. Ulu returned to Somo City. You and Cory both knew this, so why didn't you report it? Did Cory hope to monopolize both corpse fragments? Faced with the Eastern Bishop's questioning, Harry did not dare retort, his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. At that moment, Lango, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened his gray-white eyes. In a voice as empty as if it did not belong to this world, he declared, "Arguing over what's already past is pointless. The focus now is that we've lost the eye. Moreover, we very likely have gained another enemy who possesses 2 corpse fragments." He paused. How to find him and deal with him, and recover those 2 corpse fragments, is the key issue ahead. Seeing that the Pope had set the tone for the discussion, the Eastern Bishop refrained from pressing further. After saluting Lango again, the North Bishop couldn't help but ask, "But I still can't understand. That priest named Ulu only had a finger, right? According to the taboo book, no finger holds as much power as that eye, not to mention that the Cyclops, I mean Bishop Cory, should have been far superior in strength. So how on earth did he manage to kill Cory?" "This is the real crux," Lango said, his gray-white eyes looking toward the North Bishop. "All our current knowledge about the corpse fragments comes from the records of the taboo book. But can we be certain that everything in the taboo book is correct?" While saying this, Lango lifted his finger slightly, and all except for him and the projections of the 4 great churches withdrew, leaving a single person and 4 shadows in the room. Bishops knew this meant the Pope under the crown was about to discuss matters that could not be recorded. A long time ago, the higher echelons of the 4 great Orthodox churches conducted a deduction by combining all recorded rules regarding corpse blocks from the taboo book to gauge Visas's true strength. Lango began slowly. "During that deduction, we concluded that Visas, with only the abilities recorded in the rules, was merely a powerful pollutant filled with rules. He was still stronger than all of us here, but just this level is not enough to match the all-gods." The 3 archbishops exchanged glances. "Do you mean to suggest that those corpse blocks contain abilities and rules not even recorded in the taboo book?" the North Bishop asked thoughtfully. "I remember Cyclops. Cory also once expressed this view. According to him, his eye could see much more and further than I can." "That's still just speculation, isn't it?" the Eastern Bishop said. Harry really didn't want to pick up at a time like this, but he knew it was his turn. "No, now the speculation is being confirmed." Harry glanced at Lango, and after receiving a nod, he performed an operation. A new projection appeared on the magic crystal. It showed Cory, to be precise, Cory who had passed away. The sight was so gruesome that even the 3 worldly archbishops could not help but widen their eyes. The South Bishop couldn't help but murmur, "He really did die unnaturally." The North Bishop turned to Harry and asked, "Is there a problem? There are no fewer than 10 kinds of spells or divine arts I know of that could cause this kind of damage." "The problem is," Harry said softly, "this is the body after we used the divine arts, miracle of life, to repair it." The 3 bishops' eyes widened. Of course, they knew what the miracle of life was. It was the most powerful life series divine art in the world. No matter how severe the injury, healing would be completed upon receiving this divine art. Even a shattered corpse could be reset to its full form. Although it couldn't bring the dead back to life, it guaranteed that the deceased had an intact body for burial. Every bishop of Rhine, every pope after death, would undergo the ritual of this divine art. It had never failed. Until today. What exactly happened? The Eastern Bishop asked immediately. Where did the missing parts go? No, that's not right. Even if parts were truly missing, the miracle of life could regrow them. That's just it, said Harry. We've used every means, but can't find where Bishop Cory's missing flesh has gone. The miracle of life is also unable to grow new flesh for him. It's as if that missing flesh no longer exists in this world, and at the same time this world does not permit it to regrow. Once again, the spacious conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood Harry's description. Undoubtedly, these were rules, moreover rules not recorded in the taboo book. Why would this happen? Asked the Eastern Bishop. Was it that finger, but shouldn't it be termination or disturbance? Lango said lightly, That is why I said what is recorded in the taboo book may not be everything. Then North Bishop, who had been silent for a long time, raised his head to look at Lango and slowly began to speak. Your Holiness, I have a question. Although I don't know if the question is offensive or inappropriate, Now that things have become so serious, I still want to know the answer. Lango looked at the North Bishop with his gray eyes, seemingly guessing what North Bishop was about to inquire, but he still nodded faintly. Ask. Visas, what exactly is he, and what exactly did he do? North Bishop voiced the long-standing doubt that weighed on everyone present. All we know is that he is the enemy of the all-gods, akin to an evil god, but he differs from the true evil gods in esoteric Buddhism, so. Lango raised his hand, interrupting North Bishop's question. He then closed his eyes, as though remembering something. The projections in attendance did not dare disturb, and they waited in silence. After what seemed like a long time, Lango slowly opened his eyes with a hollow tone that did not seem of this world. I do not know exactly what Visas is, I only know what he did. In ancient times, there were the divine race in this world. But after he appeared, there were only all gods. Chapter 86, 2, of course not. It's about time. On the outskirts of Somo City, a special squad was waiting by the roadside. Their unique half-human, half-mechanical bodies drew the attention of many passers-by, but they did not care. These metallic bodies had long become a part of them. This was the Lyra sect's delegation to Rhine, of course. That was just their cover identity. Their real identity was part of the massive Lyra Knights, belonging to the skeleton brigade responsible for guarding the city. Chamos looked at the mechanical watch embedded in his palm, and then raised his head to the man sitting beside the carriage, gazing into the distance. Captain Cude, can we go now? Cude did not ask Chamos what time it was, nor did he look at his own watch. He simply stared at the distant sun and slowly said, just a little longer. Chamos immediately appeared somewhat impatient. Are we really going to wait until then? We have been waiting since last night, soaked in a night's rain, and we even shut down the emergency communication. Because we have already done all this, we cannot mess up at the last moment. Cude turned his head and looked deeply at Chamos. Be patient, Chamos, don't forget where we come from. As precise as machinery, remember our motto. Seeing Cude started to preach again, Chamos somewhat helplessly spread his hands. All right, I'll listen to you. I am indeed a bit impatient. After all, I was on the night watch, soaked all night. I feel like the axles in my wrists are about to rust. I really don't want to stay in this damn place even a minute longer. I simply can't imagine being without. You're just complaining about rusty axles. Cude interrupted Chamos, calmly saying, what about him? Chamos suddenly fell silent, knowing who Cude was referring to, the once legendary Lyra Knight. Do you think this time will be successful? Chamos couldn't help but speak again after a short silence. It should be successful, right? I see no reason for failure, Cude said. His opponent is one of the 4 archbishops of Rhine. Although his abilities are impressive, the gap is still too large. We also preemptively shut down the emergency communications, preventing him from calling us for help, and we must abide by the iron rule of providing assistance. But he has never used that rule, Chamos said. Not once. Cude was silent for a moment and then slowly nodded. Yes, never. They could not remember how many times they had tried to send the legendary knight to his doom. They had left him in the polluted land to face high-purity pollution beasts alone, and when they reached the assembly point, they found he had already been there, holding a pollution beast's head in his hand. They had also thrown him into the bone forest, said to be absolutely impossible for anyone to walk out of because of its complex terrain and countless indescribable ghosts. Yet he still managed to arrive on time, his old metallic body covered with dark blood. He was like an old dog that knew the way, no matter where they disposed of him. He always found his way back home, proudly carrying a bone to favor his master. It seemed as though they could never shake him off. But Cude knew it was not forever, because he was not invincible. As he faced more and more formidable difficulties and enemies, he was no longer able to handle them as effortlessly as before. Sometimes he would be late, sometimes he would arrive covered in wounds, seemingly having narrowly escaped death. Everyone knew that one day he would not be able to continue. Like today, they had eradicated all possibilities of his survival, and to avert any nearly impossible mishap, they even refused to let him bring his personal weapon, the chainsaw sword, now several versions outdated. At that moment the sword lay beside the carriage, the sinking evening sun casting twilight on its rust-covered blade, resembling a silent gravestone. Cude stared at the sword, falling into a long silence. Noticing the change in Cude's demeanor, Chamos, puzzled, asked, "You seem a bit disappointed. Isn't it good that he won't be coming back? We can finally end this meaningless task." Facing Chamos's confusion, Cude slowly replied, I just feel it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. He was once a hero of Lyra, supported by the Lyra sect, Cude said indifferently. Later, he became a criminal of Lyra, and as such, it should be Lyra's responsibility to judge him, not for Rhine to break him apart and use his body as a form of payment. It's an insult, both to him and to Lyra. Chamos scratched his head. I didn't think that much about it. I just felt that after what he had done, he deserved to die long ago. It doesn't matter where he dies, but it's best he dies in the polluted land. That would be befitting of his life, both his honors and his sins. Cude looked at Chamos in surprise, seemingly not expecting to hear such a philosophical statement from him. At that moment, Chamos's watch beeped, and he opened his palm and pointed to it, saying, It's time now. I know, Cude felt a void in his heart, but he still nodded and sighed gently. Let's go, bring back his sword as closure. Before he could finish speaking, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from the end of the road. The footsteps were heavy, and from the sound alone, one could tell that the person approaching was of significant stature. Their expressions drastically changed, and they immediately turned their heads to see a very familiar figure appearing in their sight once again. He was covered in blood, but his steps and breathing were unaltered. Thus he approached the group of Lyra knights with a strong scent of blood, walked over to the chainsaw sword, slung it on his back, and then nodded at Cude, as if to tell him that he had arrived. All of this made the Lyra knights feel somewhat delusional, as if they were back to when they had first sent him on his way. But at that time the fellow was only facing a host of pollution beasts, difficult, but still understandable. But last night, what did you face? A terrifying suspicion surged into everyone's hearts, which even made Chamos, who rarely spoke to him, unable to hold back. What's with the blood on you? I came across an unattended corpse on my way back. Gerard glanced at his own body and replied indifferently, So I helped bury it by the roadside. An unattended corpse. Helped bury it by the roadside. Chamos didn't know what expression to use in response. He was like a gear stuck in his neck, jerkily turning his head towards Cude. Cude's face was also full of disbelief. Gerard, where is Bishop Corey? He's dead, Gerard replied calmly, then added, Can we set off now? The campsite you've chosen has issues, another night of rain and it will be flooded. Let's set off early to find a safer campsite, follow me. As usual, after returning, he never explained what he had encountered, nor did he ask any questions, always walking at the front of the group once the personnel were ready. So he just started walking. Usually at this time, the others would also follow, without needing much conversation. But clearly, this time was different, as everyone present still hadn't mentally recovered from the shock. After Gerard had walked about 10 meters and realized no one was following, he stopped, turned around and asked, What's wrong? Chamos swallowed the saliva stuck in his throat and asked with difficulty, Did you kill the Archbishop of Rhine? What kind of question is that? Gerard frowned intently, wanting to respond, but noticing that the blood on his hands had thickened, he wiped the blood from his hands while answering, Of course not. Chapter 87, 3. What do you want to see then? The caravan rested under the starry sky. The Lyra knight on night watch duty looked anxiously at Gerard, who was sitting at the other end, gazing at a pocket watch, lost in thought. The matter concerning Archbishop Rhine Corey had been clarified, and the Knights of Lyra knew that the bishop had not been killed by Gerard, but was already dead when Gerard arrived. Although this explanation sounded magical, almost like a fabricated tale, Rhine was in chaos without the Archbishop, and the city was busy hunting the murderer, with no time to explain the details to Lyra. In other words, their mission had failed again. Gerard was still very much alive, even having outlasted Rhine's archbishop. Thinking about this made the Lyra knight find Gerard even more terrifying. A snap sound. The knight startled, and immediately looked up to see Gerard closing his pocket watch and walking toward his own carriage. The knight realized this signaled the end of his watch duty. In any team, camping outdoors required at least one night watchman. It was basic common sense. However, no one had ever assigned this role to Gerard, simply because no one trusted him. Despite this, Gerard would still list himself and conscientiously take his turn at night watch. Even if no one needed him, even if those with him felt not safe but tense, he persisted as if he were a malfunctioning but stubborn machine operating alone. Such a machine would be discarded in Rhine, and Lyra also wanted to rid itself of Gerard, but they had never succeeded. Now Gerard had gone back, indicating it was time to change shifts. The knight turned around and indeed saw another knight yawning as he stepped out of his carriage, looking half asleep. Until Gerard, passing by, oddly remarked, "Do not go gentle into that, good knight." The knight jumped in fright, instantly more alert. He subconsciously looked toward Gerard, but the latter had already returned to his carriage, leaving only the tightly shut carriage door visible. The two knights exchanged glances, then shrugged simultaneously, accustomed to the norm. Gerard returned to his own carriage, curled up on the edge of the bed, and looked up at the star-filled night sky. Then slowly, he raised his hand toward his left eye. With his finger, he peeled off a thin film covering the eyeball, and instantly his brown pupil shone brightly, outshining even the star-filled night sky. Simultaneously, he felt the whole world become clear and visible. Things he could not see before, he could now. The magic power filling the air, the pulsating arcane energy, seemed to unveil another side of the world for this eye, revealing all truths in detail. Even Gerard was deeply captivated by this feeling, so much so that during the day he was several times tempted to remove the feigned eye film to behold the real world. Yet he suppressed the thought, realizing the eye was addictive. From Gerard's experience, anything addictive was tremendously harmful. In the polluted land, such cases were far too common. And the owner of this eye had even claimed to be that legendary existence. This made Gerard feel even more endangered. A lifetime of battling pollution screamed warnings at him, making him involuntarily raise his hand, reaching for the eye again. Just then, a voice he hadn't heard for 2 days echoed in his mind. "You are more bewildered than I imagined, Gerard. How many times have you thought about removing this eye?" Gerard's actions froze, and he coldly replied, "You said you needed to rest." "Yes, I am resting," Byway said lazily, "but rest doesn't mean I am completely asleep. I am still watching this world through this eye." The cost of fulfilling Ulu's last wish was heavier than Byway had anticipated. He had sustained that broken body with his soul for too long, a risky act, and though he managed to deliver the eye and fingers to Gerard, he had to rest for 2 days due to the excessive strain, nearly missing his chance to manipulate Gerard. No, rather, to guide the novice on how to use his corpse blocks. Thus, he had seen Gerard, more than once or twice, ponder about removing the eye but ultimately deciding against it. This had confirmed Byway's judgment of Gerard, ambiguity. "You still haven't reattached my finger," Byway said slowly, "or do you not want to?" His left middle finger remained inside the pocket of Gerard's coat liner. "Why would I reattach your finger?" Gerard asked coldly. "That question can be replaced with why do humans pursue power?" Byway said with a smile. "For the vast majority, that is hardly a question at all. Take, for example, the Archbishop of Rhine. Once he possessed this eye, he naturally wanted to find the remaining corpse blocks. By the way, your stance on this eye is much firmer than his. At least you know to cover it up, while the Archbishop would rather use it as a light bulb." Gerard did not pick up on Byway's words, and instead asked, "Was it you who killed Archbishop Corey?" "Yes, but also no. I merely facilitated a trade, provided a game," Byway said with a smile. "The Archbishop was the loser, the other person was the winner, the one you buried." Gerard recalled that corpse. Even in his lifelong dealings with the polluted land, he had never seen a body like that. As if everything had been burned away, even a rotting shell seemed more alive than it. "You call that outcome a winner?" "At least before his death he believed he had won," Byway said. "A grand victory." "I see," Gerard said slowly, absorbing Byway's words. "I finally understand what you are." "Oh, do tell." "You are pollution," Gerard said. "I was never quite sure before, but now I am certain." Gerard's words momentarily startled Byway, but then he laughed. "So that's it, you've always seen me as a source of pollution. You don't believe I am visas." "Whether or not you are visas has nothing to do with whether you are a source of pollution," Gerard said calmly. "I may not know visas, but I understand contamination. Only pollution lures innocent people to their doom, making them undertake self-destructive actions. Even if they lose consciousness, even if they turn into monsters, they don't look back, thinking they've won a grand victory." "Interesting, very interesting," Byway admired. "A true expert in combating pollution." Gerard remained silent, but he was now sure of his own judgment. Typically, once unmasked, a source of pollution would become frantic and hysterical. So he quietly gripped the dagger inside his coat, ready to remove the eye at the first sign of trouble. But he had not expected Byway to remain calm, instead asking softly, "If that's the case, Sir Gerard, why then do you come near me?" Gerard's body tensed. That left eye, bright as a star, was slowly enlarging. Are you an innocent person? What do you wish to see with this eye of mine? After a moment, Gerard slowly loosened his grip on the dagger, turned his head away again, and looked up at the vast night sky filled with stars. Gerard's reaction pleased Bai Wei, who did not say anything more to overcomplicate things, but simply reflected on Gerard in his mind. Knight of the Night Star, Gerard. Once the greatest hero of the Lyra sect, the first champion against pollution. But one day 10 years ago, he madly led his Night Star team into the deepest parts of the polluted area, causing unimaginable losses, and thus considered the greatest traitor of Lyra. So what do you want to achieve? And what are you willing to sacrifice for it? Bai Wei chuckled softly before falling into silence, leaving Gerard to sit alone in the cramped carriage until dawn. 2 days later, the caravan saw the gigantic tower that seemed to connect heaven and earth, and the city sheltered beneath it. Lyra, they had arrived. Chapter 88, For Your Friend. Lyra. It was the name of a god, a synonym for the church, and the grandest city in the world. Not a single one could rival its magnificence. The sky tower, seemingly bridging heaven and earth, was the best proof of that. It didn't look at all like something that could have been constructed by the human effort of this era. And indeed, it wasn't man-made. It was crafted by Lyra, or perhaps it would be better to say the entirety of Lyra City was a symbol of that god's mighty power. The carriage gradually came to a stop on the edge of the city, where the Guardian forces, the skeleton squad members, had been waiting. Upon seeing Cude and Chamos on the carriage, they approached with smiles. Hey Cude, you finally come back. Chamos, how was the ride? Cude responded with a smile while Chamos grumbled in complaint. Don't get me started. I've been in that carriage for over a month. The jolts nearly shook my gears loose. Why are there still such backward tools in this world? When will gear car tracks be laid out across the globe? Then there would only be the one city of Lyra in this world. The knight shrugged with a laugh. Since carriages were not allowed inside the city, the skeleton squad had to dispatch members in advance to greet them and take the horses to a designated area outside the city for feeding. Clearly, they had a good relationship, as they immediately struck up an enthusiastic conversation, teasing each other jovially. It wasn't until someone asked, Cude, how did your mission go, that the mood changed. Before Cude could respond, a metallic screeching noise, mimicking an ancient machine that was well beyond its functional years and covered in rust but still operating, came from behind him. The once noisy group suddenly fell silent. They all turned around and stared blankly at the solid, familiar figure that emerged from the back of the group. It was Gerard. He was still carrying the gigantic chainsaw sword on his back, his face expressionless, and as he walked, his half-mechanical leg continuously made the creak sound that had just been mentioned. He stopped a few meters away from Cude, glanced at him, and asked, Can we disperse now? Cude nodded. With that, Gerard continued forward, walking straight into the city without saying a word to any other members of the skeleton squad. Only after Gerard's figure had completely vanished from sight did Cude turn to the knight who had asked about the success of their mission and said, If you're talking about the mission to Rhine, then it was indeed successful. The knight was momentarily stunned, then shrugged. Heh, you do have a sense of humor. The two captains broke the silence, and the formerly quiet group immediately grew noisy again. But this time the topic of conversation shifted to Gerard. Is he really that troublesome? Indeed, he's troublesome. Tusk, so why doesn't he just go die quietly? A knight whispered. After doing what he did, why does he still cling to life? Does he think he's still the Knight of the Night Star? What? It seems your reputation among your colleagues isn't very good, Bai Wei's teasing voice echoed in Gerard's mind. They don't just want you out of the job, they want you out of this world. Gerard didn't respond, just silently walked the streets of Lyra. Bai Wei didn't mind, and after several days of rest, had fully recovered, and was now curiously observing the city he loved most in the game. If Rhine was still about traditional swords and magic, then Lyra's style was more medieval, with a steampunk flavor. Here, gear cars traversed the entire city, complementing magical-powered mechanical devices. Most of its residents even had prosthetics which were new and finely made, much more advanced than Gerard's mechanical leg, which would need oiling after some time of walking, or else it'd start creaking incessantly. After entering the city, Gerard didn't wander around aimlessly but went to the nearest gear station, bought a ticket, and boarded the gear car. He then settled down in the most secluded corner. This was the initial station nearest to the city edge, and since residents of Lyra seldom left the city, few people were at this initial station. But as the gear car started and began to penetrate deeper into this unique metal city, more and more people boarded. Lyra City was the largest and most populated city in the world. Because the entire Lyra Church comprised only this one city, all believers of Lyra resided within its walls. People on the gear car conversed enthusiastically. "Wow, is that a new prosthetic hand? It looks pretty impressive." "Yes, it was just released last month." "That's amazing. I want to get a new one too." "Didn't you just replace yours half a year ago?" "Isn't that considered old now?" In their lively conversation, people hardly noticed Gerard in the corner. Those who did, upon seeing the rusty metal parts on his body, couldn't help but frown as if they had seen something disgusting, and consequently kept their distance from him. Byway was pleased with this, as it allowed him a better view of the sky tower outside the gear car. Countless energy cords connected to the sky tower, spreading like a spider web to every corner of the city, providing it with a special energy. This was directly why Lyra looked so advanced, yet could only maintain its power within this city. Everything had to revolve around that tower. It was the heart of the city, as well as its faith. Byway gazed at the tall tower, his star-like pupils shifting slightly as a different reality came into view. He saw the tower burning under the dim sky, flames as if to set the world on fire. "Interesting," Byway said with a light chuckle. Ding! 3 hours later, the gear car stopped at the final station. By then, except for Gerard, there were no passengers left. Gerard stood up and got off. He had arrived at the outskirts of the city. The scenery here was completely different. No dazzling array of mechanical tools, no residents loudly discussing prosthetics, only a muddy path that seemed to lead to the ends of the earth. The stark contrast was like switching to a different map. But Byway knew this too was a part of Lyra. Gerard stepped onto the path and walked for about 20 minutes until he stood in front of a simple house. This was the only house here, his home. Gerard took out his keys and unlocked the door. The key halted mid-turn. Water splashed onto his hand, dripping from the house. Gerard looked up to see a humanoid monster perched on the eaves, seemingly composed of rotten mud. It had no eyes or nose, just a mouth, which was currently wide open at Gerard, dripping a liquid that could be blood or water. Byway asked, "Is that your friend?" Gerard drew his chainsaw sword. Chapter 89, 5 Is It Really Damn Useful? Thud! The creature, resembling a swamp of mud, fell from the rooftop, making a sound like a slab of fat slapped onto a cutting board. Before that happened, Gerard had already taken a step back to a safe position, with the chainsaw sword now grasped in his hands. Byway was also observing this monster. He was familiar with it, even quite well acquainted. It was also a distinctive product of the Lyra map, the pollutant that Gerard had been continuously talking about, a monster originating from the polluted land bordering Lyra. Its hallmark was resembling a puddle of slime, which is why players called it a slime monster. It wasn't particularly strong, just annoyingly persistent. Due to its amorphous form and its remarkable healing abilities, if one couldn't inflict an irreparable injury in an instant, it would reconstruct itself repeatedly, clinging to you like a pool of sludge. Until it turned you into a part of itself. For instance, right now, as it lifted its head, it kept issuing gurgling roars at Gerard, incomprehensible and ready to pounce at any moment. If it had been the original Ulu, he certainly wouldn't have been able to handle this kind of situation, and Byway would have had the opportunity to step in and let Ulu make use of his own strength. But the Knight of Night Star, Gerard, certainly didn't have to worry about that. Gerard had killed countless such pollutants, so all Byway had to do was watch for the time being. But there was one point that made Byway slightly intrigued. Shouldn't this thing be staying in the polluted land? Why had it come to a place like this? Gurgle, gurgle. The pollutant lunged at Gerard. Gerard swung the giant chainsaw sword single-handedly, tracing a fierce arc through the air, cutting into the creature's neck before it reached him, plunging the blade a third of the way down with forceful momentum. A regular person would have died on the spot from such an attack, but not the pollutant. It merely staggered, its entire body compressed down, but it was very much alive. Gerard continued to press down harder, as if intending to completely crush the pollutant. In response, the pollutant braced itself on all fours against Gerard's pressure, and its body started to quiver. In no time, its sludge-like body sprouted even more limbs, each one climbing onto the chainsaw sword, and then creeping towards Gerard's gripping hand. Gerard was indifferent until the pollutant had turned almost half its body into limbs, ensnaring the entire sword blade, and was stretching a muddy claw towards the hand that held the sword. Only then did he finally react. He twisted the handle. The chainsaw sword, ensnared by the creature's body, emitted a teeth-grating buzz. The mud claw about to touch Gerard suddenly froze its advance and then began to shudder violently. The next second, the parts of the pollutant covering the chainsaw sword's blade burst open. The sharp chains now spun at high speed, quickly sawing those limbs trying to stop it into scraps of flesh. The pollutant's smaller half was minced in an instant, turning into specks of muddy water amid the exhaust fumes expelled by the chainsaw sword. Gerard also exerted more strength then, and the chainsaw sword, which had been stuck only a few centimeters into the creature's neck, now continued downward, as if he intended to cut the pollutant in two. The pollutant noticed this, but its intelligence clearly couldn't support coming up with a solution, so it just continued to sprout more limbs, stretching towards the running chainsaw blade, only to be swiftly shredded into fragments. It could only emit a completely different sound than before, as if it were screaming in pain or begging for mercy. But no matter how it struggled, Gerard did not stop the movements of his hands, his cold eyes reflecting the continuously dissolving pollutant. It seemed the battle was about to end like this. However, just as the chainsaw sword had already ground half of the pollutant's body to mush. Crack! The chainsaw gradually stopped turning, and the sword blade abruptly got stuck inside the body of the pollutant. This sudden situation left Bai Wei slightly startled. What was going on? Bai Wei looked at the chainsaw sword that had stopped working. Was it out of power? Even the pollutant, which had been continuously screaming in pain, seemed to have a moment of stupefaction. It raised its head, using its eyeless face to look at Gerard. But Gerard's expression didn't change much. He just frowned slightly and then extended his other hand toward the hilt of the sword. And slapped it. Clap, clap, clap. As he slapped, his other hand gently shook the blade of the sword. This kind of déjà vu was just like in the old days when the picture on a television set turned into static, and an elder would come up to hit the TV and then shake the antenna on the back. As if that would be helpful. After about 20 seconds of this, the chainsaw sword still showed no response, but the pollutant did. Its remnant half of a body immediately surged with activity, quickly sprouting more limbs and once again climbing towards the chainsaw sword, then branching out muddy claws, reaching for Gerard. But Gerard didn't show much reaction, still seriously slapping the hilt of the chainsaw sword while gently shaking the blade, shaking off the trapped exhaust. Thus, those muddy claws stretched out in front of Gerard, as if they were about to pull him into the abyss the next second. Then a click. Gerard's last slap had an effect. The next second, the chainsaw sword let out a roar several times louder than before, and the rusty chainsaw spun at a higher frequency. Bai Wei was shocked. It actually fucking worked. The chainsaw sword was like a lion roaring after awakening from a deep slumber. So the muddy claws extending toward Gerard were severed in an instant, and at the same time, the blade seemed to lose all resistance, not even needing Gerard to exert force as it roared downward with a slash. The pollutant's final body was split in half like a block of tofu, and the powerful inertia didn't even allow the chainsaw sword to stop the slash motion immediately. It smashed into the ground, creating a gigantic hole. And the pollutant's body, which had surged halfway into the air, hadn't had a chance to fall back to the ground before the top half of the chainsaw tore it to shreds. It turned into the purest mud and splashed over half of Gerard's body, like gray blood. Humming. After that, the chainsaw sword finally came to a complete stop. As if nothing had happened, Gerard leisurely shook the mud off the blade, then put it back on his back. He then stomped on the last palm-sized piece of the pollutant's body on the ground, shattered it, unlocked the previously unopened lock, and returned to his house. Chapter 96. Now we can have a good talk about the trade. After some setbacks, Gerard finally returned to his cabin. And Bai Wei finally got a good look at what kind of place this eccentric old knight lived in. It was pretty much as Bai Wei had imagined, except for a metal frame bed in the corner that could be called a piece of furniture. This not-so-large house was piled up with various kinds of metal utensils. Parts of weapons, handmade workbenches for creating tools, and a basket full of unidentifiable components. At first glance, it hardly looked like a living space, more like a scrapyard. Continuing inside, Bai Wei finally saw something different. A desk and a rather bizarre machine. Ignoring the machine for now, Bai Wei turned his attention to the desk because there was a black and white group photo on it. The photo featured more than a dozen Lyra knights, including Gerard, of course. Gerard appeared much younger in the picture than he did now. His right hand was holding a young girl, and his left hand was leading a slightly older boy, all bursting with enthusiastic smiles. There was also a line of small print on the photo, year 232, Night Star. Bai Wei instantly understood to whom this group photo belonged. The squad that Gerard had led into the deepest parts of the pollution zone 10 years ago, and never returned. The table was covered with belongings of the members of that squad, a variety of photos, but mostly of that pair of young girl and boy. They looked like they might be his children. The boy was somewhat older than the girl, and it was uncertain where he had gone. However, their last photo was also from the year 236, by which time the boy had already donned the Night Star uniform, beaming with a radiant smile, while the girl stood beside, looking up at him with eager eyes. So the son was in that squad too. Bai Wei pondered thoughtfully. Gerard walked to the desk, then took off his chainsaw sword strapped to his back, and the blade separated from the hilt, apparently to clean the dirt inside. Bai Wei was not interested in this, so he continued to examine the items on the desk. There were some very worn-out old things on the desk, such as an alarm clock, a pipe, a folding knife, all engraved with names and dates. The names must be those of the Night Star team members, Helmo, Eric, Hun, and the dates must be their manufacturing dates, years 231, 233, 236. Lyra seemed fond of engraving the production dates on their tools, as if recording their birthdays. These old relics were produced before the year 236, which is 10 years ago. Then Bai Wei observed the other things in the room. Everything marked with a date was made no later than the year 236. For Lyra, known for their rapid updating and replacement of tools and equipment, these were truly antique of antiques. This place was Lyra of 10 years ago. Gerard attached the disassembled chainsaw sword to that strange machine next to the desk, and finally initiated a conversation with Bai Wei. "How much do you know about me?" Though, Bai Wei finally turned his attention to Gerard. After his soul had recovered and he had conversed with Gerard, Gerard had not initiated any conversation with him in the past 2 days. In fact, he had often deliberately ignored Bai Wei. But now it seemed he was not planning to continue like that. Bai Wei could guess some of Gerard's thoughts, but he did not expose them, instead slowly saying, "Not too much, but not too little either. Can you share it with me?" "Of course," Bai Wei said with a smile. "Like I mentioned earlier, what you describe here as the Night Star incident, right? Termed by Lyra as the gravest betrayal, that's the year 236 when you led the most elite Night Star team into the deepest part of the pollution zone without any orders, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the entire team, with only you, the captain, returning alive and claiming to have lost your memory of the events in the pollution zone. Since then, you were demoted directly from the exploration force to the Guardian forces. Until today, am I right?" Gerard was silent for a while before saying, "Many people know about this incident." "Indeed, but I also know some things that others don't." Such as you haven't lost all of your memory," Bai Wei said softly. "At least you remember that before setting off, you had received orders from the higher-ups." Hearing this, Gerard's body trembled subtly, though Bai Wei caught it. But he pretended not to notice and continued slowly. You clearly remember that on that day the Lyra higher-ups issued you that mission. You were commanded to lead the team into the pollution zone. But you don't remember what the mission was. When you regained consciousness, you had already returned to Lyra, but you were no longer a hero but a traitor, and the entire Night Star team was labeled as rebel, because the whole mission had been erased, with no records, no issuer, all denied by the higher-ups. So you are the defiant one, am I right? Gerard did not respond. He just unconsciously leaned against the wall for support. "I think during these 10 years you haven't been doing nothing. You've also been searching for answers and truth, but you haven't found them, so you need my eyes to see those things you want to see but can't see for now," Bai Wei said. "As the once most distinguished Night Star Knight, you are very aware of one thing. The past doesn't lie, but memory does. Once there is a discrepancy between the past and memory, there is only one possibility: contamination. Chapter 91. 6. Now we can properly discuss the transaction too. Gerard closed his eyes, seemingly preparing for what Bai Wei was about to say next. Now, since there is a discrepancy between the past and memory, there are two possibilities. Either you've been contaminated. Bai Wei paused. Or Lyra has gone mad. Silence, a long silence. It was unclear how much time had passed before Gerard slowly opened his eyes, saying softly, "This matter, even within Lyra, is known in such detail by very few. Whether you are visas or not, my previous wariness towards you is justified. My instinct tells me that you are very dangerous." "I won't deny that," Bai Wei said indifferently. "To make a deal, showing some prowess is logical, especially for someone in deep trouble. It is necessary. So you sought me out, just like when you found your last host." Bai Wei did not respond. "Indeed, the power contained in that eye of yours is beyond my comprehension," Gerard said gently. "As you've said, if it's that eye, perhaps it really could help me see things I've never been able to see before." So Bai Wei asked, "Do you want to make a trade?" Faced with this trade proposal, Gerard suddenly laughed. It was the first time Bai Wei had seen him laugh in days. "But how can I be certain that you're not an even greater contaminant?" Though, Gerard suddenly pulled the lever on that strange machine, which immediately roared to life, followed by a whole juddering motion. Then Bai Wei watched as the machine slowly parted, and a chair was pushed out from within. Gerard sat down in the chair, and then came a series of metallic clangs. Chains from every corner of the chair emerged, securing his limbs and neck in place. "What exactly are you up to now?" Bai Wei asked curiously. "As I've said, you're too dangerous," Gerard remarked gently. "Whether it's that eye or you yourself, I get this feeling. Every organ in my body seems to warn me when you speak to me, a sensation I've never even had in the polluted land. And your actions, they scare me." "Are you referring to killing the Archbishop?" Bai Wei said indifferently. "I've told you I didn't kill him, he just lost the game. Moreover, strictly speaking, I saved your life. If it wasn't for me, that Archbishop would have slaughtered you that night." "I know, but I'm not afraid of dying," Gerard said. "Knights of the Night Star do not fear death. What we fear most is contamination. Death is a glorious sacrifice, departing the world still in human form, but after contamination we do not know what kind of monster we might become, nor what deeds we might do." With Gerard's explanation, the machine's roaring and shaking grew even louder, and Bai Wei saw two black tubes fall onto Gerard's head. "So that's it, you think I'm a source of contamination, and that I've already contaminated you. When voices that aren't your own start appearing in your mind, don't doubt it, you've been contaminated," Gerard stated indifferently. "That is the iron law of the polluted land." "Interesting," Bai Wei said. "Honestly, you've somewhat surprised me. So what do you plan to do now? Remove my eye from your body? That doesn't seem to require such trouble." "No, I need to first test the extent of contamination I've suffered," Gerard claimed. "There are ways to extract both first-level and second-level contamination, but if it's above third level, then there's only one choice." The moment Gerard's words fell, the chainsaw sword that he had just affixed to the machine started to operate slowly. Bai Wei finally understood what he intended to do. "I've already set it up," Gerard said. "If this machine detects that you've contaminated me, it will immediately treat my body with fifth-level contaminant procedure. I know I can't hurt you if you truly are visas, but I have to make sure." Gerard paused, then his tone became firmer. "Make sure not to leave any part of my body you can use to harm Lyra." The chainsaw sword's operating speed was incrementally accelerating, as if a wild beast was transitioning from a tentative growl to a threatening roar. Meanwhile, an artificial female voice emanated from the machine. "Contamination level detection is about to begin. The subject, Knight of the Night Star, Gerard. If contamination is detected, it will be immediately cleared at fifth-level contamination procedure. After the operation is complete, your remains will be delivered to the heir of the Night Star Army, Ian. Beep error that identity has been cancelled will be delivered to the second heir of the Night Star Army, Helmo. Beep error that identity has been cancelled will be delivered to the third heir of the Night Star Army, Eric. Beep error that identity has been cancelled." The machine rattled off more than a dozen names in succession, all of which were in a cancelled state. Gerard gently closed his eyes, and finally the machine came up with a single viable name, Devil's Army in A. Initiating inspection. Only then did he open his eyes, and the chainsaw sword overhead had been powered up to its maximum capacity. At this level of power, the chainsaw sword could pulverize any mortal flesh, just as it had the pollutants earlier. After all, it was created to combat pollutants. If Gerard was identified as a pollutant, then the sword of slaughter would show no mercy, despite him once being its master. Inspecting. The machine continued to emit the voice of inspection while its body shook incessantly, for it had not been maintained in too long and was also at the end of its operational life. Byway watched quietly. Both the sword overhead and the machine itself had become relics of the past, clashing with the modernity of Lyra. Just like Gerard beneath the machine. But they were still combined together, solely to stop him, a potential great threat. Interesting guy. Inspecting. At that moment, both the machine and the chainsaw sword reached their maximum power. They shuddered continuously, as if they were about to break down at any second. And Gerard was staring intently at the chainsaw sword. Come on, the final answer. The chainsaw sword, like an enraged lion, edged closer to Gerard, its sharp chain seeming ready to tear Gerard apart in the next moment. And then, with a clang, a screw was ejected. The machine also made a sound. Inspection result, level of contamination 0. Night of Night Star, Gerard, you have not been exposed to any pollution. Congratulations, you are in good health. Congratulations, you are in good health. The chainsaw sword ceased operation, and the machine, having been used far beyond its intended lifespan, malfunctioned after finishing its last bit of inspection. It froze on the last phrase, repeatedly saying, "You are in good health." Gerard turned to see the ejected screw landing on a nearby desk, rolling past small items marked with names and dates, over one picture after another filled with warm smiles, and finally stopping with a clear ding sound against the largest group photo. Congratulations, you are in good health, click. The machine stopped working completely. The screw no longer rolled. Gerard sat alone in the small room, looking at the screw that had stopped beneath the group photo, the machine's phrase, "You are in good health," still echoing in his mind. He remained silent for a long time, until Byway's voice rang out again. Now we can have a proper discussion about the negotiation. Chapter 92, number 744 is smiling. The gear car traveled on the tracks, approaching the towering sky tower slowly but steadily. Gerard, like yesterday, sat in the cornermost seat, where no one wished to come near him because of the strong odor of lubricating oil emanating from him. But he could still overhear the enthusiastic conversations of the people in the car. "Ah, you've got a new prosthetic, huh?" "Yeah, it was just released 3 days ago." "What's it good for?" "You see, like this, you just press this button and pop, a spring claw flies out from it." That gave me a shock. Is that all it does?" "What do you mean, is that all? Don't you think it's super cool? Isn't that reason enough? Plus, it's the latest model. Are you not considering getting one?" It is very cool, but it also seems a bit too big. If I fitted one of those, I'd need to cut off more of my arm. Seems a bit not worth it." Gerard glanced at the two conversing, who, by their ages, seemed still to be children. One of them was enthusiastically showing off her spring claw to the other, while a hint of hesitation flickered in the latter's eyes. Times have changed, Byway's leisurely voice emerged in Gerard's mind. At first, it was only the warriors who lost their bodies to pollution who would fit metal bodies or limbs to ensure basic living. Later, all warriors would get them to enhance their combat capabilities. And now, it seems to have become a trend among the general population. Gerard fell silent for a while and then said, "You know a lot about Lyra." "Just a bit," Byway replied. "This world is quite interesting. Each sect has its very unique way of living, and among these, Lyra is indeed one of the most unique. You all use the power of the gods like this. In Rhine, it would be considered desecration." Gerard did not speak. He simply turned his head and continued to gaze at the sky tower. Last night, he had still made a deal with Byway. The contents of the deal were straightforward. He would borrow Byway's eyes to relook at the city. However, the cost of using the eyes was his responsibility. Meanwhile, Byway would continue to recover within his body until all matters were resolved, for which he had the responsibility to find Byway a new host. There were also a few premises under this deal. First, Byway did not allow the integration of more power into Lyra. Second, Byway did not allow harm to come to the people and objects of Lyra. On the surface, this deal did not seem equal. Byway was like a grandfather who asked for no return, yet still had to accept these and those restrictions. but both Gerard and Byway were clear on what each actually wanted. Gerard called this a deal, while Byway termed it the first deal. With a first time comes a second and a third. The current Gerard only wanted the perspective of that eye, not the actual power, which accounted for the favorable conditions. What if he wanted more? Byway seemed quite certain that he would want more, and so inevitably there would be a second and a third deal. Thinking of this, Gerard made up his mind. No matter what happened, he absolutely could not crave more from him. Absolutely not. The gear car came to a slow stop, its doors opened, and the towering sky tower was now right in front of him. Gerard took a deep breath, then got up and exited the gear car, walking toward the great tower. The sky tower was the core of the entire Lyra. The Lyra god gathered its own power here and disseminated it throughout Lyra, sustaining the characteristic metallized lifestyle of Lyra. Moreover, it was also the brain of Lyra. All decisions of Lyra, all tasks, all were communicated from here to every unit of Lyra. Gerard walked into the sky tower and immediately attracted quite a bit of attention. Clearly, he still held a high profile here, but not a favorable one. Everyone who saw him first reacted with surprise or knitted their brows and then quickly dispersed, distancing themselves as if he had some unpleasant odor. Of course, he did indeed have an odor. To keep the metal parts that had far exceeded their service life still operational, Gerard had been forced to apply a great quantity of lubricating oil. Needless to say, it did not smell pleasant. But Byway did not care. He could not smell it anyway. Gerard, too, had long grown accustomed to everyone's stares, and silently headed toward the gear elevator to ascend to a higher floor. And the higher the floor, the fewer the people. By the time he reached the 5th floor, there were not many left, and there he stopped. Byway observed the floor carefully. It was different from the floors below, resembling the counter area of a bank. To say it resembled a bank counter was because those seated behind each partition all wore the same uniform, had the same hairstyle, and even their faces bore a 7 to 8 parts resemblance to each other. But unlike a bank, they were very quiet. Without customers, they remained motionless, neither conversing nor engaging in any other activity, simply sitting there, appearing as if they were not living beings. And behind them, following a long tube, was a huge column with a display akin to a mobile phone's battery indicator. And now, the display was full. Byway quietly observed these women, then asked, "Are these what you referred to as affairs officers?" "Correct." Gerard did not fall silent at this juncture. Since he had already decided on the deal, there was no need to be stingy with his words and remain tight-lipped. As he walked towards the counter, he explained to Byway in his mind, "Affairs officers are a very special profession in Lyra. They were all normal women when alive, but were conscripted as affairs officers after various accidents led to their deaths, with the consent of their relatives, and then underwent brain replacement." Brain replacement. "Yes, we replace parts of the body, but they replace brains," Gerard said. "This makes them appear more machine-like, yet they are able to retain their appearance from life, and also a bit of their personality and memory." "I see," Byway said. "This procedure helps shield them from contamination, right?" Gerard was somewhat surprised, but nodded nonetheless. "Yes, a metal brain isn't susceptible to contamination. Thus, they are able to receive each task, each instruction accurately, and relay them precisely to every unit without fear of contamination errors that could lead to irreparable consequences. So strictly speaking, they are the least likely to make mistakes within the whole of Lyra." "Interesting," Byway inquired. "So you came here because the person who issued you that task was one of the affairs officers?" "Yes, I have been looking for her." "Which one?" Gerard recalled the girl with a mole at the corner of her mouth, who always couldn't help but smile when she spoke, and answered, "Number 44. "Number 44. Byway looked at the numbers on each affairs officer and said, "I have only seen up to number 43. "Yes." Gerard approached the affairs officer closest to him and said softly, "So I'm looking for number 44. I've always been looking." "What?" Gerard sat in front of affairs officer number 13. As soon as he sat down, the previously daydreaming number 13 suddenly became alert and looked at Gerard with a formulaic smile. "Good morning." "Good morning," Gerard said. "I am Gerard from the Skeleton Corps, 7th Squad, reporting for duty." "Skeleton Corps, 7th Squad, Gerard, identity verification successful," responded Affairs Officer number 13 in a formulaic manner. "Your work has already been reported by Squad Leader Q'd. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Gerard stared intently at the face of Affairs Officer number 13. Despite having asked the same question countless times, he still instinctively tensed his body with each inquiry. "I want to know," Gerard slowly began, "information on Affairs Officer number 44. Received, keyword Affairs Officer number 44, beginning search," Affairs Officer number 13 said after a moment of silence, with an emotionless voice. "Search results are 0. Affairs Officer number 44 does not exist." Even though he had heard this answer countless times, when he heard it again, Gerard still clenched his fists unconsciously. "Still nothing." Bai Wei's voice rang out again at that moment. "I think, given your persistence, it is certain that Affairs Officers cannot simply resign, right?" Gerard fell silent for a moment but still answered in his heart. "Of course, the number of Affairs Officers is fixed." "Oh, do you see the energy plate above?" Gerard also looked at the energy plate on the black pillar. "That represents the total energy distributed to the Affairs Officers by the Lyra God, and it also represents the total computing power of all Affairs Officers. It can only be lit if all the Affairs Officers are present and working normally. If there's even one too many or one too few, it's impossible." "I see," Bai Wei understood. "So as long as that energy plate is lit, it means the Affairs Officers are at full capacity. And now the personnel making it fully lit are 43 officers, yet in your memory there should be 44. So, in a situation where Affairs Officers cannot make mistakes, either you are wrong or—" Bai Wei paused. "She is still here. Interesting, really interesting." Bai Wei looked at the Affairs Officer before him, then slowly opened his eyes. The Bai Wei in his mind suddenly fell silent, and Gerard didn't know what had happened. He had no choice but to continue his conversation with Affairs Officer number 13 in front of him. For 10 years, he had been here countless times and asked every single officer. But the results were always the same. No one knew who Affairs Officer number 44 actually was, just like the mission 10 years ago that sentenced Night Star to its fate, the woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth, and a smile that was slightly sweeter than the other officers, as if she also did not exist. "Affairs Officer number 44, you should know her." The repetition of identical answers day after day had worn Gerard down so much that his speech to Affairs Officer number 13 carried a hint of pleading. "Can you have her meet with me? I really need to find her. She's like you, fond of smiling, but has a mole at the corner of her mouth, right?" Bai Wei's voice suddenly sounded in Gerard's mind. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Gerard bolted upright. He remembered clearly that he had not described Affairs Officer number 44's appearance to Bai Wei. "I certainly haven't read your memories," Bai Wei stated blandly. "She is right in front of you." Gerard was stunned. Ready to open your eyes," Bai Wei said gently. "Open my eyes." In that moment, the pupil protected by the membranous shield began to rotate. The skies, the heavens, the pupil that could take in everything at this moment, cracked open a slit. But that was enough to clearly see this world. In an instant, the entire world became visible, and so did the Affairs Officer number 13 before him. Gerard saw through her cheeks, through her flesh, and into the depths of her mechanically constructed brain. There was a light-colored lump of flesh. He was dazed for a moment, subconsciously glancing towards Affairs Officer number 12. The same lump of flesh was hidden deep within the brain. Affairs Officer number 11, number 10, all the same. "Can't see through? Then let me help you," Bai Wei chuckled as he used the power of the eyes. In Gerard's view, all the lumps of flesh were pulled out by an invisible force and then merged together in front of Gerard, reconstituting. Then he saw the face with the mole. Number 44, smiling. Chapter 93. 8. Why is it that you, the ringleader, are the one who survived? A sharp pain surged from the depths of his eye, abruptly terminating the previous vision. Gerard bent down, clutching his left eye tightly as blood kept oozing from his eye socket, as if the eyeball itself wanted to leap out. Fortunately, the pain came as quickly as it went. Before long, the agony had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood in his palm to prove its existence. What's that about?" Gerard whispered. "That is the price of using this eye," Bai Wei said. "I've told you you have to bear it yourself." "You know I'm not asking about that." Gerard gritted his teeth, the smile of clerk number 44 still echoing in his mind. "What did I just see? What was that?" Bai Wei replied with a smile. "What else could it be if not what you saw with your eye?" Gerard suddenly raised his head and looked at Affairs Officer 13 again. Her expression remained unchanged, just as it was before, the smile at the corner of her mouth as artificially painted on. But Gerard stared intently at her head, as if he wanted to see through it once more, to verify the reality of what he had just seen. "I want to see it again," Gerard thought to himself. "You can't," Byway replied indifferently. "In your current state, another attempt won't kill you on the spot, but will definitely not leave you standing on your return. If you still want to do anything, it's better to leave now. Your reaction just now was noticed by quite a few people." Gerard snapped back to reality and instinctively looked around. Indeed, although there weren't many people on this floor, it didn't mean there was no one. His earlier scream had drawn the gaze of many. If he were to go through it again now, the trouble would be significant. Therefore, pressing down his doubts, Gerard said to Affairs Officer 13, "I have no more questions." Affairs Officer 13 nodded slightly. "Then I wish you a pleasant life." And then she reverted to her previous dazed appearance. But Gerard clearly couldn't view her the same way he did at first. He stood up, walked towards the gear elevator, and then subconsciously looked back. Most of the affairs officers were in a dazed, standby state, appearing unremarkable. However, Gerard's mind once again flashed with the smile he'd seen. He took a deep breath and turned to go downstairs. However, what Gerard did not know was that on the 6th floor, someone had seen everything. Once Gerard had left the 5th floor, this person quickly departed, passed through a corridor, and knocked on a room's door. A young male voice came from inside, "Come in." He entered and saw a young figure sitting in front of a window, overlooking half of Lyra City from the 6th floor of the Sky Tower. "He came again," the young voice said. "Yes," the person replied. "Still the same as before, looking for the whereabouts of clerk number 44. Persistent, isn't he? Did he find any clues?" "Of course not, there's no way he could have, and... his body doesn't seem to be in good shape," the person answered. "Our years of wearing him down are effective." The young man chuckled. "Really? It seems that even the most useful tool has its day of discard. But we did give him 10 more years. He is a Knight of the Night Star, after all. How could he die so easily?" the young man said with a laugh. "But indeed, he has struggled in the prison we crafted for him for 10 years. Now it is approaching the final moment, The young man tapped his fingers on his head as if pondering something, while the other person did not dare to urge him, waiting quietly by the side. Finally, the young man spoke again. "We mustn't take him lightly, continue having people follow him, just in case he finds something in his final moments, until the very end arrives." The other was somewhat surprised. "Is it really necessary to take him so seriously?" "As I said before," the young man said softly, "he is a Knight of the Night Star." What exactly is it?" Once back on the 1st floor, Gerard immediately asked Byway. "Dismemberment, what else?" Byway said nonchalantly. "I have quite some experience in that area." "It's not that I'm asking." "Don't you have an answer already?" Byway said with a light laugh. "Why you've been unable to find clerk number 44, why clerk number 44 disappeared yet the strength remained unchanged. The reason lies there. Number 44 is still here, fused into every affairs officer's body." Byway's words made Gerard tremble, and the thought of the once familiar person now facing such a fate made him clench his fists uncontrollably. Why would someone do this? What are they trying to achieve?" "Truth is this cruel," Byway said indifferently, sensing Gerard's trembling body. "And you've just uncovered a corner of it, so what now will you continue?" "Of course." "Then where do you plan to start?" "Where to start?" Gerard began to ponder. In Lyra City, those who could do such a thing to the affairs officers would surely only be the 5 great bishops, but the bishops had hardly shown themselves for more than 10 years, and few knew their true situation. It wouldn't be possible for Gerard to find them and question each one in a short time. So aside from the bishops, was there anyone else who could directly influence the affairs officers? Gerard paced back and forth on the 1st floor. Then he thought of something, slowly lifted his head and muttered, "Maintenance staff." Maintenance staff? It's the maintenance staff. Whoever wants to target the affairs officer must go through the maintenance staff. Gerard gradually became agitated. The batch of maintenance staff in charge of maintaining the affairs officer 10 years ago must know. "Really?" Byway said with a smile. "Then isn't that a clue?" "Yes, there's a clue now." Gerard wanted to immediately search for the maintenance staff from 10 years ago, but he froze as he was about to step forward. No, that's not allowed." He thought of something. The data on the maintenance staff has always been absolutely confidential. Bai Wei asked, even you can't get it. It's not that I can't get it, it's in the archives, anyone can access it, said Gerard. But it's not permitted, it's an ironclad rule, I can't break it. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow. Those guys in Lyra, what they believe in most are rules. Everyone must act according to the rules, even the skeleton corps who wanted Gerard dead have to follow them. The rules are the most important thing to the followers of Lyra. Even though Gerard had been tortured for more than 10 years, he still didn't want to cross that line. Even if the truth is right before your eyes, you won't take one more step outward, Bai Wei asked. No, Gerard clenched his teeth tightly and rejected Bai Wei again. The rules cannot be broken. Really principled, huh? But Bai Wei wasn't in a hurry instead. He looked to the side. If he remembered correctly, there should be a person here who could change Gerard's decision. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a woman suddenly appeared beside Gerard. Upon seeing Gerard's back, she gently spoke, Gerard. Upon hearing the voice, Gerard's body stiffened slightly, and he slowly turned his head to look at the woman who had suddenly appeared. It really is you. The woman approached Gerard step by step, her expression distant. When I heard they said you had come, I couldn't believe it. How many years has it been since we last saw each other? Gerard looked at the woman, his gaze complicated. Shauna. It's been 5 or 6 years, I think. I can't remember exactly. The woman had walked up to Gerard, her voice becoming lighter. Finally, I see you. I've dreamed of seeing you, Gerard. But you never showed up. Shauna, I've been waiting for this day. The woman's body pressed up against him. Really, I've waited so long. Gerard didn't move, and Bai Wei watched silently. There was a thump. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the dagger thrust into his waist. Ah, I finally did it, I finally did it. The woman who had been quite gentle up until now suddenly became agitated. She pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. You finally showed up, Gerard. I searched for you for 10 years, how dare you still appear? She became hysterical. Do you still remember my husband? My husband Helmo, you called him brother, you took him into the polluted land. Then why didn't you bring him back? The woman's actions finally caught the attention of the skeleton corps, and 2 members rushed over immediately. Hey, what are you doing? Warning, warning. The widow of a rebel is assaulting someone. The widow of a rebel is assaulting someone. Hearing this label, the woman's expression turned even more morose. She continued to screech and attack Gerard. Do you see? You didn't bring my husband back, you made him a rebel, made him die with that shame. She continued hysterically. Why you of all people? Why is it that you, the culprit, are still alive? Why won't you just die already? Soon, the members of the skeleton corps subdued the woman. She broke down sobbing uncontrollably, while the members of the skeleton corps coldly conversed. You who have sinned, you've broken the rules again, madam. It seems your sentence will have another 10 years added. Ha, the woman was both crying and laughing. I've got nothing left. Do I still care about this? I just want to kill him, let me kill him. The woman was quickly dragged away, leaving Gerard alone, standing in silence. During the woman's attack, he had never retreated a step, and now his entire abdomen was bleeding profusely. Then Bai Wei slowly began to speak. Need to tend to your wound. Gerard was silent for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward the archives. Chapter 94. The times have changed at 9 o'clock. Gerard pushed open the door to the archive room, and the dust that had settled on it cascaded down, as if to declare that no one had set foot here for a long time. Behind the door hung a crystal. Gerard looked up at the crystal for a moment, then walked underneath it. The crystal only shimmered lightly and made no further sound. Gerard wove through rows of bookshelves, the archive room so quiet that only the echo of his own footsteps could be heard. Seeing how hesitant you were just now, I thought this place would be extremely difficult to enter, Bai Wei's voice echoed in Gerard's mind. Turns out, after all that fuss, there isn't even a supervisor. The crystal we passed just now is the supervisor, Gerard said gravely. Only the faithful of my Lord Lyra may enter here. Those who have forsaken the Lord Lyra in their hearts will trigger the crystal to sound an alarm immediately. There's really such a thing? Bai Wei asked, clearly intrigued. But doesn't that sound a bit unreliable? How can you verify that the crystal truly possesses the ability to validate belief? There's no need to verify it. Since its creation, it has never, Gerard started to say, never made a mistake. But he stopped himself, and after a moment's hesitation, he corrected himself. It rarely makes mistakes. But Byway had noticed the pause and said with a smile, so it's not never made a mistake, but rarely makes mistakes. Let me think, the one who made the mistake was you, right? 10 years ago you caused that horrendous Night Star incident, and yet Lyra didn't execute you immediately. I presume it's because their verification didn't consider you to have abandoned Lyra, right? Gerard didn't say anything, but from his expression, Byway understood she had guessed correctly. Compared to Ulu, Byway's knowledge of Gerard wasn't as extensive. Ulu, after all, was a character who had interacted with players, whereas Gerard had died before any such interactions took place. Before players confronted Corey in the game, Gerard had already died at Corey's hands, and thereafter players could only glean snippets about the Night Star incident from the analyses within the Lyra map. Still, Byway chose him as the next host, because he was the only broken gear in the current Lyra. Lyra was different from Rhine. It was an extremely special sect. Much like the feeling the city of Lyra gave, it was like a large, intricately built machine. Every person in the city was like a gear in a machine that was in operation, each one implicitly doing their own work. As long as the machine wasn't having any issues, it was assumed that every gear was still normally turning in its place. That is until the Night Star incident 10 years ago. Without a doubt, for a machine, it was a major malfunction, so they extracted the malfunctioning part for a thorough inspection, only to discover the gear was not at fault. Then what was it that had failed? Gerard stopped in front of a small room. He had already generally perused the archives in the outer part, not finding what he sought, which made sense since the outer archive room was semi-public, accessible to anyone with the right clearance. The files inside this small room, undoubtedly, were not for public disclosure, not meant to be perused. Gerard extended his hand and turned the doorknob. With a click, the door opened like that. Without even the most basic lock, it gave the impression of safeguarding against the honorable but not the dishonorable. Gerard walked in. The small room was only 1/10 the size of the outer area and contained few documents, so it didn't take Gerard long to find what he was looking for. Maintenance staff information, confidential, 232 years. Gerard gazed at the file for a long while before he finally reached out, only to stop just above it. If he backed out now, there was still a chance to turn back. But if he opened it, then he would be thoroughly violating the rules. A violation by a Lyran equated to betrayal. Even 10 years ago, Gerard didn't believe he had betrayed Lyra, and now, to prove he hadn't betrayed Lyra, was he about to commit a true act of betrayal. Then Byway's voice rose in his mind. It's okay, you're still young, you can wait another 10 years. Gerard narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't believe that such mockery from Byway could affect him. But even so, he took a deep breath and reached for the file. He had thought that the process wouldn't be easy, that his mind would resist, that his metallic body would obstruct, and at that moment, he would have to adopt more drastic measures, especially since he was already standing there. But in the end, his hand touched the file all too easily. Gerard was taken aback. Why so smooth? Neither his mind nor his body raised an alarm. Could this be Lyra's tacit approval? Or was it that? An unsettling thought surfaced unbidden in Gerard's mind, when he dared not dwell on. He immediately opened the file. The maintenance staff information from those 10 years was still there. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Gerard began to review the maintenance staff's information, eventually selecting a target. Chapter 95, The Times Have Changed at 9-2. Carol left the company in year 237 and is now working at XX Metal in Zone 3. 10 years isn't too long ago, so most of the maintenance staff are still on duty, and they're clearly not suitable targets. But those who have left the company are a different story. Take, for example, this Carol who works at a prosthetic limb shop. After noting down the name and address, Gerard closed the file and decided he would go find this former maintenance worker immediately. The fact that he had accessed the records without hindrance made Gerard's sense of unease grow stronger, as if a major event was about to happen and he was the only one who knew. He walked quickly out of the small room, leaving the archive room with footsteps louder and more hurried than before, which soon vanished at the end of the corridor. At that moment, a dark shadow slowly emerged from a corner of the room. The figure slowly approached where Gerard had been sitting, reached for the file that had been consulted. 10 years and you've actually taken the first step, he murmured as he browsed through the file. Archbishop Yang Xin was right after all, you're not one to settle down. He paused, chuckling lightly. But it doesn't matter now, it's too late. The final celebration is about to be completed, you. He didn't finish his sentence when his body suddenly stiffened. Him? He looked around in confusion. Just now he felt as if someone had glanced at him, yet he was clearly the only person here. Strange, he shook his head and put the file back on the shelf. That old hero really doesn't want to let me have a good night's sleep. Looks like I'll have to go on a rare field mission. He too left the archive room, closing the door behind him. Then the perspective rapidly shrank, finally reflecting in a starry pupil. Just as Gerard exited the sky tower, he heard Bai Wei's voice, nonchalant in his mind. Here's a free piece of advice. Whatever you plan on doing, you'd better do it fast. Gerard halted momentarily. What do you mean? Bai Wei replied with a laugh. Advice is free, but details within are. Do you want to make a deal? Gerard remained silent for a while, said nothing, and just quickened his pace towards Gear Station. Lyra City is divided into 5 zones, each governed by one of the 5 great bishops. The Sky Tower is located in Zone 1, which is the central area. The other 4 zones, which spread out around Zone 1, form a hive-like structure. Aside from the central Zone 1 and the 5th zone, which borders the polluted land and is tasked with combating pollution, the remaining 3 zones have no significant functional differences. But there are slight disparities, such as Zone 3, where Gerard was headed, which is more oriented towards the manufacture and trade of various metal parts. This zone overall was quite prosperous, and the station was crowded. But when Gerard stepped off the gear car, his distinctive personal flavor quickly cleared a path through the crowd. Although I know you're excited since your decade-long confusion is finally making progress, Bai Wei's voice drawled in Gerard's mind as he hurried along. I think you should still be concerned about your personal image. You're still bleeding, you know. With Bai Wei's reminder, Gerard realized that his abdomen was indeed still oozing blood, which was mixing with the excess machine oil from the morning and leaking out in a rather terrifying sight. No wonder the looks in the eyes of passers-by were different, filled with disgust and horror. There was never horror before. Gerard frowned slightly. He knew he should tend to his wound now, but Bai Wei's words just before had caught his attention so intensely he didn't dare slow down. He simply tightened the bandage he had been using to stop the bleeding, hoping to slow the flow, and considered it treated. But as mentioned before, the scent of his blood mixed with oil had a remarkably beneficial effect for him. The station, which would have taken more than 10 minutes to navigate, took him less than 5 minutes to traverse, free from any obstruction. Shortly after, he made his way to the prosthetic limb shop recorded in the file with speed. The prosthetic shop was thronged with young people all there to change their prosthetic limbs. Yet Gerard immediately spotted the person he was looking for within the crowd, Carol. At that moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of Bai Wei's advice earlier, at least he had laid eyes on Carol. He originally wanted to go directly to Carol to inquire, but that would have been too conspicuous, so after scoping out the situation, Gerard decided to follow protocol. Thus, he began to queue up. Prosthetics are the hottest industry in Lyra. Thus, the mechanicians capable of replacing prosthetics were naturally in high demand. Each prosthetic shop had 3 to 4 mechanicians, and those who made exceptional prosthetics and had superior replacement techniques were naturally more popular. Carol, formerly a maintainer of the Sky Tower, evidently surpassed ordinary mechanicians in various technical aspects, which is why the queue for his services was the longest. Gerard ended up lining all the way outside the store. He glanced at the sky. Although it was just past noon, judging by the pace, it was doubtful he'd get his turn even after closing time. Chapter 96. The times have changed at 9:03. So he could only pat the young man in front of him. Young man, I'm in a hurry, could you switch seats with me? I'm willing to offer a reward. The young man, annoyed by the shoulder pat, turned around, cursing. What's the hurry? Am I not in a hurry too? The mechanician I found earlier didn't attach my prosthetic properly, and I'm injured right now, damn it, are you freaking bleeding? Gerard looked down at his abdomen again and said indifferently, It's all right, it's just a minor wound, since you're not willing. Willing, I am very willing. Please come ahead of me instead of possibly dying behind me. That would be frightening. The young man quickly let Gerard move ahead and placed himself behind Gerard. Gerard thanked him, then overheard the young man muttering behind him, But what if he dies in front of me later? But soon the young man didn't have to worry anymore, because Gerard tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him. Hello, miss. What's good? I'm not. Holy shit, man, why are you bleeding? It was through this progression, from one person to the next, that Gerard quickly made his way to the middle of the line. This naturally caused some commotion. Carol looked up, and upon seeing Gerard, his pupils slightly constricted, but he didn't say much and continued with his work. Gerard did not continue to move forward as this spot was sufficient, and he was sure Carol had seen him. So from that moment, the conversation had already begun. Carol faced the young man in front of him and asked, "Are you sure you want to install our newly released V4 model prosthetic?" Yes, yes, the young man nodded eagerly, describing excitedly, "The one that goes up to the shoulder." "Are you certain it's that one?" Yes, yes, I've looked long enough. It's the kind that lets you install some small devices inside the shoulder," the young man said with a smile. "I'd like to install a couple of grappling hooks inside, so that." "So it means cutting off your entire arm," Carol said, looking at the young man's already halved arm, and calmly cut him off. "You should know this process is irreversible. Once you choose a shoulder model like the V4, you must stick with that model or larger ones in the future because the cut-off arm won't regenerate. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I get it, you're just saying this model isn't cheap," the young man said. "Don't worry, I've brought enough money, just start." Seeing the young man's determination, Carol fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then." He then had the young man sit on a machine. This machine was similar to the one Gerard thought of using for self-harm the night before. Carol operated the machine. It started working, and several needles containing medicine pierced the young man's right shoulder. Consequently, the young man's right side began to visibly weaken. It seemed to be an anesthetic. Bai Wei was seeing the installation of a metal prosthetic for the first time and watched with interest. The machine continued to operate, and soon a rapidly spinning blade appeared. It hovered above the young man's right shoulder, emitting a sharp, piercing noise which made the seated young man tense. Carol, holding the machine, told the young man, "You have one last chance. Once this blade cuts, you will permanently lose your natural arm, and whether you like it or not, you will only be able to use prosthetics from now on, so." Got it, just start," the young man urged impatiently, then made faces at his companion, excited about the mechanical arm he was about to receive. Carol finally said no more and pressed the lever. The blade swiftly chopped down. Flesh is so fragile before metal. In just a blink of an eye, the young man's entire arm was severed. The young man immediately showed a pained expression. But perhaps it was the effect of the medicine from earlier. The injury didn't bleed much, so the young man didn't pass out right away. Moreover, the machine did not let the young man remain armless for long. It quickly began to attach the mechanical arm he had purchased. Honestly, looking at this scene, it was hard to believe that Lyra and Rhine were from the same era. After some operations, the young man successfully had the mechanical arm installed. He instinctively wanted to stand up and show it off to his companions, but Carol stopped him. "Wait, the lock hasn't been properly installed." The young man paused, not understanding at first. "Lock? What lock?" "What do you mean, what lock?" Carol glanced at the young man. "This prosthetic is military grade. Naturally, it comes with a lock to prevent you from using it to harm Lyra. Didn't you know that?" "Oh, of course I knew. It's common knowledge, I just didn't think of it." The young man waved it off and again urged, "Then hurry." "It's already done." Carol, impatient, patted the young man's shoulder. "Go ahead." The young man joyfully left, and even as he exited the store, his praise could still be heard. All the while, he didn't give a second glance at his severed arm. Just like throwing away trash, it was tossed aside, then Carol threw it into a metal bin. The blood from the arm dripped onto the edge of the metal bin, as if being devoured. Next, Carol said to the people behind. The same procedure was repeated. One by one, young men cut off their limbs, got new prosthetics, and left cheerfully without looking back. One arm after another was thrown into the bin, as if feeding an insatiable fat man. Finally, it was Gerard's turn. Carol, without looking up, said, "It's different from your time. You used prosthetics to protect other parts of the body, but they don't. Times have changed." Gerard asked, "You know me?" Only then did Carol look up at Gerard. People from that era, nobody wouldn't know of the Night of Night's Star. Gerard fell silent for a while, just about to speak when Carol continued. "You're here for Officer 44, aren't you?" Chapter 97, Leave Life. "You're here for Affairs Officer 44, right?" When Gerard heard these words from Carol's mouth, his entire body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He really knew, he really did. Gerard subconsciously took a step towards Carol. Carol, you. But Carol raised his hand to stop Gerard from coming closer. Then Gerard saw a hint of hesitation flash through Carol's eyes, but he didn't explain anything right away. Instead, he gestured with his hand towards the customers still queuing behind Gerard. I apologize, Sir Gerard, I'm still at work. Carol's reaction made Gerard feel uneasy, but when he looked back, there indeed were many customers behind him, and most of them were the ones who had given way to him. Now they were looking at him with curious and dissatisfied gazes. Gerard could only nod. All right, then I'll wait for you here. Carol hesitated for a moment at this request, but did not refuse. He just nodded and then looked towards the customers behind Gerard. Next, please. So Gerard waited on the side. Afterward, Carol became engrossed in his work just like before, not once glancing at Gerard, as if he didn't exist. It's clear he knows something, came the slow, leisurely voice of Bai Wei in Gerard's mind. But he is still hesitant, unsure whether to tell you or not. Gerard could feel it too, and watching Carol deliberately ignoring him, he whispered in response, I know. But what if he also refuses to reveal the truth to you? What will you do then? Gerard was silent. Gerard, Bai Wei said leisurely, have you really thought it through? For the truth, how much are you willing to pay? Gerard still did not speak. He stood like a statue in a corner for an entire afternoon. And during that time, Carol indeed did not look at him again, just focused on his work, advising one young person after another seeking to replace their prosthetics with larger ones, and then fitting them one by one. From noon until sunset, when the setting sun turned the whole shop a pale gold, Carol finally saw off the last customer. His colleagues finished their work before him, greeted him, and left laughing and joking. In the end, only 2 people were left in the shop. A former knight, a former mechanician. Gerard walked out from the corner. He looked at Carol standing in the sunset, whose eyes had gone from hesitant to calm. It's been a long time, Sir Gerard, Carol said to Gerard. Of course, you might not know who I am. Long ago, I was one of the many who looked up to your silhouette. Carol, Gerard stood in front of Carol and said softly, You know why I've come. You appearing before me, I knew, Carol said. Affairs Officer 44, right? Hearing Carol mention Affairs Officer 44 again made Gerard tense up, and then he subconsciously quickened his pace. You really know something. No, Sir Gerard, Carol calmly interrupted. As you and I both know, Affairs Officer 44 does not exist. Gerard's body froze. We all know you're looking for Affairs Officer 44, but she doesn't exist. There are only up to 43 Affairs Officers, Carol said. Even if you came to me, I could only give you this answer. Affairs Officer 44 does not exist. Gerard stood completely still, looking into Carol's eyes, trying to read something different in that calm pair of pupils. 44, she's really important to me. Carol lowered his head, no longer making eye contact with Gerard. I'm sorry, Sir Gerard. You know me, then you must surely know about Night Star. Gerard did not give up. For 10 years this was the first clue he had found. How could he give up? That was my squad, those were my brothers, they died in the polluted land and were forever labeled. Rebels, Carol said softly. But Sir Gerard, if I also answered some questions I shouldn't, then I'd be a rebel too. The second half of the words, Gerard wanted to say caught in his throat. He looked at Carol, who still wouldn't lift his head, and a profound sense of helplessness and exhaustion welled up inside him. After a long silence, he softly said, Ah, yes, if you answered me, you'd also be a rebel. Carol, head still lowered, remained silent. Gerard looked at Carol, asking with the last sliver of hope, Your answer just now, can I take it to mean that Affairs Officer 44 indeed exists, but whatever happened to her, you cannot say, right? No, Sir Gerard, I did not say that, Carol replied precisely. Affairs Officer 44 does not exist. Another long silence. Gerard looked up at the slowly setting sun and said softly, I see, then I understand. Then he turned and walked towards the exit of the shop. I'm sorry for the trouble I've brought you, Carol, Bai Wei said. Just take everything today as the last ramblings and obsessions of a madman. Carol lifted his head and looked at Gerard's aged silhouette and the creak of the old metal parts as he walked, suddenly feeling somewhat disoriented. Just as Gerard was about to step out of the shop, Carol stopped him. Mr. Gerard. Gerard turned back to look at Carol. Your body hasn't been maintained or repaired for a long time, has it? Carol asked. May I help you? Gerard was slightly taken aback. Carol bowed slightly, the golden evening glow illuminating his body, the imprint of Lyra shining brightly in the sunset. Mechanician Carol, at your service. What? It's clear that you haven't had any maintenance for a very long time, Carol said as he removed the steel plate on Gerard's chest and glanced inside, involuntarily clicking his tongue. The corrosion in here is really severe. If it continues, it will eventually spread to the heart, and you've been pouring too much lubricant in there. The stuff is that useful very often. Gerard nodded. I know, but I've tried my best. You're not a formal mechanician. It's already quite impressive that you've managed to keep this body functioning without major issues, Carol said with a smile. When was the last time you had systematic maintenance? I mean, not the kind you do yourself. Gerard shrugged. 10 years ago, the night before that mission. I'm sorry, Mr. Gerard. Why should you apologize? Gerard showed a rare relaxed smile. I should be thanking you. Thank me for being willing to maintain you. It's my honor. Thank you for still thinking so, Gerard said softly. It's been a long time since anyone has called me Mister, and just as long since anyone hasn't treated me as a criminal. Carol fell silent once more, but this time he didn't remain quiet for too long. While he helped Gerard replace the corroded parts, he said, When I was very young, the Night Star was a hero because you ventured into the terrifying polluted land time and again. To me, it was really pretty cool. He finished maintaining the chest part, screwed it in place, and then tapped it lightly, producing a dull sound. Then he sat on the other side and began dismantling Gerard's thigh components. As I grew older and became a maintenance staff, the Night Star was still a hero. It's because I realized you ventured into the polluted land not for the thrill, but for the vitality of the city. The energy that only the polluted land could provide was purchased with your lives. I finally understood that what you did wasn't as glorious as it seemed on the surface. You faced the harshest environments, doing the most important work. Everyone in the city was blessed by your actions. You were the ones who filled this city with life. Ah, the Dark Type 3 auxiliary limb, a classic model. Gerard looked down at Carol, who was busily working on his thigh, and said softly, It is classic, but it should be outdated, shouldn't it? No, classics are timeless, Carol said without lifting his head. Even now, it's still one of the best auxiliary limbs out there. Younger folks now prefer to replace their entire limbs with prosthetics and look down upon these types of auxiliary limbs. But they will never understand such beauty, nor will they ever grasp a certain truth. What truth? Machinery should assist, not constitute the entirety. Carol tightened the last screw, then stood up. Well, Mr. Gerard, although I can't make your prosthesis as good as new, I have at least restored about 50 to 60% of its functionality and added some new features as well. New features? Carol shrugged. Like automatic drainage. This way you won't have to worry about it becoming sluggish on rainy days. That's a big help, Gerard hesitated, but I don't have much money left. What are you talking about, Mr. Gerard? Carol said calmly. According to the laws of Lyra, all mechanicians are obligated to maintain the Knights of the Night Star free of charge. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Upon hearing Carol say this, Gerard nodded. Thank you. Carol fell silent again for a while, then said, A long time ago, I too thought of joining the Night Star selection to become someone like you. Gerard looked at Carol. But at that time, I already had attachments, Carol said as he lifted his clothes to show Gerard a photo sewn into the lining of his garment, featuring a family of 3 including himself. Just like now, I'm no longer alone and can't do crazy things as I used to, not even supposed to think about them. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Gerard. Gerard looked at the photograph and understood Carol's sentiments. He was silent for a while, then nodded gently. I understand. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. Thank you for your understanding. Carol shifted his gaze away once more. Gerard stood up and patted Carol on the shoulder. Don't let your son become someone like me. This sentence made Carol's body tremble slightly. Gerard was ready to leave by now, but just as he turned around, Carol's voice rang out once again. I said before that, as a child and even after I started working, I always thought of the Night Star as heroes, even still do. Carol seemed to make up his mind and looked at Gerard's back, stating each word deliberately. Mr. Gerard, stop probing into Affairs Officer 44's matter, and if you can, leave Lyra as soon as possible. Gerard was stunned and swiftly turned around, but Carol had already stepped back 2 paces, half his body retreating into the shadows. That's all I can say, Carol said softly. Leave Lyra. Chapter 98. 11 Open your eyes for monthly pass votes. So you just left like that? When Gerard left Carol's shop, Bai Wei's voice timely echoed in his mind. He has tried his best to reveal information to me, Gerard said. It's enough. HMPH, really enough, Bai Wei said with a light chuckle. You should be able to feel it. He knows much more than he lets on. So what? So what? Bai Wei echoed. Gerard, for 10 years you've been spinning in circles, never escaping the net this world has woven for you. And now you finally have a chance, an opportunity to break free, but you retreat right after lifting a corner of it. There will be other chances. Will there, so you plan to wait another 10 years? Gerard stopped in his tracks. What exactly are you trying to say? Just a sincere piece of advice, Bai Wei said indifferently. If I were you, I'd go back to that shop right now and use whatever means necessary to get the truth out of him. Either by force, by exploiting his years of unquenched admiration for you, or... Bai Wei paused. He has loved ones, doesn't he? Right as Bai Wei finished speaking, Gerard snapped back. Shut up. Don't think I'm the same as you. That's also true. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have been played for 10 years. Bai Wei continued. Gerard, do you remember the question I asked you before? What price are you willing to pay for the truth? This wasn't the first time Bai Wei had asked him this question, and Gerard had never answered it. But this time, Gerard didn't avoid it and slowly said instead, everything. Everything? Yes, everything, Gerard stated. I've been haunted by that nightmare of 10 years ago to this day, my former comrades bearing injustice even after death. That's why I'm willing to give up everything for the truth, to redeem their honor, but only my everything. As he spoke, he turned his head, looking at Carol's little shop. Carol was tidying up inside, carefully wiping each machine as if he were caring for his own children. But I have no right for my own desires to drag others into this. My Night Star and I are already branded as rebels. I know how painful that is, Gerard enunciated carefully. So I absolutely cannot let others repeat my mistakes. Gerard had stopped confiding in people long ago, and he hadn't expected that the first person he'd open up to in 10 years would be the legendary Visas. After hearing Gerard's words, Bai Wei was slightly silent for a moment, then slowly said, that's an admirable spirit of sacrifice and a laughable awareness. Gerard narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? You say you're willing to give up everything for the truth, but in your perception, everything is merely physical oblivion, just a lonely march towards death, Bai Wei chuckled. Don't you find it ridiculous? The power you face has been deceiving you with its woven net for 10 years, and it was through my eyes that you saw a glimpse of reality. Why would you think that with just your solitary resolution to die, you could stand against it? Gerard slowly clenched his fist. Do you remember the advice I gave you earlier? Bai Wei said. Whatever you're going to do it quickly. You don't have much time. This advice is free, but what's free is often the most expensive. With that, Bai Wei didn't speak again, as if completely falling asleep. But his words still left Gerard with a profound sense of unease. He turned to look again, but Carol had already closed the shop door. Gerard wanted to turn back to check, but then he saw two passing children toying with prosthetics. One of them aimed a fist at the other. Watch my launching step, huh? Why won't it shoot out? Dummy, it's locked, the slightly older child scolded. You can't attack the people of Lyra City with Lyra's weapons, don't you even know that? Okay then. Seeing this, Gerard felt somewhat relieved. The lock was still in place. The rules of Lyra City were still in effect, so there was no need to worry too much. It's better not to disturb Carol again. Gerard turned and walked away. What? Carol closed the shop door and hummed a tune as he walked towards the back room. Today's sales had reached the target, so he'd take a day off tomorrow to spend with his wife and son. Carol took the family photo from his pocket. Looking at his son's silly smile in the picture, he couldn't help but reveal the same smile. Then he heard someone speak up behind him. Good evening, Carol. What? Gerard entered the train station. He hadn't felt his body this light in a long time. After Carol's maintenance and inspection, he felt as if he had returned to 10 years ago, his steps firm yet not heavy. But his heart was the opposite, heavy yet not firm. Bai Wei's words still echoed in his mind. Why do you think you can fight against a force that has deceived you for 10 years, with just the resolve to face death alone? Gerard felt something was off. Here's a piece of advice for you. No matter what you're going to do, your time is running out. Gerard's pace gradually slowed down. If you miss this chance, are you going to wait another 10 years? He stopped, suddenly realizing something, and cold sweat immediately streamed down. Visas, your eye, did it see something? Bai Wei said nothing, but an ear-deafening explosion answered him. Gerard spun around sharply to see thick smoke rising from the direction of Carol's shop. After a brief moment of shock, he pushed his way through the startled passengers, running towards the source of the white smoke. This metal body, freshly maintained, allowed him to return to Carol's shop within 5 minutes. But it was too late. The shop was ablaze, with onlookers gathered outside. What happened here? Don't know, it just exploded all of a sudden. No one dared enter, only Gerard pushed through everyone and barged in alone. Then he saw Carol in the corner. His body was pierced by 6 metal rods, next to a collapsed machine from which the metal rods had fallen. So it looked as if the machine had gone out of control and killed Carol. It seemed like an accident. Gerard stood in front of Carol, looking down at the metal rod that had pierced his heart, which also penetrated a photo of Carol's family. Silence, a lengthy silence. The shop was so quiet that only the crackling of the voracious flames consuming objects could be heard. After an indeterminate time, Gerard finally spoke slowly. Visas, you had seen all of this already, hadn't you? Not entirely, Bai Wei said calmly, but I had a rough idea. Who did it? That's not part of the deal, Bai Wei said. Are you starting a new deal? Gerard gently closed his eyes. In our current deal, I can use your eye, right? Yes. How far can your eye see? Bai Wei understood Gerard's meaning, and after a moment of silence, he said, You have already opened the eye once this morning. Opening it again, I'm not sure what will become of your body. If you really want to slaughter that guy, let me do it. No, Gerard extended his hand, grasped the metal rod that ran through Carol's heart and slowly pulled it out. I want to do it myself. I recall you're not allowed to act within Lyra City, right? Gerard said nothing, merely flicking the blood from the metal rod into the flames nearby. The fire consumed the blood and flared up furiously. Since you've decided, Bai Wei said softly, then open your eyes. What? Akat hummed a tune while wiping the blood from his hands with a towel, then tossed the blood-stained tissue into a nearby trash can before walking into the station. Hello, he said very casually as he approached the ticket counter, smiling at the ticket clerk. Please give me a ticket to Sky Tower Station. Mid-sentence, the smile abruptly froze. Then he quickly turned his head, looking for something. Sir, what's wrong? The ticket clerk asked, somewhat puzzled by the sudden change in Akat's demeanor. Do you still need a ticket? Akat withdrew his gaze, seeing nothing, yet still breaking out into a cold sweat. After a long silence, he said to the ticket clerk, Forget Sky Tower, give me a ticket to 5th Zone, the sooner the better. Chapter 99, 12, but this is not a weapon. 20 minutes later, Cude stepped into the store, where the fire had already been extinguished. What happened? Cude asked Chamos, who had arrived at the store before him. What's all the commotion? Hard to describe, but preliminary judgment suggests it was an accident, Chamos shrugged, and then couldn't help but complain. Seriously, we had just returned to the city and hadn't even finished our leave when this happened. You know, at the time of the accident, I was just 2 streets away getting prosthetics maintenance. Damn it, that sudden explosion scared the mechanician so badly that his hand shook, almost welding off my prosthetic limb. Next time, I'm definitely going to check if that guy even has a formal mechanician's license. Cude paid no heed to Chamos's incessant chatter. He knew that the other was just a bit talkative, but serious about his work. Chamos had also been the first in their squad to arrive and secure the scene after the accident occurred. Any casualties? Cude asked, stepping over scattered mechanical wreckage and asking Chamos with slight concern. As far as I know, the population density on this street is quite high. In a strict sense, there were no injured, only a casualty, Chamos shrugged. The casualty was the owner of the store and the accident took place inside. The store had already closed at the time, so he was the only victim, there, right over there. After rounding a corner, Cude finally saw the specifics of the accident. A destroyed machine was the most eye-catching, its exposed parts resembling the devoured carcass of a giant beast, and beneath that carcass lay a middle-aged man in a mechanician's uniform. 5 metal rods were impaled through his body. Clearly, these were the culprits that had taken his life, the terrible wounds draining him of blood. And still he stared with eyes wide, mouth open, as if wanting to say something, but the accident had come too swiftly, freezing his not-so-advanced life at this very moment. Cude slightly lowered his head, a token of minor tribute to the unfortunate victim. Are there any preliminary conclusions about the accident? Kyud soon raised his head, continuing to question Chamos. As I mentioned earlier, this is almost certainly an accident. Chamos motioned for Kyud to look behind. The accident was caused by this machine. Kyud also turned his head to look at the fierce machine, which was more than half destroyed by the explosion, yet he recognized the model. A Gui-type body replacement machine. It's a Gui Model 3, Chamos said. It's an old model now, so it's not surprising that an accident happened. Kyud thought for a moment but then shook his head. Not quite. The Gui Model 3 is only an 8-year-old model, and its service life should be upwards of 20 years. It's far from being called old. That's the thing, Captain, you're also falling behind the times, Chamos said with a smile. Nowadays, calling a machine old after 3 years of use is the norm. This 7-year-old thing is truly an antique. Kyud gave Chamos a glance and said indifferently, Since when have we started basing our judgments on trends rather than facts? Chamos immediately fell silent. This time, Kyud could continue observing the scene. Actually, just by looking at the scene, there weren't many suspicious points. It seemed that the owner had been repairing the machine when it suddenly malfunctioned and exploded, instantly killing the unprepared owner with metal rods from inside the machine. But Kyud still felt something was off. It wasn't just the simple fact that the machine was far from the end of its service life. Have we identified the victim? Kyud asked. We have. His name is Carroll, 38 years old, with a son and a wife, Chamos said. He was also a level 3 mechanician. Did he have any other jobs before? Chamos paused slightly. Other jobs. At that moment, a skeleton knight came from outside the house. Captain, the victim had another identity. We just got the records from Sky Tower. Before becoming the store owner, he was a maintenance staff member for Sky Tower. Kyud and Chamos's expressions immediately changed. Before the knight could reach them, Kyud promptly stepped forward, taking the records from the knight's hand and quickly scanned them. Indeed, a maintenance staff member for Sky Tower. Unable to resist scratching his head, Chamos said, Maintenance staff for Sky Tower, and still an accident like this happened. I thought he was just a second-rate mechanician. Before he could finish, he saw Kyud with a solemn face lifting his head from the records. Are you worried about something? Chamos couldn't help but ask. Even if he once was a maintenance staff member, that has nothing to do with now, right? This is Lyra, a murder is unlikely. Kyud glanced at Chamos and said, The time of this maintenance staff member's departure was 236 years ago. Chamos's expression froze. After all, that year was just too peculiar. Is this a coincidence? Chamos couldn't help but ask. Kyud didn't speak. He just felt there was something wrong with the file in his hand. But it wasn't the file itself that was wrong. Instead, the accident had just happened. How could these records have already been sent to them? Theoretically, maintenance staff records should be confidential. Captain, before Kyud could sort out his thoughts, a team member examining the body immediately spoke up. Look at this. Chapter 112, but this is not a weapon too. Kyud immediately turned around and saw that a team member was ripping open Carroll's shirt at the chest. And then they saw a conspicuous wound at the spot where the heart should be. There should be a metal bar here, the team member said, but we didn't find one at the scene. Kyud's eyebrows furrowed immediately. Then another team member hurried in from outside. Captain, people outside say that someone entered the scene before and after the explosion. Who? Kyud immediately asked. But as he asked this question, he already had a faint guess in his mind. Then the guess was confirmed. According to the description of the witnesses, the team member slowly unfolded the sketch in his hand. It should be Gerard. At that moment, the whole scene fell into silence. Chamos's eyes also widened bit by bit. He took several deep breaths, and after a long while he couldn't help but blurt out, It can't be, right? Could it be him who did it? But that's not right. The lock shouldn't have disappeared. How could he? Kyud raised his hand to stop the babbling Chamos. Very quickly, indeed very quickly. All the clues in an instant pointed toward Gerard. This rapid pointing was somewhat too deliberate, which made Kyud couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. So the only thing he could do now was find Gerard's whereabouts, Kyud said slowly, immediately. What? The gear train was speeding along the tracks. It was the peak time, and normally there should be many people on the train, but this particular train was an exception. There were only a few people in the entire carriage. Because the destination of this train was the 5th zone. The 5th zone used to combat the polluted land. Akat sat in the corner, his face completely covered by a large hat. He looked up, watching the rapidly moving scenery outside the gear car, but a glimmer of inexplicable anxiety flashed in his eyes. Akat didn't know where this anxiety came from. Logically, he should have been the more adept one. He had dealt with a troublesome person who had some understanding of the incident 10 years ago and had shifted the suspicion to Gerard. If things went smoothly, he would be able to handle this biggest trouble altogether, ensuring no one else could stand in their way. He felt he had done everything perfectly. But why? Since a while ago, a strong sense of unease had enveloped him, as if he was constantly being watched. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible because Akat had checked many times and had not found anyone following him. Yet that strange feeling had never left him, and he had already felt it during the day. So Akat couldn't treat it as just his own illusion anymore. He immediately took action. Instead of heading directly back to Sky Tower to report back to Lord Yangzin, he changed his destination to the 5th Zone right away. As a sector bordering the polluted land, the 5th Zone was the most special, and the one Akat understood the best. Once in this zone, whatever was watching him, he was confident that he could shake it off in the 5th Zone, ensuring that he wouldn't bring any threats to Lord Yangzin. As long as he reached the 5th Zone, the speed of the gear train was gradually slowing down. Akat knew this was normal because gear trains are not allowed to travel at the same speed in the 5th Zone as in other zones, as if not wanting to awaken something in the region. But even though this was a regular procedure, the slowing speed still made Akat deeply uneasy. He looked out the window. In his field of vision was a large bridge, and beyond the bridge was the 5th Zone. As long as he crossed the bridge, he would be there, as long as he crossed the bridge. Akat didn't know if it was just his anxiety, but he always felt the train was moving slower and slower. It seemed to be slowing down beyond the usual limits. Finally, that clunk sound also confirmed Akat's guess. The train came to a stop before reaching the Great Bridge. What's going on here? Why did it suddenly stop? The other passengers in the carriage also realized something was amiss and began to murmur in confusion. Residents of the 5th Zone were few, so most of the passengers were workers dispatched there to combat the pollutant, and they obviously knew more than the average person. Is it a routine check? Where are the people from the devil troops? Why don't I see them? In Lyra City, the gear train was an extremely special unit. Even the skeleton troops responsible for city defense could not stop a gear train without higher-level approval. However, another troop was different. The Exploration Force, Devil, tasked with combating the pollutant had much greater authority. They could completely stop any gear train entering the 5th Zone under the guise of fighting the pollutant. Thus, it was logical for those present to guess that the Devil troops had stopped this gear train. Only Akat knew it definitely wasn't the Devil troops, because this train hadn't yet entered the 5th Zone, and those Devils weren't allowed to leave the 5th Zone without being summoned. But if not the Devil and Skeleton couldn't possibly have gotten authorization from higher up so quickly, then who could it be? Akat narrowed his eyes slightly, as a single possibility suddenly surged in his mind. Squeak! The carriage door was slowly opened, followed by heavy footsteps. In an instant, the noise in the carriage disappeared, as the passengers stared in horror at the man who boarded midway, because half of his face was covered in blood. The blood flowed from his tightly shut left eye, still trickling outward even now, but the other half of his face was completely unscathed, his open right eye sweeping over the onlookers like an eagle. Everyone stood up, the impactful scene providing a tremendous shock. They dared not look at the bloodied half of the face, nor at the intact eye that seemed to be searching for prey. Whenever that eye swept over them, they felt a chill up their spines, as if they were prey being targeted. Luckily, this situation didn't last long, as the passengers soon realized that his gaze was piercing through all of them, settling on someone in the corner of the carriage. That was Akat. Non-essential personnel, he said slowly, his hoarse voice carrying an authority that made it hard to refuse. Get off the train immediately. The passengers looked at one another, unclear about whether the newcomer was from the skeleton or devil troops, but his obviously uncommunicative demeanor kept them from asking further, and they quickly got off. Soon, only 2 people were left in the carriage. Akat raised his head, looking at the man before him, Gerard, and after a moment of silence said, "Although I do know that your authority as the captain of Night Star hasn't been revoked, how on earth did you find me?" He stared at Gerard's tightly shut eye. What is that thing? Gerard didn't respond to Akkat. He just moved closer, the metal rod in his hand glinting with the sheen of a blade. Akkat didn't move, but calmly said, "You can't attack me, I am from Lyra. Lord Gerard, whether you consider yourself part of the skeleton or a Night Star Knight now, you can't attack me. Your weapon can only be aimed at the pollutant." Gerard stood in front of Akkat, was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, my weapon cannot be directed at you." Akkat sighed in relief. However, the next second, thud, his left shoulder was pierced by the metal rod, blood immediately gushing out. Akkat's eyes widened. "But this is not a weapon." Gerard spoke softly, then, before Akkat could react, exerted force again. Akkat's left arm was severed,